to those who bleed orange and black.
It is out of here.
Good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
And all is well in the world of Austin Slater and the San Francisco Giants. That was a lot of fun. Jeez, it only ended a few minutes ago. If you missed it, extra inning win for the San Francisco Giants last night. Sitting to my left is a man who was there for all the drama on a brisk Monday night. Everybody's happy on a Tuesday morning. Good morning, Marcus Boucher. How you doing, brother?
Murph, I'm having a good Tuesday morning. You're having a good Tuesday morning. And Austin Blanken Slater is having the best Tuesday of his season right now.
He is having the best Tuesday of his season. I want to correct you quickly on my Tuesday, though.
Oh, yeah,
it's not
right.
as good as Austin Slater's. They shut us down again on 101 South. And you just sit there, take your beating, and then you get here, and then the elevator's down, and Cleo's got to walk you up. By the way, can we just shout out Cleo?
Oh, Cleo's
the overnight
best.
guy here. Guys is keeping this place afloat. If there's no Cleo, this building crumbles into dust, all right? So anyway, Austin Slater's morning, a little better than mine.
Yeah, you got shut down on the bridge. Our key cards are still not working, I think, this morning. And the elevator's broken, so we had to take the stairs up to the studio today.
So back to Austin Slater.
So back to Austin Slater, saving the day and saving a Tuesday morning.
Well, Slater's helping my Tuesday morning. He is. It was funny, man. Again, I always bring you inside the Murphy domicile for the 16-year-old salty cynic who came home from water polo practice with the bases loaded and 1 out. I said, "Come on in." He goes, "Why? So I can see Solair choke?" And I was like, "What?" I said, "What kind of attitude is that?" And then Solair dribbled. Hit that. What did he do? Hit that force out at home where Ramos didn't run.
Yeah,
right?
and then he probably turned to you like, "Look, Dad, I tried to tell you."
Then he goes, "Slater's up." I said, "Bro, you are." And so it got.
There was bases loaded, nobody out deck.
It got hot in there. And then when Slater hit the line drive, this is the kind of dad I am. I'm going to confess this on 50,000 watts. When Slater hit that ball and it was still in the air, I said, "You don't get to enjoy this win. You are off limits." I said, "Rory, come here. High five. High five."
I love that you're gatekeeping your 16-year-old's victory with the Giants.
How do you walk into a bases-loaded situation with the whole family watching the game, bases loaded, nobody out, be like, "Solaire sucks. He's going to get out. Oh, Slater's up now." But I don't know. Is that how Giants fans are thinking when Solaire and Slater are up?
Definitely with Austin Slater up at the bat. Jorge Soler has been better recently, but not with runners in scoring position.
So you say to me, if your last name starts with an S and ends in an R, you're a controversial Giant.
Yeah.
Solaire and Slater, yes.
By the way, Tony, I just have this image in my head of Murph turning around to Declan and saying,
"That's what Daddy does to pay the bills." Yeah, exactly. And we're talking Slater to pay the bills, baby. So it was fun. They did it, and you stayed the distance.
I went the distance, Murph. I'm going for distance. I'm going for speed. I'm going for walk-off wins, baby. You can't leave a ball game that's tied 1-1 going into extra innings. You got to stay.
Well, it was Chris. I don't even get the official time of game last night, but they returned back to the...
Oh, it was fast. Kyle Harrison was efficient last night.
It's funny. One of the things my kid said after he got over his saltiness, he goes, "Only 3 strikeouts for Harrison." I said, "Well, dude, that's good. Strikeouts are pitch count killers."
He was getting a lot of ground balls yesterday.
Yes. I try to tell him, everybody go to Bull Durham. When he walks out, he goes, "You got to stop trying to strike everybody out. Strikeouts are boring and fascist. Ground balls are more democratic, you know?" But it's true. Ground balls are your pitch count friend. So he goes 6 1/3 and only 76 pitches last night, or 77?
77. I was actually a little surprised with a quick hook from Bob Melvin, pulling him in the 7th inning after back-to-back singles. Again, he was only at 77 pitches, 1 earned run.
It was an interesting hook. You could make the argument he was in a little bit of trouble, and he was getting a little deeper, and they're continuing to govern his usage, I guess, right? And he had gone 6 1/3. So, but you're right. I mean, his outing was fantastic. So you were first guessing saying they should have left him in?
Well, yeah, because I was paying attention to his pitch count the entire game, and I was like, damn, Kyle's having a really, really efficient outing.
Yeah.
And so when he gave up back-to-back singles to start that 7th inning, one that was hit down the line that I think probably Matt Chapman probably would have knocked down. No shade at Casey Schmidt, but it's not like he had a great day at third base yesterday. Leading off the game with an error, did turn a double play.
Yeah.
But as I keep going, I was like, all right, Brian Price is going to walk out, talk to Kyle a little bit. And I was like, wait. I had to kind of scratch my eyes a little bit. That's not Brian Price. That's Bob Melvin walking out to the bump to pull Kyle from the game.
Got the hook. So, and then in came Sean Jelly, and the bullpen did well the rest of the way until the 10th inning when it got really weird.
Yeah, but real quick, I wanted to back it up
Yeah.
about you talking about how fast this game was. Camilo Duvall came in the 9th inning before the sun was completely down. So they did the light show. They changed the lights to orange, but there was still kind of this like last-minute sun setting. It was
wild.
a weird scene to
Yeah.
kind of match it with the orange of a Camilo Duvall.
Sounds like you need some ayahuasca to really make it happen.
I know,
to
late
flesh
summer
it out,
night,
yeah.
I got the orange lights. I'm like, damn, the sun's not even down yet.
Maybe Triple E could have given you a little something that would have helped out.
Yeah, maybe Red Bear could have handed me a chocolate bar.
You got orange lights and dusk? That sounds like a perfect setting
I'm like,
for
what's going on?
a little mind
It's
trip
not even
there.
dark yet, and all of a sudden I'm in Club Duvall.
Actually, the game wound up going 2:46 according to Young Tony, but that's because it was mostly in the 10th inning.
Yeah, it was
10th
all
inning was a little bit
extras.
longer, yeah.
10th inning got wild on both sides,
The
the
Ghost
top
Runner,
and the bottom.
I mean, what are you going to do for Eric Miller? Because somebody came in, again, another salty Declan comedy goes, Eric Miller's. The kids say, do you guys know about this? Sold. That's the word for choking now.
Oh, he sold?
That's the word for choking now.
No, that's not part of my vocab.
That's what the kids say. That's what the kids say. Eric Miller sold. And
But like,
so,
is that an auction? Sold!
But I said he didn't. He gave up a bunt, and you come up with a runner on second. We used to talk about when they invented the Ghost Runner. I was like, you're a reliever. You get a ground ball and a fly ball, and now you got the L.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So anyway, the bunt, I thought, and I'm going to have somebody talk to me about that. I thought they misplayed the bunt. They shouldn't have had Flores and Miller both converging on it. And if so, why wasn't Estrada covering? So anyway, that was misplayed. Now you got first and third. Then the fly ball, that kid, that 10-pitch at bat, the guy hits the sac fly. So he had a bunt and a fly ball, and then the next Altuve bunt caught him completely
Altuve,
napping.
man.
And by the way, they were booing Altuve. So,
Oh, every single at-bat, Murph, and I joined in on the boos.
Oh.
We can talk about this. We could do a whole segment on it. Jose Altuve is someone you should boo.
Okay.
I know we got into it last week about Aaron Judge and whether or not you should boo him because he's a good player or if you think he's a bad person. Altuve's both. He's a good player and a bad person. He's a cheater. So are the entire Houston Astros. And I was glad to see him get booed every time he stepped to the plate yesterday.
7 years later,
I'm still booing.
and you're sure they're the only ones that were cheating?
I'm sure Jose Altuve is the only man that stole an MVP trophy away from Aaron Judge.
Wow. And you're sure about this how? Where was it? You think he had a buzzer on his chest?
Dude, he's way too suspicious. I mean, Carlos Correa straight up came out and admitted they were cheating. We all know about the trash can scandal. There's footage online of hearing the trash can. There's photos of the trash can being in the hallway. Like, they got caught red-handed, partner, but Rob Manfred didn't punish them at all.
For a hunk of metal. All right, well, listen, that's neither here nor there. We got to call this bad boy in, speaking of Rob Manfred. And he did. Pat Burrell called him up, and he said, wait a minute. Since Bob Melvin chewed their ass, are they now 4-1? He said, don't you worry about it, you empty suit. Put it in the books. In 10 innings, San Francisco Giants 4, Houston Astros 3.
Beautiful baseball. Beautiful baseball. Screw you. Screw you.
Let's go, San Francisco. Let's go, Giants.
Thank you very much. Enjoyed it.
Good old Yaz to top it off. Jung Hoo Lee is still a big part of
Dude,
the
I literally
victory.
just said in, like, my mind when I was playing, I was like, damn, I lightweight forgot about Jung Hoo Lee. I think we got to take the song out of the victory song.
Okay.
I think we're at a point now where Jung Hoo Lee's been gone for too long.
Yeah.
We're not going to see him the rest of the season. It just doesn't really match the vibes of this team. now.
I'm totally with you and open to suggestions. I think we leave maybe a smidge of Jung Hoo Lee, the I love you, perhaps.
I love the part where he
Or
gets
the song.
the beer celebration at the end after he had a walk-off in his first, or was that his first home run they celebrated down in San Diego? We can leave that part,
well,
but
what's
I
been
think
the-
the song's got to go.
What's been the signature sound then since then? Is there anything with Brett Wisely, Elliot Ramos, Pat Bailey, Mikey Conforto?
The Dog-esque manifesto from Logan Webb, maybe.
we could do that.
But that's not really winning vibes.
No.
More of a losing vibe.
Yeah,
kind of
that's
thing.
true too. Has Casey Schmidt done anything? Anything Trenton Brooks?
It's got to be organic.
Has Trenton Brooks done
Anything
anything?
Trenton Brooks.
Has Brooks done anything?
Again, dude, I'm at the
got to
ballpark
see
yesterday,
Brooks last night.
and I saw Brooks on the scoreboard, and I'm like, yeah, Brooks was here.
Brooks was
he's,
here.
He's still here.
He's here.
Every day I'm shocked he's still on the roster.
0 for 3. He's hitting a $133 with a $133 slugging percentage.
Which I was
too.
surprised because over the weekend we saw Bob Melvin use Wilmer Flores against right-handed pitchers. He had 3 bombs in the last 3 games of the road trip, and here was Trenton Brooks at first base yesterday.
We'll have to talk about the lefty-righty stuff with Slater, too. They made a decision in the 9th with Hader, and then they kept him in against a righty against Montero, and it all worked out. All right, well, listen, Mauricio Dubón came back, too.
Oh, Dubon.
Throwing shade.
Yeah.
Throwing shade.
Him and Gabe Kapler still got some beef
We'll have to
going
get
on,
into
huh?
that. All right, there's somewhere out there, there's a Stanley Cup going down. Dan Hurley makes some news. These are things we could talk about as we get happy on a Tuesday morning and the victory song in the books. Guest list coming our way. Maybe young Tony will tell us what we should do with the victory song. Next on KMBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Strikeouts are boring. Besides that, they're fascists. Throw some ground ball. It's more democratic.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
ESPN's Jeremy Fowler stopped by our show yesterday morning to give us the latest contract update on Brandon Aiyuk and whether or not Trent Williams will be the next 49er to be paid. To hear that podcast and more, check it out now on KMBR.com and the KMBR app.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Good morning, Seamheads. Murph and Marcus keep rolling. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Here's the 1-0. Slater drives one to left, and that's going to win it. It will hit off the wall. Austin Slater comes through. Bailey's in to score. A booming walk-off line drive, wall ball single for Austin Slater. And the Giants pour out of the dugout, celebrate on the field. They take game one of this series in dramatic fashion. A 3-run bottom of the 10th, 4-3 Giants. They win it here against the Astros.
Just another laugher.
I actually considered last night a fairly important game. I don't know, maybe it's because I'm half nuts or whatever, but like, you know, my whole Flag Day thing, you know, and they got to get to 500 by Flag Day, and we figured out they got to go 3-1 in their next 4, including last night. Now 2-1 in their next 3. And I was like, you got to, and my 12-year-old kid asked me, he goes, well, why is it such an important win? I said, well, I had to explain. I was like, they've just been slipping and sliding and slipping and sliding, and they're like trying to ice skate and they've fallen down, or roller skate and they're falling down. I'm like, they're constantly 2 games under 500, constantly. I said they need to get some traction in a home game against a Houston Astros team that has not hit its stride or been healthy or done its thing. Houston, like, this is the gun. You got to go get this one. And so when they fell behind in the top of the 10th, I was mightily discouraged. But they wound up scoring 3 in the bottom of the 10th. We can go through it because it was kind of interesting, but it ends with Slater. And that's a big topic for today. Giants fans, bright and early on a June morning, Tuesday, June 11, are you willing to say, I owe you an apology. I was not familiar with your game.
Ooh, look at you, Murph.
So, do you feel like Slater was because he could have, we can go through this inning. He came up with the bases loaded, 1 out. He could have struck out. He could have hit into a double play.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Those things were on the table.
I mean, after what we saw, what happened with Jorge Soler, the previous at-bat, after seeing Austin Slater come in earlier in the game in the 9th inning when he was originally pinched hit for Yaz, he popped out the first on, like, the first pitch of the at-bat. So, no, I was kind of like with Declan yesterday. When Austin Slater was in the box, I didn't have a lot of confidence despite there being bases loaded with 1 out. All you needed him to do was hit a fly ball, and hey, I'll give credit where credit's due. Austin Slater came through clutch in that situation, easily his biggest hit of the season.
Yeah, oh gosh, yeah. Somebody said, is it his only hit of the season?
Oh, that's funny. That's a riff I had in my back pocket. It's not hard to say it's your best hit of the season when you've only had 8 of them the entire year.
Wow, 8. All right.
Yeah.
Well, you can remember each one of them individually.
1 of 8.
You can count them on 2 hands and have a couple of fingers left over.
Yeah.
But the way the inning went was you have to kind of go through some of these things here because, again, they lose this game. They're 3 games under. They've blown a really good Kyle Harrison start. Slater's in the focus. Solair's in the focus. Everything's feeling bad. Chapman, Schmidt's error to start the game.
Yeah, to be honest with you, I wasn't too happy when the Astros tied up that game 1-1. I did not think it was a good relay on the Jordan Alvarez triple.
We need to talk about that for a second.
Mikey Yaz bobbles the ball a little bit out in Triple's alley, gets it into Wisely. Wisely has a wide throw that's a one-hopper to Casey Schmidt. Still had a chance to get him. Schmidt doesn't dig it. Again, another play that Matt Chapman probably makes. But overall, all 3 parts of that relay to me were unsuccessful, and I don't think they should have scored that run that inning.
Totally agree. That was a very they had just scored the run in the previous inning. It was a ball that had double written all over it, And then you heard Kuiper say on the TV, he said, Alvarez is going for 3. And I'm like, well, if hose his rear end.
I was shocked sitting in the stadium yesterday, seeing him round second. I was like, oh, he's going to keep going. Oh, he's hose. He's gone. He's gone. Safe.
Yeah, and all 3, you're right. Yaz was, I don't want to say a little slow getting to it, or at least just not as crisp getting to it.
A little lackadaisical.
Perhaps. I think he thought it was a double all the way, too. And then Wisely's throw, while okay, was wide left to Schmidt. He had to try to one-hop it and slap a tag. Like, you'd like to see a big leaguer make that play. Not an easy play, but all 3 guys had a little bit of guilt on that one. And you're right. And then the very next pitch, I think the run came
back. Sack fly, run scores.
Yeah. So, and it was very discouraging. So that was that was a bummer. There was clouds everywhere. And then the way the 10th inning went with those bunts. And again, let's go over bunt defense here. Runner on second, nobody out. Let's get into the weeds here. Runner on second, nobody out. Okay, are you trying, if you're the Giants and you're prepared for a bunt, which I hope you are, I hope you're prepared for a bunt. They didn't look to be prepared for a bunt. And how about the bunt, which we talked about 2 weeks ago with Melvin in the dugout, right? Why don't you bunt more? The guy lays down a good one. The Giants looked unprepared because both Flores and Miller charged on the bunt. Then instead of having Estrada cover first, Flores turned around and tried to go back to the bag, which made it bang, bang play, and he was safe. Now, are you looking to get the out at third there? That's an aggressive play. In that case, maybe that's why Schmidt's not charging. He's there for the tag at third. Miller didn't think about that all the way. It was a pretty good bunt. You got to give him credit. But I feel like they biffed that bunt coverage. I don't know whether Estrada should have been covering or Flores should have stayed home and let Miller cover the first side of the bag. Schmidt charges, and whoever's playing short, Wisely?
Wisely's at short. So my breakdown of the situation was, with the guy on second, there's a possibility of making a play at third. Now, that's a risk it kind of move. Like, you got to make sure to get that guy out of third. It's got to be a hard comebacker to either Wilmer or to Eric Miller. So if Casey Schmidt is holding at third, that means Eric Miller's got third base coverage. Wilmer's got first base coverage. And it should have been Tyro Estrada covering first.
Maybe Miller confused Flores by going to the first base side of the mound.
Yeah, because Wilmer started to backpedal a little bit.
Yeah.
But that was not his responsibility. Especially as a lefty falling off to that side of the mound anyways. He's going straight to third
ask
regardless.
Kuiper about that, right? And so now the Astros have first and third. And then the next guy, that great at-bat, sac fly, that long, his Miller was trying to strike him out. I forget the gentleman's name who I have
Caratini.
A lot of Italians last night. The starting pitcher, Arrighetti.
Ooh.
And, Caratini.
Whoa, you talking Italians?
Shout out Houston Italians. So anyway, so now it's 2-1. That's a problem. But then Altuve then lays down a bunt. How about that? 2 bunts in that inning. I believe in small ball. I think the Giants should be doing more of it, quite frankly.
And how about the Astros taking this approach as the away team? Not even saying, hey, we're playing for 1 run because, of course, the Giants are getting the ghost runner also. But they're like, hey, we're going to start off extra innings. If you're going to give us that Manfred man on second, we're in the 8-9-1 spot of our lineup. Let's drop down a couple bunts.
So beautiful. Caught him that. Plus, it was just a beautiful bunt. First and second. Then Bregman hits a ground ball up the middle, and that scores a run. Now you're down 3-1. But he still gets out of it. He gets Alvarez to fly out, and then they make a change. Randy Rodriguez comes in, gets Jeremy Pena to ground out. So Rodriguez winds up getting the win. So let's go to the bottom of the 10th now. You're down 3-1. Brett frickin' Wisely gets the base hit right away to score Casey Schmidt. And you feel better already, right? By the way, Wisely's hitting .318. He's hitting .318.
And he got moved up to the leadoff spot yesterday, which they've done a couple times this year. But getting Conforto back, getting Wisely in that lineup, putting some lefties at the top of their order.
Then Ramos hits the ball to shortstop. Jeremy Pena to his right can't pick it. They call it an infield single.
Yeah, I thought it was an error.
I did too.
I think originally they scored it in an error and then changed it to a hit for Elliott.
I mean, if you're the Astros, you'd like to make that play. And he doesn't. Now it's first and second. Now here comes Patty Barrels. And that's a huge moment there. He just stays steady, stays up the middle. So drops a single in the center field, and Brett Wisely gets a great read on it, and comes up. Now we're all tied.
Wisely was flying.
Yeah.
Nice little blooper, Texas leaguer from Bailey. It's a brand new ball game.
The camera showed him. He was he's facing the plate when the ball's thrown. As soon as the ball's hit, he does a complete 180 to look at that, reads it, turns around and books. So now it's Ramos is at second, and here's the play. Conforto hits a comebacker. That could be a double play. And this is the play.
Should have been a double play.
Montero, the Astros pitcher, just flat kicks it. Just kicked it. That's the break. That's the huge break right there. That's the Astros. That's the old make 3 fewer mistakes than the other team.
Also, can we back it up just a little bit on that Patrick Bailey RBI knock? How about Elliot Ramos almost being backdoored at second base, overrunning second, thinking that he was going to go to third in that situation?
That was huge.
Not the greatest inning of base running by Elliot Ramos.
No, great call on that. Yeah, that was You know what? He by the hair of his chinny chin was not the goat there. Yeah. So now Conforto gets on because of a brutal error by Montero, the Astros pitcher. But Solair comes up bases loaded. And, guys, all we're looking for is Solair to have a moment. And he can't even deliver. Although he does hit a line drive off of Elliot Ramos' knee.
Oh, ouch.
Who's, kids, take your lead in foul territory. We still talk about that because the ball hits him. It doesn't matter. If he's in fair territory, he's out. So that ball goes off his knee. Now, was that still in his head when Solair hits a ground ball to first baseman Mauricio Dubón, who's now moved over to first?
Doobie-doobie-doo.
And Ramos does not break for home.
I was just sitting there scratching my head, and I'm yelling, what the hell is Elliott doing? Some guy turned to me and goes, it's a force out at home. I was like, yeah, that doesn't mean he shouldn't be running.
I know, exactly.
Like, that could have been a disaster, especially if you're Patrick Bailey. If you're on second running towards third, you see Elliot Ramos stop and go back. Then there's confusion on the base pass. What would have happened if Patrick Bailey would have pulled the E-brake? Next thing you know, it's a double, triple play, and the inning's over.
For a guy who's been just riding a wave of good energy, that was a tremendous brain fart by Elliot Ramos.
Because it was confusion.
Yeah, exactly. Now we got problems because now there's still a tie game, and Slater's up, and nobody believes in him. Nobody believes in it until you heard young Tony's rejoin set to the victory song, I Am Giant. And he said all he was trying to do was get the ball in the air, which took a little pressure off him. He said, like, I don't have to get a hit here. Just get it in the air. And he winds up barreling it off the wall.
That's all you need to do.
Yeah.
1 out. You've got a runner in scoring position on third base. It's simple. Put the ball in play, preferably in the air. He got the job last night. Again, as much as we've kind of talked down Austin Slater, it's good to see him succeed. And, hey, maybe this is one of those type of hits that will spark his bat for the remainder of the season.
And, ladies and gentlemen, with that win, you are now the sole owner of the National League's third wild card, 6th place spot. Correct. Thank you very much. Thank you. Half game ahead of the Cubs, Reds, Cardinals. So there you go. Say good morning to young Tony on a Tuesday, June 11, 6/11/24. How you doing, young Tony?
Good morning.
Hey, yeah, what'd you think, buddy? How's that breakdown?
It was
Take you
good.
back, yeah?
Yeah, Harrison pitched really well. I thought, I love to see Dubon back in the Oracle Park. He was always one of my favorite Giants.
Really?
Mauricio Dubon, dude, yeah.
Interesting.
Kind of a funny story. He
I never
actually
really gave my heart to Dubon.
I was not a big Dubon guy.
Not that I gave him my hate. I did think he made a few mental mistakes.
Yeah, a few base running mistakes.
I mean, who doesn't?
I mean, look at Elliot Ramos last night, Tony.
You know who doesn't? Some guys don't make them.
Yeah.
Does Matt Chapman make base running mistakes?
Doesn't feel like Matt Chapman makes those mistakes.
No. And what was it about Dubon that won you over? You kind of look a little like Dubon.
Well, that, and then also he sent me a cameo on my birthday, actually. My friends paid for a cameo.
Oh, there it is. Can we dig that up?
Oh, dude, I was actually thinking about it for the show.
It's got to be in the cooler of
It's
content
a happy
today.
birthday cameo.
1,000% you're digging that up. Please, dude.
Yeah,
that's
I got you
incredible.
guys. Yep.
Oh, that's incredible. And they did that because they knew you liked him?
Yeah, it's kind of a long story, but yeah, he was it was a good Giant. He was here for 3 years, and then he was traded for, let's not forget, Michael Papierski. I don't believe he's still in the league.
Papierski.
He's in AAA for the Detroit Tigers last time I checked.
You remember because it took Dubon away from you.
Correct,
Oh,
yep.
my God, this is incredible.
And he's turned into a star. Gold Glove last year. He's had the best year with the Astros last year. I mean, he was a decent player, utility guy.
He's got a ring.
And he's talking mad S on Gabe Kapler.
Yeah.
As you said, there may be a diss track coming.
Yeah, I mean, the quotes that we can get into later on in the show of him saying, yeah, there's just one guy I didn't like with the Giants, and he's no longer with the organization.
Really? Is that what you imagined?
I was like, is he talking about Papierski? Is that what he's talking about? All right, let's get the guest list going on Tuesday, June 11, 2024, 6/11/24. Everybody's happy, even if he gets shut down on 101 South for 10 long minutes. Just sitting there on the freeway as a guy serpentines in front of you. He serpentines and then he just parks sideways right in front of you.
Oh, the serpentine.
Right on the Waldo grade. And what are you going to do? Just take your beating. What do you got, Tony?
You hate to see it. All right, we got Dwayne Kuiper fresh off a Giants win, ladies and gentlemen. It's 7:30 this morning. It's a big day for Kuiper.
This is great. We got him a win. The sun is out. His birthday's next week. It's all good.
And if you stayed up late, you saw that call, which we'll play a little bit later. He wasn't sure if it was a home run or not.
Yeah. Well, it's dark out, So
there was confusion. And then we got the big hit at 7:50. Dave Fleming's going to stop by the show at 8:15. John Joe Curley thought we'd just give him a call, check in with Dave Flem.
Always a good conversation.
Big weekend for him over the weekend. I think all 3 of his kids graduated high school and elementary school or middle school, I believe.
Wow, great knowledge.
Good knowledge.
Yeah.
Great knowledge.
And then we got Tony Maserati at 9:15. Talking a little Boston Celtics.
Tony Maz, that's our
Tony
guy.
Maz.
We're talking, he's from 98.5, the Sports Hub in Boston. He's fantastic, friend of the program. All right, John Joe Curley was asking, why are they still booing the Astros all these years later? Do you You want to get into the psychology of this? Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
How about the fighting Giants?
Giants gamers, Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
High drive to left. It is off the wall.
There it is. Dwayne's like, is it? And it was off the wall indeed, and the Giants get their win. Hey, by the way, the man who struck that baseball, Austin Slater, joins Tolbert and Copes at 2:30 this afternoon. What sort of emo rejoin is this here, buddy? What is this?
We're talking Astros cheating. This is Eminem and Rihanna. I love the way you lie.
Okay, all right. There you go. I love the way you lie. I love the way 7 years later, statute of limitations has not expired. And I had a 12-year-old in my home last night asking, why are they booing Jose Altuve? He doesn't know from the Astros cheating scandal. He just doesn't know. He's still just kind of learning the sports world.
He was, what, 5 years old
Yeah.
when Jose Altuve was banging trash cans?
And it's not like there's like books around me. Like I used to get like, sports stars of 1979 and read about it. There's no books out there like the cheating scandal of 2017 for the kids to read. Plus, he doesn't read books anyway. So what am I going to say? That's a very sore subject, by the way.
He does not read books.
No, that's a sore subject.
What, he just watches TikToks instead?
Yeah, plays Brawl Stars. You guys down with Brawl Stars? Yeah, you guys.
I'm not down with Brawl Stars.
Young Tone?
Never heard of it.
Oh, boy. You guys haven't sold. So guys who choke sell or are sold, and then you play Brawl Stars.
Yeah.
So you.
What happened to Roblox and Fortnite?
Fortnite's like hanging out on the side, and like occasionally they get a little Fortnite Jones and they go on and play for a little bit, then they leave it on the side again.
Real quick, how come these kids are allowed to play Fortnite but not Grand Theft Auto?
Fortnite's because I don't think Fortnite's nearly as graphic, is it?
No, it's a great call, Marcus. It is. It is.
But
it's
all
a battle royale, Hunger Games style, where the kids have guns and they're trying to kill each other.
You're coming to a guy who doesn't know a ton about everything, but my impression is that Grand Theft Auto is a lot more like realistically human graphic.
Fortnite more is cartoonish.
Fortnite looks like sort of like Dungeons and Dragons. They're running around dressed as women. Yeah, that whole deal.
Yeah, but they're still shooting each other.
I know, but they're like dressed in skirts and ponytails and pigtails and all this stuff. Whereas in Grand Theft Auto, isn't that literally, don't you like carjack somebody and shoot them in the head?
Yeah, but you can also dress up in funny costumes if you want.
Don't you go see like drug dealers to score lids of mescaline and coke and all this?
You can actually start your own legitimate weed farm in Grand Theft Auto.
I think we're answering the question right.
I'm just asking questions,
Anyway, so the Astros. So they come into town, and he asked me, why are they booing? They said, well, I said, so for me, all along, I'm a cynic. Even when that whole thing was going down, I was like, yeah, it's bad. But I'm pretty darn sure they're not the only club in Major League Baseball doing that. That was my take all along. And again, I had no evidence. I mean, there was the Apple Watch thing with the Red Sox and the Yankees. Supposedly Bobby Thompson himself in the 1951 home run. The Giants win the pennant. Russ Hodges, supposedly he was tipped on a pitch. So, am I endorsing it? No, I'm not endorsing it at all. Am I going to get morally indignant that the Astros are the only club that's ever cheated in the history of baseball or sports? No. I'm like, yeah, they got caught, but I bet a bunch of other teams are doing it too. So anyway, that's why I don't get as upset at the Astros. But you feel differently. Others, 808-KMBR is the phone number, 415-808-5627, Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, because the boos are still going, literally, Marcus, 7 years later.
To this day, Murph. And it's great that you pointed out what happened with Major League Baseball the first year that they implemented the replay rooms. Every single team was using the replay room to either steal signs, break down at bats, so-and-so, and on and on and on. The Astros, where they separated themselves, is implementing the trash can system. And there's photos of the trash can in the hallway right next to a replay TV. There's footage on YouTube. John Boy did a great breakdown where you can literally hear trash cans banging when an off-speed pitch is coming. So again, you might be right. Everybody might have been using the replay rooms to cheat, but they took it to a whole nother level, and they took it to the World Series. And I know they beat the Dodgers, which I think affects some Giants fans with their viewpoint of the Astros cheating scandal, but it's the fact that they got caught cheating. Carlos Correa comes out and said, yeah, you know what? We cheated. Do something about it. And Rob Manfred did nothing. It's the fact that they were never punished by who's in charge of Major League Baseball that the rest of the fans around the league feel like they still have to punish Altuve, Bregman, and the cheating Houston Astros.
These are all fair points. Again, 408. So here's the reaction on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials section line. 408 says, I will boo the Astros, and he spells it with 2 S's, until every last player from that trash can team is gone. And I may even boo a while beyond that because their punishment was next to nothing. Strip the title, then I'll stop booing. White Mike checks in. 650, he says, screw Altuve. You'll always be the Lastros in my book. They're freaking cheaters. So there you go. Some angry there. 408 says, the Astros beat the bums down south, so we all won.
Yeah, that's kind of been my conspiracy theory. I've said this a couple of times, whether I'm talking to Copes or talking to you or some of the guys in the bullpen who seem like they don't hate the Astros as much. Yeah, it's a nice little caveat that they stopped the Dodgers from winning a World Series.
Yeah, 209 says the Astros deserve the hate because they got off easy with the COVID year without fans the year after the cheating scandal. They would have been buried that year, but when the cheating scandal came out, there were no fans in the park.
Yeah, exactly. And it goes back to Rob Manfred being a spineless commissioner and not handing down any punishments.
559 says, like Will Clark said, you got caught, partner. 408 says it wasn't the cheating. It was that they got off and the players were D's about it even after they got caught.
Dude, Carlos Correa was straight up gloating in an interview. Like, yeah, we cheated. Do something about it.
You mean Forever Giant?
Yeah.
Carlos Correa. Who, by the way,
shout out our guy.
Scored pretty high in the Athletics Anonymous poll. Do you see that, of the most overrated players?
Yeah, I didn't read too much into that poll. I saw it was only like 79 guys who were interviewed, and I don't know if you could base it straight off of that, but there were some guys taking shots at Jazz Chisholm.
It was odd that Jazz Chisholm Jr. caught the heat. He was the runaway winner of the most overrated player in baseball.
I think a lot of guys didn't like the fact that he ended up on the cover of MLB The Show. That, to me, was kind of the
That I did not know. You just
flag.
illuminated me. Thank you very much. That's it. Of course. A straight, as we said yesterday with the Gin Blossoms. Hey, jealousy. Hey, jealousy. Was that in your head all day yesterday, Young Tone?
No, not once.
Come on, man.
No,
Don't
once.
disrespect the 90s like that. 415 says, if you can win a World Series just by banging on a trash can, I'm in. 707 says, Altuve's a little punk cheater. He hid the mic under his jersey.
Oh, dude.
I don't. Do we really believe
The
that?
buzzer allegations,
Come
dude.
on, man.
I mean, the way that he acted when he hit that home run, where he runs the home plate, tucking in his jersey, saying, "Don't rip off my jersey. Don't rip off my jersey."
And then the new tattoo excuse. That was
the new tattoo
highly
excuse
suspicious.
that he got before the season started.
Highly
It wasn't a fresh
suspicious.
tattoo. Get the hell out of here with these lies, Jose.
Highly suspicious. 925 says, I'd plunk Altuve once a game every time I play them. 408 says, they still won after all that without cheating. They were good any way you look at it. Do you look at that non-cheating World Series title as proof that the cheating did not do it for him?
No, I still think they're cheaters.
209 says, Waterboy, cry me a river, build a bridge, and get over it.
No, I'm still not over it.
All right.
That bridge is broken down. I'm swimming in the river right now.
774 says, so do you take away Dusty's ring as manager so he doesn't get in the Hall of Fame?
Well, that was two different teams we're talking about. The cheating scandal was with Alex Cora as a manager, not Dusty Baker.
707 says, if baseball were to strip the Astros of the title, they need to take that Dodgers fake 60-game title away from them, too.
Oh, that's Fugazi.
I'm all in on
also.
that, too. I'm all in on that. 707 says, if you ain't cheating, you ain't winning. Oh, okay.
Ooh.
All right.
You ain't cheating, you ain't trying.
818 says, I'm with Murph on the cheating take. Again, I'm not proud of this. It's like, I would like to be more enraged about the Astros. I won't lie. Them beating the Dodgers played a huge role for me. It really did.
I understand.
The enemy of my enemy is my friend. You know?
I understand.
347 says, the Stros stopped the Yankees and Dodgers from winning a title, so I can't complain too much. I guess this guy doesn't like your Yankees.
No, he's probably happy that Jose Altuve stole an MVP away from Aaron Judge that season also.
916 says, Marcus forgets the Yankees got caught cheating with a similar, almost exact scandal, and all they got was a letter of reprimand.
They did not have a trash can. All right? It's not the same.
I like that. 707 says, who was at the top of the overrated baseball player list? It was Jazz Chisholm Jr., which I found odd, but then Marcus tells me he was on MLB. Why was he on the cover of MLB?
I don't know. Kids like him. He's got a lot of swag. He's got a lot of flavor. But no, I don't think he's talented enough to be on the cover of the show.
650 Joe says the Astros said, hold my beer, and came back and won it in 2022 without cheating.
Yeah, just take away that first time.
707 says, so should we still boo Shoeless Joe Jackson and the Chicago White Sox for cheating and gambling?
You're damn right.
Well, the White Sox are having their own things. We've been saying in our Cooler of Content thread, the White Sox postgame show is making almost nightly appearances in it. Ozzie Guillen was crawling onto the set last night.
Dude,
was that the deal? He was crawling?
Things are going bad down south in Chicago.
559 says, what do you give me for Altuve and Oscar the Grouch, which leads us to our first Young Tony. Young Tony, would you know Oscar the Grouch?
It does sound familiar.
Okay. Okay. I like when you always couch it with, it does sound familiar. So straight up right now, if you had to identify who Oscar the Grouch was, you wouldn't know?
Oh, it's one of those characters, Sesame Street?
Did Curly just tell you?
No, he was telling me about Moskowitz.
You didn't Google it real quick, did you?
530 says, I DGAF about the Astros. I have more hate for them being in the old school NL West. Young Tony, did you know the Astros are once Giants National League West rivals?
Wow, I did not know that.
Can I throw you the NL West that's going to blow your mind?
Sure,
It's
yeah.
gonna blow your mind. This is what I grew up with, buddy. This was my life. Okay, you got 6 teams in the NL West. 6. San Francisco Giants, Los Angeles Dodgers, San Diego Padres. That makes sense, right?
Yeah,
you ready for the next 3?
Those are teams on the West.
The Houston Astros, the Atlanta Braves, and the Cincinnati Reds. Was the NL West.
Really?
How about that, bro?
How long ago was that?
All the way until 1980. Dude, till 93 or so? Jesus, when did they finally realign? 92, 93? When the Marlins and the Rockies came in?
It's a great question.
93.
Me and young Tony weren't alive.
93. Dude, Reds were playing the Reds today. It's a big division rival. We got to go get them. That's how it was back
Who's
in
the guy
day.
that drew up the division and said, yeah, Atlanta. That sounds like a West Coast team to me.
And then the Atlanta Falcons were in the NFC West. They were in the West in both baseball and football. And then don't forget the Carolina Panthers in the NFC West. I used to cover the 49ers. We got a divisional game. Where are you flying? Across the country to Carolina. There it is. So anyway.
Yeah, the West Coast part too.
All right, very fun. All right, are you going to apologize to Austin Slater? I'm talking to you in your car, on your YouTube, on your Twitch. Are you going to apologize to Austin Slater? Next on the Sports Center.
Austin Blanken Slater.
All right, bright and early on a beautiful Tuesday. We got Steve Moskowitz on the line, good friend. Steve, you want to talk to us about unfiled tax returns?
This is a situation that just cuts across all walks of life. So many people are around that just didn't file a tax return. The number one reason people don't file a return is plain old simple. They didn't have the money in the first year. They made a mistake. They didn't file the return. Then the second year rolls around, and they say, well, how can they file the first year and then file the second year? And then it becomes a lifestyle. And one of the crying shames is that people cause themselves a lot of problems that could be avoided just by filing your return. In a lot of cases, people get these big bills, and they say, I can't pay it. It's impossible. And they don't file the return because the government makes up a return when you don't file. It's called an SFR, substitute for return. And a lot of times filing the return and getting down to the actual tax, sometimes it's a small amount, sometimes it's a refund. All types of deals we want to make for you. The bottom line is if you haven't filed the returns, don't worry about it. And if you don't have your records, that's okay too. We'll get everything the IRS and state has on you. Let us take care of you. The only thing you have to do is call us and we'll explain all your rights, all your options.
Well, there you go. Give him a call. That was tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney, and he should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL or go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. It's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Here's the 1-0. Slater drives one to left, and that's going to win it. It will hit off the wall. Austin Slater comes through. Bailey's in to score. A booming walk-off line drive wall ball single for Austin Slater. And the Giants pour out of the dugout, celebrate on the field.
Well, there it is with the Marcus Boucher, Tony Farias request. Despite my grunge request of Nirvana's All Apologies, I get voted out by One Republic here. There it is, and this is our message to Austin Slater. One swing of the bat changes everybody's mood, changes everybody's opinion of Austin Slater, or does it? 808-KNBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. It certainly was a big moment for him. Sometimes one swing is more than one swing.
Yeah.
And here's a guy who it's June 11 this morning, but last night it was June 10. He was standing in the box, and his approval rating was about 0.01%.
Yeah.
Right? So
probably could have gone a little lower than that, actually.
I mean, everybody questioned why he was brought back and Matos wasn't. Oh, they did see Baggerly. Baggerly took a shot at everybody. Did you see in his piece the other day? He said Austin Slater, who is I have to find the exact phrase, but he said who has received criticism from the less sophisticated corners of the fan base.
So sophisticated, Bags is. Less sophisticated. Who the hell uses the word sophisticated when you're talking about a fan base?
Sophisticated. Yeah, sophisticated. So there's a couple songs.
Sophisticated.
There's some songs out there, aren't there? Sophisticated
There's a
in
couple
there.
rap songs out there.
Anyway, the point is that there are like those inside the know. And I remember if we go back and look and we talked about it, I think we said, I think our ultimate take when he came back was we asked Will Clark to give that great answer that went viral on social media thanks to the digital crew. He said, I'm not a fan. Not a fan of this decision at all. And then I think we said, well, he has got to give it a little bit of time and then pull the plug. Like, he has a little bit of a time to perform, and he performed last night. He's actually played okay in Texas, too. Got on base a few times. What's interesting about last night is, and we need to get into this, and if you're just joining us, good morning. Did you know the Giants won last night on a 4-3 walk-off single from Austin Slater with the bases loaded? After being down 3-1 going to the bottom of the 10th, a 3-run rally by the Giants, stoked by Brett Risley, Pat Bailey, and Austin Slater. And oh, by the way, while I'm telling you, you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. So anyway, so the Slater, to start the ninth inning, Josh Hader comes in, and you're at the game. Now, do you remember Josh Hader and Mike Yastrzemski have a history?
I do.
You remember this?
Was some history of Yaz putting one into the cove, correct?
Yaz hit a grand slam off a fireball and lefty with a funky release point.
When he was with San Diego, correct?
Lefty on lefty crime that just doesn't happen, right? And so it was an incredible at bat for Yaz. So I was reading the reports after the game. They said in the dugout, Hader comes in and Yaz is due to lead off the ninth. And the Giants go ahead and tell Slater to grab a bat. And he said to Ryan Christensen, so are you sure you want to do this? He said, Yaz has this history. He said, yeah, we're sure. And he goes up there and swings at the first pitch and fouls out to first.
Yeah.
Ooh. At that point, the approval rating went down to 0.05%, dude. So, I mean, now you've pinch hit for Yaz. And the ironic thing is now in the 10th inning at 3-3, it's a righty on the mound.
How about that?
You never let Slater face a righty.
In the situation you try to avoid, Slater in a righty-on-righty matchup. But that's some of the time where you just got to throw analytics out the window, Murph. Again, I probably would have stuck with Yaz. I know the analytics tell you got to put it in the right-handed bat. But what Austin Slater has showed us the entire season, I was not confident with him in the 9th inning. I was not confident with him in the 10th inning. But he proved me wrong. He stepped up, got the job done, and put one off the wall, and the Giants walked it off.
So the answer to answer to the question that you asked in your rejoin, is it too late to apologize?
Me, personally, it probably is too late. Because I've talked a lot of S about Austin Slater. And I've said it's not personal. It's not like I'm out here preying on his downfall. I just thought Luis Matos had the better spring training, should have been your opening day right fielder. And it's funny because even last night, as I was at the game, I recorded the walk-off hit. I posted it on social media, and the first couple responses are, "Oh, Waterboy, you still want Luis Matos over Austin Slater?" And I'm here to tell you this morning, the answer is still yes. I still would have preferred Luis Matos up in that situation. Now, that's not to take any shine away from Austin Slater. Again, credit where credit is due. The guy's been struggling the entire season, but he got the job done last night.
Well, like I said, I think a week ago in the decision making, I get it. I'm not in love with it. I get it, and I'm giving Slater a couple of weeks to see what he can do, and last night he did do it. So here's some post-game reaction last night. You hear Bob Melvin, Bo Mel, as we like to call him, Z1, young Tony, 6'10", Z1, about the big moment for Slater this year from last night.
Yeah, that was huge. I mean, it's been, like you said, it's been a little uneven from the very beginning with the injuries and a little bit of a struggle to start and, not getting a ton of playing time and then come up in a situation like that where, typically he's playing against lefties and knows he has to get a ball in the air. And it's, with Bailey at third, it's not, not our fastest runner, but a pretty good charge into that one. So pretty rewarding for him for all the hard work.
Yeah, so Bubba acknowledges it's been a really weird season for this guy. So keep our eyes on him as we go forward here. Again, they say Matos will be back. Mm-hmm. He will be back. But more comments from his teammates last night. Pat Bailey, young Tone, cut Z's and Zebra. Bailey checking in on Slater doing this off a righty.
Yeah, that was huge. That was huge. We needed that knock, and he's such a good at-bat every time he's up there, no matter where we're at in the game, and obviously to do it off a righty is pretty cool for him too.
There it is, man. So big moment. A couple more. Austin Slater after the game threw on the headset for NBC Sports Bay Area. And obviously you talked about that pinch hit in the 9th inning when he goes in to face the lefty and fouls. By the way, something about fouling out. There's just something about fouling out. It's just
seeing Jose Abreu make the catch against the net.
Would you rather strike out than foul out?
I think
almost,
so.
Maybe. You know what I mean? It's just
because it's the sadness of standing in the box and watching it come down. They're like, ooh, maybe that's going to get out. Maybe that's going to go into the crowd. Nope, straight into the glove of Jose
And you're
Abreu.
at the game, so you can't see it, but the TV camera was trained on Slater's face walking back to the dugout, and he had to do that. He was trying to do that. I want to frickin' tear my jersey into shreds. And so he was just doing this slow shake of his head and looking up. They always look up in the upper deck. That's what they do to try to take their head. Looking up in the upper deck, slow shake of the head. And I was like, stock down right
You
now.
think in his mind as he's walking back to the dugout, he's like, look, I tried to tell you guys. You should have hit Yaz.
He did try to tell him,
I
too.
tried telling you guys.
Literally
I didn't want to be in this situation.
Are you sure?
You sure about that?
How about that?
You sure about that?
So here he is, cut T, young Tony, about getting that the second at bat against a righty after flailing against Hader.
Yeah, I feel great. I was jonesing for the opportunity to get up there again. I felt like I missed a good pitch to hit off Hader, so I was hoping to put some simple swing on it and get the ball in the air.
Yeah, so he get the ball in the air was the thought process, and he did it too. That guy Montero had a rough day. Not only does he cough up that entire save, he biffed a comeback or ground ball that could have changed the entire game.
Yeah, and then you have Pena out here booting balls. I know Elliot Ramos got credit for a hit. I thought that was an error also. Not a clean 10th inning for the Houston Astros.
More Slater about his routine as a pinch hitter to get ready and getting in the box, what he's looking for here.
Yeah, just stretch it loose in the third or fourth, and depending on the team, start getting ready with my routine and start doing some velo machine and just kind of keep hitting throughout the game. At least for them, they're only lefties, they're closers, so kind of start that routine a little later tonight. But glad I got in there.
Austin Slater, everybody. Hearing him, does this make your morning? Are you smiling over your Wheaties right now as you hear Austin Slater talking? Come on, man. It was a great night at the Yard, and he's the hero. So we want to ask you guys at 415-808-5627, are you ready to apologize and see more Slater 808 KMBR's a phone, or no, just one moment in time and you don't want to see him again.
I think this is a good moment for Austin Slater. I'm still not joining the Austin Slater fan club. Murph, as I said earlier this morning, it was his biggest hit of the season, but he's only had 7 other hits throughout the entire season. That was his 8th hit last night. And I actually kind of feel bad. The fact that it was off the wall as a walk-off means he still doesn't have an extra base hit this year.
That's pretty funny, man. Yeah, he said that. By the way, tonight's pitcher for the Astros is a right-hander, Blanco, so no Slater in the starting lineup.
Blanco, who threw a no-hitter earlier this year for the Houston Astros.
That's great knowledge now. Slater at his locker after the game, admitting the weight off the shoulders there.
Felt great. Just trying to get the ball in the air, stay short and simple, and obviously whenever you can come through big for your team and in a spot when you've been struggling, it feels that much better, and that definitely lifted a big weight off my shoulders, so that felt really nice.
So there you go. Good moment for him, and congrats to the Giants. Hey, as I said, do you agree with me that, I hate to even say it, but it was a big game last night? Like, it was a big game. Like you fall 3 under 500 again, and this slip sliding away just can't get to 500. And believe me, Flag Day's Friday now. It's within reach, guys. All you got to do is go 2-1 in the next 3 games. I'll take 3-0 in the next 3 games, quite frankly, because the Angels coming in Friday are a bad team. And you have Hicks tonight, although they said he was sick last night in the clubhouse.
Feels like Jordan Hicks has been sick a few times this year. Shout out the Stroop waffles and the bananas earlier this year.
That's right.
Yeah.
Is he one of those kids that he misses school a lot because he's sick?
Yeah, Mom, I'm sick.
Yeah. Stay home and watch Price is Right.
Yeah, I was telling Tony about that the other day.
About Price is Right?
Staying home and watching Price is Right. After we were talking Todd Sajak, he's like, you think I know any of these hosts? I was like, yeah, do you know who Bob Barker is?
Does he know Bob Barker?
And he kind of drew a blank and didn't realize that Bob Barker is the same guy that not only hosts The Price is Right, but also made a cameo in Happy Gilmore, and he fights Happy Gilmore throughout the movie. Tony was unaware of that.
I believe they say The Price is Wrong B.
That is correct. And he's like, oh, it all makes sense. You can see the dots connecting in the brain of young Tony.
Yeah, did you watch the Pat Sajak farewell, buddy?
No, I heard it on Tolbert Copes that day, though. I was driving around that afternoon. They played it, yeah. Right. By the way, Jack Loader did not know Pat Sajak.
He didn't.
He did not. So I was like, damn, all right, I feel a little bit better now.
That's a bright kid now. I'm surprised. Okay, I'm going to have to break his cojones.
You got to get
about that one, too. Okay, guys, 408 checking in on the text line. We asked the question. Says Slater is still well below the Mendoza line. For another 408 says, absolutely not. I'm apologizing. The guy finally gets his 8th hit of the season and all is forgiven. He didn't even want to be out there to begin with. What are we talking about here?
Tell him 408.
God, jeez. 916 says, hey, that Ramos ball was a hit. Sure, Pena would have had to make an excellent play to get a force at second.
Just my opinion. I thought he could have made it.
Asked 831 says, can you ask young Tony if he even knows what Wheaties are? Do you know what Wheaties are?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, you do?
Do you eat your Wheaties?
Let's be honest. I mean, for such a famous cereal, like it's legendary. Oh, you get on the Wheaties box. Not a good cereal.
Mid.
Mid indeed.
I think it's more about just being the hype of being on the box.
Without question. And when I was growing up, it was Bruce Jenner was the big Wheaties guy. And then things changed. You know what I mean? So thank you very much for that laugh check. I appreciate that.
I got you.
Oh, a lot of people say, hey, we got to be sensitive. Jordan Hicks has type 1 diabetes.
Oh, okay.
That's serious business. Okay, that's serious business.
Go get some Stroop waffles.
Yeah, for sure. 209 says, keeping Slater was a no-brainer. Slusser, Baggerly, and Bowmel are not wrong. Matos will get another shot. Slater deserved this. 408 says, for crying out loud, give Slater his due without immediately piling on with the negativity. He says, meanwhile, why is Jorge Solair sliding under your radar? He seems like a nice guy, but what a disappointment.
Hip, hip, Jorge.
Will he ever turn it around?
Will he hit a home run with someone on base?
My God.
That's the biggest question.
707 says, Matos would have hit that ball over the wall, not off it. Hit the gym, meat. So there you go, man.
Weight room Slater.
And 209 says, and yes, I said this last week, too. He says, this is the Minx in... I don't know what he's talking about. So anyway, let's go to Sean in Vacaville checking in on this whole deal. Sean, good morning. How are you?
What's up, Sean?
What's going on, guys? So I didn't like the matchup, the lefty-righty matchup last night. I do not apologize for Slater, but I hate to say it, I was more confident in his at-bat than Solair's all game.
Yeah, my God. He's... Solair's... Again, the numbers are so dramatically down from his career. The back of the baseball card or the back of the baseball reference webpage tells you he will turn it around. But Sean, I don't know if he's grinding the bat into a fine powder. I don't know what's going on, man. But Think of how different this team would be if he had produced in just a couple of situations, Sean.
I mean, it's one of those things. He used to be one of those guys that you would stop what you were doing to watch his at-bat. Kind of, not saying he's like Barry, but kind of like Barry, where you just think he can get a hold of one. And now it's Solair's up. Okay, we're inning over. And it's tough to watch.
It is, Sean, and we appreciate the call, man. Thanks for checking in. Yeah.
And the surprising part to me is this is a guy that has proven before in his big league career that he can be clutch. We're talking about a guy that won World Series MVP. But this year with runners in scoring position, he absolutely disappears at the plate. Again, 7 home runs, only 18 RBI.
But the more important question is, I was asked by my kid, how do you feel about those mustard yellow cleats he was wearing last night?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, he's got to shake something up.
I mean, I
do
actually
something
said,
differently.
My kid was shocked. I said, I'll accept it.
Wow.
He goes, really? I said, yeah. At least it's not white.
Oh, come on.
That's what the A's wear.
The A's also wear yellow cleats.
Not those. Those are. You know what those look like? Those look like something out of European soccer. Look like something. Look like he was scoring a goal for Real Madrid.
It did give me some Jock Peterson vibes.
Did it?
He likes to use those flashy colors too.
Now listen, Solair the other night. Which game was it? In Texas, I think, where he came up with the bases loaded and hit an absolute pea missile to third base, but it got knocked down. He has been a little bit of a victim of some hard hit balls that are found, but for the most part, he's been a disaster.
And that's something that I've pointed out over the last couple of weeks. It does seem like he's squaring up the ball more often, but again, whenever he does, it's either going straight to somebody's glove or there's nobody on base and he's not doing any damage.
Dude, 406 with an incredible pull. He says, I'm getting Ricky Leday vibes from Jorge Soler. That's incredible, dude. 650 says that Soler AB in the 10th was bad. He did hit a rocket, but it went off Ramos's knee. So there you go. The Ricky Leday call is in 10. 707 says, I'm calling it right now. Soler will be on fire in July, in August. Another 707 says there a warranty on the solar power.
Ooh.
And 916 says Slater over Matos was so obvious, I'm not sure why there's any hate.
Was it obvious?
That's what he's saying. He says, what's better, to play every day in the minors or ride the bench in the bigs? This is an easy choice.
Well, how about you just play Matos every day?
I'm more towards Slater than you. I'm not fully endorsing it. I get what you're saying, but Slater does have enough. He's earned a couple of weeks tryout for this. And look, last night he performed, although he didn't in the 9th.
No.
Didn't in the 9th.
And here we are in the middle of June talking about how he's earned a couple more weeks.
Yeah.
Smurf, we're almost halfway through the season.
This is where we're at, buddy. Okay, well, listen, that was the segment. Are you ready to apologize to Slater? It sounds like the audience is decidedly split on that question. But hey, the 49ers remain in our lives. Adam Schefter went on national radio today and addressed the Brandon Aiyuk situation. What did he say, and what does it mean? Next on KMBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
So I was showing Marcus Twitter is just this endless stream of content. Somebody just put up the introductions to the 1971 All-Star game, and I was like, "Hey, Marcus, come check this out." It's at Tiger Stadium. Manager Sparky Anderson runs out of the dugout. Leadoff hitter Willie Mays lopes out of the dugout. Two-hitter Hank freaking Aaron trots out of the dugout. Three-hitter Joe Torre trots out of the dugout with his major chops, sideburns.
If you would have told me it's Willie Mays, Hank Aaron, and then Joe Torre was the three-hitter, that blew my mind.
And then four-hitter straight out of Encinal High, Alameda's own Willie Stargell. 5-hitter. Oh, yeah. Guy called Stretch, number 44, comes just loping out of the dugout, all 6'4" of them. And then your 6-hitter, oh, by the way, at the backstop, Johnny Bench. Strangely, there's a second baseman from the Cubs hitting second I've never heard of named Glenn Beckert. This guy's like, what am I doing? Who am I and what am I doing here? Right? So, anyway, yeah. Did you just say, did Vida Blue start that game? Are you young Tony?
This goes back to my knowledge with Bill Lasky. I did a show, The Celebration of Life, in honor of Vida Blue, and we talked a lot about that. He started that game, 1971, RIP, man. One of the best.
Double tap to the heart, point to the sky. Nicely done, kid. You know what? Give that kid some applause.
Anyway. Having lunch with Lasky today. Not gonna lie. Yeah.
Is he gonna? Well,
Burlingame.
There's a riff there somewhere, isn't there? Like about him making you go do an interview during our show.
Still
he makes John Joe do that. We're like, hey, where's Curly? They're like, he's setting up a Lasky interview.
Yeah.
Like, what's that all about?
Turns out Lasky's got Will Clark this weekend.
Lasky might have the 1971 National League All-Stars on his show this weekend.
He might interview the entire lineup.
From the great beyond. You know what I mean?
That's the power of Lasky.
Oh, my God. So anyway, we told you guys that Adam Schefter spoke. And when Schefter speaks, we listen.
Listen.
So, again, we're going dark now for a little bit here, and they're not going to do anything for a while. I don't anticipate any movement. So he was on ESPN radio this morning, Unsportsmanlike, and they asked him, about CeeDee Lamb. Also doesn't have a contract going in. Will he hold out? Schefter's whole thing was in the hit. I heard it on the way in. Oh, wait, I should correct myself. I heard it as I was parked on the Waldo Grade as a kindly California high patrolman parked his car sideways on the middle of the highway.
I really hope that this guy listens to our show. And like once a month, he just gets a kick out of slowing down Murph on the bridge.
It's so funny. Like sometimes I was only 20 seconds away from being ahead of him. Oh. That kind of thing. You see him, he whips out around Alexander Avenue and starts serpentining. You're like, dude. Well, just take your beating. You just take your beating.
Sometimes, you know what, Murph? You ever think about waking up 20 seconds earlier? Leaving the house 20 seconds earlier?
There you go. And in fact, I can trace those 30 seconds I could have got back. See, it's all sliding doors. Mm-hmm. Anyway.
The butterfly effect. That is the morning of Brian Murphy.
So he goes on. He's talking about, he doesn't think there will be holdouts. But Chris Canty asked him, he goes, speaking of receivers, he goes, what's the situation in San Francisco? Brandon Aiyuk, he actually asked him, what's the situation with Brandon Aiyuk and Deebo Samuel? And here's the answer.
Will they still get a deal done with Aiyuk here long term, or do they just play it out? They want to get it done, but we've seen what's happened with the wide receiver market. It's exploded. And so I'm sure Brandon Aiyuk feels like his price and value have gone up, and I'm sure the Niners feel like they've been fair in their offer. And so if he doesn't get a deal done, well, they want to keep him long term. They're trying to keep him long term, but if they can't, they did draft 2 wide receivers in the first 4 rounds of the draft with the idea knowing if there were questions about that room, the wide receiver group, not so much this season, but after this season, which is why you go take 2 wide receivers in the first 4 rounds.
There it is. So we've been sleeping on the Jacob Cowing 4th round pick out of Arizona. There's a few, who was it? Somebody prominently was high on him. ESPN analyst that sat with us in Vegas. Paul, help me out on
Louis
Friday.
Riddick.
Thank you. Was it Riddick? Was very high on him.
I'd have to go back and check the tapes.
Anyway, the Niners took 2 receivers in the first 4 rounds, as Schefter's saying, to prepare for 2025. And it really does sound like more and more, the Matt Mayoko angle that, they might kick this can down the road. I jock-blogged about this saying, are you guys okay with this? Like, if they do, just say, play it out. And would there be a disgruntled Brandon Aiyuk on your hands? And he's got to be a pro about it because he's got to play for his next contract. He can't just pout, take his $14 million, have a bad year, and then drive his value down.
I mean, that's the worst possible scenario for Brandon Aiyuk. He doesn't get a contract extension. He shows up to training camp after holding out, is unhappy, finds himself back in the Kyle Shanahan doghouse. His numbers take a hit. He's not an all-pro wide receiver. Then he's not making $25, $30 million. Then he's going to be offered less on the free market. And that's why I think when we're seeing these reports that came out yesterday from Michael Silver, that the 49ers are in the ballpark of a $26 million range contract. I think that's the perfect spot for Brandon Aiyuk. Of course, he's going to want upwards of $30 million after seeing Amon-Ra St. Brown get paid, after seeing Justin Jefferson get paid. But I think that's where he kind of falls in the hierarchy of wide receivers, that if he did get paid that $26 million, would make him the 8th highest paid wide receiver in the league. And I think that's a fair spot to pay him.
Yeah, he says so. I mean, $26 million. If you're Brandon Aiyuk, you should probably think that that's a decent number, right? I mean, you get that greedy that you want to be. No, man. Waddle got 30. I need 30. I mean, that's that game they play, that AAV game. That I'll show you mine if you show me yours type of thing. So, $26 million. It would, in terms of salary cap, what it does to them going forward. I hate to even say this, man, because I love Brandon Aiyuk. Believe me, I got nothing but love for the guy. But I kind of almost think like the smart play would be to kick the can down the road and make him play at $14 million. I mean, what is the benefit of securing him long term? Well, security, chemistry with Purdy, happiness in the receiver room. You're guaranteeing though that Debo's gone after next year instead of choosing one of the two after this upcoming year.
Yeah, and you're able to restructure his contract so it won't be a $14 million hit on the salary this year. Lower that number down. Some of that money can carry over to next season when you got to pay Brock Purdy, so that would also be a benefit. But, Murph, you're right. They could just play it out this year on the fifth-year option, and if they want to take it a step further, if Brandon Aiyuk wants $30 million, they could franchise tag him, and he'll get that $30 million for 1 year.
Yeah, they don't like the 1 year. They hate the franchise tag, and you get it. They want long-term security. Again, these guys only have these little moments in time to leverage their opportunities. They only have 1 or 2 years, max, maybe 1 year. Maybe Brandon Aiyuk will never get leverage like he has right now, and that's why he has to do this business-wise. But it is interesting that Schefter puts out there that, as Christian McCaffrey once said to us here, last week in a famous line, business is business, my friends. And that's why they draft Ricky Pearsall and Jacob Cowings. And, man, somebody texted in and said Scott McCloughan was another guy who was high on Jacob Cowings.
Wow.
So, that's a kid. He's a fourth rounder out of Arizona. He looked pretty explosive. And as Christian McCaffrey says,
business is business.
Oh,
yeah,
man.
and that's the thing with Cowens that we're hearing is this guy's got elite speed. They're trying to add more weapons to an offense that is already loaded. But think about it. This is a team that's competing for a Super Bowl, has all these offensive weapons, and they invested 2 draft picks on wide receivers, even throwing an Isaac Guerrero running back in the middle of that draft.
It was Louis Riddick who said it. Louis Riddick, he called it, and he called him lightning in a bottle, is what he called him. About getting, he said he'll tear up rookie minicamp, cap, all that stuff. You'll be like, wow, you wait and see. He'll blow your mind. He's fast and quick. He's like a little bolt of lightning gone. So that was Scott McCloughan, pardon me. Then Riddick's quote was, they drafted a guy in the 4th round who no one's talking about right now. This guy's just lightning in a bottle. He's another guy who can work the interior of the field between numbers with blazing speed, great separation, great hands, and run after catch. So that's Riddick and McCloughan.
Yeah, my only question is, how does he get on the field? If Debo and Aiyuk are still on the roster, if Jawan Jennings is on the roster, if Ricky Pearsall was on the roster, then maybe he's your number 5 wide receiver. Yeah. Like we've seen this before with Danny Gray, where these guys come in with elite speed. They can take the top off of defense. But obviously Danny Gray didn't work out, and that's why they went with Jacob Cowing instead.
Yeah, this is bad news for Danny Gray. Bad news for Ronnie Bell.
Yeah.
So, if you're going 5 receivers, you're going Debo, Aiyuk, Jennings, Pearsall, and Cowing. And that's it.
Yeah.
Because you don't want to pass these guys through the waiver wire. If you can't pass Jacob Cowing through the waiver. So Ronnie Bell and Danny Gray are kind of insurance policies now.
I think so. I think they're battling for a practice squad spot.
Yeah. 916 says they could also franchise tag him a year later, which we talked about.
Franchise.
Yeah, they could do this. So anyway, man, it was Mayoko who kind of introduced it. Silver kind of backed it up. Now you got Schefter talking about the 2 receivers. The narrative is changing a little bit. And I don't think I'm violating his privacy by saying I did speak to 49er GM John Lynch yesterday about his upcoming trip to Ireland.
How about
is what I did. So
we for some pub recommendations.
I gave him the pub map, but we did not discuss Brandon Aiyuk. All right, we got to respect a man's. You got to respect a man's pint.
Now, did you give any pub recommendations to Brandon Aiyuk? Maybe the boys can meet up over a beer, over a pint out in Ireland.
Maybe time to play it again for those who haven't heard it. He may not need to go to Ireland. Why would he leave his own backyard when everything he needs is right there in his life?
What is it?
We blessed to have life this morning. The grass green, the trees is blown. You know what I'm saying? The pool water heated. All the trucks is filled up with gas. Premium.
Okay, there you go. We can get the breakfast on the table and the kid on the trampoline, too.
Yeah, kid on the trampoline. And by the way, after seeing photos of young Tony's backyard yesterday, I need a Brandon Aiyuk-style video from young Tony. Grill is on, propane full. Dude. Like, this kid's got a beautiful backyard.
Now you're thinking like a Please Don't Destroy boy from the digital department.
Got a bar in the back.
You're doing the
beers are cold.
You're doing the digital.
Young Tony's living the life out in Danville.
Oh, man. I need that. Can you get that for us, please?
I could, yeah. I don't like to gloat, but I could.
That could be huge.
Yeah.
That could be huge.
We're also talking about a kid who hasn't sent out a tweet in like 3 years.
What happened to the rooftop riffs from Marcus Boucher at the...
the Warriors season is over.
Okay, those are strictly Warriors?
Yeah, that was a Warriors bit.
You can't do every Giants preview?
I could, but I'd be on the way to the ballpark, maybe walking past the houseboats.
Can we do? I mean, this guy's got it going. He saw the final out last night and was home in like 30 seconds.
Dude.
This guy's incredible.
Final out last night, I think, was 9:35. My head was on the pillow by 9:55.
That's insane.
Yep.
Gosh, that's just fantastic.
Just living the life.
So proud of you.
Living the dream.
All right, guys, here's the deal. Here's our map going forward. We got Dwayne Kuiper, who's happy, and he had a call last night that he made fun of last night because he couldn't tell whether the ball was gone or not. So Dave Fleming at 7:30. 7:50, we're debating the big hit, whether it's Draymond Green speaking about Jordan Poole or apologies to Austin Slater. Maybe Slater's a little more newsworthy right now. And then Dave Fleming at 8:15. We do at some point have to play you guys that Draymond Green stuff. Seems like it's taken him like a year and a half, but he's now feeling remorse over the whole Jordan Poole situation. And then Tony Maserati from Boston, 98.5 The Sports Hub, one of the greats. He'll join us and talk about the NBA Finals. So Dwayne Kuiper after a win, everybody, after a win. Next on the Sports Leader.
I think I'm going with little weenies this time.
All right, let's talk about the North Bay. Marin Health, world-class health. Up there, we got world-class beauty, and we got world-class health care. Marin Health. It's not just the closest medical care, but the best. With a cardiology team that delivers treatment twice as fast as the national average, a world-class maternity care center with doctors and midwives available 24/7, an accomplished orthopedic team to get you back on the trail, and a partnership with UCSF that expands our world-class capabilities. It's all right here to get you closer to being at your best. Marin Health, world-class care, closer than you think.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why we all mimic his call. Time for Murph and Marcus to catch up with Kite on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
High drive to left. It is off the wall.
There it was. was last night, bouncing around the outfield. The Giants get the win with 3 in the bottom of the 10th. Man, that was needed. The man on that call is the man on the phone right now on the Yuma guest line. Kipe, we always joke about we never get Kipe after a win. We never get Kipe after a win. We got you after a win, much less 3 runs in the bottom of the 10th, too. So, good morning, Dwayne.
Morning, Kipe.
Yeah, that was fun last night. And, sometimes you just don't see it coming. It's so important now with the rules and extra innings with the ghost runner that you keep the opposition to 1 run. If they get 2, all of a sudden the ghost runner doesn't really matter when you get your turn. But last night, and I give all the credit to Wisely, because look, they got 32,000 people. They never left, and now they're down 2, and they got Schmidt at second. And the very first pitch he sees, he bangs it into center field, and all of a sudden, you got the crowd into it. And then things just happened after that. Look, the Astros gave the Giants a couple of gifts, but you have to take advantage of that, and they did. I got caught bad on the call because I got a white wall and a white ball, and I couldn't tell if it went out or not. Mike's over there trying to give me hand signals on what's going on, and I can't tell if he's telling me that it went over the wall or off the wall. So it's going to happen every once in a while, but I hate the white walls. I do.
We got a little contrasting paint to help you out there. It all ended in the right spot. You got it, and the Giants won the game. And let's talk about the guy who hit it, Austin Slater. I mean, we just did a whole segment on him, and the fan reaction was just intense. It's still split. A lot of people have said Matos should be the guy, not Slater. Get Slater out of here. The other half saying, what are you, crazy? This guy crushes lefties. He's a veteran. He's poised. He can handle it. So the Giants fans are sort of divided about this, and he helped out those who support him last night, Dwayne.
Well, how about just letting the guy enjoy the moment? I mean, he's been grinding, and no one's disappointed more than he is as to what his numbers look like. But, I mean, I don't like the fact that people would pile on after he gets the big hit to win the game. To me, that just doesn't make any sense. Now that he's gotten this big hit, let's see what he does from here on out. But I'm going to let the guy smile for a while before I start digging the hole for him.
Kipe, after seeing a walk-off moment like that, especially for someone like Austin Slater, who has, to your point, been struggling this season, do you think that can provide a spark for the remainder of the season and maybe turn things around for Slater?
Well, I mean, yeah, you hope it does. I mean, you get the biggest hit of the game when you haven't even played a whole lot. So, yeah, absolutely. The problem with his role, though, is, I mean, you don't know when he's going to play again. Now, Ronel Blanco is your starter today. I don't know a whole lot about Ronel Blanco other than the fact that he's like 31, and he threw a no-hitter this year. And he's right-handed, so you're not going to see Slater today. So that's what's hard about it, is you get a big hit, and you'd like to be in the lineup the next day. But that's just not how it works. I mean, the guy that's going to play in his place is going to be Mike Yastrzemski, who also got a big hit. I don't know if you heard us last night, but we mentioned after Yastrzemski's ball didn't go out of the park that Scott Osler was smiling somewhere.
I saw that column, yeah, about the Triples Alley. Yes.
29 parks, that was a home run.
That's got to be a little frustrating. When I watched him pull into third, I'm like, does he enjoy the triple, or is he just furious that wasn't a home run?
No, he's enjoying the moment. I mean, you might get furious when you're driving home. And, oh, by the way, Slater's ball, a home run in only one park. And what park do you think that is?
Would have been old Camden or Philly in my mind, but that's my guess. Camden pre-move or Philly?
Houston?
Houston.
Nice. Good work. Good work.
And he did hit the snot out of it.
Not Boston.
But you know what? I would argue the point where, in some ways, I agree with Scott. I read this all the time that triple is the most exciting play in baseball. And you agree with that, Murph?
I think a play at the plate might be more exciting, like a guy trying to score from first on a double or something like that. Yeah.
So we're talking now about a triple or a home run in triples alley.
No, home run's more exciting, probably.
Yeah, they are. I mean, is that what you wanted Bonds to do? Is it 756 triples?
Who is the major league career leader in triples?
I don't care.
That's what I'm asking.
It's probably somebody from the 30s.
I'm going to say Ty Cobb, but the point is, we don't know, right?
We don't know, right? Look, don't get me wrong. Triple is exciting, but even an inside the park home run is more exciting than a triple.
Yeah.
But Yaz's triple, yeah, that was very exciting last night.
Sam Crawford of the Detroit Tigers holds the major league career record for triples at 309. Ty Cobb second, Honus Wagner third.
Yeah, and they're all from the 20s, 30s, 40s?
Pretty much.
Yeah. So anyway, trust me, I don't want the dimensions to be messed with at our park. There's too much history there, but that should have been a home run last night.
Hey, inside baseball question. The bunt to lead off the 10th inning for the Astros. Both Eric Miller and Wilmer Flores converged on it, which seemed to be, I don't know, maybe not the way you draw it up. What's the way you draw that one up? Man on second, nobody out. Bunt goes to the first base side of the mound. What's the play?
Right. Well, every once in a while, you're gonna bunt a ball that is perfect, that both guys are going to be able to get to it, but there isn't anything you can do once you do get to it. In a perfect world, Miller gets the ball and Wilmer gets back to first as quick as he can. If Wilmer stretches, then the guy's out. But he was trying to fumble to get back, and he didn't have time to stretch. So it was a good bunt. It really was. And then Altuve's bunt was even better.
It was even better, yeah.
So we're going to get beat by bunts, but that's exactly what happened. I mean, it's pretty interesting that all of a sudden a bunt is coming into play. But the guy on second with nobody out, to me, is an automatic chance for a guy that likes to bunt, to try to bunt for a base hit. Because if you don't get the hit, you got the guy over to third, and you're not charged an at-bat. It's like the perfect at-bat. It's like the sacrifice fly with runners at second and third, especially if it's hit the right field. Runner scores from third, guy from second goes to third. You don't get credit for an at-bat, but you get an RBI. So every once in a while, you're going to get a perfect at-bat when you make it out.
Yeah, and the Astros relied on a little bit of small ball and extra innings after only scoring one earned run off of Kyle Harrison. Yesterday, I thought Kyle maybe had his most efficient start of the year, 77 pitches, 6 1/3 inning. I was actually a little surprised that Bob Melvin had that quick hook. But, Kai, what was your breakdown on Kyle Harrison yesterday and him being taken out with 77 pitches?
Well, I'll just tell you what Patrick Bailey told Dave Fleming in the post-game interview is Patrick Bailey said that's the best he's thrown all year. And my response to that was, what do you have for strikeouts? 3?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the best he's thrown all year, and he had 3 strikeouts. So that tells me that this kid is growing with every start. It also tells me that he now knows that he doesn't have to strike out 8 or 9 to get a win. You got those guys behind you. Use them. Here's my take, Marcus, on taking Harrison out of the game. It's going to happen sometime soon where Hicks and Harrison are going to be in an area where they've never been before. and that's innings pitched. And the organization is going to have to try to figure out how they're going to handle that. I mean, these are the guys. Giants have 3 starters right now, and Hicks and Harrison are 2 of the 3. So you need to get Robbie Ray back. You need to get Snell back. You need to get Wynn back on track. And then all of a sudden, now things can go, because at some point the Giants are going to start taking away innings from Harrison and Hicks. So, yeah, I mean, save his arm a little bit, because your bullpen's been really good.
It's definitely going to be an interesting situation with that, Snell not back, I think, till a week from today. And then, obviously the 4th and the 5th spot in the rotation remain mysterious. But, hey, Dwayne, before I let you go, the fans were booing Jose Altuve last night. It's kind of nutty because, first of all, it's not like a rival game or anything. And it's been 7 years since that cheating incident.
I heard a bunch of people scream, cheater, cheater.
Why?
And I kept thinking, really, Altuve, well, you're going to let Bregman off the hook?
Why is Bregman got off the hook last night?
No, nobody booed him.
Something about Altuve.
Yeah, I mean, and I think Altuve is going to go to the Hall of Fame.
Ooh.
He's been that great a player, and he's going to be a terrific player for a while. Take away what that whole organization did. I think he's fun to watch, and I think he's a great example to kids that aren't going to be tall, that it doesn't matter. You can get to the big leagues, or you can get a college scholarship, or you can play on your high school team. You don't have to be 6 foot. You can be 5'6" and do what that guy's doing. So, look, you want to boo Altuve, that's fine. But these fans certainly aren't booing him because he's not talented.
It's funny. At the time of year, U.S. Open golf this weekend in Pinehurst, it reminds me, and then this time of year, the way the light is and everything, and school getting out, the Matt Cain Perfecto was 12 years ago against that team, and Altuve was in the lineup that night.
Yeah, that's right. I think, because I had to go over to the radio side for 3 innings because John was gone last night. And I think during those 3 innings, I kind of had the monitor on. I think our guys showed a lot of, not a lot, but, Blanco's catch and Matt Cain hitting the golf ball into the water. And one swing, he looked up at Brian Sabian in the stands and Sabes held up one finger. One. So, yeah, I mean, Altuve was probably a rookie. But there isn't anybody else on that team that was from that. And I think, Murph, in that perfect game, did Altuve reach?
Did he reach? No, he definitely didn't reach. No, he did not.
Okay, I was just checking to see if you were staying on top of it.
He was an all-star that year, though. I'm looking at his bio right now. He played 147 games. So anyway, it's fun. Just memories. I just there's something about this time of year, you get that same kind of feeling. The light, it stays light so late, and the Astros were in town, and the U.S. Open golf is the same week. It was at Olympic Club that week, hence the golf club. So,
the guy in the field.
It was Dustin Johnson, I believe, right?
It was.
Yeah.
You're exactly right.
Tailor-made zone. I remember it was a tailor-made demo thing, and that's why Cain hit the driver, yeah.
Yep.
Cain can hit a golf. He can drive a golf ball, Dwayne.
Yeah, what I forgot, and I was standing off to the side when he did it, what I forgot is they put the tee right in the middle of home plate, which was really cool.
That's awesome.
And Cain, you could argue that Cain's swing was just as good as Johnson.
Yeah.
It really was. I mean, we did that golf tournament in Pebble Beach all those years, and everybody couldn't wait for Matt Cain to hit the ball. Couldn't wait.
First hole at Pebble Beach, you would almost drive the damn thing, which is quite an accomplishment. So
yeah, and which I'm still hacked off about. But
I know, I agree, and I'm with you. I'm with you, buddy. And that was a great stretch of time in Northern California sports history.
Are we still mad at Steve Johns? Is that it?
we're mad at Steve until he gets us a good parking pass for the AT&T Pebble Beach Pro-Am. That's when we put down our anger. That's when Steve gets me a good parking pass, I'm not mad at him anymore. All right. Well, listen, it's a great day. The sun is out. School's getting out for all the public school kids. I know a lot of private school kids are out already. The Yard had a nice buzz last night. The Giants got the win, and now tonight they do it again.
And you're coming out Wednesday, right?
Wednesday pregame, yes. But I still haven't gone up to see you. I missed you.
Yeah, that's a problem.
We've seen Mike. If I go to the dugout, I need my Bowmel, you know?
Yeah, well, come up and say hi.
Oh, that's a nice invite. All right.
You can leave Marcus at home.
Marcus is at every single home game. Did you know he was there last night?
I'm there every day, Kuip.
Does he pop into the radio booth?
Why don't you?
Hi?
Why don't you?
I don't. I stay away from the booth.
Why don't you
I don't want to invade Crooked Cut's privacy.
He just invited you.
All right, now the door's open, Kuip.
That's it.
Now you're going to have DC kick me out.
Yes. Well, that's the radio.
Not TV, radio.
Okay, so go to the radio. Because DC will welcome.
You're not allowed in TV.
No, I'm a radio guy. I got the face for it, Kuip.
You can see him on YouTube.
We all do.
All right. Well, it's a good day. It's a beautiful day, and there's another one tonight, and we can't wait for your call. And then we'll see you either at the park or next Tuesday.
All right, gentlemen. Have a good one.
Dwayne Kuiper is sponsored by NorCal Honda, your Northern California Honda dealers. Honda is value. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealers. I'm going to need you to vamp because I need to read that again because there's two of them. Your thoughts there on the Altuve. Why isn't Bregman getting booed?
You know, I noticed that last night, too. Altuve was getting booed mercilessly over and over again. There were some small boos for Alex Bregman, but keep that same energy for both of those cheaters. But to me, it seems like Jose Altuve is the face of the cheating scandal for the ALCS home run and him tucking in his jersey to him being the league MVP that year. Jose Altuve is the face of the scandal.
It's like Barry Bonds getting the heat for the steroid era.
Yeah.
Certain guys skate, certain guys get the heat.
Exactly. Everybody cheated, just some did it better.
There's guys they call Teflon. You know, the Teflon Don, John Gotti. They couldn't make anything stick on that guy. You know what I mean? Teflon Bregman. All right, guys. Dwayne was brought to you by NorCal Honda, your Northern California Honda dealers. Honda is value. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealers. All right, the question we're asking is it too late to apologize, or are you all apologies, whether you want to go on Republic or Nirvana? For Austin Slater after last night. Line them up. 808-KNBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Are you ready to come clean and say you're sorry? Next on the Sports Center.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Former 49er tight end Brent Jones stopped by the afternoon yesterday with Tolbert and Copes to talk about the 49ers offseason and what the Niners should do with Brandon Aiyuk's contract situation. To hear that podcast and more, check it out now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
This is The Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Here's the 1-0. Slater drives one to left, and that's going to win it. It will hit off the wall. Austin Slater comes through. Bailey's in to score. A booming walk-off line drive wall ball single for Austin Slater. And the Giants pour out of the dugout, celebrate on the field.
High drive to left. It is off the wall.
Felt great. Just trying to get the ball in the air, stay short and simple, and obviously whenever you can come through big for your team and in a spot when you've been struggling, it feels that much better, and that definitely lifted a big weight off my shoulders. So that felt really nice.
There it is. Austin Slater set to Marcus's request. He dropped a dime in the jukebox and got One Republic's apologize. I was going Nirvana's all apologies, but they said, hey, old man, it ain't the 90s anymore. But I do know this one.
You're right.
Very
It's the
well,
2000s.
Yes. I know. What was this, like 2010 probably?
Yeah, probably
like
late 2000s.
Does young Tony know One Republic apologize?
Yes.
Yes, you do.
Old banger,
I figured
dude.
you would do. An old banger. I like it. Well, Austin Slater banged the baseball off the wall, and it caused a tremendous reaction in the fan base that we are going to address as our big hit. Because it's been an emotional, frustrating time as a Giants fan the last 3 years. Ever since 2021, guys are on edge. Everybody's on edge. Kapler's TikToking, and Giants aren't winning, and they're not making the playoffs.
And Kapler's got beef with Mauricio Dubón.
Yeah, who, by the way, will join Papa and Lund at 1:30. Mauricio Dubón, yes.
Oh, Doobie stopping by the show.
Is Curly getting outbooked as we speak here? Yes. By the way, you are also listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. If you missed it on the YouTube, Curly leans in with a vigorous shake of the head. No, I'm not.
He's
I'm
like,
not
we got
outbooked.
Dave Fleming in 15 minutes.
Yeah, and Tony Maz, too, at 9:15. So, Austin Slater, guys, so there's a lot to this, right? There's the whole move that was made last week that Will Clark voiced his disapproval. Waterboy was more stridently disapproving of it than I was. I said, I get it. I understand where he's coming from. He does have great numbers, but I'm going to put a time limit on him. I'm going to give him a few weeks because if it ain't working out, then you got to make the move. Melvin tried to assuage everybody by saying he'll be back. He'll be back. Matos will be back. And here's Slater now chipping away. So since he came back, let's see, on Wednesday against Arizona, they won. He went 1 for 4 and scored a run at Arizona. Saturday, he played against the Rangers. He went 1 for 2, scored 2 runs in a 3-run game, a 3-1 win. And then last night, 1 for 2 with the big RBI. So, guys, since he's been back, just throwing this out there, 8 at-bats, small sample size, 3 knocks, 3 runs scored, an RBI and a walk. Since he's been back, 375, OPS of 819. I'm just throwing it out there, y'all. And, oh, by the way, 3 wins. 3 wins since he's been back, too. And he's been back since the Bob Melvin Ask Chew Manifesto, which, by the way, they're 4-1 since the Ask Chew Manifesto. When he went to him in Arizona, he said this can't happen anymore. So, anyway, 808 KNBR is the phone number. We're asking you guys, is it too late to apologize? Or no, you want him out, you want Matos back in. Matos back in, you don't want to see Slater's face anymore. Marcus, you were there last night. Did you feel the Slater love?
I did feel some Slater love, but also before that walk-off hit, it felt like there was some kind of disbelief in Austin Slater. Like, even the people that were immediately sitting around me, they're like, damn, Solair just grounded out. Elliot Ramos doesn't even run home. And now Austin Slater's in the box. 1 out, bases loaded. All you need is a fly ball. But it didn't feel like there was a lot of confidence in Austin Slater at the ballpark last night. But despite all of that, he had his biggest hit of the year. And Murph, I've been somebody that's been very vocal about Austin Slater. And we could talk about how much time you give a veteran. It's the same thing we went through with Yaz to start the season. I gave them both 40 games, a quarter of the season. Yaz showed signs of life. And that's why Yaz has consistently been in the lineup.
By the way,
to me, the
pause right
first
there.
40 games, go ahead.
How about that Yaz catch last night?
Phenomenal
Yeah.
catch. He's had a couple of those
We don't
plays
talk
laying
about
out.
those. We don't. But anyway,
no
back
one likes
to
to talk about defense. So that was the thing. Yaz was slumping. I said, hey, I'll give him 40 games. Next thing you know, his grandpa, Carl, is coming on our show. Yaz starts to swing it. Yaz starts to make defensive plays out in right field. So I'm like, all right, There's Yaz. There's the long leash that Bob Melvin gave him. I gave with equal opportunity to Austin Slater, first 40 games of the season, and he just simply did not produce. So I know he's got the track record, but my question has always been, how long of a leash do you give this guy?
Well, to be honest now, when you say leash, prior to the concussion, 39 at-bats. So that's not much. Now, listen, I was as upset as everybody else. But I said when they made the move, I said, I get it. I understand it because 39 at-bats, because of the track record, because Matos, as we always like to say, has options. Has options. That's a big thing. So I said, bring him back, give him a little, see how he does, and kind of just monitor this situation that maybe by July 1 you're making a move back for Matos. But here he is taking advantage. It's funny. I keep putting my teenage kid on blast because it's fun. You're an emotional kid when you're 16, but he came home from water polo practice last night late. I was all excited because the Giants were rallying, and Solair was up. He walks in. The first thing he says with his wet hair is, Solair's up. He's not going to come through. I'm like, dude, what kind of attitude is that? We tied the game. We're excited, man. Then Solair dribbles out. Ramos doesn't run.
And he goes, see, I told you, Dad.
And then he goes, even worse, Slater's up. I'm like, dude. I said, I got really mad. I was like, come on, man. We got positive energy in here. Just tied the game. We're down 3-1. And then as Slater hits the ball, I will let you know what kind of dad I am. I will put this out there for everybody to hear inside our living room. As the ball is in the air, heading over the left fielder's head, I go, you don't get to enjoy this win. You do not get to enjoy this win. They go, Rory, come here. High five. High five.
Rubbing in his face with a little brother.
So he's
you should have really gone over the top. Be like, Rory, you want like an ice cream sundae for dessert? Because your brother's not getting one.
So, I mean, where's the lack of faith? My God, I just got a text from my buddy Coach Mike. Says his son, also 16 years old, grouses when Slater comes up. Everybody grouses when Slater's up. Give the guy a chance. He came through, so there's a little sound from last night. Bob,
be positive, bro.
Bob Melvin. And we didn't ask young Tony how he feels when he's not cleaning out fountains and cleaning out bars in his backyard. How are you profoundly depressed when Slater's up in a big situation?
100%, yeah.
Okay.
I think Matos is better, to be honest.
He was. They were finding some holes in there. The chase that he was getting exposed a little bit.
But I'd rather see him develop and him make outs than Slater make outs like he's doing.
Him developing is playing every day in sack instead of platooning here.
Well, that was the question because after Luis Matos won NL Player of the Week, we were all led to believe that he was going to be your everyday center fielder. Now, Elliot Ramos has outplayed Luis Matos, but I think both the guys should be in your lineup.
Well, it's obviously going to be something we monitor very closely. Here's Bob Melvin after the game saying, yeah, big moment, cut Z1, young Tony, for Slater amidst a season of struggle here.
Yeah, that was huge. I mean, it's been, like you said, it's been a little uneven from the very beginning with the injuries and a little bit of a struggle to start and, not getting a ton of playing time and then come up in a situation like that where, typically he's playing against lefties and knows he has to get a ball in the air. And it's, with Bailey at third, it's not, not our fastest runner, but a pretty good charge into that one. So pretty rewarding for him for all the hard work.
Okay, so he said that. And then Slater at his locker last night. Now, this was an interesting night because he failed in the ninth inning. He pinch hit against lefty Josh Hader, who Yaz had hit a grand slam off of. He actually said to Ryan Christensen, you sure you want to do this? Because he hit a granny.
Sure about
And he's
that?
like, yeah, we're sending you up there, which some listeners have said, wait, the guy didn't even want to be up there. And he fouled out. Yeah. And he walked back to the dugout with that shake of the head like, this is going the wrong direction. My year and my career is going in the wrong direction. So then he comes up again against a righty, which is a matchup you don't want. And he gets the barrel on it, which is what he needed to do.
That's
so Slater
baseball.
at his locker last night talking about that.
Felt great. Just trying to get the ball in the air, stay short and simple, and obviously whenever you can come through big for your team and in a spot when you've been struggling, it feels that much better, and that definitely lifted a big weight off my shoulders. So that felt really nice.
So he admits it. Big weight off his shoulders. Yeah.
I'm sure he's feeling the pressure. I'm sure as much as he tries to stay off of social media and as much as he tries not to throw on KMBR to hear the water boy ripping him every morning, he wants to succeed. And that's what I want to make clear also. I'm not preying on the downfall of Austin Slater.
Preying on the downfall.
I actually want him to be productive. Murph, I think best case scenario is he gets hot. This sparks him. He turns around his season, and then you trade his ass at the trade deadline. And get some value.
I don't know
and
if
then
you
that
can
does open up a roster spot for some of your younger guys.
Not a lot of value, I think, for a right-handed Slater off the bench at his age. And
Well, I'm just looking for some value versus DFAing him and moving on for nothing. Because that's what Farhan in the front office didn't want to do because he does not have those options, which was a big factor of him being on the roster over a guy like Luis Matos. Matos has options, Slater does not, But if you want to open up that path, and if we're talking about Luis Matos eventually coming back, then maybe you do need to move somebody in that outfield.
209 says, Matos is still a baby. He's only 22 years old, so no rush there. Number 209 says, I'm 40 years old, and I feel the same way as a 16-year-old. Slater has not done jack. For all of this, he mashes lefties talk. I haven't seen it consistently. I follow every game. He is a fifth outfielder still. Okay. Our buddy Mavo checked in and said, we totally enjoyed the game last night. Great comeback. Idiot fans left after the Astros scored 2 in the 10th. Will never admit it. Were fans streaming for the exits?
There was a handful of fans who were leaving.
That's a little
Which I
nutty.
don't like with the Manfred man. It was only a 2-run ball game.
415 says, Slater, even a blind squirrel finds a nut.
Ooh, even a broken clock is right twice a day, Murph.
916 says, guys, Gen Z revels in negativity. It's so sad.
Be positive, bro.
408 says, bring Matos back and have him DH to replace Solair, who's, by the way, catching strays in our big hit. There's a lot of texts because we're talking about Slater. They're like, forget Slater. What about Solair?
I mean, at what point do you entertain the option if you want your outfield to have Conforto and Yaz in the corners? Do you think about putting Luis Matos in center and letting Elliot Ramos DH?
Again, Matos again. I'm going to remind you guys, he was really getting exposed those last couple of weeks. Let's let him find something there, okay? 209 says Slater greater than Solair. 209 says, I love Matos, but I have more confidence in Slater in that situation than I do in Matos. 415 says Solair appears to be a zero-tool player.
Zero tools. He's got an empty toolbox, man.
408 says nice of Farhan to let Dubón and Boch leave to get rings elsewhere. That just came out of nowhere. Let's go out to the calls. Phil in Fairfield is checking in on the Slater. Is it too late to apologize? Phil, good morning. How are you?
Gentlemen, good morning, Eminem. Happy freaking Tuesday. Here we go, man. Let's go, baby. Freaking Giants win. Awesome day. Hey, so I'm a fan. I'm an Austin Slater fan. I'm a Giants baseball fan, and I listen to you guys every morning. From you guys, Papa and Lund, to Tolbert and Copes, man. Love you guys, by the way. You always start my morning off right. And with that being said, man, what a way to start off our morning, right? With a W, Austin Slater coming through in the clutch. I know he hasn't been great, but you guys said a word the other day that made me think of an old school shoe commercial. And the word was gelling. And these guys need time to gel. I think a lot of us fans, or a lot of fair weather fans, I'll say, don't realize what it takes. You can't just put a squad together like this and hope they figure it out. Plagued by injury on top of that. These guys are just finding their way. I think everybody forgets, unlike football, baseball is like it is a daily grind, just like life is, right? And you never know what's going to get thrown your way. You never know how good your day is going to be. You never know how great your day is going to be. And that being said, hey, all praise to Slater, man. Hey, keep it going, keep that bat alive, and man, it just took some time to gel.
Phil, you get absolutely oozing positivity this morning, buddy. I love the attitude. Make each day, you're like a John Wooden, make each day your man. Like a Bill Walton level call from Phil in Fairfield. So thanks for the call.
Hey, thank you guys.
Yeah,
Appreciate
good call,
you.
buddy. Be good, but again, we got to get moving here.
I can tell you that right now, Phil is gelling. You remember those old commercials, like the soles that you'd put in your
That's
shoes?
what he was saying.
Are you gelling?
Commercial.
We're gelling.
Yeah, they're gelling. Well, this goes back to our buddy Lex from the Montreal Deli, who said, Murph, you're being too hard. You got to give Melvin time. He comes around the All-Star break, is what he said.
Did Lex say the same thing about Austin Slater?
So the young kid, Sean in San Rafael, who, occasionally checks in, he's checking in with a take on Slater and Matos as he's heading towards his final days at Davidson Middle School in San Rafael. Sean, good morning. Welcome back, buddy. How are you, man?
What's up, Sean?
Good. How are you guys?
We're good. Wait, last day of school Thursday or what?
Thursday, yeah.
Yeah, way to go, buddy. You're finishing 7th grade, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy.
Last full day today, and then we got 2 half days.
I don't mean to judge you by your
Thursday.
talent, but did you make the Galenas Valley All-Stars there, buddy?
So we didn't have enough players that were going to stay around for All-Stars.
Yeah.
So I would have made it, but
yeah.
Fortunately, we didn't have enough players.
Yeah, that happens at 13s. They all go on vacation. But anyway, back to your Slater take. What do you got, buddy?
So my Slater take is, I think Matos, he was struggling after he won the Player of the Week, and I think Slater was the right call. He's a veteran. He knows, he's been there before, and he dominates off lefties. So I think it was the right call. Obviously, he got the hit last night off a righty. So
wait, but you're a young kid, and you should be liking the young players. You don't want Matos?
No, I'm not saying I don't want Matos. I'm just saying I have a little more trust in Slater right now. Because, when Matos rakes, Matos rakes. But at the end of the day, I want the guy who can get the job done. I don't really care what his name is or who he is or how old he is.
Listen to this guy. By the way, on the bus or the playground right now?
The bus.
Yeah, they're getting rowdy on the bus, Sean.
Yep.
All right, buddy.
Andre, quiet down.
Have a good day, buddy. Have a good day. There he is.
That's a good take from Sean.
Can I get an Andre quiet down, please? In the all-time annals right there? That was
Maybe that needs to be in the Giants win
That
package.
might need to be in there.
Andre, quiet down back there. I'm talking Giants on 50,000 watts.
All right, Dave Fleming is a good job on everybody on the big hit. We enjoyed it. From Phil in Fairfield's Bill Walton-like call to Sean in San Rafael fending off the angry bus horde there. Dave Fleming is next. That'll be fun. Next on the Sports Center.
Andre, quiet down.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
How about this? We've got some breaking news in the sports update. Christian McCaffrey not only got paid this offseason by the 49ers, but now he's being paid by EA Sports. Christian McCaffrey is officially the cover athlete for Madden 24, 25, Tony? I don't know. I lose track of the years. It's Madden 25. It's got CMC on the front, but does this make you worry about the Madden curse? 808 KNBR is the number. Give us your reaction on all of the KNBR socials.
Business is business.
What's up, everybody? Happy Tuesday morning. It is Marcus the Waterboy Boucher here to talk about Prize Picks, America's #1 fantasy sports app with more than 5 million members. It's the most fun and exciting way to get in on the action while you watch your favorite players and your favorite sports. You just need to pick more or less on 2 or more player stat options for a chance to win up to 100 times your money. And you know I love my pitcher strikeout props. Yesterday we did not hit with Kyle Harrison, over 4 strikeouts. Might throw a couple of shekels on Jordan Hicks, over 4.5 strikeouts today, but I'm gonna zig when everybody's zagging. How about Yordan Alvarez, Air Yordan, over 1.5 total hits, runs, and RBIs. That's what I'm looking for today with Yordan Alvarez squaring off against Jordan Hicks. Join me if you want, or fade me if you want. All you got to do is download the Prize Pick app and download the app using the code word LEADER for a first deposit match of up to $100. That's promo code LEADER for a first deposit match of up to $100. Prize Picks. Pick more, pick less. It's that easy.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Here's the 1-0. Slater drives one to left, and that's going to win it. It will hit off the wall. Austin Slater comes through. Bailey's in to score. A booming walk-off line drive, wall ball single for Austin Slater. And the Giants pour out of the dugout, celebrate on the field.
There you go. A little special rejoin for a Stanford guy getting the game-winning hit called by a Stanford guy. What are they, ACC now? Is that we're going to hear this now down in Clemson and Wake Forest? But that's a topic for another day. Let's enjoy last night. Austin Slater, Dave Fleming, and it's always great to have Dave on the air on the Murph and Marcus Show early in the morning. Good morning, Dave. How are you, man?
Hey, morning, Dave.
Good morning, guys. I'm great. Thank you.
Yeah, but we gave you a little all right now. Does that get you? Do you feel like it's football season now? Is that when you hear that?
Yeah, I'm trying to. I spent the last couple of weeks trying to figure out, can I do college football this year if there aren't any Pac-12 games left to do. So I've been thinking about college football a little bit. It feels like still a long way away, but I love to hear the tunes. I like it. Thank you.
Stuff. That was special for you there, man. All right, the Austin Slate. It's been a topic all morning on our show. We're saying, we asked the fans per the One Republic song, is it too late to apologize to Austin Slater? He got a lot of heat from fans. A lot of people wanted to go with the youth. The youth is always very attractive. Luis Matos, NL Player of the Week. And then he cooled off, and the Giants bring back Slater. So I'd love just the Dave Fleming view. Two-part question. Number one, your view of bringing back Slater over Matos and knowing that the fans would be upset. And then two, what that meant for him last night.
Yeah, well, I heard you guys a few minutes ago. I mean, one thing I agree with is Slater knows all the chatter. Like, these guys they don't live in a bubble. So I think when you heard his voice after the game yesterday, you heard some of that just pure relief. These guys are normal human beings, as great as they are as what they do. They hear the talk. They hear you guys and everybody. I'm not saying you two specifically, but they hear all this stuff. And so Slater knows that the fans are cranky about the fact that a young guy who's really exciting with his potential, Matos, basically lost his spot because of Slater. So it adds all up to how good that must have felt for him. I don't know why fans. I mean, Austin, what did we see? When did he make his debut? 2017.
I think so. I'll look it up here for sure.
I think that's right.
Yeah.
Think about how long ago 2017 is. Austin has been around
2017.
a long time. I mean, think about that. And he's had a lot of moments like last night in a Giants uniform. A lot of them. He has had many big hits for the Giants. Has he ever been an everyday star player? He hasn't. But he's been an important part of this team for a good long while. And I'm not sure why that hasn't bought him a little more grace with everybody out there. The other thing about what's going on with him is, I haven't asked him this, but I know him well enough to know. 2017, think about all those years. He has never been a free agent. This is the first time at the end of this year that he's going to be a free agent. So there's a huge amount of pressure on every player when that happens. And I guarantee you he's been grinding it out to try to figure out what's going on. Can I get healthy? Can I get some at-bats? Do I have to put up some numbers? This is my one chance after all these years and all that. Nobody's feeling sorry for him. He's making plenty of money, but it's his chance for the first time to be a free agent, see what how other teams might value him. It just sort of adds another layer to everything that's been going on this year with him. I hope last night lets him relax and settle in. He can still really help this team. He can.
And Dave, we know because it's baseball that everybody goes straight to the back of the baseball card. They want to look at his stats. They want to look at the analytics, but I want to go beyond the baseball card. To your point, he's the longest tenured Giant on this roster. So outside of his production on the field, talk to us about what he means to the clubhouse and the overall culture of this Giants team.
Yeah, he's always been a quiet leader. I mean, now he's more than that now because he's taken on such an incredible burden with the work he's doing with the Players Union. I mean, I think, fans who really follow it closely probably understand that. But every time there's an article, not just in the Chronicle or here locally, but anywhere around the country talking about baseball labor issues, I mean, Slater's in the middle of it. He's on the 5-player executive council. So, I think he's very well respected in that regard, like a guy who thinks beyond himself, gives a huge chunk of his time to issues related to other players, not him. I'm sure that's been a little distracting for him. There've been a lot of issues to work through over the last many years. He's been on all the committees to help integrate the new rules and all the changes that have happened over the last few years in baseball. That's a selfless thing to do. Players notice that. He's just a good dude, man. He doesn't take himself too seriously. He has no ego. Everybody listening right now would like to hang out with Austin Slater. He's just a fun, nice, normal guy who happens to be a really good baseball player. Very well-respected guy in that clubhouse.
Big moment for him last night, and we'll see how they build on it. Although the Astros start a righty tonight, so we probably won't see him unless they make a move. The Astros only have the one lefty in the pen, right? Hader? That's it?
Correct. That's it. That's all they got.
So maybe a quiet series for Slater unless he gets and it's funny, Dwayne, after he fouled out against Hader, if you had taken like an instant fan poll at that moment in time, it would have been a tough result.
It would have been, and I think part of that was, I'm sure Kuiper was doing it too, but I was on our broadcast. I was bringing up the grand slam he hit a few years ago against Hader, and I still think it was a smart move, especially leading off an inning. Slater's greatest skill for all these years in a lot of ways has been his ability to get on base. So I always thought the perfect place to use him was leading off an inning against a lefty. Like, your chances of getting a base runner in that scenario are about as good as any hitter in the game over the last 5 years. That's how good he's been in those kind of scenarios. So I had no problem with him hitting against Hader, even with Yastrzemski's track record there. But you're right. I mean, it's obvious fans are cranky with Slater. I mean, all you have to do is check any of the, any of the threads or the social media stuff or any of it, and people have had it with. It's shiny new toy syndrome also. And I love Luis Matos. He's a talented young man. He should be a big part of the Giants' future. But that doesn't mean you discard a guy who still can play. And Slater can still play. To your point, if he has another month where he's not producing and the body's not cooperating, okay. But 40 at-bats is not enough to tell you that this guy's cooked and he can't help you anymore.
Yeah, good stuff from Dave Fleming, kind enough to join us here on the UMA guest line. Giants get a big win, 3 runs in the bottom of the 10th to get a huge win to climb back 1 game under 500. The eternal quest to get over 500 here at the 2024 Giants. The guy who's now, if Slater's getting a reprieve this morning from the fans, it's Jorge Solair who's not. This is a guy who's performing well under his baseball card. And, you know, I don't know your read on this. When you talk to Bob Melvin or Pat Burrell or Justin Veely or any of the vibe in the clubhouse on if and when Jorge Solair can turn it around.
Yeah, speaking of well-respected, I mean, everybody loves this guy. Almost to it has surprised me a little bit. Because not that I didn't know much about him. I've followed his career. He's hit some big home runs against the Giants. He's been a World Series MVP. But, you know, I always kind of thought of him as just a quiet guy who hit home runs and that was it. And obviously that is not the case. The young guys, especially the Spanish-speaking players, really gravitate towards him. It's given them, not that Tyro's not a leader, but Tyro's still a younger player and, you know, a very quiet, sort of serious personality. Wilmer's always been the leader of that group, and it's given that group another true leader in Solair. Those guys cling to him. And so everybody down there is rooting for him. I think when I talked to Bob about Solair, he really, truly, you know, sometimes you hear this from coaches, managers, whatever, but he really believes this guy's just trying too hard. It's a new city. It's a new uniform. It's a new group of teammates. He knows his reputation, and he's going up there trying to hit an 8-run home run every at-bat. And it's somehow you have to calm that down. And he's got to do it because pitchers are just taking advantage of him now. He's swinging at those pitches down and away off the plate. They're just throwing those over and over and over and over again. And at some point, he's going to have to just stop swinging at that. If it means he takes 1 million walks before he gets another hit, well, you got to prove to those guys that you're not going to swing. And I think once he does that, we're going to see the normal Solair. But he's behind an account, it seems like, every at-bat, and it's been frustrating for him. It's been frustrating for everybody.
Few more minutes here with Dave Fleming on the UMA guest line this morning. And Flem, I have to ask you about Kyle Harrison's outing yesterday. Personally, I thought it was maybe his most efficient outing of the season. 6 1/3 innings pitched, 77 total pitches. Were you surprised with the quick hook by Bob Melvin, or do you think this is a concentrated effort to save some pitches for later on the season?
I think it's twofold. I think Bob definitely has it in the back of his mind that he's got to save Harrison and Hicks, both of them. That somehow you have to manage the workload with those two guys. So if you can do that in a moment like that where you have another good option, the default probably is going to be, you know, especially on a night where you're coming in with a full rested bullpen. It's not like a crisis night where you need extra outs. I think the default is always going to be, let's give Kyle the benefit of the doubt in terms of rest. That's just a big picture thing. But Bob's got a lot of Bruce Bochy in him. Like I'm still learning about Bob Melvin and how he manages games, but he does not care much for the idea of, and this is a contrast with Gabe. Like there is a big contrast in terms of how Bob plans out like a series, a week, a set of games. He's not doing the whiteboard. Here's the workload. Here's where everybody's going to slide. That is not Bob Melvin's style. Like he wants to win a game. I'll worry about tomorrow. And so I think it was just mostly last night. We've got Sean Jelly. This is the third time they're seeing Harrison. The at-bats looked better. There were 2 hard hit balls in there, plus a sac fly that was a pretty good at-bat. I think it was just a reaction to, okay, they've seen him a few times. Let's get a fresh arm in there.
Okay, interesting. We're almost out of time here, David. But just to follow up, finally tie a bow on the Scotty Scheffler thing. The body cam footage got released. The U.S. Opens this week. He won the Memorial last week. This guy's out of control. He's like Tiger Woods all over again, speaking of Stanford. And did the body cam footage verify what you thought you saw when you were in that car?
I mean, I haven't seen anything now, I guess there was some more footage released a day or two ago, and I just wasn't paying attention this weekend to that. But I still haven't seen the full thing play out on video that I saw. And that's okay. It's cool by me if that never gets played out. I'm happy with that. I want him to just go play golf. Nobody got He's seriously injured. Maybe some feelings got hurt. I'm happy for everybody to move on, but it is a morning that I will never forget. I'm glad that I'm not, though, in Louisville giving some sworn testimony about a morning that I'll never forget. I'm happy to avoid that.
You're happy to go to the ballpark tonight. Oh, man. And it'd be fun. You think I don't have him winning Pinehurst, though. I got him winning the Open Championship, or it used to be called the British Open. I got him winning that next month, but I'll give the U.S. Open to a more precise guy. How about you?
Huh. You don't think he's precise?
Well, he is. I mean, he's great at everything. He's not bad at anything. I'm just saying.
He's the best iron player in the world. I think he's and he's a great chipper. I think, at Pinehurst, the so much of it is that the little nuance around those unique greens. And so we'll see if I think he's pretty well equipped to handle that. But, it feels to me almost like a country club, Matt Fitzpatrick U.S. Open, where somebody like that, that kind of precision from him.
Yeah, I understand. He does lead the PGA Tour in fairways hit. I get it. He's really not bad at anything. I'm just saying he can't win everything, right? Or can he? Can he win everything?
I think golf is a hot streak sport, and I think golf is a sport where you ride a hot streak hard. And this past weekend, tells me he's still on that hot streak. I'm thinking he's going to be tough to beat.
All right, I'm going to be the hot take guy and say he doesn't win here, but I am calling him in July with the claret jug. All right.
I mean, you always take the field. No, but even in Tiger Woods days, the smart thing to do is take the field versus one guy.
Yeah.
But
I don't know. Now
he is awesome now.
You make a compelling case. It is fun. It'll be fun to watch. So as always, Father's Day, a little golf there, and you'll be at the park. You'll have it on the TV in the booth. It'll all be good.
I will definitely have it on the TV.
Oh yeah,
I can't help myself.
That's like a tradition in big. Kruk and Kuiper do it too. They said they said don't bother us during the Masters and the U.S. Open because we're half watching the baseball game, half watching the golf.
I promise not to miss any pitches. I promise.
Right. Great catching up with you, man. We'll see you soon.
Yeah, thanks, Flem.
Talk to you soon. Thanks, guys.
Dave Fleming there. And we should have had one more Stanford tip. We tell you on the other side, big news, Stanford 49ers news, and the cooler of content. Next on the Sports Center.
Man, I'm about to get arrested. I'm trying to get to a tea time.
All right, everyone, chill. This is the cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler
of content.
sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the Sports Leader.
All right, we told you guys before the cooler content that Dave Fleming out of Stanford and Austin Slater out of Stanford had a nice night last night. And this morning, another Stanford guy has a nice day. And he's a 49er. Now, you guys tell me, because I'm not a Madden guy. My kid plays it like crazy, and you are a Madden generation. You. And so, it's a big deal who gets on the cover of Madden?
It is.
And the big deal is?
The Madden curse.
Christian McCaffrey is on the cover of Madden 25. Christian McCaffrey, by the way, running away from 2 Raiders.
Dude, how about that? The Raiders finally made it on the cover of Madden. I'm throwing a parade. It's my favorite running back and my favorite team on the cover.
We can discuss later in the show whether or not the curse is real. I say, like, in recent history, the curse has died off.
Yeah, the curse has kind of fallen off a map a little bit, but I remember early 2000s, it seemed like year after year after year, whoever was on the cover was cursed. And young Tony told me, actually, that Christian McCaffrey is the first running back on the cover since Peyton Hillis. That's a guy that was a one-hit wonder and had the rest of his career cursed after being on the cover of Madden.
Peyton Hillis made it?
Dude, the White Rhino,
I'm looking back. Like, for example, Brady was on the cover in 2018 and won the Super Bowl. So, actually, no, he lost to Foles that year. I'm sorry. Gronkowski was on this. Gronkowski was there's a whole breakdown on CBSSports.com who's cursed and who's not.
Yeah, it looks like over the last 24 years, 13 and a half of the athletes were cursed. I don't know how they got the half there, but those are the stats that I'm seeing, Mark.
Anyway, all right. Well, we'll talk about that later in the show, but congrats to Christian McCaffrey. He looks cool on it, man. He looks cool.
CMC and the Raiders on the cover of Madden.
Not as cool as Mauricio Dubón wishing young Tony Farias a happy birthday on November 10, 2020.
This is
smack in the middle of the pandemic.
How did we not know about this until this morning, Tony?
So this morning we mentioned Dubón. We started the show. We were just talking about him being back. And Tony comes on and goes, "Oh, that's my all-time favorite Giant." We said, "Wait, what? You're the first guy ever." It said no one ever, right? You want to come on here, buddy? What was it? You guys kind of physically resemble each other.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
Is there something there? I mean, what was it about Dubón that won you over?
I mean, he's just a legend. He's a utility guy. He was I believe he's from Honduras. And he's a great guy, quality dude. And my friends actually, for my 22nd birthday, got me a Dubón cameo that we're going to play for you here.
And I think Tony's not the only person that was kind of infatuated by Mauricio Dubón. He had a lot of fans here. Now, of course, after coming from Honduras, grew up in Sacramento, grew up a Giants fan, and really was a fan favorite until, he started dropping bunts with a big lead, until he started making base running mistakes, until he started beefing with Gabe Kapler.
Really? Is that what you imagined?
Yeah, he came after Cap, too. But anyway, here's Dubón in November of 2020, during the pandemic, wishing Tony a happy birthday.
Hey, Tony. Happy birthday. And I'm glad you're a Giants fan. You're a smart man. It's Mauricio Dubón, by the way. Enjoy it, and hopefully you can come one of the days to the ballpark, and we'll meet each other in person. And happy birthday, man.
Dude, unreal.
So, wait a minute. I'd like a little more bang for my buck. That was 18 seconds. We did one for Paulie Mack.
Oh.
That's the legendary Phil Simms.
Hey, Paulie.
That thing was
Phil
like
Simms here.
That thing was like 2 minutes ago, dripping gold.
Yeah.
Dripping gold. I wonder what Dubón charged for that cameo. Do you know?
No.
Sims was like a decent amount. It was like $100 or something like that. But
Right,
he gave you his money's worth.
And Tony showed me the video. It's kind of like Mauricio Dubón just kind of walking through the streets. He starts riffing, tells Tony happy birthday. Hey, it's Mauricio Dubón, by the way.
Where is he? He's walking on the street? Is that what he's doing?
He must have been at home. Yeah, it didn't look like a U.S. spot.
Well, it's November of 2020. Maybe he was just getting psyched for the election.
No, stop it.
Or the post-election festivities.
Yeah, I'm sure he was.
Anyway, well, there you go, guys. Dubón, and he, by the way, said that he said he had beef with. He didn't mention Kapler by name.
No, it turns out Tony was not the reason why he left San Francisco.
Incredible.
He said yesterday in an article, I believe by Justice De Los Santos, we had on the show.
Nice.
He told him that he had a problem with one guy, and that guy is no longer with the organization. I think we can all connect the dots here and figure out who he was talking about.
You probably need to do some homework on that one.
I thought he was talking about Stuart Fairchild.
Nice, yeah.
Draymond Green Draymond Green is doing his podcast with Kevon Looney, and he's still addressing the Jordan Poole stuff. I don't know
We're
why.
going to get this podcast.
But he actually says he was so embarrassed by punching Poole that he would show up late to meetings because he didn't want to be around the team. Geez, talk about a cloud hanging over the team. My God.
Whoa.
Check it out right here. He was embarrassed, and he would be late as a result here.
I wasn't late at all this year. I was so embarrassed to be around our team last year when JP was still on the team that I came to everything. Like, I was probably late last season 20 times. And I just paid a fine because I was so embarrassed to, like, show my face in a time where it's like before everything started, that's when everybody, like, shooting the shit, like, all the conversation. I was so embarrassed to show my face during those times that I would time everything up. Like, if we're on the road, I time it up to like the minute I need to get there. And if the elevator took a little bit longer than it was supposed to, I'd be late. Or if I'm leaving my crib, which is like 7 to 8 minutes away from the facility, I time it up to the minute of where I need to arrive. And if the red light right there in front of the Giants Stadium, Oracle Park, if the red light caught me, I'd be 2-3 minutes late, like, ah. And so one of Steve's rules this year was like, Draymond, don't be late. And I'm never a late guy. I was never late in my career, but last year I couldn't show my face like before. Like, it was terrible. And so I was happy to be back on time this year. I'm also happy to hear.
Wow. Huh. It's interesting. First of all, shout out that light. He's right. That light on King in third can crush you, man. Sometimes it'll change 2 or 3 times. You don't get through it, especially if you're turning left over Lefty O'Dill Bridge. But wow, he was that embarrassed. And well, it was one solution is you don't have to punch the guy.
Yeah, I'm going to say
that's one solution.
He's the one embarrassed. You're the one that punched Jordan Poole. If anything, it should be the opposite. Jordan Poole should be too embarrassed to show up around the club after being punched by Draymond.
That's wild, man. So Draymond felt shame.
Yeah.
He felt shame.
And it resulted in him showing up late every day to work. Do you think it was the same situation at KNBR that Triple E was ashamed to show up in front of Overnight Dave?
All-timer. He could come up with the, hey, the CHP guy blocked me on my way down the Embarcadero. That's what I go with. I'll tell you this, though. Wow, yeah. That's wild.
That's a bad look for Draymond, if I'm just being honest with you.
Yeah.
Like, you're supposed to be a team leader.
You
you're
got to
supposed to
get
be
past
captain.
it.
You're supposed to be the locker room guy.
I'll tell you what, one of my freezing cold takes of all time was Draymond's still the leader. He's still good. I'm good with Remember that season ended, the Laker game, like within 15 seconds, Kerr grabbed the mic and said, yeah, we were cursed this year. Champions, not a championship team.
Remember 15 seconds after the final buzzer, he was there hugging and smiling with LeBron James? That wasn't a good look either.
No. Meanwhile, he talked about JP.
You're late to work. Who gives a It's your life.
No, give me some more, buddy. I'm late.
Tony, keep it going.
Yeah, this is incredible.
You boss, I'm late. I'm late. What you gonna be doing about it? I said I'm late. You gonna fire me? There's no one else here. I'm late.
Oh, my God.
Phenomenal drop, Tony.
Treasure chest drop there, buddy.
Draymond's late to work. Who gives a blank?
Oh, my God, dude. Oh, man. Do we have time for the other one or we don't?
I think that's a mic drop right there by
Why
Tony.
don't we carry it to the other side? The next segment, we'll discuss more Draymond. Should he feel shame? How do you feel about Draymond feeling shame? Because there's actually more to this. Next on the Sports Leader.
You're late to work. Who gives a
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, it's been an Austin Slater kind of morning. We've talked about him all morning long. Is it too late to apologize or Nirvana's all apologies? Let me ask you, Young Tony, on the quest to find things that Young Tony learns today. Are you down with Nirvana?
Sure. Are you down with this? You know what this is?
No.
What did OG Murph learn today?
Yeah.
This is Highest in the Room by Travis Scott.
Okay. All right.
Houston's own, by the way.
I don't mind it.
I mean, who knew Tony had so many connections to Houston? Whether it's Travis Scott or Mauricio Dubón. He's Mr. Texas now.
That's pretty good. Yeah, although what's this? I don't need this little, this
is like scary.
I know.
Like haunted house.
What
this is Travis. He does stuff like this.
What's with the whole rap? Like we have to make it sound like there's somebody's, the call has come from inside the house. You know what I mean? I mean, that's like, it used to be, well, anyway. It's all about serial killers now. Remember the Kristaps Porzingis one?
Kristaps Porzingis.
Sound like somebody's in your backyard with a knife.
It's haunting music.
Yeah, do you have the Kristaps one?
It's like slasher film music.
Yes, it is. And I don't understand it. I don't understand why slasher film music appeals to people.
It's for the kids, Murph. All those negative kids.
Kristaps Porzingis. Kristaps Porzingis.
The New York Knicks select Kristaps Porzingis.
Incredible.
From Liepaja, Latvia.
All right, guys. So anyway, we told you that before the break that Draymond Green got loose on his podcast, and for some reason, he's talking about Jordan Poole.
You gonna get this podcast.
So I'm doing my math right here. The punch was October of 2022. Yeah, because they won the title in June of 22. And then the punch was right before the season started. So it was either September or October of 22.
Yeah, and we thought we were bringing up old S this morning with the cheating Houston Astros. That was 7 years ago, and here we are going back in time talking about Jordan Poole and Draymond Green.
Did anybody listen to the whole podcast and know why they got on this topic?
No, well, he had Loon Dog as his guest.
Dude, did you see Kawakami's report?
Mm-mm.
That the Niners are going to – Giants, Niners. That the Warriors are going to release Looney in a matter of days.
Really?
Yeah.
This is after on Draymond Green's podcast, he was saying he wanted to be a Warrior for life, I believe.
I guess there's want and then there's reality.
For life.
Unless he comes back at some dramatically reduced price.
They're going to release Loon Dog?
According to Kawakami, that to save money.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's heartbreaking.
I know. So I just wanted to put that out there, buddy. And it is heartbreaking. Yeah. He's a great American.
I was going to say, he's on your top 40 all-time American list.
He is on my top 40 all-time American list.
He dominated the boards in the finals against the Celtics.
My God.
The entire playoff run he was dominating.
Hey, real quick, is that a transactional thing? Could they, release him and then re-sign him to like the league men?
Well, somebody else could gobble him up.
True, yeah.
So let's see here. I get the exact.
I guess
tweet
with
here.
the emergence of TJD, he took a lot of playing time away from Looney.
Yeah, and it's money, and they continue to want to not. They continue to not to want. Here it is. Well, I'll find it somewhere else.
That's a bummer.
Anyway, we'll find out. Not done yet. I'm just saying it's it's been one of those things. We've talked about that grease board that Mike Dunleavy has, and we're getting closer now, guys. It's June 11, so we're getting closer and closer to many moves that need to be made. But anyway, Draymond and Looney were hanging out here, and doing their podcast, and he started talking about Jordan Poole, about the idea that he was so embarrassed by the punch, he would stop showing up to team events on time, like practices. It's kind of crazy. Check it out.
For me, I've tried to teach and instill everything I know into this man right here because I felt like that was my duty. Take a young guy under your wing, and then you see them have success. It is the best feeling. By the way, it was the same thing for me with Jordan Poole. When I took JP under my wing, and to see him have success was the best thing for me. One of the worst feelings I've ever had as an NBA basketball player was seeing him get a contract and knowing that I f***ed it off and I couldn't celebrate his contract with him. I think he had like a party or something with his people in San Francisco or something, and like to not be able to go celebrate that with him. And I f***ed it off like I did. I ain't going to sit here and act like I didn't. I f***ed it off. I take it on the chin. It is what it is. I don't hide from my f***ups, just like I don't hide from my wins. When I talk to y'all about the wins I have, and I tell you, don't let us win another championship, and then I tell you about it, I'm the same way with my losses. And I messed that one up, but it hurts.
By the way, isn't he famously did not get invited to Harrison Barnes' wedding?
Harrison Barnes, that's right. Clay, Steph, and a couple other guys showed up, but no
now
Draymond.
He famously didn't get invited to Jordan Poole's contract things. At some point, do you start to realize you're the problem?
Are we
right?
seeing a pattern here with Draymond Green?
Oh, man, the common denominator in these things. The poor guy. God, he just has these, these issues. Seems like, he means well at times, but he has these impulse temper issues for sure.
And I can't wait until the 30 for 30, the last dance comes out on this Golden State Warriors team. To have the footage of what was going on, whether we're talking about the actual practice footage that was leaked of Jordan Poole getting punched by Draymond Green. I'm sure they're going to discuss some of the back and forth, the rumors of the trash talk that would happen between Poole and Draymond Green. Like, there are some layers to this story that have still not been uncovered.
707 says, on Draymond, this is classic. Someone seeking validation for his actions instead of just apologizing. I don't know. It sounds like, has he ever flat out come out and said he was sorry for this? And I don't know. Does it matter? Let's play the one about him being late. We just played this last segment.
Well, I was going to say, real quick, Murph, just like Austin Slater, is it too late to apologize to Jordan Poole?
Well, 209 text in says, I'm not a Draymond fan, but he's pretty real in that cut. And I blanked it up. I blanked everything.
I mean, that is him taking some accountability.
Yeah, and I mean, it is. So here he is about saying he was embarrassed to be late to work, and it involves the stoplight at King and 3rd, too.
I wasn't late at all this year. I was so embarrassed to be around our team last year when JP was still on the team that I came to everything. Like, I was probably late last season 20 times. And I just paid a fine because I was so embarrassed to, like, show my face in a time where it's like before everything started, that's when everybody, like, shooting the shit, like, all the conversation. I was so embarrassed to show my face during those times that I would time everything up. Like, if we're on the road, I time it up to, like, the minute I need to get there. And if the elevator took a little bit longer than it was supposed to, I'd be late. Or if I'm leaving my crib, which is like 7 to 8 minutes away from the facility, I time it up to the minute of where I need to arrive. And if the red light right there in front of the Giants Stadium, Oracle Park, if the red light caught me, I'd be 2-3 minutes late, like, ah. And so one of Steve's rules this year was like, Draymond, don't be late. And I'm never a late guy. I was never late in my career, but last year I couldn't show my face like before. Like, it was terrible. And so I was happy to be back on time this year.
Gee, and you wonder why they didn't win the championship that year. My gosh, you got a guy who's embarrassed to be showing up late, doesn't even want to be. It's the awkwardness in the room everywhere you go. It's like, we could riff on some KNBR situations here for sure, too. But, I mean, yeah, and also, as you said earlier in the show, is that Triple E's excuse. He didn't want to come around there.
He didn't want to see overnight Dave.
We love you, buddy.
He didn't want to go face to face.
Or is it that New York DJs?
You're late to work. Who gives a
Absolutely incredible.
It's your life.
Oh, man.
It's your life, Draymond. Now, also, wouldn't it have been cheaper for Draymond Green to just run a couple red lights and pay those tickets instead of paying fines for showing up late?
I'm going to share a story that probably is a little oversharing, but let's just say that somebody very close to me ran a yellow/red in San Francisco recently, and it was one of those yellow-red intersections that takes pictures.
Oh.
And let's just say that it's not worth it.
You got caught, partner.
You got caught. And by the way, when they send you the documents to your home, there's pictures of not just your car, but your face through the windshield. You know about this, Young Tone? You ever seen this?
I think it was Horrible Bosses did a bit on this where they ran a red light, and the picture, they're in the police station, they show them the picture. It's a pretty funny movie.
Yeah, it is funny, yeah. And so anyway, the answer is no. It's not worth it.
I got to say, you got to know your landscape, too. You got to know what intersections have those cameras on the lights. Yeah. That's the real tip.
Let's just say if you're driving on 19th and Sloat, take it easy. Take it easy.
I know a guy who knows a guy.
I do. Someone very close to me. But anyway, the point is that Draymond, that left turn is brutal from King to 3rd. I've gotten caught in that thing. That's why I've started to park now more on lot 30-32 and walk down as opposed to doing lot A, because that left turn can be just an absolute bear. An absolute bear.
Oh, trying to get out of the ballpark?
Yeah, no, just saying to get to lot A from where we are, that left turn, you can get caught, and it could change 2 or 3 times without you getting that turn. So look at you. You just walk everywhere.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't have any problem with any of this traffic.
I know, man.
I just walk to the ballpark.
There we go. 925 checks in on this whole thing, says, all these Draymond comments validate the fact that everything was not fine, like the Warriors tried to feed fans all that season.
No, it's fine.
Again, the Warriors could have just been real with us. It would have been a lot better with fans and media, too. So, yeah, I mean, again, I thought that Draymond had so much street cred that punch would not have ruined his status as a team. And they stick by him. They don't get rid of him. They don't trade him. They re-signed him to a 4-year deal. He's part of their quote-unquote window that's open. And then he got even worse in November and December of this past year. So who knows what this year has in store?
And that's the thing that kind of caught me by surprise, is the fact that he's embarrassed to be around the rest of the team. Like, doesn't Jordan Poole have the right to be more embarrassed since he was the one that actually got punched in the face? Like, for me, it's harder for Jordan Poole to show up to work the next day, especially when Draymond Green has kind of the resume with the rest of these guys. Like, does this mean that Clay and Steph are looking at him differently after this punch?
Yeah. And also, I would think a guy with his 4 rings, would not care. Like DGAF, I punched you, but so what? I'm the champ. You're the kid. I'm showing up. It's interesting that a guy like Draymond, who is a tough guy and paints himself as a guy who doesn't care, I'm coming after Rudy Gobert, I'll come after anybody, that he was that sensitive to his image or his
place on the team.
Yeah, especially when we talk about the DNA of Draymond Green being a dog and not being afraid of the smoke, always looking for confrontation. For him to not show up and to show up late because of this incident definitely raises some questions.
How about the fact that that Jordan Poole, too, his whole career was derailed by this thing?
Oh, poor Jordan Poole.
I know. Are we ever going to hear from this guy ever again?
Dude, now he's just spiraling out in Washington with the Wizards.
I know, man. And even Kristaps Porzingis dipped, as they like to say.
Kristaps Porzingis.
From Washington. So Draymond goes sideways, Jordan Poole goes sideways, and the Warriors go sideways, and that leads us to what the Warriors are going to do in these next couple weeks.
Yeah, and that's something that Draymond Green also said on his podcast yesterday with Looney. He believes the Warriors still have a small window to win another championship.
And do we believe him? No. By the way, we need to use this to spin off to the Dan Hurley story about the Western Conference. Dan Hurley turning down. First of all, when I heard that he left L.A. without a contract, I was like, well, that's it. He's not flying back to UConn to announce that he's taking the Laker job. So you should have known. They knew. They're grown-ups. They knew then. Question is why? Why did he? I saw a really interesting tweet from somebody. I forget who it was. I want to credit him, but it was Joe Pamplano, I think his name was. But he said, interesting that Dan Hurley, a leak from a source extremely close to Dan Hurley's family, created an environment where Dan Hurley was able to fly to L.A. and all of a sudden get a new deal from the University of Connecticut, right? I mean, was this whole... Adrian Wojnarowski wrote a book on Dan Hurley's dad and the dynasty he built at St. Anthony's. I conspiracies and all that stuff, I 100% buy that could have been a situation where the Hurleys and the Wojnarowskis had a little deal.
That's interesting.
Yeah, and now Woj, interestingly, this morning, I was stuck on 101 South listening to him on ESPN Radio as we were as this California Highway Patrol guy parked sideways on the freeway, and we couldn't go. He said, guys, the extension he worked out with UConn was earlier than the Lakers' interest. So it was done before. And I was like, listen, I am not a conspiracy guy. That does not pass the smell test at all with me. And he goes, no. He goes, he had already worked out a new deal with UConn prior to the Lakers' interest. I'm like, no, that does not add up.
Yeah, I'll buy that conspiracy theory for $1 because to me, this storyline didn't make sense. And I was confused why it's been a national story for the last week. I get it. It's Dan Hurley. He's looking to become a 3-time champion, the first one since John Wooden at the college level, leaving UConn after winning back-to-back titles, joining the Lakers, and we know how big of a kind of media conglomerate that the Lakers are. But for Dan Hurley to leave a college system where he's got full control of his kids, to go to the Lakers to be bossed around by LeBron James and maybe be forced into drafting his son, the connection never made sense to me.
Well, here's where it makes sense. Number one, money, right? He's going to get $12 million or a little under $12 million a year. So that's he was making, I think, 6. His new deal at UConn gets him up to 8. And somebody put, cost of living and taxes and all that, 12 and 8, maybe not that big of a difference. So he got the raise from UConn. But prior to that, it was more than double what he was making at UConn. So that's number one. Number two is, even with everything you say about the Lakers, which is true, LeBron is a pain. Bronny could be a pain. It's the freaking Lakers, right? You can go become the head coach of the Lakers. Although their run in the last, since Phil Jackson left, have you seen their list of coaches since Phil Jackson left? But there's still something to that. But I keep going back to culture. Like this guy, like I said, has he ever even set foot outside the Eastern time zone? I mean, he probably has never even, I'm joking, of course. I'm sure they've played in some tournaments in Hawaii or whatever. But the point is like this guy screams Northeast, and he would never, to me, it's like he'll either take the Sixers job, the Knicks, or the Celtics. Like maybe not even the Nets. You know what I mean?
To me, it would make more sense if Dan Hurley went to like an upstart team like the Orlando Magic. That way you can have control of these younger assets. Again, like you might be able to coach LeBron for 1-2 more years, and then what's that Laker roster going to look like after that?
Yeah, well, I know, but again, it is the Lakers and it is drama, but it doesn't surprise me that he turned it down. The whole thing seemed weird to me. Now, how embarrassed should the Lakers be? How embarrassed should the Lakers be that they didn't get this thing done?
And now they got to go crawling back to J.J. Redick,
right?
LeBron's podcast partner.
I know. And anyway, this gets to your point about what you asked originally about the Warriors. And, as somebody, because somebody was on the way in, and by the way, you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. Somebody was saying, Lakers are a play-in team. That really is what they are. It's like, well, guess what? So are the Warriors.
Yeah.
The Warriors are a play-in team. So when just circling back to your original thing about they still have a small window to win a championship. Color me skeptical, guys. I'm not a hater. not a hater. I want the Warriors to do well. I want them to be exciting. I want Steph and Clay and Dre and all these guys. I just look around, and I'm just being realistic, man. The last 2 years have told you that 22 title was unbelievable. It was as good as it gets, and to ask for more than that is asking a lot.
It is, especially if you want to move forward with the big three, with Steph, Clay, and Draymond. So I'm with you. With this current roster, my answer would be no. But Mike Dunleavy's got that grease board ready to go. We'll see if he can work some magic this offseason, maybe move on from the Andrew Wiggins contract, pair him up with something, make a trade, bring in another superstar. There's still a small window, but it's technically still open, Murph.
Well, remember what we said when, after 22, they said, well, what's your answer to try to go back in 22? The answer was to get older and smaller.
Yeah.
All right, so
and then they brought in Chris Paul.
I mean, he has a chance to do something creative like I've always thought Farhan could do, and we'll see. I mean, the Chris Paul move was bold. I told you guys it was intriguing. He's smart. They needed a backup point guard.
And the real reason why
getting rid of Poole,
they got Chris Paul's contract was because it's expiring, and to get Jordan Poole's contract off the roster so that Draymond Green would start showing up to work on time.
They might have a chance to dazzle us here with something. They might, but I keep going back to that. The grease board looks like that Zach Galifianakis hangover with all the pi signs and subs. What do they call them? Cosines and numbers and Greek letters and all that.
Trying to count cards in a casino.
That's what Mike Dunleavy Jr.'s grease board looks like. Man.
I've got him as Charlie Day, and It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, trying to piece everything together.
Yeah, that's a good one too. 925 says I think the reason Dre was embarrassed was Steph Curry. He didn't want to let Steph down. He said Curry cares so much, hence Curry crying when he got ejected 3 minutes into that game.
And if you want to talk about mentorship, how about all the time and dedication that Steph put into kind of developing Jordan Poole and thinking that he was going to be the guy that he hands the baton to kind of keep that legacy going of three-point shooters.
By the way, 602 checks back on that running the yellow light thing. He says, when I lived in Phoenix, people would drive around with monkey masks to avoid the camera tickets. Dude.
They still have your license plate, though, right?
Yeah. But that's a commitment to running yellow lights, dude. That is a commitment.
Yeah, I'm not keeping a monkey mask in my backseat.
Bring in the monkey mask. But you're right. They put the monkey mask over the plate, over the license plate.
Blank plates.
And then 209 says UPS drivers only turn right. They believe 3 rights is faster than 1 left. I may try that down at the Embarcadero, but I don't think it works geographically. If you go right. No, you're still back in the same spot.
You'll end up in a third base dugout.
All right, guys. And then 916 checks in on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, says Dan Hurley and Woj failed to tell anybody that he was in renegotiation with UConn prior to the leak. Heat punked the Lakers, and Woj has lost credibility.
Collusion.
Yeah, a little bit.
A little bit of collusion.
A little bit. So anyway, we wanted to get you guys that Draymond sound. We thought it was interesting. Okay, back to the NBA Finals. Tony Maserati, our buddy from 98.5 The Sports Hub, can check in on the Celtics, 2 wins away from their 18th title, which would separate them from the Lakers with 17 titles. Maybe that's why Dan Hurley didn't want to go. He didn't want to be trailing the Celtics on the all-time banner list, perhaps. So we'll do that. And, of course, Christian McCaffrey is on the cover of Madden 25. We'll see if that curse is real. And are you still apologizing to Austin Slater? By the way, multiple people are saying, tell that person close to you not to pay the ticket. They'll never get you on it because you didn't sign anything. But what if the person close to me has already paid the ticket? Because it seems so serious with a picture of that person close to me's face.
Yeah, and the 602 texter brings up the monkey mask kind of strategy. Said, if you don't have your face, they cannot prove it was you. Murph, no face, no case.
Oh, man. If the monkey mask doesn't fit, you must acquit. All right, guys. Tony Maserati.
I'm just saying.
Tony Maserati next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Christian McCaffrey has officially been named the Madden 25 cover athlete. Does this concern you? Do you believe in the Madden curse? 808-KMBR is the number. Shoot us a text, give us a call, or give your reaction on all of the KMBR socials.
Business is business.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Inbound to Doncic. There's the horn, and the Boston Celtics are halfway to their 18th championship. They hold serve at home, and they hold off the Dallas Mavericks in Game 2, 105-98.
2 wins away from title number 18, which would put them ahead of the LA Lakers in the all-time horse race between these two. Now Lakers don't have Dan Hurley either, so they're going to keep that lead. I don't know. All stuff we could talk about with our good buddy Tony Maserati. He's the host on 98.5, the Sports Hub in Boston, the afternoon show, Felger and Maz. They do a great job, and it's always fun to check in. We've known Tony forever, and he's our voice in New England. Tony, welcome back to KNBR. Your boy Murph. I got my buddy Marcus sitting next to me, man. How you doing?
What's up, Tony?
Murph, what's going on? Marcus, how you doing?
We're doing good, man. The Celtics 2 wins away. How's New England treating this team?
Well, look, I think everybody has sort of been anticipating this. This has not been any major secret or anything, and they've been building toward it. So I think people now feel like a sweep is in play. I think they felt that after Game 1. I'm not sure I'm quite there yet, personally, but they were the best team in the league during the regular season. They've been the best team in the playoffs, so I think people are excited to wrap it up for sure.
Yeah, and we're talking to Tony Maserati here in Boston about this. 2 wins away tomorrow night is Game 3. Bob Meyer said something interesting on the post-game wrap. He said, who's your finals MVP so far? He was like trying to test everybody. I saw you on Twitter said Drew Holiday. He says Brad Stevens because he says this is a team MVP more than an individual. Whereas the Warriors, let's be honest, Tony, it's Steph, right? Do you feel that way about the Celtics? Like this is a complete, level, balanced team?
I do, Murph, but I also think that is sort of a win-lose proposition. In other words, historically, if you look at the NBA teams that have won, there is always an alpha, for lack of a better word, or more often than not, there is an alpha, particularly to a team that wins multiple championships. So to your point, that has been Steph Curry's team in Golden State, and I know obviously there was a Kevin Durant factor there, but Curry has been the identity, I think, of that franchise for the better part of the last 10 years, call it. I don't know that they quite have that here yet. So on the one hand, you can say, yes, it is a team, and there's a lot to be celebrated in that. But the team that is now drawing the most comparison to this one is the Pistons back in 2004. They only won 1 title, and part of the problem was because they didn't have an all-time great on that team. Now, is the NBA changing, whether it be because of the new financial rules or what have you? I don't know. But I think we all thought Jason Tatum was going to be that player. I'm not sure he's quite on that level. He's really, really good, but I'm not sure he is a true, quote-unquote, franchise guy that you can put on the level with some of the really greats in the history of the game yet, and maybe ever.
Yeah, Tony, I want to ask you about Kyrie Irving, who has been very vocal about the city of Boston. And even after Game 1, he had the comment saying that he thought the boos would be louder. Just being boots on the ground out in Boston, how has that reaction been to Kyrie? And do you think it's affected his on-play court at all?
So I don't think there's any question, Marcus, that it's affected him. I'm certainly eager and open to opinions from other areas. Everybody here is a little biased for obvious reasons. I think the fact that Dallas is down 2-0 in this series has been largely the result that Kyrie has kind of sucked. So I don't know that there's another way to put it. And, he can come out and say what he said after Game 1. It tells me that it's in his head, that he's paying attention to the crowd. And I sort of felt like he was baiting them there a little bit, like you're not getting to me. But the more he tells me that they're not getting to him, the more I think they are. And, look, Dallas is built the way they're built. I thought that Dallas had a shot in this series coming in. And, in fact, I picked the Mavs because I thought the Mavs were playing better. But that was all incumbent upon Kyrie and Doncic dominating the ends of games like they did against Minnesota, and that the games remained close going into those final, call it 4 or 5 minutes. And that really hasn't happened. They had a little bit more of a chance in this past one, certainly. I still don't think we've seen Dallas's best game, and it could just be that the sides are so lopsided that the Celtics have 5 good options in their starting lineup and the Mavs really only have 2, that this thing won't be a real competition. But look, if it's going to be one, we got to know that in the next few days for sure.
And Tony, I think my favorite stat from this series so far is the fact that Kyrie Irving is now 0-12 since he stomped on Lucky, the midcourt logo. So are we buying into this Lucky the logo curse with Kyrie Irving?
So I'm not buying into the curse of Lucky. I am buying into the fact that Kyrie is sort of freaked out in this building and psyched out in this building, and he's had interactions with the crowd in the past. And look, I also think the Celtics have done a good job of defending him. And when I say that, I mean Kyrie is small, so he keeps going on the interior. I think his best plan of attack against the Celtics is to try to shoot from distance. He can make from 5 feet behind the line. So I would try to attack the Celtics more out there than to attack them in the paint. And I think he's more effective from out there. So when I say more effective, I think with 3s rather than 2s, I think there's a better chance of Dallas being able to get into the hundreds and beat the Celtics. So to me, Kyrie has been the real X factor in the series so far, and I don't say that in a positive way for Dallas. I just think he's been kind of ordinary, if not garbage, in the 2. He's 0 for 8 from distance. I don't need to tell you guys that, look, if Steph Curry is the best shooter in the league, Kyrie's not that far off. If you look at his numbers, he's a career 42% three-point shooter, and he's 90+% from the line. So he might not have the same release that Curry has, but if he takes them and he's got any amount of space, typically he's going to make 40%. And he's 0 for 8 in the series and frankly been awful.
Yeah, he made one in 2016. We rue to this day. But yes, none so far in the 2024 NBA Finals. Talking to Tony Maserati, Boston's 98.5, the Sports Hub, our longtime buddy from New England, always giving us the vibe from what's going on in Boston in the green and the white. 2 wins away from their 18th NBA title, which would pass the Lakers. How about this deal? Former NBA Sixth Man of the Year Malcolm Brogdon and big man Robert Williams III for Drew Holiday. My goodness. I am a relentless UCLA Bruin honk. I love Drew Holiday. I've always loved Drew Holiday. Now you guys are understanding, right? This is a dude, Tony.
Oh, and he's great in these games, Murph. That's the big thing is, you can talk about the regular season. He doesn't score enough. He's not a great shooter. All well and good. When you get into the biggest moments, and there were those moments where the pressure intensifies and people start running around with their heads cut off and making stupid mistakes, Drew Holiday is an absolute rock and an anchor. And he just makes the right play almost every time and seems to make a big shot when you need it almost every time. Now, obviously, the math has to tell me otherwise, but the big thing to me is the poise that he plays with, and he does everything well. I wouldn't say that singularly he is a great player in any one area. I mean, defensively, certainly, he's one of the premier defenders in the league and has been in a long time, but he is not a great shooter. But he's good at everything. He's a good ball handler. He's a good enough shooter. He's certainly strong enough. There's enough quickness there, and he has the acumen to play defense and stay in front of guys, even as he is aged. And I think he has been damn near perfect in this series. So they relied on him to score a little bit more in Game 2, but he has not committed a turnover in the series thus far. Jason Tatum, by contrast, has 9. So, that to me is just indicative of the kind of player he's been.
Yeah, without a doubt, Drew Holiday has been one of the best players in these finals, but I think you also have to add Kristaps Porzingis into that conversation. Now, this is a guy that missed nearly a month of playoff basketball. Did seem like he was limping a little bit in Game 2 towards the end. So what's the health update on Kristaps Porzingis, and what element has he added to the Celtics rotation?
So we haven't heard anything on the health yet. I am skeptical. I just think this is a guy who you have to, on the flight out to Dallas. I almost said the West Coast because for some reason, since I'm talking to you, I thought they were playing on the West Coast.
You're welcome. You can come out anytime. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But he's the kind of guy you got to put in bubble wrap on the plane because we all know he gets hurt all the time. So I have my doubts. I had my doubts going in as to whether or not he'd make it through the entire series, because those calf injuries to me are not something that typically heal in 5 weeks. So I'm guessing he's operating at something less than 100%, but he's a matchup nightmare. And I don't dispute the impact that he has had, particularly on defense. I know everyone talks about the offense, and you got a 7'3" guy that can shoot threes. Now they got to come out and defend him. It opens up the paint for Tatum and Brown, all of which is true. I think the bigger thing is at the other end of the floor. When you and you wouldn't necessarily think of Porzingis the way you thought about Hakeem Olajuwon many years ago, or some of the elite, truly elite shot blockers in the league. Robert Williams was a great shot blocker. You mentioned him, Murph. But Porzingis he is just a tree in there, and he's hard to shoot over. So it has given them a presence on both ends of the floor that has really completely changed the team. And I agree with you that he is a huge variable. I just think Holiday has played more minutes and played more consistently in the series. In the last game, Porzingis was good for about a 5-minute stretch. The rest of the time, he really didn't do much. And I'm not telling you he stunk. They didn't need him to be great in the last game. I just think Holiday's been out there more, but their starting five is the best five in the league. And that has played out all year long. When they've had those guys together, they have been really, really good. And when they've had them together and needed to win, they've won. So look, it does make them a bit of a rarity in some ways in the history of the league, because there really is a certain amount of equity that exists in that starting group. They are all good players. I don't know that there was a singular one of them that we would look at and say he's one of the greatest of all time.
Well, we were just talking yesterday, Drew Holiday on a Hall of Fame path, kind of like a Chauncey Billups type thing. So it's pretty awesome. Can't let you go, Tony, without a thought, staying on the Bruin tip. Just a thought on Bill Walton and what, I know, listen, he was a UCLA Bruin. He was a Portland Trailblazer. He was only a Celtic for a brief time, but it was an incredible brief time. And I'm wondering, you guys on the Celtic Boston honored him and the family before game one. I thought it was awesome. Just, did it affect? I mean, he was only there in that passing time, but did New England feel that loss?
Oh, definitely, Murph. Yeah, he is regarded as a Celtic, which is pretty extraordinary when you think he really only played 1 year here. Mm-hmm. The second year he got hurt, and that was it. But it was such an extraordinary season, and there was such chemistry between Walton and Larry Bird in particular that people really hold that single year in or to a certain standard. That team, as you know, is regarded by many as one of the greatest of all time. But the thing I've always found fascinating about Walton, most people who played with him liked him. He was extremely well-liked by fans. He had a really sort of happy-go-lucky outlook on life. But more important to me as far as the basketball goes, he's one of the few guys in history whose career was completely derailed by injury. And yet everyone still looks at him and says, well, he was one of the greatest of all time. Yeah. And so I just think that speaks to really to the brilliance of his game. I mean, he had some epic performances, the 21 for 22 game, et cetera, et cetera. You go right down the list. He was a tremendous rebounder. He was a great team player, tremendous passer. Bob Ryan, who has covered as much basketball as anybody in the history of basketball media, maintains that nobody threw the outlet pass better than Bill Walton did. And, if you look at his scoring average, you say, well, at his peak years, he averaged 18, 19 a game. It could have been 40. He could have done whatever he wanted, but he was a great team player on both ends. And I think there's a reason why his teams won at the high level they did.
So he was revered in Boston. That warms my heart because I loved him. We had a great relationship with him here in San Francisco. He was around a lot, and we did events with him, and so we were really, really heartbroken. And I'm glad to know that it goes coast to coast, and Boston feels that love too. So, all right, Tony, always great catching up, man. Enjoy the rest of it. We'll chase you down some other time. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Tony.
Hey, you two be well, guys. All right, talk to you later.
Tony Maserati in Boston on the Celtics. All right, is there a Madden curse, and does it affect the Niners? To finish the show, next on the Sports Today.
Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
49ers inside the Toyota red zone. Purdy under center. Juszczyk in motion into a true eye. 2-point stance ahead of McCaffrey. They give it to him off the right side. McCaffrey gets wide, a block from Juszczyk. McCaffrey's in the end zone. Touchdown! CMC!
With the dynamite bounce on the touchdown.
There it is. Christian McCaffrey in the news. By the way, that was in Vegas at the Death Star. There was a hold on the play, never called. You were there, weren't you?
I was there. You were there in Vegas for that game. That's right.
Yeah, that's
you
right.
were there?
That's when me and young Tony were at the same nightclub on New Year's Eve, and we had no idea.
Was the guy playing, I'm late to work in blank, blank, blank? Was he playing that in the...
Who was the headliner that night? Some guys whose name rhymes with aluminum can.
Is his name Milt again?
Millennium. That's who it was. I had no idea who the hell was on stage. I don't know how the hell I ended up in that club. But we talked about it like a week or two later. Young Tony was down on the floor with all the peasants. I was up top, second level bottle service.
Peasants. Whoa.
I'm just taking shots, Tony.
My question was, which of the two you got bottle service? And the answer was Marcus.
Yeah, I was up in bottle service. Bottle service with Bobby Boucher.
He can afford that when he wins his big college football bets from New Year's Eve. Yeah, there it is. By the way, we are proudly sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. And speaking of clubs, how about the club? And I apologize to the 830 crowd. I will be better. I'm a human being. I make mistakes. Human error. I've promised you guys that our 8:30 corridor is like our ticket giveaway corridor. We kind of like to make it our little bonus after the old big hit and all that stuff. And I had 2 tickets burning in my pocket to see Whiskey Myers on June 21, which is a week from Friday at Toyota Pavilion in Concord. And I failed to give them away then. So you know what we're going to do? Give them away right now.
Hell yeah.
How about that? So again, Southern Fried, Leonard Skinner sounding Whiskey Myers at Toyota Pavilion in Concord, June 21. Call John Joe Curley, 415-896-KMBR. Once again, 415-896-KMBR. 2 tickets to see Whiskey Myers at Toyota Pavilion, caller number 10. And that tickets are shortened by Live Nation. Tickets are now on sale at livenation.com.
Perfect.
So there you go.
We got tickets. We got Madden covers. Now, I will say, I am hyped to see Christian McCaffrey, my favorite running back, and the Raiders on the cover of Madden. But I was actually on the field for that game, holding the little, sound bubbles or whatever they're called.
Parabolic mics?
Yeah, it's funny. I worked them. I still don't know what the hell they're called. But I was hoping
Mike Kohler says parabolics all the time.
Yeah, he just puts me down there. I was just trying to get to the game. I was really hoping that I would be on the background so that I can say I'm also a Madden cover athlete. That was the photo they needed.
It's not, though. No. So here's the deal. Christian McCaffrey is on the Madden 25 cover. Congratulations. Now the question begins, is there a curse?
Dun, dun, dun.
I think the best line I've already seen is, oh, my God, how could the 49ers be more cursed than they already are? They've lost 2 crushing, devastating, heart-ripping, gut-shredding Super Bowls. If that's not cursed, I don't know what is. At this point, two negative curses makes a positive. I'm going to go ahead and say that the black cloud hanging over this franchise plus the Madden curse means they're winning the bowl this year. How's that?
See, it's as simple as that, Murph. Everything started to go downhill for the 49ers organization once Jed York was on the cover of Madden.
Wait, was he on the cover of Madden?
No, Murph.
Okay,
I'm riffing. I'm riffing with Jed York being 0-3 in Super Bowls.
My bad.
NED was never on the cover, and they won Super Bowls.
Okay, so we got to go over this curtain, this Madden curse thing here. First of all, how important is it? Your generation has to speak to me. How important is the Madden cover?
It felt like it was a real curse early on, and maybe that's because I was gullible. I was in middle school. I was in high school, but it did seem like every year, whether it was Michael Vick, arguably the greatest Madden athlete ever, that 2004 cover, he came back the next year and fractured his fibula. Moving on later on, there was the fall off of guys like Antonio Brown, who was on the cover, then ended up out in Oakland with the Raiders, and we could talk about his career. We could talk about Peyton Hillis, who was the last running back on the cover before Christian McCaffrey, and how his career fell off a map. Then there's a bunch of other injuries. Rob Gronkowski was on the cover, had a herniated disc. Troy Polamalu was on a split cover with Larry Fitzgerald. He tore his MCL that year.
This is incredible
So
data.
there is some kind of stats that back up the Madden curse. But recently, it seems like that curse has been broken by guys like Patrick Mahomes and
I
Tom
do
Brady.
have some stats on the recent ones. Josh Allen last year played in all 17 games, threw for 4,300 yards and 29 touchdowns. Now, they didn't win the bowl, but they made the playoffs.
And he did have beef with Stephon Diggs on the sideline, and now he's out with D'Amico Ryans in the Houston Texans.
Tom Brady and Patrick Mahomes were both on the cover of 2022 and had big years. And then Lamar Jackson in 2021 had a big year.
Not bad for a running back.
Mahomes also won his first Super Bowl the same year he was on Madden 2020. So the curse is no more.
Yeah.
The curse is an ancient thing. And by the way, how did Peyton Hillis get on the cover?
Dude, because he had an all-time season for the Cleveland Browns that 1 year. But yeah, it is surprising to see Peyton Hillis on the list of all the Madden cover athletes.
And to you guys, to your generation that plays this is a big deal that you're on the cover?
It is. I mean, look at all the hate that Jazz Chisholm has received since being on the cover of MLB The Show.
That's really what it was. So, and why was he on the cover of MLB The Show? When you got guys like Judge Stanton or Judge Acuna, Mookie Betts.
Yeah, well, Judge has been a cover athlete, but going back to Jazz Chisholm, he kind of broke into the league, and the kids loved him. That's pretty much my biggest explanation. Yeah. He came out there with the cool colors, with the chain, with the swag, with the home run celebration.
I can tell you for a fact that I've got 12-year-olds, and I do baseball cards for every game, and they light up when the players with swag.
Yeah, and
they're not fired up on
the
they're not fired up on the who am I trying to think of, like who's the most bland guy out there? They're not fired up on the Mike Yastrzemskis of the world.
I was going to say, they're not fired up about getting an Austin Slater card.
Oh, man.
But of course,
despite Dave Fleming's staunch defense of him today.
He's a good guy. Slater's a good guy. But it's circling back to a conversation in case anybody's out of the loop. The Athletic did a poll with Major League Baseball players of the most overrated athlete in their sport, and Jazz Chisholm was the lead horse in that conversation.
A runaway, too.
Mm-hmm.
And so there was definitely hate.
I think there was a little bit of jealousy.
Yeah. So anyway, this curse is for Christian McCaffrey. And by the way, what does it say about McCaffrey that he gets this thing? That he is, is he arguably, other than Lamar Jackson, the most electric player in the NFL?
I think
is he more electric than Lamar Jackson?
Lamar Jackson doesn't catch the ball.
No,
I can tell you that.
I mean, McCaffrey is. I mean, I was asked. I heard Tolbert Copes had Brent Jones on yesterday, and Tolbert just kind of asked him to power rank the players. He goes, "This is such a star-laden team. Power rank. From Bosa on down, to Fred Warner, to Nick Bosa, to George Kittle, to all these guys, Debo, and he put McCaffrey first."
I would agree with that take. Yeah. And that's going back to that New Year's game last year when I was on the sideline. Just seeing the silent violence that was Christian McCaffrey was the best way to explain it. Like his footwork is so quick. He's just so athletic. He's so agile. But he also runs with this ferocity where he's not afraid to run through your face. Like, he's got this different elements to this game that you don't see with too many other players.
And also, it was brought up by Brent, how many years does he have left of effectiveness? I hate to even bring this up because the guy's just, he's coming off the Offensive Player of the Year award. Mm-hmm. But he is going to be 28, or he already is 28 or something like that. So, there, Brent did sound the alarm that, come 30, it's not the same, unless with McCaffrey, it's different.
I think it could be different with McCaffrey because of what he's able to do as a receiver. Look at guys like Darren Sproles, who prolonged his career with the Eagles, with the Saints, because of his receiving threat out of the backfield. Yeah. So who knows if he's going to be the workhorse running back for the next 5-6 years, but I still think he's going to be a valuable piece of this offense.
He just turned 28. So, and by the way, multiple texters saying that when we lost to the great John Madden, to the great football field in the sky, that's when the curse ended. That literally, you can draw the line. He passed away in 2021. There hasn't been a curse since.
Wow, I guess there is a correlation.
How about that? Dude, how about 774 just coming? I mean, do you read these texts?
Yeah, you got to.
I mean, I guess the guy's saying, can I riff? But he said, did they pick CMC before that Super Bowl fumble?
There it is.
Can I say this with great respect and love, because he is an old colleague of mine and a teammate, and I say this with love, but who sent that text? Larry Krueger? I think Krug was the guy who asked him about the fumble at the last press conference, right?
Why are you bringing up old
I'm not bringing up beef. I'm just making a joke. That's all there. So anyway, guys, well, congratulations to Christian McCaffrey. 49ers, baby. Their box office. Farhan Zaidi's Giants aren't making the cover of MLB The Show.
No, I don't think you're going to see any Giants on the cover.
But Jed York's Niners, baby, they got star power. All right, we'll hand it over to Papa and Lund on the other side. What did young Tony learn today? And, oh, by the way, shout out Mark and Gilroy for winning 2 tickets to see Whiskey Myers.
Hell yeah, Mark.
You're going to have to drink some whiskey at Whiskey Myers, don't you? Might have gotten into the bourbon Saturday night.
Get into
don't
the
you know?
bourbon.
Actually, I didn't. I got into the Jameson, which is different than bourbon. It's Irish whiskey.
You went with the Irish whiskey.
Yeah. It was the nearest bottle. I just grabbed the nearest bottle.
That's always my go-to. I go bourbon, if not bourbon, Jameson.
Yeah, it's good. It's a big difference in taste now. Jameson much lighter. Bourbon can be much thicker and sweeter.
I like both.
It's all good, baby. It's all good. As the winning montage used to say. We've never played we used to sprinkle the winning montage throughout the show, but now we only do it for the 6 to 6:10 crowd.
It's for the early crowd.
Yeah, it's a little reward, right? All right, good stuff. And the Sutter Health Giants report coming your way on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
It's a great day.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. it sound right, boy.
Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Pretty good, honestly. You know, a lot of memories, a lot of, people ask me all the time how it feels. Feels good. Feels good to be back. You know, miss the guys, miss everything. A little nostalgia coming back. Didn't know my way to the clubhouse. You know, I've been on the other side, so it's fun. It's fun. I can't wait to get heckled though. That's tell people I can't wait to get heckled over there. I used to come and heckle people, so I'm excited. Hey Tony, happy birthday. And I'm glad you're a Giants fan. You're a smart man. It's Mauricio Dubón, by the way. Enjoy it, and hopefully you can come one of the days to the ballpark, and we'll meet each other in person. And happy birthday, man.
Now, that's a banging rejoin. Number one, it is, of course, Carlos Ramirez of NBC Sports Bay Area interviewing Mauricio Dubón. Dubón's like, I'm going to get heckled, which you need to address. Number two is the rarely heard, undiscovered until this morning, cameo that young Tony Farias' buddies bought him in November of 2020 for his birthday. Wow. Height of the pandemic. And young Tony was hyped because he thought Dubón was the dude. All set to the song I was looking for Austin Slater, All Apologies by Nirvana, as opposed to One Republic's Too Late to Apologize, which worked, by the way. That did work. So, young Tone, are you down with a Nirvana All Apologies?
Sure.
You never heard it?
No, I've definitely heard it.
Okay,
I just it's not my type of music, but it's good music. I mean, if you want to hear it, you can hear it.
Do you reject the grunge movement?
Not really. I'm a very particular type of guy when it comes to music.
Where are you with Nirvana and the grunge movement, buddy?
Oh, I'm down with Nirvana.
Yeah.
Like, you're talking about a whole, sound of the 90s, sound of a generation. I got no problems with Nirvana.
Kind of hard to be anti-Nirvana. Bring that. If you got a beef with her, you got to talk to Spider. Spider's like a PhD in Nirvana. You're not going to do that, Tony? You're not going to?
No, I'm not here to pick fights.
Okay, all right.
Instead, Tony's a PhD of Mauricio Dubón.
Hey, you got a doobie?
So my question to you is, you were at the game. Was Dubón enough of a star to get heckled?
There was definitely the left field bleachers with their traditional, what's wrong with Dubón? He's a bum. But besides that,
What's the matter with Dubón?
Yeah.
He's a
there were way
bum.
more boos for Jose Altuve than Mauricio Dubón.
Which we addressed earlier in the show. That was a hot topic today. A little hotter than Draymond Jordan Poole, which some of the texters are upset that we brought that up. John Joe's hot topics are coming under fire. So he didn't get booed in the box, right?
No, Doobie got a little bit of an applause. Hell, if young Tony was there, he probably would have took his top off and throw some beads at him.
See, do you have the Dwayne Kuiper? Do you want to smoke a doobie sound?
Hey, you got a doobie?
Oh, there it is.
I've got the Doobie sound. I didn't know that Tony and Mauricio were the Doobie brothers.
Hey, you got a doobie?
That was so good.
I'm just waiting for them to get an apartment in the Bay. We're going Tony and Doobie by the Bay.
What was it about Dubón that captured your fancy, buddy? He wasn't like an unbelievably great Giant or something.
That's exactly why. By the way, Matt Duffy was one of my favorite Giants, too.
Now that one we embrace. Because you know why? Because in the frickin' playoffs, he scored from second base on a wild pitch. That makes you a legend. October score from second on a wild pitch, bro. You're an icon forever, man. Not to mention the family's just so likable. And the cat. What are you going to do with who's no longer with us, I believe? Remember the cat? Oh, my God, Brad's going to yell at me. The name. Come on. Matt Duffy's cat.
Oh, I don't know.
One year for Halloween, I went as Matt Duffy because I had a jersey and I had an overstuffed cat.
I thought you were going to say you went as Matt Duffy's cat.
Skeeter. Skeeter was the name of the cat.
Shout out cousin Skeeter.
There it is. Well, why don't you put on your Dr. Skeeter jacket here, buddy? How about that?
I feel like I'm a doctor in baseball.
Time now for your Giants Health Report, sponsored by Sutter Health.
Yes, indeed. I am the doctor of baseball, like my guy Nicky T just said. And today, the doctor is giving you a checkup on Matt Chapman, who was once again absent from the Giants lineup yesterday. Here was Bob Melvin on the Bo Mel Show, giving us the latest update on Matt Chapman.
All right, a little bit of news today. One thing that you notice right away when you see the lineup is second straight game, no Matt Chapman. Can you give us an update on Matt?
Yeah, he feels way better today than he did yesterday. So my inclination is that he'll be in the lineup tomorrow. Obviously, we're going to be careful with hamstrings. We've had to deal with a couple with Conforto and Lamont. So, obviously, if we feel like potentially he can play today, we're going to give him one more full day, and hopefully that's the case tomorrow.
Sounds like Matt Chapman could be back in the lineup for the Giants tonight. Stay tuned to the sports leader for the immediate release of the Giants lineup today. And that, of course, is our Giants Sutter Health Update, sponsored from the doctors who never stop answering your questions, the cardiac specialty centers that never stop helping hearts. Sutter is more than 220 hospitals and clinics that never stop caring for Californians. Visit SutterHealth.org.
It's funny, Matt. Casey Schmidt has been extolled as like almost a Gold Glove 11 third baseman. And the way that game started yesterday was so disappointing. Then he turns a double play on the next play.
Yeah,
starts a double
booted
play,
the first ball, turns a double play. There was a few plays last night that I felt like Matt Chapman could have got a glove on that Casey did not.
Casey had a couple, though. And by the way, he'll go with the looks. He's going with the slight tilt. He's going with the headband. He's chomping on something. He's got the hair. He's got kind of a look out there. Just like young Tony has a look. And what did young Tony learn today?
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now, okay?
Well, as we know, this is a two-way street. He gave me a little Travis Scott today, higher than the rest, right?
Highest in the room. Good try, though.
I was close.
You're in the ballpark, Murph.
Highest in the room, higher than the rest. But this one, early on, we were talking about the trash cans of Jose Altuve and why he was getting booed so heavily all these years later. Somebody brought up Oscar the Grouch. I said, young Tone? You said maybe, kinda, sorta, Sesame Street's own? Come on now. See, now I'm getting very nostalgic right now. Come on. That's Oscar the Grouch. There it is. That's beautiful there, buddy. What do you think? You down with Oscar the Grouch?
It's great stuff. It was a little bit before my generation. I've heard a lot about it. The yellow bird was the big famous
yellow
character
bird
that I know.
That's Big Bird Tony.
Big Bird, thank you. Yeah, it was close, eh?
And Murph, real quick, this one's just for me and you because we were talking about Chappelle's show skits during the break.
Yeah.
If anybody's seen the Sesame Street bit with Dave Chappelle and Oscar the Grouch, I highly recommend watching it.
I got to see that because I told you I found a skit the other day that had me laughing and me rolling at my laptop. By the way, so you said Yellow Bird. There's a sports connection that G. Papa would know. Big Bird on the cover of Sports Illustrated featured next to one-year sensation Mark Fidrich, the Detroit Tigers. So there was a Sesame Street Sports Illustrated baseball connection back in the day.
Ooh. Pretty cool. Wow.
That's how big it was, buddy.
Big Bird has done it all.
That's how big it was. There's another one, Philadelphia Flyers. He was known as the Big Bird, but he didn't make it. Remember Fidrich and Bird on the cover of SI? Yeah. All right, guys, there you go. They're about to slide on. That means Greg Papa's here in person when we're chatting Selesky and old Philadelphia Flyers and current Detroit Tigers. All right, guys, thanks to everyone for coming on today. Dwayne Kuiper, Dave Fleming, Tony Maserati, John, Joe, and Tony, and Marcus will see you tomorrow. Rich Aurelia joining Papa in London at 11:50 today. Stay tuned. And, of course, when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Hey, Tony. I'm glad you're a Giants fan. You're a smart man. Mauricio Dubón, by the way.
Andre, quiet down.
Off the wall!
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves for Greg Papa
John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund.
That's right. We're getting it going.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader.
Oh, that was a challenge. We'll see if Harrison challenges him again. Here it comes. 3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out with a breaking ball. And that'll end the inning. 1-2. Here's the pitch. Swing and a drive. Deep into right center field. Triples alley. And this one is off the bottom of the wall. Solair's going to score easily. Yastrzemski on his way to third. Giants lead 1-0. A home run in every other ballpark except this one.
Now a liner to right. Coming in, Yastrzemski dives and he catches it. What a play, Mike Yastrzemski. Duvall to Alvarez. The pitch is swung on and missed, strike 3. He got him with the slider. Myers, who has 2 hits, 2 of the 5 Astros hits. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him with the slider. 2 down. Duvall pitches. Abreu strikes out swinging. Duvall got him with the slider. And Duvall, he strikes out 3 in the 9th.
High drive to left. It is off the wall.
Damn white wall. Why do they got to have that handle I had right there? There's 2 of them side by side. Isn't the baseball white? I can barely see the puck in hockey. Now I can't see the ball. He lost it in the white wall. Get that. Kipe's going to be out there today painting that wall green.
It is.
Austin Powers to the rescue.
Oh, man.
I've been waiting for your opening monologue today on Austin Slater, John. Floor is yours. I just dropped my mic.
I heard the morning show this morning says we may owe a 170 hitter an apology.
Okay.
Get out of here. I'm giving you an apology.
That was a professional at bat and what was required to win the baseball game. He knew he wanted something up. They weren't going to throw it away to his power. He wanted it in, and he barreled it, and that's exactly what should. I think
that's what he's supposed to do. That's his job.
I know, but a lot of guys think Jorge Soler. Did you want Jorge Soler up in that position?
I want Mr. Banana Shoes to come up with knee tendonitis.
Luis Matos is good at that exact same thing. When they beat the Phillies 1-0, and it was a sac fly required to win the game, and Tyler Fitzgerald, when he was a Giant, he barreled the ball. I think Matos could have barreled the ball, but that's a professional at-bat to win the game.
I agree, 100%, and we explained to you why he's up here, and nice job by Austin Slater. He did his job. I got nothing against Austin Slater, but I am not going to crown someone or give someone an apology after 8 at-bats.
At the same time, you have to look at 4.5 years as a body of work to see exactly who he is, and I love what he talked about with the elbow. Spring training, he kind of lost focus, he said, which I haven't heard him say before. I think maybe back then he was just trying to manage the pain in the elbow and get through it and improve. He was healthy, and it set him back. At the same time, you can't crown a guy after a week of being hot. Luis Matos, POW, now down in the minors. Elliot Ramos has got to work on his base running here. He's killing me.
We should have scored there,
Was he out? No, he wouldn't have scored on that. It was a force
on the
out.
ground. But I mean, still, you got to go. It's a contact play.
It's a bases loaded. It's little league.
Contact play. You got to go.
No, it's bases loaded ground ball. You got to run. It's a force out. There's not a contact. There's no reading there. The bases were loaded. It's a train wreck. Yeah. He's lucky he didn't, and he did throw the runner off at second. If they played that differently, that could be a double play. That was, I don't know what he was doing.
Because he confused Bailey at second, right? Because Bailey was like, why is he not
loaded,
going?
ground ball. You got to go. It's a force out everywhere. There's no read. There's no contact play there. I don't know if he was thrown off by getting hit by the foul ball, but the play where he rounded second and got back picked, was he definitely safe getting back into the bag? Man, that was close.
It was a late tag, but he should have been out.
The thing about him is they play more and more, and it was an extra inning game. You got to concentrate. And I think what we saw with Cespedes in the minors, he has the ability. Saw him make bad plays in the outfield. He didn't concentrate long enough. It's hard to concentrate, and his base running there was an issue. But nice win. I love the way the Astros played the top of the 10th inning with bunts here and there, and even Altuve, a great hitter with a bunt, a sac fly. It was well played. And the Giants came back. Starting pitching was stupendous. We're going to be on the patio tomorrow. We invited Kyle Harrison out. He's just changed. the way he's pitching. And he was really honest about driving with the glove side because the arm side's lagging behind. That's why he's lacking arm side command. But looks like he's straighter in his rotation and pulling downhill. Boy, was he efficient last night and didn't use the fastball as much. Good baseball game last night. Nice win.
It really was. And for him, you just mentioned the key word, the efficiency, because even when Blake Snell comes back, he's not efficient. Jordan Hicks, they don't want going past 5 innings, and now we're starting to have those conversations about, when do we pull back on the innings or when do they pull back on the innings on these guys. So to have Kyle Harrison do what he did last night, and the one thing is, even though he mixed his pitches better and wasn't as fastball reliant as he has been, the one thing I really like about him is even though the average Major League fastball now is 94 miles per hour, so he's right around the average, a little bit above the average Major League fastball, but he's got the balls to throw the fastball and challenge guys when you have to. And sometimes maybe Camilo Duvall could watch that. Like when you're throwing 102, sometimes it's okay that they know what's coming, and you just say, look, try to hit it. Kyle Harrison's got guts, man. He'll do that. He'll just say, you know what, I'm rocking 94, 95. That's an average Major League fastball. Try to hit it. And a lot of times they can't.
Yeah, but he's throwing his changeup and his slider more. He got away from that a little bit. His fastball plays hotter. It was great to see Josh Hader in the game later because that's the guy they compared him to the most. And what do you call that? What Jake McGee had, the inverted velocity, whatever the hell Contos called. The spin on the ball, it used to be a rising fastball back in the day, but everybody's physically not capable for the fastball to rise. But when you go low like he does with an upshoot on the three-quarter delivery, it doesn't rise, but it doesn't descend as quickly, so it does stay up in the zone. So his 92, 93 plays much hotter, but it's not that. It's staying in the zone. The first pitch of the game, Altuve, he missed up and away, came right back with a similar pitch and got the call on it, but he was just very efficient. We're going to have Rich Aurelia come on, and this baseball team is starting to round out. You got to get Wilmer healthy, and he came in late and gave you a nice at-bat with a pinch hit in his knees, and you got to get, Matt Chapman over the hamstring. But they got to figure out shortstop right now. And I like Wisely. He's doing a nice job. But Casey Schmidt's defense last night, he atoned for the early, kick of the ball in the first batter of the game. And he was really calm on the double play ball, the way he fed that ball to Estrada. But the triple with Alvarez at third base, Shaz made a hell of a play on that.
Chapman makes that play.
Did he have to swipe it the way he did? If he just puts his glove down by the bag and catches the ball, why did he try to swipe tag him? I don't think he needed to do that, but I think they've been a little thrown off, and we've seen Chapman thrown off with the obstruction call where you're behind the bag. But Casey's too good of an infielder to make these sloppy mistakes, and he will chase out of the strike zone. I think shortstop, Nick Ahmed's, taking on-field BP. He did do it June the 1st, and they shut him right down. What's the nature of his wrist injury? So if he doesn't come back, what do the Giants do at shortstop, Richie? I mean, obviously Crawford's the best shortstop in San Francisco Giant history statistically, but Richie was the best offensive shortstop. He knows the position well. We'll talk to Richie Rich about, I think that's the one spot. And things do develop. We'll find out about starting pitching and, what's going on with Alex Cobb and his comeback. But Casey Schmidt is just kicking a lot of balls that defensively, to me, he's not quite Matt Chapman, but he's 1B to Matt Chapman. Why is he making all these sloppy mistakes?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if he's bringing his bat out there or if it's a lack of focus. But like you said, he makes an error on the first play of the game. Now, again, they turn around. He doubles up Bregman and gets him out of it. But still, if I'm the Giants, I'm concerned because he's not defending well at any position. And if he's not defending, why the hell is he here? Because he sure as hell can't hit and stay off of, out of the zone slider. We'll get into Solair, too. He's struggling. But, again, the big story of the day, Austin Slater, after a lot of people ripping him and saying that both, by the way, fans and media saying that they don't understand why Matos is not here. And I'll give you it. It was a professional at bat. That's what you have to do. It's a small sample size. I hope he keeps it going. He's a good dude. Dave Fleming was on today, and he used a great term. He said that Matos is new toy syndrome, which is we all get excited about, these guys, and they come up, and Matos did a great job. But that's why Slater's on the team. That's why the team kept him. You can not like him, whatever the case may be, but it was a great play last night. Did not get it done against Hader. And remember, Yastrzemski had a grand slam against Josh Hader, but they put Slater up there, didn't get it done. Had a little pop. You could tell he was disgusted with himself. He might even said a naughty word going back to the dugout, but then he comes up and has a great at-bat at the end, and the Giants win. So give us your thoughts on it. Wide open. Golden State Lumber and the Building Materials text line is 5627 415 808 KNBR. Anything about last night from Kyle Harrison to Austin Slater? Anything you'd like to discuss? We got a ton to get to today, and as you said, Rich Aureli is going to join at 11:50. Mauricio Dubón at 1:30.
Doobie.
How about Doobie?
Yeah, 1:30 late in the show. We'll spark a Doobie.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
He is, last year when he came in, and when the Giants went to Houston, he ripped everybody. And they're booing him, which is interesting. But he's called back. He likes everybody in the Giant organization now that Gabe Kapler is no longer in the organization. So what exactly did Kapler do with Doobie?
I guess we shall ask. You think he'll answer?
Sure. He's an honest guy. He's Mauricio Dubón.
Yeah.
And congratulations to Christian McCaffrey, first Bay Area player either side of the Bay. Garrison Hearst was there before they started putting athletes on the cover in the late 90s, the European version, but Derek Carr never made it. Khalil Mack never made it. Alden Smith, I mean, nobody. All the great Niner players. And Christian McCaffrey is the first Bay Area athlete and football player, obviously first 49er, to make the cover of the prestigious EA Madden game. So now we'll get into the curse a little bit, and I've been examining it. I think it is a problem. I mean, the quarterbacks don't seem to have a problem, Mahomes, but running backs, from Adrian Peterson to Sean Alexander, it's more running backs. Now, I don't believe in that stuff at all.
You just brought it up.
Well, I'm just saying I don't want Christian McCaffrey to get hurt. And last year we thought early in the year, if he wins the rushing title, that is good because that means he's playing the whole year. And he even sat out the last game of the year. He's a great player. They got a lot of great players. I can make the point he's the best player on the team, and I thought he was the best player in the league. No, I'm not worried about it, but if you do examine it, it really has been running backs that have had a hard time with the Madden curse.
All right, we got a ton to do on that front as well. Plus, Draymond Green had some things to say, so we got some Warriors, NBA Finals, a ton to get to on a Tuesday. Thanks for hanging out. We'll focus on the Giants as we come back. Nice win last night. Where are they? Already starting to get some trade wins to be discussed as well, and shortstop could be one of those things, so we'll get into that as well. And again, your thoughts at 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. We'll do it all next here on the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
All right, we joined Murph and Marcus this morning, discussed Austin Slater's walk-off against the Astros last night. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
$1 billion.
Yes, that's my favorite. John Lund here. Did you know that many of the attorney ads that you've seen or heard, they're not even based here in the Bay Area. Some are not even based in the entire state. What? Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm, they are based right here in the Bay Area. They've been that way for more than 25 years. Award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. And unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Now, remember, with this beautiful weather that we're having right now, motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, we're all out. They're all around us. So please be careful. Let's work together in making sure that the Bay Area is a safer place. And feel confident that you're in great hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, the Dolan Law Firm. And they've secured, this is where that comes in, more than $1 billion with a B in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients, but you pay nothing up front. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Giants. Filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything Giants. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Yeah, I feel great. I was jonesing for the opportunity to get up there again. I felt like I missed a good pitch to hit off Hader, so I was hoping to put some simple swing on it and get the ball in the air.
There you go. Any kind of real winning streak at this point could really separate you, even though it is early. Obviously, we can talk about the early thoughts on a trade. Shortstop is certainly a major hole as long as Elliot Ramos can continue in center field. Mike Yastrzemski makes another parallel to the ground catch. That was amazing. Got to get Michael Conforto up to speed. Hopefully Matt Chapman can return soon. I think he makes that tag, and they get Alvarez at third, which tied the game at 1. So it's the little details in these close games, but they do get the win over the Astros. So give us your thoughts on it. 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. By the way, I ran across an interesting stat. So since the end of April, the Giants actually are in the middle of the pack in scoring runs. They're about 12th. So we talk so much about the offense, and it needs to get better. There's no question. But really, it's about the pitching. I mean, we got into this a little bit yesterday, but to have Kyle Harrison do what he did, and the kid for the Astros was really good last night. And
Arrighetti.
Yeah, he's nice. He normally walks a lot more guys, but he was kind of under control, but he was really hitting some spots last night. And so it was fun. I like pitching, Matt. I like pitching duels like we saw last night. You got a 0-0 thing, but the efficiency. So then to have Webb do what he did, go deep into a game, have all of a sudden have Harrison do the same thing, it just makes everything so much easier. But while we talk about offense, and it's incredibly important, they're middle of the pack since the end of April. This rotation that you and I constantly talked about as a top rotation, they got to get healthy, and they got to start doing their part.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at baseball stats, you can make them pretty much say whatever you want. They had a 2-week stretch where they averaged, 7-8 runs a game, and they went 10-2. I would say beyond that stretch, overall, the offense is just not locked in. But when you go around the diamond, Lamont Wade Jr. is starting to hit on the field, which is fine. With a hamstring injury, it's running, and it's bursting out of the box, and it's running the, carving the bases and taking the U-turn like you're, on an oval. So, I mean, when's he going to do that? I mean, realistically, we're looking at surviving until the All-Star break and then getting guys back. Estrada's fine at second base. We'll talk to Richie about short. Ahmed's got a wrist injury that's got a problem in there. Exactly. Well, he took 97, 98 off the wrist one day, and it affected his hitting for a while. He went on a rehab assignment. I think he had one game on June the 1st and 2nd. He shut it down. He's going to take a rehab assignment now. Is he going to be able to get on top of the ball and drive the ball? It's his glove hand that he hit. Third base is fine with Chapman. Catching is fine. Caselli's got to hit a little more. When you watch him behind the plate, and Bailey is so good, but Caselli's just as good in the veteran. It's like he's the ultimate backup quarterback with the wristband there. When he gets in that squat, he can squat there for hours and never move. It's amazing. And then he gets down on one knee, but he's got to hit a little bit. When he was right, Sean, before he had the hamate bone when he came to the Giants in 21, he had some big-time pop in Cincinnati. He hit some home runs. Now he's trying to flip everything the other way, and he's not pulling the ball, so he's going to have to help. Otherwise, Tom Murphy, what's up with that knee injury? He was out, what would they say, 6 to 8 weeks when he did it, and that was I think it was around Cinco de Mayo when they were in Philadelphia. So he's a couple of weeks away right at the All-Star break. The outfield looks, Conforto's fine. He had the big home run on Friday night. You need more production from him consistently. I think ultimately we're going to like the platoon. Slater is a professional hitter. There's very few guys on the team you'd want up in that situation last night over him. Maybe Wilmer, Patrick Bailey. I don't want Chapman up. I don't want Yastrzemski up. You can't strike out there. You got to put the ball in play, and you got to lift the ball. You cannot hit a ground ball. He waited for something up and in, and he barreled it, and whether it went off the wall or over the wall, he wanted an extra base hit. It don't matter. We just needed the sac fly to win the game. That's fine. I think I want to watch more of Ramos just day to day. He has the ability. A lot of guys have great 5-tool ability. Can he lock in mentally? Can't run the bases the way you ran the bases last night in extra innings. You run it second too long, and you didn't score. What was he thinking? bases loaded. You got a ground ball. You got to advance. It's a
For
train
people
wreck.
who were at the game, like was there weed wafting down the third base line? I mean, it was a ground ball and the bases were loaded. Like
Well, it was
a little league
late.
kid would run.
Now,
on that play.
sometimes, little league kids, it's a train wreck.
No, but I'm just saying, like, what was he thinking?
He didn't, and he told Bob asked him coming in the dugout. He had nothing much to say. He just made a mistake. With him, it's concentration, which also leads to a bigger, broader baseball question. And it's not a ghost runner, because there really is a human being out there.
Is this a pee for
It's
you?
an automated runner. Well, it's not a ghost runner, like we don't have enough kids in the backyard to play. There is a runner at second base.
But you hate that whole thing, don't you?
Well, it's not. Well, I mean, the runner being placed
you
there.
hate that?
Well, minor league baseball did it before, so it was not strictly a pandemic. But it changes extra innings. You work the entire night to get to the extra innings. And I understand you don't want to play 15. What I hated more was an 18-inning game, and it's 6 hours, and your brain is mush, and you make a mistake, and everybody's trying to buggy whip to go home. And so it does make situational baseball, but it's not really baseball. It's different. And they're changing the kickoff rule in the NFL. And believe me, drive starts in the NFL this year are going to begin way beyond the 25-yard line. I don't know where the average is going to be. So you're kind of taking the same concept of let's just go to midfield to start and let's just put a runner at second base. But my point is, do we need it still? We needed it during the pandemic when we had to get in and out. We needed it when the games were 3.5 hours long. They're no longer 3.5. They're 2.5 through 9. Do we need to put the automated runner at second base? I don't like the minimum, guy out of the bullpen's got to face 3 batters.
That one, they
that
need to
changed the game.
They need to change that.
Would the Giants have won those World Series with Lopez and Romo going left on left and right on right? Probably, but it's different. That one I don't see changing because that will slow down the game a lot. But do we want to play at least a 10th inning, an 11th inning, a 12th inning, the way it used to be? And then when we get to the unlucky 13th, and even here, 4 hours, let's go and let's put a runner at second. Do we like the automated runner at second base right in the 10th inning?
I think having one extra inning and just playing the way it's supposed to be played would be good, and then go to it, because I get it. I mean, they're talking about injuries. They want the game to move faster, all those different kind of things. But I don't mind it as much. I think it's okay. I don't. If I was a pitcher, I'd be pissed off, because is that an unearned run? How does that work? Is that an unearned run when somebody scores on you and you started somebody at second base? I mean, it made for an exciting game. They came back 3-1. But, yeah, I get it,
It does force them to play small ball, which I love a bunt. I mean, the way the Astros played that, Jose Altuve. Well, in the top, in the top, you've got to score.
Right.
You've got to score at least one. But when you're bunting right away, and then you still get a second run because Altuve dropped down another one, but he beat it out. They beat them both out. The sac fly, Carantini's at bat was memorable. I do, but we made the bags bigger. You can't throw over to second base more than twice, or first base, or any base. So we've done enough to do this. Do we still need that? I don't know. But, yeah, I mean, these are the games you got to win. And, Bob Melvin's teams last year in San Diego could not win an extra inning game. They were 0 forever until September, rivaling the 69 Expos. So it was a quality win, and the Giants did have to play some situational baseball. So to give up 2 in the top of the 10th and come back and right away get 1 and be able to claw for a couple more and do it with a sac fly to win the game, that was impressive.
No,
to get 3, they didn't score all night. You get 3 in the bottom of the 10th.
Well, then
walk them off
as fast as you could do it. Right? It was wisely. He just hits the single right at the middle. All of a sudden, you're down 1, and then he's on first. And I mean, it was an exciting game. I mean, I thought it was incredible what they did to come back the way that they did.
Those are the games you need to win.
Right.
If you're going to make the playoffs, those are the games you need to win.
I mean, and look, if you look at the Astros, and we were saying this yesterday, you have to take advantage of teams when they're down. They got a lot of injuries in the rotation, but they got a good start from their young guy. Kyle Tucker's not in the lineup, but that infield is an infield that was intact for the World Series. Pena at short, who, by the way,
he was the MVP, wasn't he?
So he kicks the Ramos ball
on the
in
backhand.
Extra innings.
Tough play.
But still, you're looking at the same third baseman, same second baseman. I mean, Abreu's not having a great year, but still, I mean, that's a quality team, even though their record is 30-37 now. They're still a good team, and so to win that way and to have Harrison pitch that way is huge. And then now Hicks got to come out. Now you've got a little bit of bullpen because the last couple of days your guys have gone deep into games. I mean, you set yourself up for success.
Yeah, the only thing, what did John Shea about Jordan Hicks say? He wasn't feeling well? You know, he's and John wrote a huge story about him and Miller across the bay with the A's. They're type 1 diabetics, and that's tough. Even like on a hot day, you know, to make sure he's got enough. That's why he was eating those little waffle things before he went out and pitched. I mean, if he's not feeling well, it's tough. It's a night game. It'll be easier than a day game tomorrow. We'll be there for Logan Webb, but it's tough. So hopefully Jordan Hicks will be fine for the game tonight.
All right, again, give us your thoughts. Austin Slater gets the big hit last night. Even though it's been only 8 at-bats since he returned, has your opinion changed? Are you okay with Matos being out and Slater being in? As you called it, a professional at-bat last night. Give us your thoughts. Gold State Lumber and Building Materials text line 415-808-5627. You can call in the show, too, 415-808-5627. A lot of people are asking about trades as well. Look, I don't know what they're going to do at shortstop, but what they're going to do between now and the deadline is hopefully they're going to get Ahmed back and see. They're going to give guys more opportunities. By the way, have we heard anything on Luciano? Anything at all?
He's got a hamstring. So, no, a lot of guys are doing stuff on the field and throwing now. And Wilmer Flores, he had the knee, but he got in last night. So I think tonight, Framber Valdez is going Wednesday, the lefty. So Wilmer probably won't play tonight, pinch hit later. They've only got the one lefty out of the bullpen. That's all Houston has is Josh Hader. So,
do we really have to be subject to Trenton Brooks more? I mean, Flores was hitting well, wasn't he?
Yeah, he's got a knee issue, though. He played all those games playing on that fake, real stuff. I mean, the turf in Arizona and the turf in Arlington.
Isn't Sable ready at all?
He's been playing first base there, so I don't know what they're going to do there. But I think Wilmer's going to be fine. But with Richie, we'll get into and things have a way. It's only mid-June. It's mid-July when you begin to assess what you need. I mean, you could face, I don't want to say it, but, you know, terrible injuries all over the diamond, and you have to assess. So you're not going to do it now. But I think as you go around, Wilmer and Lamont at first are going to be fine, assuming Lamont comes back and doesn't repop it. Estrada's fine. Wisely can play all over the place. Obviously, Chapman, we talked about catch. Ramos has got to settle in, maintain his concentration level in all areas of the game.
I can see it.
It's a long process. Why is all of a sudden it's click for him now where it didn't earlier? He locked in more. He's a father. We talked to him. It's just you can't overreact that Austin Slater doesn't hit for a while or Ramos and Matos do for a while. There's a long haul here.
I never do that.
And I know you never do, John. You're an ultimate professional. At some point we'll get into what Kawakami wrote about Mike Trout. I mean, right now your outfield looks okay. When you get Jung-Hoo Lee back, I mean, next year, some of these guys move on contractually. You're looking at the Matos, Ramos flanking Jung-Hoo Lee. You always need a fourth and a fifth. But you look at it, shortstop is the one area that's a huge question mark. Richie played the position. You got to look at it defensively. You got to look at it offensively. Do you have a perfect scenario? Where is Marco? I think that's the area, John. Unless Nick Ahmed comes back in a couple of weeks and is fine, he's over the wrist and playing the way he played earlier, then you mix in the young guys behind him, give him a day off. But even if he is the way he was before, do you still want to upgrade there at shortstop? I think that's the one area that short-term and long-term. Is Marco even an everyday shortstop long-term? I don't think you have an answer, short-term or long-term, at the most important position on the diamond outside of pitcher and catcher is shortstop. They don't have that figured out.
Well, the thing that is tough is Nick Ahmed's going to give you a glove, not much bat. Luciano's got upside in the bat, but you have a ground ball staff and you need defense. And he's shaky, and I'm being really nice to him right now, but his bat was playing really, really well. So if you could combine the two, that would be awesome, but you can't. So what are you going to go for? You want it? Is this defense or is this offense a good enough lineup to basically carry him in the 9-hole? He's got a 546 OPS.
He had a lot of timely hits. I don't mind him.
But still not great. And then Luciano was showing upside with a bat, but my God, his defense is brutal, Yeah,
what
do you do?
I want to see Ahmed come back and prove he's over the wrist injury. What did he do to it? I mean, I don't think there's a hairline fracture in there, but that ball, when he hit his wrist, it was like, whoa, is he all right? And he played for a while, but obviously he was playing through it. Who was it? Was it Javi Lopez or maybe Hunter Pence was on that trip? He kept mentioning that something's up. So I think Ahmed privately in BP was saying, hey, I can't get on top of the ball. And so, I mean, that's the area, and that's why we're going to talk to Richie. I think when you look around it, you could ride these positions out, but shortstop, unless you have a huge glut of injury, I mean, all of a sudden one weekend they lose back-to-back catchers. The next weekend they lose all their outfielders, get hurt, smacking walls and pulling hamstrings. If these things come up in late July, now the calendar's turning. You don't have the big roster expansion in September. You may have to go off the 40-man to go get someone and make a trade. And at some point, we'll talk about what Kawakami wrote. I mean, I would not rule out, if you were going to trade for a big price tag and a big player like Mike Trout, now is the time that you, at least in theory, get him on the cheap if they would do it. But you want to see Ramos for another month or so. And then what is Trout's? That's a torn meniscus. That's a bad injury for a knee. What did he do to it? What grade was it?
33.
When is he coming back? He has been injury prone. It's a big contract. Maybe they take some of it back. But I think overall, that may be something you look at later. But I think short-term, long-term, what are they going to do at shortstop?
All right, give us your thoughts as well. 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line and call-in line. What do they do at shortstop? You want to talk some Slater? We can do that. Harrison, very effective last night and Game 2 against the Astros. By the way, join us on the patio.
We're back tomorrow?
Social tomorrow.
Beautiful.
I'm looking forward to it. And you are so good because usually by the time I get there, there's bloodies on the table.
Well, we do like our Bloody Marys, but I was presented with are you familiar with a Bloody Maria?
Oh, yeah, tequila, of course.
Jose Cuervo?
Yeah.
I've not had that before. How is that?
It's okay.
You go Mary, I'll go Maria.
It's not bad. By the way, Bloody Mary, I don't know what it's called, but Bloody Mary with gin is actually a really nice
what's that
thing.
called?
Instead of vodka, you do gin.
A Bloody Margaret?
It's pretty good. I don't know if
I want all the M's bloody.
Clearly do. Something's wrong over there.
We may go Bloody Maria tomorrow.
All right, give us your thoughts. If you have an opinion on the regular Bloody Mary versus the Bloody Maria versus the gin version or something else, maybe you like something else, give us your thoughts. We'll be there tomorrow. We'd love to see you as well. 58 Social for day baseball. Of course, game tonight, day baseball tomorrow, and we'll be out there. Make sure you hit us up. All right, Rich Aurelio is going to join us at 11:50. This has never happened with a Bay Area athlete, but it did this morning. We'll explain. Pop and Lund, the sports leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Stretch run coming left to McCaffrey. Stays place side, breaks a tackle, 45. Block from Aiyuk down the sideline, 30. Cuts back inside 20. Still inbounds down the sideline. Diving for the end zone. Touchdown! CMC!
And the dynamite explodes on his first run in the third quarter. What a little spin he had on Minka Fitzpatrick.
Inside the 5, breaks a tackle all the way to the goal line. Christian McCaffrey, touchdown! San Francisco!
He didn't miss the hole that time. He saw it and detonated right through it. Just exploded through that hole.
Inside gun run to McCaffrey. Touchdown! CMC!
And the dynamite has got vision. The way he can get through those little creases, 3 or 4 cuts.
McCaffrey goes in motion right. Backwards pass led by Juszczyk. A block there. Hurdles a man. 10, 5. Touchdown! CMC!
Lit the fuse on that one, baby, with the hurdle right over the top of the rookie 6th-round pick, Keitrell Clark.
McCaffrey on the goal line. Touchdown! CMC!
How many games is that in a row now for McCaffrey? Punching it into the end zone for pay dirt.
Thanks for joining us. 5 and 11. We'll get back to some Giants talk. A lot of great stuff on Slater on the text line, and we'll get to it in a moment. Also, you can call the show, 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. Just a couple of quick things. Gin Mary, that's what I always called it, by the way. We were just talking about a Bloody Maria, a Bloody Mary, and a Gin Mary. Somebody called it a Molly. I don't know that I've called it out, but
maybe you could have Molly on top of your Gin Mary. A red snapper?
Is that what it's called with gin? I always just called it a Gin Mary. This is Chris from Vallejo. He says, Gin Mary, I was a bartender in college. Who wasn't? It's just called a Gin Mary. Chris from Vallejo, more 49ers talk, please. Okay, since you asked.
We'll do both.
Since you asked.
So you know what we're going to do tomorrow when we're on the patio? We're going to have a taste-off. We're going to go Bloody Mary,
idea.
Bloody Ave Maria, because if you have too many of those, you are dead, and it's a funeral.
Yeah.
And then we'll do the Gin Mary, the Molly, the red snapper. We'll do it all tomorrow.
Let's do it all.
I don't know. I don't have to drive to Santa Clara tomorrow.
10:30, it's going to be like...
No, last week we were worried the week before about driving down to Santa Clara for OTAs and mini camps. They're on vacation. A few teams are out there, like the LA Rams, are having their mandatory mini camps. So we don't have to go anywhere, John. We'll bloody it up tomorrow. And right now we're saluting Christian McCaffrey, the Offensive Player of the Year. And this is the first time it's ever happened in Niner history. And obviously, you know, Joe would have been on it, and Steve would have been on it, and
68,
Jerry.
Joe. By the way, Joe's 68 today.
If he was only born like 40 years later, he'd be, how many covers would he? How many would Jerry Rice be on?
Right.
And then on the other side of the bay, obviously, you know, Derek Carr had a big year, Khalil Mack, defensive player. Anyway, Garrison Hurst, they didn't start, Madden was on the cover every year until the early 2000s, and they started putting athletes on the cover. And one of the first ones was Eddie George in 2001, which leads to, do we want CMC on the cover? Because I think it's more, if you're talking about the Madden curse cover, it's more running backs that are involved.
Right.
Like All-Day Adrian and Sean Alexander and Eddie George. We go on about it. But it's a great honor. First of all, hopefully he'll follow up his great year last year. But Garrison Hurst in 99, Madden was on the cover, but they had a European version, kind of a co-cover with Madden, and Garrison Hurst was on that. What was that, the year after he popped that 95-yard touchdown run in overtime to beat the Jets? And the opener is against the Jets. Anyway, congratulations to Christian McCaffrey, first 49er and Raider to make the cover of John Madden, the Ultimate Raider head coach's Madden video game.
And this is a big deal. Yeah, Christian McCaffrey already tweeted out that it was a big honor for him. This is a big deal for these guys, and I think it's one of the smartest things that Madden ever did. And like you said, 01, Eddie George was the first one to be on it. And I'm just writing down the running backs as we do this, but he
Marshall
was about
Faulk kind of fell off a little bit. Dante Culpepper fell off a little bit. Michael Vick fell off a little bit. Ray Lewis, Donovan
By the way,
McNabb.
Richard Sherman in 15, so he was a Niner, but he was a
Seahawk then. He made it, yeah. Vince Young, Brett Favre. So, are you worried about the curve? I don't believe in that kind of stuff, but I don't want to. I don't want Christian McCaffrey getting hurt. That is the number one thing.
By the way, George in 01, Falk in 03, Sean Alexander 07, Peyton Hillis in 12.
Why was Peyton Hillis even on? Kidding me?
Peyton Hillis.
My God.
That's the weirdest one I've seen. I'm looking at him
Tim
right now.
Tebow never made it? Did Tebow make the college game?
Vince Young made it, no way. What the hell were
And
they
he
thinking
fell
on that
apart
one?
after.
My God.
I mean, if you're worried about, the curse is nonsense, how about Patrick Mahomes, Tom Brady have been on in recent years? I think the area you're worried about, Josh Allen was on last year. He turned the ball over a little bit, but Buffalo had a good year. Anyway.
You're being nice.
I think it's more of a running back curse on the cover. But CMC is not just a running back, John. He doesn't get paid like one. He plays all over the field. I call him a slot receiver, so I'm not worried about it. That's a great honor for him.
No, I think it's incredible. And based on the year that he had, it's pretty cool. I mean, I would think that if, they call you up and you say that, and then he's going to do a bunch of marketing stuff on all those kind of things.
He's doing it today with EA.
Yeah.
We tried to get in the loop to get him in, but EA, Sandy Sandoval, where are you? Used to be our guy there, EA Sports. He took Derek on a tour of that place when they years ago. Anyway, we tried to get Christian on today, but EA's got him all locked up, so maybe we'll get him on later in the week.
Is it still worth it, every year buying it? Do people still buy it every year?
No,
Because there's
a tiny
tweak.
You don't have to. No.
I know, you got that look.
Sandy Sandoval says buy one every year.
Yeah.
I may buy one just because of the Madden cover and get him to sign it.
Or download it. That's
but that's the way now. Derek figured it out. I'm sure George has. Years ago, you don't need.
You just add it download the roster.
Well, now it updates during the year.
Right.
So you're not just updating year to year. They update in the middle of a season where it's all updated.
There's like one tweak. It's been the graphics are mind-boggling and all that kind of stuff, especially if you're of a certain age and you watch, in television, football, or all these other different things that you played through the years. But the minute it started to be like the actual players and stuff like that,
I love it.
Then it became really cool. But in terms of every year, there's a tiny tweak. But do you really need the tiny tweak? For
the graphics are better. I think
$70
go back and play one of the old ones from the early 2000s, and it's like playing Pong.
Right.
It's like, what is this? It's still fun, and I do that every now and then. I'm actually better at that game than I am the new game. But we play it. I mean, my kids grew up on it. I think it's a big reason why they both love football, and how many people learned the game of football was playing it. So the one thing is, when I only play the Niners offense. And I have a tendency to run that same damn play over and over again.
You play Derek all the time.
And when we're in the same room, he can see my plays. When we're in different rooms and we got headsets
that's what
on,
I like.
and he can't see my call sheet, then I'm much better. But I have I even play the machine a lot, and I practice early in the morning on a Saturday. I'll get up and practice. But I love Kyle would call it, 18 Zorro or 18 toss, where the one back's going wide, and then there's a built-in fake off of that, where you give it to McCaffrey going wide to the right, but then, you give it to him, and then you pull it and throw the backside slant to Aiyuk. But you run that play 2 or 3 times in a row, and it's a pick six the other way.
Know. They start to get it.
Not as many with Brock as Jimmy. Jimmy would throw a pick six like every other one. But you love the game, and McCaffrey's just so good at it because he's got the juke, and he's got the speed, he's got the leaping ability. If you know the joystick completely, what can Christian McCaffrey not do? He can run around you. He can run through you. He could jump over you. He could go to the line of scrimmage and stop and throw the ball. I mean, what an offensive weapon. And you heard T-Rock with, how many touchdowns in a row. He almost got Emmitt Smith's record last year. He had one of the greatest running back seasons in all regards, running the ball, first Niner rushing champ, and you were on Joe the Jet Perry in the 50s. We talked about it in the first game or the second game of the year.
We were in the booth. I remember we were at Levi's. It was a night game, and we were up in the booth, and it was early in the season.
The Giant game.
Yeah, and we
the
started
Giant
talking
home
about
opener,
when was the last time
was there?
and all
well,
that.
You know where I got the note from Cam Inman, because Cam, and by the way, he is writing the definitive history of the 49ers franchise. Going back to Frankie Albert and the quarterback play, the $1 million backfield. It's great. It hasn't gone to press yet, so he's going to send me a copy, but I wanted to read it online when I'm off in July. Anyway, so he's the one who had it right away, where the note was Joe the Jet Perry in 54, last Niner rushing champion. I'm like, wow, Frank Gore never did it.
How many? Gore was close a couple times. I think he came in second or third. We went and did all the research on that kind of stuff, but Yeah, it's
No,
just.
you were all over it right away.
Yeah, it was early in the
Didn't Joe
season.
the Jet finish second, like back-to-back?
Yeah.
No, he won back-to-back years.
He did. He won in those early years in the 50s, and then Gore got close. Garrison Hurst got close. There was a couple of things like that. But, yeah, there was until McCaffrey, they had never had one, and now he's on the cover. So that's pretty cool. Yeah.
Just don't get hurt, brother.
Yeah, that's the whole thing, right? The curse, all that kind of stuff. Do people believe in that stuff? You believe in the curse?
I don't believe in those things, but if Christian gets hurt this year, I'm going right down to EA Sports. It's not in the game.
Get him off the cover.
No, it's not happening.
No, it's one of the smartest things they ever did, honestly, because they had Madden on it, and then it was like every year became a big deal to see who was going to be on the cover.
And the curses are all different for him, i.e. Michael Vick.
Yeah.
That was a different kind of curse.
That was way different kind of curse.
Or Adrian Peterson.
Yeah.
That was a different kind of curse.
So the last time he was on 2000, and then he came back for a special edition on 23.
When
but
he died after he
yeah.
passed. Yeah, you're talking about Coach. Yeah.
So Eddie George, Culpepper, Falk, Vick, that was a big selling one. Ray Lewis, 05, Donovan McNabb, Sean Alexander, Vince Young, Brett Favre, Paul
Now,
Amalu.
that's when he changed teams.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep. That's when he changed.
He went to the Jets for a stopover and then to Minnesota. He was no longer a Packer at that point.
That darn Florida State girl got him all messed up. And then you got Fitzgerald and Polamalu, the only combo there. Oh, no, there's a combo later. Drew Brees in 11, Hillis, weird.
Well, Mahomes and Brady were both together after the Super
were.
Bowl appearance, weren't they?
Then you got Megatron, who was on the 13 cover.
And there was no jinx that year.
No.
Megatron went off that year.
Barry Sanders on a special edition of 14. Richard Sherman in 15. Only a couple of defensive players, by the way. Sherman was on it, Polamalu was on it, and Ray Lewis was on it. You had OBJ in 16. You had Gronk in 17. The GOAT edition of Brady in 18. This is a good one. Antonio Brown in 19. Some guy named Mahomes in 20 after he beat some team in the Super Bowl. Lamar, and then, like you said, Brady and Mahomes, 22. Madden Special Edition, 23. And then
Josh Allen
last year, and then Christian McCaffrey. So there you go. That is
Big
the
honor.
history
Big honor.
of the cover. So
does he get money for this?
He's got.
Does he get like a little percentage of every Madden game? They have to buy his likeness.
Oh, sure.
You don't just sign a marketing agreement with the league and they can do whatever they want. EA is a separate company. He's had a good week, huh? Contract extension, EA cover, Madden, and he's a gamer. McCaffrey plays.
Yeah.
And then he's getting married to Miss Universe. Good to be McCaffrey.
I was just thinking about this. What a life he's having right now. He's getting married.
He is losing his hair. I've noticed he's losing his hair. It's the one thing I'll have him.
I know it's one thing I have not talked about with him.
He's
but
losing his
it's
hair.
coming.
Just leave the helmet on.
You
Christian.
better marry the supermodel fast, because you don't know what until you shave it. You don't know what kind of head.
He's always going to have that body. He's
Yeah,
fine.
that's true.
He's fine.
Yeah, but man, it's going to is he going to look good? With the head shaved like that. You just never know, man. You might have like an en bloc head or something like that. You don't know until the hair's gone.
No, he's got a good sphere.
No,
he's not. He carries the football well. His head's not shaped oblong. He's not a football head.
No, but
he's got a
a weird bump up there.
I think
he looks all right. Plus, he's got a good face, nice teeth. He'll be all right.
He looks good.
He'll be all right.
He looks good.
All right, give us your Madden memories and thoughts as CMC is on the cover of Madden. 415-808-5627, 415-808-KBR. We'll get back to the Giants, the shortstop situation. When we brought that up, a bunch of people had some ideas and thoughts, so we'll bring that back up. Get back to last night's game as well. Rich Aurelia is going to join us starting at 11:50. And Mauricio Dubón, he was booed last night?
Doobie!
I get it. Altuve is getting booed. I understand that.
Hey, I got an idea for a future Giants shortstop. Doobie. Wasn't he a shortstop here?
Did you
played
forget
some second, played some center? How good is he defensively? He's short.
He's gotten a lot better.
Whenever Brandon was out of the lineup, Dubón was really good defensively at short.
Yeah, but
they fall out of the race. Could you get Doobie here?
I just remember those base running errors. I just remember all those things.
He's over that now.
Is he?
He's over that.
Oh, so if he's over that, then
Farhan would love him, wouldn't he? Why'd he trade him? He's like the super U. He's played everywhere but pitch and catch.
They got like some sort of a catcher that's been long gone out of the organization. I forgot the guy's name. They got like a third string.
Oh, and
catcher
they traded for him?
Yeah, I remember it was some catcher.
Didn't it start with like a Papa?
Yeah,
I think his name was P-A-P-A
Oh, you
to
are
start.
good. You're right.
Isn't that the guy?
Yeah, it was some catcher with, it wasn't Papadakis, but
Papa Leon.
I have to go look at that.
No, he wasn't
Greek. It was
Greek.
something like that.
Yeah.
All right, we'll come back. We'll reset everything. And remember, Rich Aurelia in less than an hour. It's Pop and Lund on the Sports Center.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. For 25 years, the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley has been the Bay Area's leader for modern vision correction, whether it's LASIK, Smile, Evo, ICL, or the amazing procedure I had, John Ludd had. It's called CLR, or custom lens replacement. That is the perfect and permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and readers. Plus, you will never develop a cataract if you have CLR. I didn't know that, but that is great. With tens of thousands of procedures done, you can trust Dr. Craig Bindi and his team to tell you which procedure is best for you. So go in and get the best eye exam of your life. The Laser Eye Center's advanced vision analysis gives their doctors over 1 million data points to determine if you need CLR, LASIK, Smile, or Evo, or ICL. It's like Christian McCaffrey on an 18 stretch. Which point do I hit? You got a lot of choices. They'll tell you which procedure is best for you. Laser Eye Center's 25 years and tens of thousands of vision correction procedures helped 100 and more NFL players, pilots, surgeons, tech execs, weekend warriors. Even a warrior plays on the weekend like Steph Curry now. And also a talk show host as well. So stop hassling with glasses, contacts, and bifocals. Start enjoying perfect vision now. Book your free consult. I love that. Today at lasereyeclr.com. That's lasereyeclr.com, or call 877-GET-2020.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Mauricio Dubón, now a bunt. Third base side, it's a beauty. Out to pick it up is Nola, and he will not throw it. And Dinelson Lamet looks a little ticked off right now, as if to say, wait a minute, it's 11-2, and you lay down a bunt? And Bob Melvin is looking dumbfounded over in the Padres dugout.
It's a great job. Way to try to get a base hit. Oh, absolutely not. Full 100% support. The pitchers are trying to get Mauricio out. Mauricio's trying to get on base. The goal of baseball is to not make an out.
Yeah, we're trying to win a series. I'm not trying to respect anybody. We're just trying to win a series, and that means carrying a rally so they can burn arms. That's it. I'm not trying to disrespect anybody.
Yeah, like 2 days later, they traded him for Michael Papierski.
P-A-P-I? That's not quite me. Was it 2 days later? I think you're stretching a little bit. I forgot it was Bob Melvin. You know who else who else had the red ass about that? Matt Williams.
Oh, yeah.
He was
I remember
not happy.
I remember the TV broadcast, too, like Kruk and Kuiper. They had the camera following him in the dugout, and he was airing him out pretty good. And then after the game, it was like,
Well, and then he, it wasn't just the bunt. Didn't he try to steal a base in that game with a big lead, as I recall? There were a couple of things that he did that may have broken the quote-unquote unwritten rules. So, all that being said, and we're going to have Mauricio on at 1:30, so we'll rehash it. They are in the market for a shortstop. He is a good shortstop. I don't think the Houston Astros will trade him. Why would they? But you never know. They've got Pena and they've got Altuve, but his skill is being able to play everywhere. But if you just locked him in and played him at shortstop every day, he's a Gold Glove caliber defensive player at short. He's really good.
And he's been good offensively since he joined the Astros. So there's a thought. As when we brought up the shortstop position, people are throwing out all sorts of names. Everybody throwing out Bo Bichette, those kind of things. You can keep coming. 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. Our good friend Cam Inman is going to join us. We'll talk about McCaffrey on the cover and a little Niners about 10 past the hour. Let's get out to the lines. Mike's been waiting in the city for a while. Thanks, Mike. Welcome. Go right ahead.
Hey, thanks, guys. How's she cutting?
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing well.
Good.
Just wanted to get into Farhan's head a little bit today. Why he might want to trade, why it might behoove him to trade for some bona fide studs right now, as opposed to waiting until the off season where he hasn't had any luck, with the real big names. There's guys out there they're being shopped at Vlad Guerrero. We all hear it. I think Luciano's going to be just fine at shortstop, and I'm kind of in the minority of that. But I'll give him some time of working with the coaches. He didn't really get much time down in the minors playing the position, and he's young. But as far as Vlad Guerrero and Mason Miller, obviously we're going to need some bullpen help here. I just think that with Farhan's situation he's looking at, and kind of in an uncertain position, and I do believe that the Giants are legendary and should be a 90-win perennial team, that he's going to say to himself, well, I got the first place team in Sacramento and the fourth overall minor league system, and we just called up a couple of guys, Grant McCray and Hayden Birdsong. We've got plenty of minor league talent to distribute. And I don't want to put any names out there because, how that goes.
Okay, thanks for the call. We appreciate it. He mentioned Vlad, and he thinks that shortstop is going to be fine. I think first is going to be fine. I don't think you need to go out and spend the type of A, money, and B, prospects to get a Vlad Guerrero. Wade's having a great season. When Wade comes back, Wade and Flores, they're fine. I think it's shortstop. You mentioned Mauricio Dubón, who we're going to have on at 1:30. Bo Bichette's name's been thrown out. But the problem is there's not going to be many teams. Now, this is July 31st, but there's not going to be a whole lot of teams, and there's going to be a whole lot of people that want it, and it's going to drive up the price. So I don't know what Bo Bichette's going to cost you, for example. He'd be perfect. He'd be great. But what's it going to cost you? And is Farhan okay with that? And is Are the powers that be that spent a bunch of money in this offseason okay with adding more payroll? I don't know.
Well, you may have to move. If you trade for Vladimir Guerrero, you're going to have to move Wilmer Flores. Lamont can play somewhere else. He can play in the outfield, and he doesn't make a lot of money. But if it's Vlad Guerrero, he's playing every day at first base, and he's a good first baseman. He actually he played more there than Brandon Belt last year. He's having a down year. Bo Bichette is a hit machine. That guy's gonna, he's gonna hit. He's got 200 hits a year if he plays every day. I got to look at him and see where he's at defensively. Luciano, and I want to hear what Richie has to say. He's just not ready to play shortstop in the big leagues. I think his bat's fine, but it's the timing, the rhythm, when to rush and not rush, when to be controlled. He just needs to play more shortstop, but I think they've seen enough where they were beginning to not use him, and then he was forced to play, and he hurt his hamstring going down the line, and I don't know where he's at right now, if he's shutting it down. He's had severe back injuries that have slowed his development. To me, you can't. On a team that you think is a playoff team, the bat plays, but the glove and the decision-making and the arm do not. He's got a good enough arm.
You can't hide somebody at short, though. Like, if he was struggling and you could throw him in left or something like that, but shortstop, you can't hide a shortstop.
Yeah, but I hear you on Bichette. We'll have to see where you get a little closer there, but and I don't think Farhan's going to wait to the offseason. I think what he's waiting for is the trade deadline in late July.
Let's go out to Michael. Michael in the city. Hi, Michael. Welcome.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yeah, sure.
All right. I'm getting a little tired of this bashing of Austin Slater. I'm an attorney. I just want to quickly make a case.
I love
this.
How much are we charging you?
Are you really an attorney,
Michael?
by the way? I love this. Yeah,
what do you charge? If you're on for 3 minutes, how much we charge getting charged?
$100
well, maybe I ought to charge you for the bashing you're doing. I wish I was his.
I didn't do it, John.
This isn't the show. I was on the Slater bandwagon long ago.
You have 5 minutes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Will you let me get to this? I've been waiting long.
Of course.
Wow, you really are an attorney.
Yeah, you are. Eesh.
All right.
Order in the court.
All right. Usually, John, you and Tolbert are very level-headed, but on this one, you're way off base.
Sorry, I was drinking.
First of all, regarding Matos, he's a better base runner than Matos. He's faster. He's probably the fastest guy in the team, and he can steal you a base with no one else on the Giants can do that, and certainly not Matos. Second, he's a better outfielder. Matos has made some spectacular plays. He's also looked like a little leaguer out there sometimes. And Slater has heart. I mean, can't question that. Hell, the guy almost ran through a wall. And he's also a good soldier, and as you said, a good dude. I mean, this guy is at most of his career is behind him. If he's with another team, and I think he's in his walk year.
He is.
He is. So he's given up a lot by not being able to play full time. And he's not squawked at all. Third, I think he's a better hitter, particularly a pinch hitter. The guy on the postgame show made the point, asked him the question after the game, how do you get ready for hitting like all game long? You're not in the game, and then you can be called on to pinch hit. That's a tough thing to do. I don't think Matos could do it like he can do it. So for all those reasons,
in conclusion,
I think Slater's your guy, and I think and let's take last night out of it because I feel like I'm jumping on the bandwagon. I would have called had last night not happened.
But if you take Mr. Attorney, if you take last night out of it, what the hell's he done? Walked once and
he
had a
played
single.
Well Saturday. Hit the ball well on Saturday.
You got to use last night. That's going to make your case.
Well, I understand that, but I don't want to be a bandwagon jumper here. I believe what I'm saying even before last night is what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
That's how strongly I feel about this. Postscript. I'd like to hear what you say about, to me, the solution for Solair and the DH is so clear. Why don't they make Luciano the DH? They can't let Luciano smell a position on the field. He's horrible.
You're
and then what do you do with Solair?
One.
You just don't play Solair? He's done?
I don't care what they're paying him. They should sit him down.
Typical attorney. Yeah. Great stuff, Michael. I appreciate it. Hold on. Is this the attorney music? I like it.
Why is this attorney?
Oh, this is Law and Order.
Oh. Steve Moskowitz, LLC. Oh, we need a tax attorney.
Look, I'm not.
Slater's, I don't know why people are Slater's got into a funk last year and starting this year. What we saw from him on Saturday, he'll be in the lineup tomorrow against the lefty Framber Valdez. We know who Austin Slater is. If you DFA him, he's gone. He's going to another team.
A lot of fans are like,
immediately. Okay, fans are reactionary. Austin Slater's. We know who Austin Slater is. There's fewer. Name me the guys in the team you'd want up in that situation he was up last night. Wilmer Flores, without a doubt, I would want in that situation. Jung-Hoo Lee, but he's hurt.
Not Mr. Banana Shoes.
Who do you think? Who do you think is going to barrel the ball and make a proper out? Look for a pitch up. You just need to lift the ball to medium, deep, outfield, anywhere, and you win the game. Austin Slater can do that. He's going to put the ball in play. I don't want Yastrzemski up in that situation. Chapman, guys that swing and miss. Solair, obviously. He is a professional hitter. He has a role on this team. All that being said, he's got a hit.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
And we're going to give him to the All-Star break to figure it out.
Just as a a counter argument. Look, he did great last night, and he had a walk and a single in Texas and scored 2 of the 3 runs in that 3-1 win that Ramos knocked in. That's great, but those are 8 at bats, and he had 200 at bats from August 1st on that he wasn't hitting the ball at all. He had a pop out against Josh Hader. Josh Hader's really good, but that's what he was put up there to do, to get a hit, and he didn't. So, look, I'll give the guy credit where credit is due. He did a great job last night. Plus, you and I explained to the people why he's up here and why Matos is not. Matos has got to play every single day. He's got to get better. He's got to learn. You're not going to have him be the 4th or 5th outfielder. You're not going to have him be a pinch hitter. That's a thing that takes time to acquire those kind of skills. I have a particular set of skills. So Austin Slater does those things, but I'm going to wait a little longer before I say it was wrong or apologize to the guy because he's only done it through 8 at-bats, and I think that's fair.
If you did it the other way, then you wouldn't have Slater in your system. He'd be gone. And Matos. Now, I think Matos, all the guys I mentioned, with his bat-to-ball skill, he would have barreled that ball last night and driven in the run. He did it against the Phillies. We saw him hit a sac fly. Wilmer hit one to move Fitzgerald from 2nd to 3rd. And Matos brought the run in. I think he's up in that. That's why he's a big leaguer, is he has amazing bat-to-ball skill. He can do that. So, but that is a skill. Slater obviously has a role that you're just not comfortable giving to a younger player, and that is a pinch hitter. Like tonight, he's not in the lineup. He will come in when Josh Hader comes in, and then he may have to stay in the game and face a righty, and then tomorrow he will be in the lineup. That's just the role. And right now, that's an easier role for a veteran player when Matos needs to play every day.
All right, give us your thoughts. Keep it coming. 415-808-KMBR, 415-808-5627. Anything about last night's game. But let's talk to, we haven't talked to Kim Inman on our show in a while. He's been contractually obligated somewhere else.
He's a radio free agent now, the author, and he's got a great book coming up. And on the history of the Niners, he'll tell us all about the history of Christian McCaffrey as a Niner running back.
Don't you always ask him about his mom?
Al Davis always does. How's your mother?
How's your mother? I don't know. I just like, I don't know. But yeah, I like it. All right, we'll talk to him coming up next. Christian McCaffrey on the cover and other 49ers issues only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Former 49ers tight end Brent Jones, a friend of mine, he joined Tolbert Copes yesterday and gave his thoughts on the 49ers offseason moves. Check out that podcast and more. KMBR app, YouTube, KMBR socials.
faithful. There's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the sports leader.
Hand off to McCaffrey. Takes it right down to the goal line. He does his thing again. Touchdown! CMC!
Detonating 17 times in a row. That's going to tie the NFL record.
I don't know why Tim Ryan just makes me laugh. He just does.
He's the only guy. We have an Aiyuk call, but he's the only guy that we had a signature call that's different than touchdown San Francisco, because that's all the guy does is score touchdowns every single game. What a year Christian McCaffrey had.
He is the cover athlete for Madden 25. Let's talk about it and other 49ers issues, including, by the way, happy birthday, Joe Montana. Happy 68 to Joe Montana. Cam Inman, of course, does a great job covering the Niners for the Bay Area News Group at Cam Inman. Make sure you follow him. He joins us courtesy of the Uma Guest Line. What's happening?
Well, good afternoon, gentlemen. Thanks for having me on. Hey, Papa, does your voice get to go on to Madden stuff to make those touchdowns?
Well, Charles Davis is the analyst on the Madden video game. Kevin Harlan used to do it. Who was the guy that does it now? Dawden, or he's not even an NFL guy. Yeah. So I think in honor of McCaffrey being on the cover,
Brandon
Gaudin. I think I should lobby for that. That's not going to happen, though.
I think we should get you some money that way.
I think we should. We should. But in all seriousness, because we were talking, I want to tell the audience about the book you're writing, and you're a historian, and it's going to be out in August, and late September should be official release date. But just how big of a deal is this? Garrison Hearst was on the international cover. Obviously, they've been doing this after Joe and after Steve, and Jerry was older at that time. But he's the first Niner. No Raider ever made the cover. Coach Madden, obviously. But how big of a deal is this historically that Christian McCaffrey, Cam, is on the cover of the Madden game this year?
I think it's great for what Christian's accomplished and kind of where the 49ers are in now, just considering where they were, 6-7 years ago, right? Now you have the marquee cover boy, and he's earned his way there by winning the NFL rushing title, and he's got so much going for him. But and it's not just that. It's like in this day and age where athletes are, finding different ways to expand their brand, this is like one of those that still you really have to earn your way to get that respect. And I think that's why when he was announced today as a cover boy, cover man, that he said it was a dream come true. I thought that was pretty cool. So,
do you believe in jinxes? Do you believe in a Madden jinx?
I will tell you one person who did not believe in Madden jinx, the Madden curse, was John Madden himself, because in my discussions with John back in the day, I did bring it up to him, just going, so what do you think of the Madden curse? And he was vehemently against it, saying, look, it's football, it's a contact sport. There's nothing to it. And I think if you look at recent history, that is definitely the case. So I know there's still this trepidation, though. You go, okay, if McCaffrey gets hurt, it's going to be blamed on the Madden jinx. But McCaffrey, in his, season and a half with the 49ers, has been not just resilient, but the guy just plays through so many injuries. I mean, he got hurt a couple times last year where you're thinking he's going to be out for multiple games. And, he played through that rib injury. At the end of the year, he had a little calf in Washington, so he sat out the regular season finale. But he epitomizes everything you want in a professional running back, and then some, because he does more than just running back. He's such a great receiver and just a role model and example out there.
Yeah, and he's perfect for this because he's a gamer himself. He does play. The Logan Project that he launched last year in honor of one of his young fans, Logan Hale, who died of cancer at age 13 in 2021. And his last request was to play Madden with McCaffrey, and they got that together. You mentioned John Madden, and that's what we're saluting here is Coach Madden in the video game. And you've gone over to his Pleasanton studio, one of the few people covering the story, watched games with him on. And this, the whole thing, I mean, what this Madden video game has become from what Coach Madden wanted it to be in the early 80s, which was more of a coach's teaching tool, is what he wanted, and what it's become. And we know him as a great coach, Hall of Fame coach, a broadcaster, but I think most people know him from the video game. I mean, in all your time with Coach Madden privately and watching football with him, did he ever imagine that Madden would be this big?
No, but he set it up if it did, because, initially when they wanted his help in arranging this video game, he insisted that it be 11-on-11 football, and that wasn't the case initially. So, and I think that made such a big difference in terms of teaching people the game. And, that was one of John's greatest gifts, was he was, really down to earth, a teacher. And gosh, I don't know, decades ago, when he would kind of, I think he taught a class at Cal or something. But he loved instructing people, and he did it well in his broadcast by simplifying what was going on, but not totally dumbing it down. You would get some insight from him, and then it just transitioned over the video games, and it just, generations of people learned what football is, and they learned how to make play calls, and I think he appreciated that he was able to appeal to different generations and different types of sports fans and football fans.
Cam Inman joining us. The cover man is Christian McCaffrey for 2025 and in Madden. By the way, are you any good at it?
I played it one time. I played it against my nephew. Yeah, I swear to God.
Oh, you got smoked.
I played it one. Yeah, I got smoked, but and I told Madden this because I was like, hey, and this was right after he actually retired. This was, when did he retire? About 10 years ago or so? Maybe
as a broadcaster, yeah.
Yeah, was it longer than that? Anyhow, so the day he retired, and I got an interview with him, and I'm like, hey, by the way, I played your video game yesterday for the first time with my nephew, and he scores like 3 touchdowns on me right away, and I walked away, and he goes, so you quit? I go, no, I didn't quit. I walked away, and he goes, oh, yeah. He said he's had an anecdote about Ted Hendricks doing something like that on a practice field once, so I figure I got the blessing to walk away. So.
Oh, that's good stuff, man.
Yeah.
Hey, just real quick, because you're around the team a lot. I know Pop's around the team a lot. What has been your sense of a Super Bowl hangover, or how these guys are feeling? Have they flushed Vegas, and are they ready to move on from all that?
I get the sense that there's not entitlement that they need, that they have a golden ticket to get back there, right? And I also get the sense that it's not the, oh, no, there's this Super Bowl hangover cure or curse that, I think Tom Brady helped lift that by winning a Super Bowl after the Bucs lost one, right, or after Brady lost one. So, no, and I get the sense that they know that there's a lot of work to be done, and that they have a great team still around. I mean, this time last year, I'm like, oh, this team is so loaded. They should easily go to the Super Bowl and win it. Right now, they're still really loaded, but there's some changes on defense that are going on with personnel. I think offensive firepower is just top notch. I mean, that offense should just be a lot of fun to watch, considering how many yards and points they put up last year. So they know that it's urgent to go get that Super Bowl right now. This is the off season of contractual discontent, it seems like. And so it's like everybody's going to be wanting to get theirs and capitalize on their success, but they all know that most of that success is going to come if they have a Super Bowl win on their resume as well. So they need to win it now. And the other thing is they push back on the notion of the championship window. And I go back a decade ago where I think Justin Smith talked about it too when the Niners were in the playoffs, and he said, yeah, this window could close real fast on you. I don't see it that case with this 49ers team, because you have such a young quarterback, and I think you have financial stability kind of built in and how they work the cap. And they're not going to be in cap jail in 3 years and have to disband everything. But they are, because the cap's going up too. So they're a very successful organization right now that needs to also win right now.
Well, this is going to be the off season when I read Cam Inman's book. We were talking about it earlier, Cam. I'm looking forward. It will be out in August. The official release date will be September the 24th. We got to get our pre-order in. Tell us about what you've authored, a definitive history of the 49ers franchise. And we got to give you credit, because you did mention Joe the Jet Perry was the last 49er rushing champion in 54. He also won in 53. He won in 49 in the All-American Conference. And in 54, he was the league MVP. Christian didn't win that. He did win the Offensive Player of the Year. But tell me about the book. And the one question is, and I just watching him, and there have been a lot of great running backs. The $1 Million Backfield, O.J. was too old, and Frank Gordon and other ones. But can you make the argument Christian McCaffrey is the best running back in 49er history?
No, you can't make that argument yet. I mean, he's only been here 1.5 years, right? I mean, Frank Gore, and this actually transitions to the book because Frank Gore and George Kittle both wrote forwards from my book, which is called The Franchise San Francisco 49ers. And it's a lot about my anecdotes and interviews over 25 years covering the team. But, I mean, Frank ran for 11,000 yards in 10 years, right? So he's a franchise all-time rushing leader. There's so many guys, Greg, that have established careers with the 49ers. And, you know, my book doesn't really dive that much into, like, the back history of – I mean, I acknowledge it. There's everything you need to know about the team is going to be in the book. But it's like I never saw Hugh McElhaney, John Henry Johnson, or Joe Perry play, right? So I can't get into too much about it, but I'll discuss it. And I think all three of those guys, I mean, they're Hall of Famers, right? But then you forget about other guys like Roger Craig. What about Ricky Watters? Ricky Watters played 3 seasons, then left in free agency, and Steve Young says that was one of the biggest, if not the biggest, free agency mistake the 49ers ever have made. So it's a franchise that is deep in not only quarterbacks but running backs. And McCaffrey's on his way, obviously, and he's not going to be a one-and-done guy. He certainly can establish himself for the next 5 years and challenge, I think, Frank or McElhaney or whoever else you want to put in that list.
Ken Willard, don't sleep on the great Ken Willard. I loved him.
There's a lot of guys that you could love. I mean, hey, don't sleep on Garrison Hurst. I mean, I was a big fan of Garrison Hurst, and he broke his ankle, and then had to sit out a couple years and came back. But there's it is. I will tell you this. So I mean, I really loved and appreciated covering Frank Gore. And when I see McCaffrey on the practice field and in games, it's really awe-inspiring because this guy he is so top-notch in everything you want. And, after that Super Bowl loss, Greg, and we're just sitting a foot away from him at the podium, he was so wrecked by that fumble on the opening series, and for good reason. But there were so many other factors that went into that Super Bowl loss where he can't pin it on himself. At the same time, it can fuel him through this offseason. But, man, he's going to be ready to go after a Super Bowl win. Because, I mean, it's not only just where does he sit in the 49ers legacy. This guy, if he stays on this track, he's going into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. And if he has a Lombardi trophy on his resume, that's going to help him.
Yeah, there's no doubt. Check out the book. Cam's got it out this fall, The Franchise, a curated history of the faithful, with a foreword by Frank Gore and George Kittle. And, by the way, you can see the link on Cam's Twitter/X page right now, so you can link to it and you can check it out as well and make sure that you give it a read. Hey, it's good to catch up with you, man. We haven't talked for a while. We're looking forward to seeing you, next month? What do you do in the interim, by the way? Take some time off?
I'm going to curate my vacation hours into doing some kind of fun stuff. I'm not quite sure yet. The only tea times I've booked is something in New Hampshire next month.
Nice.
And we'll figure out some other stuff. My daughter's got an internship in the city. She's working at a law firm, so I'll be bouncing into the city, maybe going to some Giants.
Come see us.
She's going to be a lawyer?
Yeah.
Papa needs lawyers on the regular. She could probably make her living right off him.
I think she's more the environmental lawyer. She graduated from Cal a year ago, and she just finished her first year at UCLA Law. So she's the overachiever, smart, intellectual one in the family.
I wish I had.
You're just the curator. Carefully chosen and thoughtfully organized or presented. I thought that was someone at a zoo. Don't they have curators at zoos?
Well, that's kind of what our book's about, right? The zoo of the 49er history.
Very nice, man. Hey, good to catch up with you. We'll see you soon.
Okay, thank you, boys.
Thanks, Take care, Cammy.
Cam Inman. At Cam Inman. Again, the link to the book is right there. And he's got the Christian McCaffrey cover on his social media, so make sure you check that out. Plus, lots of nice videos from camp. So check that out as well.
We're going to have him on a lot this year. He's a radio free agent.
Really
he lost his mom recently, so we couldn't give him the how's your mother.
We know how that is.
But his mom was a great lady, and Al Davis grew up near her, so that's why he always mentioned Cam's mother.
All right, thanks to Cam Ricciarelli, who's going to join us about 11:50. We'll get back into the Giants. Pop and Lunch, sponsored today, I'm sure proudly, by Redwood Credit Union. Watch your money grow with a high-yield savings certificate at Redwood Credit Union. See how much you can earn at redwoodcu.org. All right, lots of good reaction from last night's win. The Giants get the win. They go for number 2 tonight against Houston. Then we'll be out at the park at 58 Social tomorrow for Day Baseball. I'd love you if you join us. It's Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Leader.
wherever you are. We're streaming 24/7 at knbr.com. This is Papa and Lund on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What's going on? Thanks for joining us. We're going to be joined by Rich Aureli, our good friend, NBC Sports Bay Area. You may have heard him. Pretty good shortstop back in the day. Red Stitch Wines. Anything? Hello? He's going to join us at 11:50, so make sure that you stay tuned for that. A few things we need to get people caught up on. First of all, as our good friend Mark J. Spears tweets, Unanimous Media, which is Steph's company, will debut Heat Check, a new Audible podcast hosted by Stephen and Del Curry on 6/13. So 2 days from now, the podcast will pull back the curtain on their family journey told through the lens of a father and son while talking about the biggest names throughout NBA history. So Steph and Del are now
on Father's Day week.
Right.
I think that'll be slightly different in content and vocabulary than Draymond Green's podcast. But everybody has. This is Steph's first venture. I mean, he's making movies. He's starring in movies as an actor. He's got his production company. This is the first time he's done a podcast
on the regular.
First I've heard of it. He's been guest, but his own podcast.
His own, yeah. So it looks like it. And so that's an interesting part. NBA Finals. This could alter the NBA Finals somewhat. Kristaps Porzingis. I'm not going to use all the medical terms that are thrown in here. Let's just say that he's got a left leg injury. Head coach Joe Mazzulla calling it serious, and he is day-to-day for the NBA Finals. So,
where on his leg is it?
They're calling it the tibialis tendon.
So the tibia.
Like that, a dislocation of the posterior tibialis tendon is what they're calling it.
So it's not the femur, it's the tibia that goes from the knee down to the calf. So is that, I mean, the obvious thing with him, and the play where he pulled up and Dallas missed a shot, P.J. Washington crashed from the right corner, pushed him out of the way, grabbed the offensive rebound and dunked it, and Porzingis went down. So right away, is that the same leg, same side of the body that he had the calf injury?
Yeah,
going back
they're saying
to May?
It's a different injury, but it's the same leg. Yeah.
Well, if it's the same leg and it's the tibia, then that's related. Like, we think about the calf and Durant, and it got into the Achilles. So as a precursor, and who knows what he did to the tibia area, the knee in itself would be bad, but he tears his Achilles tendon, then he's out, the rest of this playoffs, the finals, and then into next year, he may miss the whole year. So they got to be careful. I think they can win without him, but are we going to find out now? Are they shutting him down for the rest of the finals based on this?
It says day-to-day, but he, like you said, he was limping around a little bit, and I would almost think, and I don't know anything, but I would almost think that let's just see how the finals go, and if we need him a little bit later.
Yeah, I'd be careful.
But that's what I mean, is like you've got to watch it. Now, you've got Al Horford, and he can play, but it's not like the Celtics are really deep. Now, they're really good in their first 4, 5, 6 guys, but they're not overly deep. And so this hurts them a little bit, and we'll see if it changes the final. So Porzingis is questionable. They're actually calling him day-to-day, but aren't we all? So
and then the games start to pile up now.
Right.
We haven't played since Sunday. It's Wednesday, Friday, Sunday this week. You got to play games 3, 4, and 5. So he's only got a day to recover, between each if he's not playing. So realistically, if Dallas wins the next 2 games and it's 2-2, is he able to play in Game 5?
That's a good question. So that's the latest there. And then finally, and this is the one that social media is going crazy about. So San Jose's own Joey Chestnut signed a $1.2 million endorsement deal with Impossible Foods. They're the people who make the fake meat. And
are hot dogs fake meat?
No. And so Nathan's in response to that.
Did you get a vegan dog?
Nathan's in response to that said, you can't be in the hot dog eating contest,
What?
the Nathan's hot dog eating contest.
Joey Jaws Chestnut, no Kobayashi, and now Jaws.
So he gets paid $200,000 for that, but he got $1.2 million from Impossible Foods. So no Joey Chestnut in the hot dog eating contest. And then you brought up an interesting point. He eats a lot of other things, clearly. So does that put him out there?
He's a competitive eater.
That's just Nathan saying, hey, if you're not going to eat meat and you're gonna say anti-meat, then hell with you.
How many mustard belts does he won? He's the greatest winner in the history of American sport.
Nobody can touch him.
Way better than Bill Russell, 11 championships in 13 years. Joey's won them all ever since he got Kobayashi out.
Time.
Now, why doesn't Nathan's modernize and have a vegan hot dog?
Have him eat vegan dogs?
Does that be any different at all? He's got to eat the buns.
I've never had a vegan dog. It just doesn't sound. It's just not.
But does it matter?
Well, it's not American. I mean, if you're talking about because you're eating on July 4th. That's not American.
So Deep Dish
vegan dogs.
is not going to go vegan as well. Who's the guy? Berticelli. Who's Deep Dish?
Well, can he do both, or is that like Nike and Adidas? Like if you're saying, okay, I'm going to eat meaty dogs, but still rep Impossible Foods?
I think his all-time record is 76 on America's birthday.
A couple years ago.
Now he's been down a little bit. One year we had a power outage in the middle.
Right,
we had
I remember
searing
that.
heat and humidity.
Yeah, right.
He's been in the. I've watched every Derek. We loved it. Derek's the one that.
What are the
he's been
TV
watching
ratings
this
gonna be?
forever since Kobayashi was eating cow's brains. That's where we first got on the great Kobayashi, which was amazing. So if they don't have Joey Chestnut,
no one's watching.
Who's the guy with the straw hat, the MC that I love so much? Love that guy.
We've had him on before too.
They got to shut the whole thing down. Nathan's is not
He's
Nathan's without Jaws Chestnut.
That's what I mean. You got to have somebody
why don't they bend the rules, modernize, and have a vegan side? Can he eat vegan dogs?
Nah, Nathan's probably doesn't offer vegan dogs. That's why they're kicking him out because it's sponsored by Nathan's.
Flem's a vegan. He'll figure it out.
Nathan's is true Americans. They have meat. They don't have Impossible meat. They don't have fake dogs.
They're not going to. No one's going to watch, and they're going to be on the Ocho. They're going to be on ESPN at 8 on July 4th if they don't have Joey Joe's Chestnut. No one's watching.
You got to have somebody to beat. You got to have a true champion.
What, do they hire him as the analyst on?
No, not if he's. Hey.
Why? He's the greatest ever.
Well, but Nathan's doesn't do fake
He's from
meat.
the Bay Area. At least he used to be.
But Nathan's doesn't eat fake meat. So they don't offer fake meat, so they probably don't want him around.
They might as well shut down the competition if they don't have Jaws.
No,
Something tells me between now and the 4th of July, something will be changed. Do you want to have this competition?
George Shea.
You know what, George Shea?
Yeah, he's great.
Shea, hey, you know what they may do now without Joey? They got to get Kobayashi back in.
He just said a week ago he retired.
That got heavy.
Yeah.
He was forced out.
Yeah, that was.
I'm not sure they wanted Kobayashi winning a hot dog eating contest on America's birthday at Coney Island. I'm not sure. So anyway, there was a lot of that. But anyway.
A lot of stuff going on, man. Steph's got a podcast. Joey Chestnut went Impossible Foods, so Nathan's kicked him out, and Porzingis, very, very questionable for the rest of the NBA.
What Bay Area athlete would you want to be in a eating contest, competitive eating contest? Trent Williams. Trent would be good.
He would be amazing. Trent would
I don't know who else. Colton?
Oh.
Is that you with a mustard belt?
Right, Danny just won.
Who would we go? Who? Pablo?
Yeah.
Pablo Sandoval?
Pablo, man. Remember when he used to eat a pizza?
Did he play shortstop, Pablo?
And then crush the post-game spread and then go out to eat?
Amici's 2 at a time.
Then he would go out to eat.
Hi, Brian Murphy here for Amici's. I just saw Pablo Sandoval have the meat lovers, and then he had the meat lovers.
And he had a personal chef.
He did.
Can you imagine that guy? Sparks flying from the silverware. The guy's like, geez, didn't I just make you something? Wake you up again.
We got to do that one year. Competitive eating with Bay Area athletes.
Oh, man. I've participated in a wing eating contest before. Those guys don't mess around. Like, they just, I had like 3 and they'd have like 50 down. I was like, what is wrong with you? You eat the bones? It's crazy. Anyway, all right. That's the latest. Let's speak with Rich Aurelia. Problem at shortstop. Austin Slater comes through. Kyle Harrison looks really good last night. And that is just game 1 with the Astros.
If it's a wine drinking contest, I'm taking Richie.
Yeah, he's not messing
I'm
around.
red stitching with my Paisano.
Yes. That's very nice. All right, Richie will join us next. Only here on the Sports Leader.
Doobie-doobie-doo. Hey, it's Greg Papa here with a reminder that Golden State Lumber and Building Materials works directly with professional builders and contractors. If you're building or remodeling homes for your clients, fire-resistant materials are certainly an element to consider. Golden State partners with James Hardy, who offers fire-resistant fiber cement textured panels. They are like stucco, but without the mess, and they won't crack. Your clients will love the fact that James Hardy's textured panels are also resistant to mold and dry rot. You don't want that. They're cost-effective, durable, and easy to install, As we enter the peak construction period of summer, rest assured that Golden State's huge inventory, well-stocked lumber yards, and fleet of trucks, you can expect your delivered material to show up on the day and time you prefer. So see the many options they have for your clients at goldenstatelumber.com. Celebrating 70 years of supporting professional builders in the Bay Area, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
High drive to left.
The damn white wall. I guarantee you that wall will be all green.
Off the wall.
today. Kuip is out painting.
He's gonna get pissed.
He's out. They got back-to-back signage. They're white. Not cool.
Not cool at all. But they get the 4-3 win. They were down 3-1, and you're thinking to yourself, this ain't good. But then Austin Slater, as I've been saying the whole time, always had his back, knocks one off the wall, and the Giants win. So Kyle Harrison, we get into that conversation, Ramos, Slater, all those things going on. And do they have a solution in-house for shortstop, or will they have to eventually make a trade? Let's talk to our good friend Rich Aurilia, of course, Giants analyst, NBC Sports Bay Area, at Rich Aurilia 35, and Red Stitch Wine, of course, our favorite. He joins us courtesy of the Uma Guest Line. What's happening?
Not much. I think you guys just answered a big question for me. Was that why Kuip did that call like that?
Yes.
Okay.
He couldn't see the white.
We were watching it live in studio, because we're in the studio from the 9th on, and we're like, okay. And all it brought back was memories for me of the one he did in Cincinnati where Belt hit the ball foul.
Yes.
Said, out of here.
Yeah, they wind up replaying that over and over again with Javi Lopez in the clubhouse. But it was a walk-off one way or the other. Slater would have liked the ball going over the wall for an extra base knock. But everybody's weighing in on this big debate. And Will Clark was pretty outspoken recently about Matos should not be at AAA. And I don't know what they would do with Slater. You'd wind up losing him. But to me, that's the perfect situation for Austin Slater, professional hitter. You guys had him on the post game with Randy, and you asked him. He wanted something up. He wanted something in. But as you look at that one spot, and Slater with a real professional AB last night to win the game, Richie, but how do you view having Slater on the roster versus Luis Matos currently?
Well, there's a couple things to consider. Listen, we have to be honest. With the exception of a 3-game period, Matos really wasn't doing much offensively. He had those 3 games that got him Player of the Week, and that was pretty much about it. The second thing is, do you want a guy who's a young player, up here trying to find his way, platooning maybe hitting against, guys like Hader late in the game? I don't know if that's a good fit. And listen, Slater's here because of his resume, right? He's done it before. I know some people are clamoring for him not to have that role anymore, but I think with Bob Melvin being around and the way he kind of values veterans, I think this is the move that they're going to stick with for a little while. Unless something drastic happens, but it's not to take anything away from Matos. He just, withstanding those 3 games, he really didn't do much up here this year. He played some nice defense. But I think they're in a mode right now, guys, where they're just trying to win as many games as possible and trying to just, get through and hopefully get some guys back healthy here, maybe by the All-Star break, and just trying to, I don't want to say tread water per se, but try and get as many wins as they possibly can with the roster that they have constructed right now.
Well, I think what's tough, too, and we're talking to Rich Aurilia, the Giants get the win over the Astros last night, 4-3. Austin Slater with the ball off the wall to win it in extra innings. I don't know what the case is, but they've got to be near the top, and I just want to get a player perspective on it, because normally it's like, okay, you come to the ballpark and you know where you're going to be in the lineup. Whereas right now, Bob and company, they have to just kind of grasp at straws and say, geez, who's even moderately hot right now? Let's just jumble the lineup around. So it's not only who you're putting in the lineup, but it's where they're putting him in the lineup. And he's had to do it kind of all season long to say, okay, let's just jumble the lineup based on A, who's available, and B, who's even lukewarm at the time. I don't know if there's been a team that have used more lineups than what the Giants have.
Well, I think you guys have known Bob long enough and seen him manage long enough. This is probably the last thing he wants to do, right, is mix and match lineups based off injuries and who's hot. And, we touched on that a little bit last night in the post game. It's so much easier as a player if you come to a ballpark every day, not having to look at the lineup card and knowing where you're at, whether you're second, seventh, wherever you're going to be put. And, they don't have that luxury right now. And I think Bob's done a really good job at mixing and matching, because the perfect example is, and the guy's been playing pretty well lately, is Brett Wisely. If you would have said 6 weeks ago that Brett Wisely was going to be your everyday shortstop and hitting at the top of the order, everybody would have been like, well, the Giants must be 30 games out. They're not. They're still in the mix for, right now in wild card contention, but Bob's doing what he's got to do. And I think where you see a little bit of the, I guess, issue or problems is not a lot of these guys that have been called up have consistently produced. And, I was surprised last night personally. Like I felt like Wilmer finally got hot on that road trip, and then he was on the bench last night against, righty, and Brooks was at first base. And I'm like, man, why don't you just throw him out there? He's hot. Just ride the hot hand. But for some reason or other, they made a different decision. But it's not an enviable task having to manage a team with all these injuries. And then to not to pile on, but then you have two guys in your rotation that at some point, they're going to be on innings limits or pitch counts. And then you got to worry about your bullpen getting worn out. So, there's a lot of things going on, but just like any other year, any other time, health really solves a lot of problems. So hopefully some of these guys can get back soon.
Yeah, I think partly the reason he's been pliable, with the lineup is he rides the hot hand. If a guy's on a heater, he'll move him up in the order. He had Ramos leading off a little bit or batting two. He moved Chapman in the cleanup spot. He's moved Jorge Soler all around in the lineup, and frankly, it just has not worked. He just in an RBI shot, and you get him up with the bases loaded. You don't want him up, and he's so pull happy right now, Richie. And we saw it yesterday in that 1-1 pitch that he chased outside. He got a curveball again. He grounded it right down the line to third base, and he got thrown out. Some of these guys have had periods where they shown their ability. Solair, with the exception of a game or an at-bat here and there, really has not. He's hitting in the low 200s. He's only got 7 homers and 9 doubles on the year. He was gone for a little bit with the shoulder injury. He's been back for a while. It just hasn't happened. When you watch Jorge Soler in the box, Richie, as a right-handed hitter, what are you not seeing, or what are you seeing him doing that's getting him into trouble?
Well, one, I feel like, as a former hitter who had, I kind of had an issue with it later in my career when you get older, and I don't, I'm not saying that's what's happening with him, but when you feel like you're not catching up, right, to the fastball. I mean, that's why I think it's pull happy, because you're not, you feel like your timing's off and you're not catching up to the fastball. So what's your first instinct going to be? Well, I'm going to start quicker. I'm going to start sooner, and I'm going to be quicker, which gets you way out in front, which honestly opens you up to being susceptible inside to anything hard and susceptible down and away to anything off speed. And that's what we've been seeing with him. I mean, he gets jammed a lot. He hits a lot of balls off the end of the bat. And for me, it's just when I see it, it's, my approach would be, if I was telling him, like, dude, I want you to look for a fastball, middle away, every pitch, and hit it as hard as you can right over the second baseman's head. That's what I want you to do. Because then you get back on time, you get your balance back, you're not, your feet aren't moving all over the place in the box, and then at least you have a plan to stay on the ball. And we've seen early in the year, he can hit the ball the other way. But I think, the only thing I think is sometimes when guys get pull happy, it tells me that guys are not trusting themselves on the fastball and they want to kind of cheat to get to it. And that's kind of what I see right now. I'm not 100% sure if that's what it is. I'm going to probably go down to the ballpark today and talk to Pat about it a little bit. But, that's what I would interpret what I see right now with him as a hitter. Is he capable of coming out of it? Of course he is. And listen, we know this guy's resume. I mean, he could have a good 2 weeks and be right back where everybody thought he was going to be. He could hit homers in bunches. So, again, another guy, I guess, I know it's hard for people to hear this, but be patient. Be patient.
Does he need a mental break? And I don't know how you get him that. I don't know if you have a phantom, knee tendonitis or something like that to just get him a break, because he seems like he's pressing so hard. And they're just going to keep throwing him sliders away until he can lay off. He did that once last night, and I thought it was maybe a good sign. It's like, okay, he got to walk. But it just seems like he's always up in an RBI situation. He always seems to be 0-2, and he always seems to be pressing. And he's not getting, he's not driving the ball in the air. Everything seems to be on the ground, or it's a chase. Is there a way to get him a mental break to get out of his own way?
I mean, number one, you said it. He did have that pitch he took for ball 4 last night late in the game. which was a good at-bat. But he took that pitch with his butt in the third base dugout.
Yep.
Like he was still cheating, right? So, so okay, maybe you're trying to take that as a positive, but mechanically it just didn't look right. I mean, I don't know. As far as a mental break, I think that has a lot to do with the personality of the actual individual, not even as a player. Because, like, some guys just don't care when they scuffle, right? They just keep going out and playing. Other guys may need a mental break. So I don't know Solair personally or as a person. That would be more of a judgment call, I would say, for the organization and the coaches and manager in the dugout to make. But, you would have thought that, possibly that time he missed earlier was a mental break because he was out an extended time. But, I don't know. I mean, I think people are just frustrated because, this was a guy you brought in to hit homers and you spent some money on. And listen, we knew he wasn't going to hit 300, but at this point in the year, you would have thought he would have about 15, 16 homers and a bunch of RBIs, and he doesn't. So I don't know what to attribute it to, but again, if I'm him, I'm just saying I'm hitting the ball as hard as I can over the second baseman's head and locking back in the middle of the field.
Richie, you mentioned Brett Wisely, and he's not been a shortstop before. He's playing a credible short. We saw Casey Schmidt play third last night and make some fielding errors, and the swipe tag, he couldn't come through on Alvarez, and he wound up with a triple. But overall, he's a good defender, but the bat is pitchable, especially on the slider away. Nick Ahmed is on the injured list currently. Marco Luciano likewise, but his role was diminished. A year after Brandon Crawford, a lot of people think he's the best shortstop in the history of the franchise, but I'm quick to point out you're the best offensive shortstop they've ever had in San Francisco with your 37-homer year. You know what the position should look like. As far as short-term and long-term, I think they're two different answers to this question. They don't have a short-term answer. Maybe it's Nick Ahmed. Maybe it's not. Maybe they have to go out and make a trade to get Bo Bichette or somebody else. And then long-term is Marco the guy. So just what are you seeing near and far from the shortstop position here?
For the nice things about me, I'll send you that bottle of wine.
You always do. You had 37 homers that year. Come on.
If you break it down, short term, I would say for right now, you ride the hot hand of Wisely as long as he's not going to hurt you defensively. And, we discussed it with him last night after the game a little bit, and I asked him how the transition's going because you're not a natural shortstop. And he said, I'm just trying to make the routine plays, just trying to make the plays that are hit, routine, right at me or a little bit to my left and right. And I'm like, okay, that's a good sign. And I would think that Bob's going to ride him until the offense kind of struggles a little bit. But if you're looking at, if you want to compete this year and if you think you have a chance to make the postseason, I mean, for me, I think it's Nick Ahmed because he's going to catch the ball. Arm strength isn't probably what it used to be, but he's going to catch the ball. That offensively he may not contribute as much as you'd like, but when you get to games late in the year and in the postseason, what wins games, pitching and defense, and you got to be able to catch the ball, and that's why a lot of those Giants teams won those World Series, pitching and defense. So if you look at it that way, I'm thinking the short term would be Nick Ahmed. You asked about Luciano. I mean, I've seen him a bunch of times. I've said this for the last few years. He's a big, lanky kid with long legs and big feet. And for me, I don't see him personally as a long-term shortstop. I would see him more as a corner guy or a corner outfield guy. If you think he could put up, 25 homers in the big leagues, you got to find a way to get that bat in the lineup without giving up defense. And I think right now we've seen in the short period of time this year, the defense just isn't there. So for me, I would, I'm always at the thought, I'm like, he's a big dude. Try and teach him first base. Put him over there. And if, you have Lamont, you need the platoon or something like that. Maybe that's a platoon role. But I don't know. I always get leery of, tall, lanky guys that have a lot of body to move around out there at shortstop.
Do they at some point, because I don't know if the lineup's good enough, and Ahmed hasn't been terrible early in the season with the stick. He knocked in a few key runs, but his OPS is 546. Can the offense afford to just have, this offense specifically, can it afford to have a defense-only shortstop?
If some of the guys in the middle of the order start hitting again, yeah, you can. I mean, if Solair gets hot and if Chapman keeps up the offense that he's been producing lately, and Conforto starts hitting the ball a little bit more, yeah, you could sustain it. But the thing is, if you have them hitting it down at the bottom of the order, you can contribute other ways. You can make productive outs. You can get guys over to the top of the lineup. You can, you find different ways. But it looks like it's going to be probably a question mark for the long term this year. I can't say for the long term year, next few years down the road, but I think this is something this year we're probably going to continue to talk about for the next few months.
With Matt Chapman out, Casey Schmidt's been starting at third base, and he made a mistake last night on the first ball hit to him. He did recover to start the 5-4-3 double play in the top of the first. I thought he swiped that tag a little bit on Yordan Alvarez quickly, and the new obstruction rule makes it hard. You got to play behind. But take his bat out of the equation, because when he first came up a year ago, Richie, we thought this guy's not quite Matt Chapman, but man, Casey Schmidt can play anywhere. He can play short. He can play third. Ultimately, with Chapman here, and he's got a short-term deal he may opt out of. So, where is Casey's long-term best spot? Is it strictly at third? Could he play some short? And when you see him have a game like last night, and he had one recently on the last homestand where he's making multiple errors, how do you explain that for a guy that's such a good defensive player with the skills?
Yeah, it's hard to explain because, I know we saw him last year in spring training really for an extended time for the first time. And, his defense was, fantastic. He could, at least for now, I would say right now he's a backup at short and third for the time being. You watch the offense, and you're right. You said it right. He's not going to hit a slider away, and he's not going to lay off a slider away. So that's the issue right now is, just plate discipline and what you can hit and what you can hit. And Randy Wynn and I were talking, last night during the game. We were watching one of his at-bats, and, it kind of seemed like, first movement is like dip the back shoulder and pull side. So, for me, that's like, Randy and I were talking, it's just like that whole outer third of the plate. Unless a ball's maybe up, it's totally open. It's the pitcher just sees that and they keep going there. I think that the talent's there for him. We also touched last night on, Laura asked a question about, what's the difference in AAA, and I said, in big leagues, I said, it's just like any other sport where you hear the term, the game's quicker, game's faster. Up here, NFL, right, Pop? Game's faster here than it is in college and NBA, same thing. And you get here to the big leagues, and you're in there facing guys. Everybody's throwing 98. Everybody hits the ball harder. Probably the fields are taken care of better, so the ball gets on you quicker. So there's a lot of things, and I just again, I hope Casey starts getting a little more comfortable at the plate because, it looks to me another guy that's just like total pull side. But I do think he has the capability to make adjustments and hit the ball the other way. You just got to stay on it longer and trust yourself.
Rich Aurelia, we'll see you again tonight. Thanks as always for the insight, man. We'll talk to you soon.
All right, guys. We'll talk to you later.
Take care.
Thank you, Rich.
The great Rich Aurelia. And again, watch him on NBC Sports Bay Area. He and Randy Wynn will be on this series for the Astros at Rich Aurelia. And remember, Red Stitch Wines. He just said he's sending you wine.
Dave Roberts. He always does. He takes care.
So you know. You gave him
They
compliments.
have a delicious Pinot.
Was that all it takes? Just some compliments? You get a wine?
He sends them anyway, even if I don't say he's the greatest offensive shortstop in San Francisco Giants history.
I think he's the greatest shortstop, period. Maybe
Johnny
of all
the
time.
Master was pretty damn good, though, Boo.
He was. That
Was
sweatshirt
my
is
boo
amazing,
tank.
by the way. Huh? A lot of people think.
Spire was pretty good.
Yeah, he's good.
Royce Clayton was pretty
Yeah.
good.
I wouldn't even say of the Giants.
Mauricio Dubón was really
We should
good.
ask him about that. Maybe that's a trade.
We trade for him
What he's
back?
talking about.
Get him a lot cheaper
30
than,
and 37.
than Bo Bichetti.
Mm-hmm. Plus, if you win these next two, then they're 30 and 39. I mean, you start making the decision for him. Like, come on, man. Start trading some pieces. Let's go. So, anyway.
He doesn't want Marco Luciano playing short. Long guy. I mean, Cal Ripken Jr. played it for years at 6'4", and Alex Rodriguez was tall. It's just he's got to get all of his body parts working together. But he was pretty clear. Richie doesn't think Marco's a shortstop.
He's a first baseman. How about that? Move him over to first. Wow.
We had a caller earlier, somebody on the text line say DH him.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you do with Jorge Soler? He better start hitting here.
How much you got to eat? How big's that contract? You got to be real hungry. Isn't it like $45 million or something
I'm
like that?
not saying DFA him, but do you start taking late appearances away from him? I mean, he's so pull happy.
Well, he hit 5th last night. Can we just not do that? Like, every time he got up, it was like, oh, my God, there's runners on. Uh-oh.
It don't matter. You
42
can't
million?
hide him. You could hit him 10th. He's going to be up in a big spot. His RBI production, I don't know, what did he driving a run last night? Coming into the game last night, he had 114 plate appearances with men on base and has driven home 12 runs.
And
out
he's
of
up
114.
Yeah, he's up a lot with runners on.
And as Reggie Jackson used to say, when I'm in the box, I'm in scoring position. I don't need anybody else with my power. Is he going to hit? We all thought he's a lock for 30 homers. How many is he going to hit this year?
Maybe 30. Yeah, he's a lock for 13
homers. He's got 7 right. He's got to get 25. Watch him get hot late.
I know you hate the elephant here. What did you think of the yellow of the banana shoes?
I moved on with that. I moved on with it all. No, I like the yellow spikes. They look good.
You do?
I don't know.
How about making yourself less conspicuous? How about just wearing like some black ones or something like that? Like we know that's you. Okay, you don't need to. You know.
You got to look good to hit good. Just hit good. You're looking good. Fine. He could fill out a uni.
Slider away. Ooh, swing and a miss. I mean, my gosh, man.
Did you go Biff Barnes there?
Yeah, something like that.
Wow.
Like I know what the at-bat's going to be.
Biff Barnes.
I just know what the at-bat. Slider away, swing and a miss. Fastball right down the middle. He takes it. It's 0-2 on Solair. And he calls the timeout. Does not tuck the elephant ear in the back. And another slider away. That'll be strike 3 with the bases loaded and the inning's over. I mean, you can take that one to the bank. Go get a sandwich.
Sounds like you're doing the Toledo Mud Hens games. The hell league are you in?
I don't know, but isn't that pretty much as a bat all season long? Like nice yellow shoes, elephant ear hanging out the back.
We've been saying it all year. Stop trying to pull the ball.
Exactly.
Hit the ball the other way.
All right, we'll reset last night. Not all was bad. Good job by Austin Slater. You all owe him an apology. He's been my guy the entire season, and you owe him an apology. We'll get into that. 415-808 KBR 415-808-5627. Let's get into it. Mauricio Dubón in about an hour at 1:30. Could he be the answer at shortstop? Not for the Astros, for the Giants. It's Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The great Marcus Thompson. He joined Pop and I yesterday. Said he expects Klay Thompson to get quite a few shooters in free agency. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR Social. That's right. Laser, as in laser eye, center of Silicon Valley, as in I can see again, as in I don't have to search for glasses around my house to read my phone, which is nice, and I call it life-changing. It's the laser eye center of Silicon Valley. It's just an awesome experience. Now, Papa had the experience, then I had the experience. I'm a professional. Even when people are throwing things at me, I can still avoid them and still talk about the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. Now, if it's LASIK or SMILE or EVO ICL or the amazing procedure, we both had that custom lens replacement. It's a free consultation. Free, I tell you. So all you have to do is go to lasereyeclr.com. It's lasereyeclr.com. And Dr. Bindi, Dr. Ling, they'll tell you all about it. And first of all, you can trust them. It's your eyes, fairly important. But the thing for me is I had everything. I had a problem seeing close, I had a problem seeing far. They actually adjusted to each eye. Just took a couple of minutes each procedure, and it is life-changing. So check them out today, lasereyeclr.com. Ask them about CLR or call 877-GET-2020.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Papa and Lund Show now continues. Download the KNBR app and listen anywhere, anytime. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
George, Papa is obsessed with this elephant ear thing with Solair. Yeah, it's funny. He actually sent me the picture of it. He's like, elephant ear or towel this morning, and I was like, I don't know, man. Like, why are you so infatuated with it? But maybe when he's grabbing all the stuff out of his pocket, he doesn't really take the time to stuff it back in there. That's something that for me is like a non-even observational thing that I'm watching when I'm watching his at bats. So move on, Papa. There are more important things.
There's Contos.
Damn, why didn't I ask Richie Rich? Contos is a pitcher. He doesn't know. Really is an Italian style master.
That's true. Richie probably wouldn't like it.
It is odd. Have you ever seen a hitter that had the elephant ear in every single at-bat like that? Does he like that look?
Well,
he must. I mean, he breaks out those yellow spikes cleats last night. He knows. Yeah, he must like that look.
Yeah, but baseball players are ridiculously superstitious. So if you were doing what he's doing this year, wouldn't you stuff the thing in just for a change?
Well, I'm going to go on.
It's ridiculous.
I'm going to look up his video from. Did he do it in Miami? Did he do it when he was the World Series MVP? Did he do it when he had 48 home runs in Kansas City?
That's probably when he did it. And maybe it fell out one day because he was.
He's been doing it all year
MVP?
here. He was the World Series MVP.
Oh, God.
That's when they changed their whole outfield in Atlanta. When everybody got in trouble or got injured.
I mean, I don't want to be negative. A great win last night, this and that, but does everybody do what I do when he comes to bat? I just go, oh.
Yeah, okay. He's a proven guy. He's hit 48 homers, 36. At some
point,
the
problem is being compounded this year because you can't hit him fifth anymore.
A lot of guys, he's going to come out of it. A lot of guys have terrible. Yeah, I mean, at some point, I guarantee you he will lead this team in home run unless he gets hurt. Jorge Solair, when guys, that's why you have averages, and guys have terrible first halves of years and great second halves of years. You can't be too reactionary by now.
But I mean,
it's gone on a little bit too long.
Are
very. He has something to solve, and I'm a little surprised they haven't solved it. He's not like he's a younger player. He needs, like Rich said, when we hit BP today, hit the ball over the second baseman's head every single time. You've got to
center fielder's head.
No, he's the second baseman. So when he does pull it, when he's a little early on it, he'll pull it. Left field is closed to him. He's just trying to right field. He's just trying to pull that slider away. And we saw Hunter Pence get into it. Casey's got the same problem. If they pitch you away, hit the ball away. And I thought when I first saw him in BP, I thought he was like, is this guy Wade Boggs? I mean, he was just going line to line. He never pulled the ball. I was like, wow, I'm impressed. I thought Jorge Solair was just going to try to yank everything like Pence did in BP. He didn't do that. So he's got it in him. I'd like to watch his batting practice, actually. Maybe with tomorrow day game, they probably won't hit. But anyway, he will come out of it. He could have a searing hot final 4 months of the year and get his numbers up. It's just right now he's in a consistent funk. And outside of a game or an at-bat here or there, he's been in it the first 2 months of the year.
Well, the thing that's really concerning is, like with Jung-Hoo Lee when he was around, he wasn't getting the results, but he was hitting the ball hard. The analytics said it was just unlucky, a lot of it. Whereas Solair's at bats,
he hits the ball hard,
but he looks clueless. Like you're not a rookie, so the stuff away, the sliders away. I get it, Casey Schmidt and Matos and these young players. That's the difference. But he has no plate discipline whatsoever. And then when he does hit the ball, there's zero lift whatsoever. Everything is a grounder to third or short. Like he is not anywhere close to it. That's why I'm saying like it's time for knee tendonitis. And like 2 weeks in Miami or something, like go just get away from this thing because I don't know him personally, but it just looks like he's pressing and swinging and he's trying to hit a home run at every at bat. And it's like, dude, what's past is past. You've got to go up to the plate and with no memory of what you just did. Like you've got to get out of your own head because this happens a lot of times. Even Evan Longoria said it when he came here. Like, look, I know you feel a lot of pressure and you're frustrated and all these different kind of things. And Dave Fleming came on this morning and said a lot of the Latin players really follow him and they say he's a great guy and all these different things, but just relax. And I think it's also tough when you're a DH and you can't defend to kind of get your spot on the team. Like, okay, if Chapman's not hitting, he's going to play defense or whatever. But like you're the DH, and if you're not hitting, then you're adding nothing to the equation. Right now, you're a negative. You're a net negative. So I don't know him, but those things seem to make sense to me. But he needs a few days off to get out of his head.
He had Sunday off. They didn't play him Sunday. They put Wilmer DH because Wilmer had bad knees and they gave him the day. We'll see what the matchup is with Blanco and with Framber Valdez, and you got a day game after a night game. But I think I mean, it's pretty obvious what his problem is. He's trying to pull everything, and they're pitching him away. Eric Getty threw him an 81-mile-an-hour curveball on the 1-1 pitch, his first at-bat, and he chased it way outside. And Kuiper said before, and Mike was critical, you can't swing at that. Dave Fleming went crazy on the radio. But, Dwayne said he's going to get that pitch over and over. And the very next pitch was the same pitch. So what did he try to do on that? He rolled over on that pitch and tried to hook it away. That pitch has got to go to right center field and hit hard the other way. He rolled over on it, so it's either a swing or a miss, or he tops the ball. And he hit the ball. He hit a lot of balls hard right down the third base line last night. He is hitting the ball hard. But I think he needs to hit himself out of it. But do you do it with a really hard BP? Maybe you don't have him in the lineup tonight. He goes out and he hits with Pat, and it's just everything away. Shoot the ball the other way. Like Rich said, I want you to hit the ball in batting practice, everyone, directly over the second baseman's head or in the hole between first and second. Think that way. Most guys think up the middle. He's got to take the ball the other way and not just have right field be closed. He's got to use it.
I would put that pitching machine on slider away, and I would throw 1,000, and I would somehow make a contraption to where he couldn't even swing the bat. Just watch sliders away, and you cannot swing for your life.
Bill Walsh's rope that he put on Steve Young's ankles.
That's what I want. And I just
want that slider machine. Susan did a big piece on Mechanical Mike.
Like, stop
that mainly feeds the high fastball, which I think helped Chapman and helped Yaz. And Hunter Pence, he was the worst at it I've ever seen. I could not watch his at bat.
Even Solair's worse.
But when he became
a
Texas Ranger, consistently on the slider away, Hunter just got devoured. And then that year in Arlington, 2019, when he was an All-Star, I'm like, he's not swinging at the slider away or he hits it. And when he came back to the Giants, I asked him, what did you do? They had a machine where they just put a slider machine and he trained his eyes to watch it over. So they have devices where they can help him. But you cannot, he's going to hit at some point. He's going to carry this team offensively. That's what he's done. It's just, that explains why.
Would you bet Derek's life on it?
Yeah, he will hit. It's not my life. It's his. Am I going to bet my own life?
No, Derek's life.
Jorge Soler will hit this year. So I'm not sure he's going to hit for a high average. Jorge Soler
I don't want
will
him to
hit
hit for high average. I want him to be a threat in the middle of the order and hit one out of the park. I want him to. I don't think he can hit 30. Can he hit 20?
Shoot the ball the other way. Hit the ball where it's pitched, and he can hit. The guy's had a terrible 2 months. Let's get as hot the next 2 months as you've been as cold the first two. If he does that, Wilmer came out of it. Matt Chapman was lost for a long time. He couldn't hit. Mike Yastrzemski was lost. They had obvious holes. He will figure it out. I will contend and agree it's taken too long. He's 2 months into it, so he's got to figure it out at some point.
All right, give us your thoughts, 415-808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. Mauricio Dubón is going to join us at the bottom of the hour, top of the hour. We get your foreplay, the 4 pieces of sound you need to hear today. And there are tons of great stories today. I don't know if you heard about Joey Chestnut. That's all the buzz, by the way, in the bullpen is Joey Chestnut. People think it's a fake story. We'll explain that one as well. And we'll hit up on some more Giants. We'll get out to the lines and the text line as well. We'll do it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. I got a job for Joey Chestnut. He's not going to eat hot dogs competitively anymore. How about pizza? Joey's from the South Bay. Get to the North Bay, the North Beach, and get Tony's Pizza. I think Jaws would devour it like we all do. It's the best pizza I've ever had, and it's been ranked #1 in the world, and it's my go-to spot for Neapolitan, New York, Detroit, Sicilian, and Grandma-style pizzas. The pastas? Can Joey get into a bucatini eating contest? That would be a good dish. I think I would take deep dish for that one. Don't forget about Tony's other locations like Capo's, where he makes delicious tavern-style cracker-thin and deep dish pizzas. And he also eats deep dish Chicago style. He has those Chicago Italian beef sandwiches. They have a contest on that. Those beefs are gigantic, though. Save room for dessert. How about a cannoli eating contest or a tiramisu? Tony's got it all. And morning time, you can try his homemade sourdough bread, pastries, New York bagels at his bakery, Toscano Brothers. And also, Giants are home. If you want to get over to Levi's Stadium in the fall, Chase Center when the Warriors come out, or Oracle Park tonight or tomorrow afternoon when they're there, you want to hit Tony's Slice House fast casual restaurant serving up delicious slices and more. So no matter where you are, eat pizza like Joey Chestnut does and eat Tony's.
KNBR heads, fill your feed by following the sports leader on Facebook. This is KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Hello, friends. Thanks for joining us. Top of the hour, we'll give you a foreplay, a little recap of last night's win over the Astros. Back at it tonight, and then we'll be back at the ballpark tomorrow, 58 Social. We'd love to see you there. Before we get into a little Giants talk here, Big Three basketball opens its 2024 season. 6 games at the Oakland Arena, Father's Day weekend, Saturday, June 15th. While you're there, Big Three is going to randomly pick people from the audience to participate in free throw competition with the Bay Area's own Rick Barry, the Hall of Famer. That'll happen between games. You do not have to shoot granny style.
don't you have Steph Curry sitting in the front row?
That'd be pretty funny.
Or Klay Thompson in the front row.
In Orlando?
Or Jordan Poole. Is he already gone there? Jordan Poole led the league in free throw shooting.
Yeah.
Klay got it this year, didn't he? Klay led the league in free throw shooting. Yeah, he beat out
Steph.
Steph's the greatest of all time, career-wise, even more than Rick. And Mark Price was really good at it for a long time.
There you go.
Calvin Murphy. But Jordan Poole led the league in free throw shooting the championship year. And then Klay won it last year. Klay had no idea. Neither did Steph. He barely had enough attempts to qualify.
So make sure Ice Cube's own Big 3, Oakland Arena, Saturday, June 15th. Make sure you get your tickets and you are there. And as Ice Cube said, bring his old ass. That's what he says about it.
Bring his old ass to the game.
See? Bring his old ass to the game. So there's Ice Cube for you. Lots of Giants things we can discuss. Austin Slater comes through, despite the fact that many wanted Matos up here. He comes through last night. Give us your thoughts. We talked to shortstop, short and long term with Rich Aurelia. He's talking about maybe moving Luciano to first base. He thinks that the solution may be Nick Ahmed when he comes back, and he's getting closer. Give us your thoughts on long term. How about Kyle Harrison last night, his most efficient pitching night of the year? And Ramos, we're not saying the shine is off Ramos a little bit, but that base running move is a little weird, and you're just looking for a little more.
You had a couple of them.
Yeah. So you're not down on him.
No, we're not. You don't overreact to baseball, but this is a everyday game. This is a day game after night game. This is a grind. The physical talent is certainly a big reason why they're here, but if they're going to stay here and contribute, the mental grind. That's why Casey Schmidt, for a guy that's so skilled, he does not have a defensive weakness. The guy can do anything. For him to make the mistakes, and that ball that he was hit early in the game was hit hard. He got a nice double play, a great rhythm. I didn't like the swipe tag on the triple. I thought he could have played that differently, but I think he was thrown by the obstruction. But you just have to watch these guys more. And, Ramos did have they changed the play on Pena where it was ruled a hit on the backhand. I'm not sure they would have thrown Ramos out on that, even if you pick it clean. So he was on base twice, obviously, and getting out on the 10th was huge. But I don't know why when he rounded the base, when he was on first, he did get back, I think, but it was really close. You get back picked on that, that's not good. He did the right thing by setting up in foul ground. The ball hit him. That's fine. Ball was hit. But the base is loaded and one out. You're at third. It's a ground ball. You got to go. Where are you going?
Pretty basic.
So, that's where, if they played that differently, they get a double play out of that because the runner going from second to third gets into a train wreck.
He was confused.
So,
what are you doing, dude?
We saw Matos get hot, and Richie said he had 3 good games. And he got hot against the Dodgers. He drove in 5 runs in those 2 games, had a 3-run homer, pulled the ball back. But he basically won the Player of the Week because of 5 great games and had 11 RBIs that series in the weekend. And then he began to fish at the outside pitch. And so let's just see where Ramos is at. But he's not a major concern. I think right now, can Wilmer play tonight? Or are you going to have to save Wilmer with the bad knees to play tomorrow against Framber Valdez? Will he be in tonight? I want to see more Trenton Brooks, but what you've seen so far.
I do not.
I understand that. But, he could turn into Hubie Brooks at some point. I don't know. He's got a couple of hits, but I think he's hitting 9th for a reason. But I'd like to see Wilmer in there, and Wilmer got hot, the game against Lorenzen. So that was a quality win last night. You thought there for a moment, they get 2 in the top of the 10th. How are we going to win this game? To come back and play the way they played. And I was watching the Padres. You see Tats Jr.'s opposite field home run he hit last night? Whoa. That guy's on a tear. 16-game hitting streak. He's hitting for power. Dylan Cease gave up an early homer to the A's, then he locked in later. These are the kind of games you've got to win to get in as a wild card. And because San Diego's starting to play better right now. They're starting to really differentiate themselves between them and the Diamondbacks. So you got to finish second in your own division. If you finish second in the National League West, you should get a wild card spot. If you're third, it's going to be dicey.
Right now, it's the Padres and the Giants, but like I said, there's 8 teams within 2 games of each other after Atlanta. Let's get out to the lines. Give us your thoughts. Again, top of the hour, we'll give you the foreplay. Woody Wonka. Hi, Woody Wonka. Welcome.
The golden ticket.
That's right.
Yes.
Hey, man.
Hey, fellas.
Hey.
Thanks for having me back. Appreciate it. Just I wanted to say a couple things about what Rich said. I agree with him. a good glove and a poor bat works at shortstop. See, I go back to the Giants a little bit. I go back to a guy named Hal Lanier back in the 60s. I think he's about a career 210 hitter maybe, but his glove was good enough. We had Willie Mays, Willie McCovey. God bless him. And, you know.
Jose Pagan was a good defender.
My question to you would be, we don't have Willie McCovey and Willie Mays now. Can they do a glove-only shortstop on this team?
John, the way it is, too, real quick, I predicted the Giants coming at 78 and 84 about a month ago. I don't see that changing too much, but it could be, if they stay above 500, they could be contenders for the wild card, number one. And Greg, no disrespect, sir, but I spell Big Bush lately, Solare, and I'll take you that bet about his bat waking up the last 3 months of the season. How about we bet a burger at tax? Because that way we both win. I lose, I pay. You get a burger.
But we've all seen hitters. You've watched the game since the 60s. We've seen guys have bad 2 months and then turn it on and just take off. I mean, historically, think of all the players that ever made an all-star team because they didn't have a good first half, but they had great second halves. The year that Juan Gonzalez, what do you have, like 137 RBIs one year? Tony La Russa did not put him on the American League all-star team. He didn't have a great first half, but he was the best player in baseball in the second half. So I see what Solair is he frustrates me. But the baseball card is a body of work here. Who on this roster has ever hit 48 home runs anywhere? Any level of baseball, raise your hand. He alone. He had 36 homer season last year in Miami. He has the ability. So we're not just going to discard the guy. Maybe, I don't know if you rest him more or work more on the opposite field approach, but at some point he has the ability to carry this team offensively with the long ball. Now, when is that going to start? Will it start? It's only June. It's not like it's August and he hasn't done it. So I don't know. I mean, I hope he's going to come out of it. He frustrates me in an RBI spot like all the rest of you, but he does have a body of work that's lasted 10 years in Major League Baseball. He's a pretty good hitter.
I'm alarmed by I was going to say the quality of the bats, but it's not a quality of bat. I'm alarmed by that, and I agree with you. He does have a track record. I just think it just seems like he needs some sort of a break. I don't know if they can create that for him, or he's just got to be down in the order. Like, take some pressure off the guy. They got to try something. But again, we got to look this up. I think that the Giants probably have more combinations in their batting order due to injuries and ineffectiveness, or him having, and this is just what Bob has to do, moving guys up and down the order based on even being lukewarm. It's unbelievable. Every single night, you just don't know. And like Richie was saying, okay, I'm going to bat second tonight or third or fourth or fifth or whatever. There's just no rhyme or reason to it. And I'm not blaming Bob for it. It's based on these guys. You mentioned this a little bit earlier. Yaz has been ice cold at times. Solair has been ice cold at times. Estrada started out slow. Chapman started out slow. Like, all of a sudden, it's like, whoa, this guy's got a little bit of spark to him. We got to put him in the 3-hole. We got to put him in the 2-hole. Like, there's not a set lineup, but it's not his fault. It's because at times this year, it's not that guys have been hot. It's just who's ice cold from game to game.
Yeah, when Yaz was struggling early in the year, he could not hit a high fastball. When Matt Chapman was struggling early in the year, he could not hit a high fastball. I don't think there's a pitch that Solair cannot hit. He just needs to hit the ball where it's pitched. He needs to stop trying to pull the ball in the left-handed batter's box. That pitch away, the curveball that Arrighetti gave him on the 1-1 last night, just show him that. You cannot swing at that, and if you do, you've got to shoot that the other way. He swung at it in 1-1 and missed it, and then on the 1-2 he chased it and he rolled over. You're playing right into their hand there. You're too good of a hitter. It's not that you can't hit high velocity or that pitch away. It's just you're not hitting it to the right field. Shoot that to right field. So to me, he should be able to come out of it. It's taken forever to come out of it. If he would just tuck that elephant ear in the left pocket, just try that one time. Just do that one time.
That'd be so great if he did that and then he started hitting. That'd be amazing.
That would be. Or pull the other one out where he's balanced more. I don't know.
And that becomes
Since he's having a pitch as a right-handed hitter away and he doesn't have the elephant ear in the right pocket,
he's not
covering that side of the plate. I don't know. But he does have Solair power. Start showing it, would you?
Move on, Papa.
Who's that? Is that Contos?
That's Contos. Yeah. Sponsored by Redwood Credit.
George, you have a hair out of place. How would that affect you?
Man.
George, you go nuts.
He just heard that. He's got to run back to the hotel.
How do I look?
Watch your money grow with a high-yield savings certificate at Redwood Credit Union. See how much you can earn at redwoodcu.org. Your foreplay coming up at the top of the hour, the 4 pieces of sound you need to hear today, only here on the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
All right, we joined Murph and Marcus this morning to discuss Austin Slater's walk-off against the Astros last night. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Foreplay in 5 minutes. We may have just solved the Jorge Soler situation because
Brant Brown.
Yeah, you were texting with a guy who said Brant Brown really helped him with the Marlins last year.
Well, Craig Minervini.
Yeah, we know Craig.
Who does pre and post on the Marlins games for years and years. So I just said, did Solair have a problem in Miami trying to pull outside pitches too much? The response was Chase City, but he was much better last year at not chasing. Not sure if it was his work with then hitting coach Brant Brown. Brant Brown was the Miami Marlins hitting coach last year. What was he doing with the Seattle Mariners this year?
They appointed him as quote-unquote offensive coordinator in Seattle this year. Well, Seattle's offense was not good. Their pitching is great.
Stalling out inside the red zone?
So Scott Service and Company, they already fired him as their offensive coordinator with the Mariners, so he's available. We'll go
Brant
get
Brown's
him
available?
and have him work with Jorge Soler about chasing pitches.
So Justin Veely, Pat Burrell, Pedro Guerrero, I think, works with Jorge the most.
No, man.
It's different.
Oh, different guy?
Different Pedro Guerrero. I didn't break his leg sliding at a third. So, I mean, in all honesty, let's send Pat the Bat a text. Bring in Brant Brown, or at least, but I'm sure, I don't know what this.
Hey, whatever.
He got Solaire to stop chasing as much last year in Miami.
Yeah.
But before that, it was Chase City.
That's what he called it, Chase City?
Chase City.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, get that guy. Get Brant Brown. I mean, he's no offensive coordinator, but, man, he could help Solaire.
How many hitting coaches do you need here? Got 4?
Yeah, whatever. Maybe if you need one for each guy, like whoever, man.
What is it, Mark Cuban? He wanted to hire a coach for every Dallas Maverick.
Yeah, whatever, man. So, anyway, yeah, that would be outstanding. That would be really, really nice. Oh, here, let me... Can we rack that? Because I'm going to play this at number 1. Can we have the kite call ready? Because I'm going to give you these numbers in just a second, and we'll get this whole thing going. So,
we're having a production meeting.
Yeah, we are.
What is it? Bingo numbers?
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll play the Lost and Slater for you. People will enjoy that. Let's see. Let me give the numbers.
611C. Say it on the air, John. I feel like I'm
okay.
Ready, team.
I got the first 2, and then we'll take it from there. So, are we ready? Let's do our foreplay.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Damn it, call a timeout, Kyle.
Right, we got it.
Get the play call in from the sideline.
We got it.
Hasn't been this bad since Harbaugh.
I was just going to say, I feel
How many
like
guys
Harbaugh.
have to call the play, Greg Roman?
I feel like Harbaugh.
Get the call in. Timeout. You got it?
We got it? All right. Let's.
You got it or no?
He's good. Danny's good. All right. We can play these in conjunction. So let's play the
conjunction function,
the kite call, and then number 1.
The Austin Slater walk-off?
Yeah, because he was on this morning and he
explained what happened.
Explained what happened. Yeah. So
High drive to left.
It is 1, 2, 3.
Off the wall.
I got caught bad on the call because I got a white wall and a white ball, and I couldn't tell if it went out or not. Mike's over there trying to give me hand signals on what's going on, and I can't tell if he's telling me that it went over the wall or off the wall. So it's going to happen every once in a while, but I hate the white walls. I do.
Yes, there you go.
He's out there right now painting. Was it a hand wash sign?
Yeah,
there's another
that
white
gone.
signage right to the left of that. Not good. That is a play-by-play announcer's worst nightmare. And the lighting at Oracle Park is good. All those years I worked in Oakland, late in games, you couldn't see anything. And a Raider Monday night game or a night game with the power there is dim. So it's better at Oracle Park, but you have a white ball on a white fence, not good. Which leads to watching the Stanley Cup final last night. Do they need to do something with the puck? honestly.
Oh, you want to go back to the Fox thing where they had the trail on it?
Well,
I think it was, what did they?
Charlie Finley at Orange Baseballs. Do you want to illuminate? I mean, I love the game, and my guy Sean McDonough called a great game, and I think the Florida Panthers will win their first ever Stanley Cup. They're halfway home, but it is difficult to see. That's a black puck on the white ice, but we've talked about that for years in hockey, how much more enjoyable hockey would be on TV if you could see the damn puck. Not good.
Yeah, it is. It can be. But I remember when Fox put that trail on the puck, and people were mad.
I know a way to help Kuiper on that, though. Hi, Dwayne Kuiper here for the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. I used to botch walk-off hits in baseball because I couldn't see white on white, and then I had CLR, custom lens replacement, and I could see that it's not out of here, but we're out of here.
Not bad.
This game is over.
By the way,
why didn't you just go to that call? That's the one you needed. Didn't matter if it was off the wall, over the wall. The game is over.
I would have liked to have seen the booth though, when Kirk was trying to make
what's the sign for it? He was trying to give him we've had that. There's been calls I missed completely with Tim Ryan. He's giving me this, and I'm like, what's going on?
Exactly.
I don't know, man.
What are we doing? Playing charades here?
Dang it! I don't know.
I mean, seriously, it's like charades over here.
That is a nightmare.
Well, you guys have a cam though on you guys. Like, we could actually find that footage, but those
is there
guys
not a Kruk and Kuiper cam? Come on. Yeah, there is.
Is there? We gotta find that. We gotta find Kruk doing this hand signals to Kuiper.
There's a Kruk and Kuiper cam. Come in. Are you kidding me? There's one on them getting out of the park. There's one getting out of the parking lot on that. I do not like that cam.
Oh, I know you don't. You definitely don't.
I wish Nowski that right away.
What do you do? Do you like take spray paint?
I putt it.
Get that thing. Get that out of there.
Baxter, you're off the bridge.
All right, here is Austin Slater on getting that game-winning hit. He says it lifted a burden off his back. Not quite Steve Young, but, pretty good.
Monkey?
Yeah.
Felt great. Just trying to get the ball in the air, stay short and simple, and obviously whenever you can come through big for your team and in a spot when you've been struggling, it feels that much better, and that definitely lifted a big weight off my shoulders, so that felt really nice.
Good for you.
And then he added, I can't wait to pop on KNBR at 10 a.m. tomorrow and take that, Lund! I ain't dead yet.
What do you think of me now? By the way, he's coming on, I think, at 2:30 today. Isn't that right? 2:30?
Would he not come on our show? Do we ask him to come on our show?
I know. We're
Austin,
so nice to him.
I believed in you always, Austin.
Just because other people are being jerks to him. Yeah. 2:30. Yeah, 2:30. Jay Billis, 250. Peter Hartlaub, 350. Peter Hartlaub just celebrated 25 years at the Chronicle. I know that.
Love Peter.
But Austin Slater, 2:30. So there you go.
No Joey Jaws Chestnut?
We got to get him on.
No Christian McCaffrey?
I cannot believe that Jaws is not doing that.
Blame Walter.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, Joey Chestnut just went, look, I'm vegan now. I'm not coming on. I'm vegan. Here's Kyle Harrison, who was great last night, says he was able to put all his pitches together.
Yeah, definitely some good stuff. I think the slider, changeup, fastball, I was able to kind of put it where I wanted today. Efficient. So those are the ones you look back on and you want to build on and try to repeat that as many times as possible.
6 1/3, 4 hits, 1 earned, 3 Ks, 10 ground outs.
Did you say 3 Ks?
3. Yeah, only 3.
For Dirty Harry?
That's good.
He's pitching like
efficient,
Prince here.
man. I hope Blake Snell was watching that outing. You don't got to strike everybody out, man. Guy stayed in the game, 70-something pitches. There you go. That's the way to do it.
I think it was 77 pitches. Last 2 starts, he's not given up a home run, nor has he walked anybody. Those are the 2 things with him. And I think he's been talking about it, that he needs to be in the strike zone more. He knows the situation, all the injuries. Jordan Hicks on a pitch count. Is Jordan Hicks all right, by the way, to pitch tonight? Today, John Shea was saying he
Get him some of those waffles.
Wasn't feeling well. But Kyle Harrison was locked in last night, gave up just 4 hits and 1 run, and really – they handled that relay and tagged the runner Alvarez out at third. He may have pitched a shutout in his 6+ innings. He pitched great last night.
He did. That's the way you like to see him. I mean, strikeouts are fun, and those get the headlines, and I get it, and all that fun stuff. But the Giants pitchers have got to be efficient. They got to start going deeper into games, and we're seeing that with Harrison last night. Of course, Logan Webb always does it. I don't know that we're going to see that out of Hicks. I think he's 5 and fly, and I think that he might be a bullpen guy later on in the season. But that's assuming that the rotation can get healthy and, in Blake Snell's case, get healthy and actually pitch well. So we shall
the
see.
Dodgers have the same situation with Tyler Glasnow. He's never had a heavy innings pitched season. Buster Olney was saying on the Sunday night game, because he was pitching against the Yankees, the Dodgers they're going to monitor it, but they're not going to pull him out of the rotation. And they're going to get, Buehler's back, Dustin May's throwing like 90 coming back from Tommy John. When he's going to crank it up, Kershaw's throwing a sim game. But they're not going to take Glasnow out of this rotation. Now, he's a veteran guy, but they're not going to pull him.
No.
So, I mean, what do you
think they're going to go get somebody?
But I'm saying, as far as Glasnow goes, he's got the same situation as Hicks and Kyle Harrison. He hasn't had the big inning year. You just all of a sudden bump him up to 200 innings. Verducci would go crazy.
Yeah.
But I also think we're monitoring innings. The fact that he went 6 1/3 and threw 77 pitches, they're counting everything. Every pitch he throws on the mound, warm up, in between starts, pregame, and they count everything. So, I mean, if he can keep his pitch total down and have less stressful, not every inning on the mound's the same. If you're out there with the bases loaded and nobody out, you're trying to work out of it, he pitches to contact and pitches the way he threw last night. His arm is not going to be strained. He could go, but he's not going to throw. I think 180 would be the tops he would go this year for Prince Harry.
But, I mean, to see 10 groundouts, that was the reason why I mentioned it, is because that's what Logan Webb does. So you start doing stuff like that.
And for a guy's a high fastball pitcher, how does he? I mean, he's throwing more of his breaking stuff, the changeup and his slider. He was trying to work on a cutter. Those pitches he gets ground balls on. So, and usually you got a good left side of the infield. It wasn't so great last night, but hopefully Matt Chapman's back in the lineup tonight as well.
All right, finally, let's flip 149ers on you again. Christian McCaffrey is the cover man for Madden 2025. Here's Adam Schefter. It wouldn't be a show if we didn't mention Brandon Aiyuk's contract.
Will they still get a deal done with Aiyuk here long term, or do they just play it out? They want to get it done, but we've seen what's happened with the wide receiver market. It's exploded. And so I'm sure Brandon Aiyuk feels like his price and value have gone up, and I'm sure the Niners feel like they've been fair in their offer. And so if he doesn't get a deal done, well, they want to keep him long-term. They're trying to keep him long-term, but if they can't, they did draft 2 wide receivers in the first 4 rounds of the draft with the idea knowing that if there were questions about that room, the wide receiver group, not so much this season, but after this season, which is why you go take 2 wide receivers in the first 4 rounds.
Thank you, Captain Obvious. Gave us nothing.
You say anything we didn't already know?
Gave us nothing.
Mike Silver's the one guy that has numbers. 49ers offered $26 million.
He was on our show last Thursday.
And Florio picked up on it, and he wants 30. So can they meet in the middle? Get him signed for 28.5, or do you have to give him the full 30 like they did last year with Nick, where he would not budge off the Aaron Donald number and got a little bit more? But it's Christian McCaffrey. They got a restructure with McCaffrey last week. They tacked on a couple of years, $19 million per, gave him an extra $8 million over 2, and then he's on the cover of the Madden video game. Does he get money for that? How does that work?
Does he
get
check that? But I'm sure he didn't.
Does he get a
for free.
percentage of each sale, or the licensing fee? Do they sign that away? How does that work?
The only reason I think that he gets money is because in the college game, that was the big holdup for why it didn't for years. It didn't come out, was because the players weren't getting anything. So I'm sure that he got some money for it.
Quite an honor for a running back to make it.
Yeah.
Eddie
George was the first.
You notice the cover shot is a Photoshop. Is that actually McCaffrey running away?
It's a big
from
deal.
From 2 would-be Raiders who are in hot pursuit. And when did he wear
big
red
in the studio
and have the Raiders wearing white chasing him from behind? So
I know somebody who worked for both teams and might have a hand in this. Who might know why
Mike Shanahan?
If you look at
Shanahan may know.
If you look at the history of the cover, there's no
Ronnie
guy
Lott,
like running away
Roger
from a team or anything like that.
That's a Photoshop.
It's a Photoshop.
So do they bring McCaffrey into EA Sports, put him in a green screen?
Who do you want to be running away from?
And then who do you want? I want the Raiders chasing me from behind. Why don't we call Mike Shanahan? Which team do you want McCaffrey to break into the next level against? Al's former team.
You had nothing to do with it?
It's first I've seen of it.
I don't know. I'm just
first
asking.
I've seen of it.
Just asking. If you were a part of you know all those guys over there.
No Raider ever made the cover, even though it's called the Madden video game and it's John Madden. Is that the first time a Raider's been on the cover? Is McCaffrey's running away from him?
For a touchdown away from him. All All right.
That wasn't Rocky
he's a college
Sin.
dropout.
yeah, Mom.
Oh, is that Lisa McCaffrey?
Yeah, we know he's a dropout. All right, just checking. If you say you had nothing to do with it, you had nothing
The guy had anything to do with it?
Nah, just,
Sandy Sandoval's long gone.
All right, just double checking. You didn't have anything to do with it. Derek's irate about it, very angry, because when you're on the cover, there's
Marcus
really just
Allen
you.
never made the cover. Bo Jackson never made the cover. So the Raiders finally got on the cover of the Madden video game. They should be happy.
Plus, if you look at it, it's always just that player. Or like Josh Allen had a crowd behind him or something. There's never any team, except for this year. Find that
Is
very
this the
peculiar.
first time ever they put a
team,
a couple of would-be tacklers
on
trying to
another
run
team.
down CMC, and it happened to be the Raiders?
Yeah, very peculiar.
Wow.
I wonder. I thought the rivalry was gone. They're in
ordinarily,
Vegas.
I wouldn't
It's a
buy
big
the
deal.
cover because you just download it. But this
Now
year,
you're going
we got to go out and get one, and I want to
You're
get
gonna blow it up and put
I
it on
want
your office wall is what you're gonna
I want
do.
McCaffrey to sign that.
Ooh, that would be cool. That'd be way cool. Yeah, put that in your
What
office.
else do you want to have sign it?
You got the Papa 5, you got the Bills thing, and then it's going to be McCaffrey running away from the Raiders in your office. That's gonna be what's up next
I'll
time
get
we
George
see you.
Atkinson to sign it.
Oh boy. Uh-oh. All right, let's give you that's a foreplay. We got them all in. Shefty, a few on the Giants as well. Give us your thoughts. Bottom of the hour, Mauricio Dubón. We've been waiting for him the entire time. Want to know if he wants to come back and play shortstop.
How do you feel about Gabe Kapler, Doobie?
Oh boy. He had a little tough time with the ball in left field last night. It wasn't easy with those wins. Anyway, he is at heart. He's a Bay Area guy. Loves it. Loves the Giants. I think he's got.
Remember we had him in a fan fest a couple of years
it
ago?
was
We
great.
had Doobie there?
Yeah, it was great.
He was.
Yeah, we had him on the big stage. I remember.
We did.
All right, we'll talk to him at 1:30. It's Pop and Lund on your Tuesday on the Sports Theater. It is always great to talk to our friend Steve Moskowitz. He has the answers to all your tax issues, especially when you can't pay your taxes. What do people do, Steve?
They call us. We want to take care of you. And something that's very common, people just don't file their tax returns when they can't pay. And they say, well, how can they file if they can't pay? So they make a mistake. They don't file the first year. Then the second year comes along, and they say, how can they file year 2 when they didn't file year 1? And then they don't know what to do. They feel like they're drowning in 1,000 feet of water. Folks, if you don't have the money to pay your taxes, that's okay. We'll file them anyway, and we want to make a deal for you. And the second biggest reason people don't file is because they don't have the records. That's okay, too. We'll get all the records the IRS and state has on you. We'll file everything you need to file. We'll make a deal for you. And this problem can be behind you. This problem can be over. So many of your listeners are amazed when a problem they've really suffered with for years can be easily and quickly fixed. And the only thing your listeners have to do is pick up the phone and say, hey, Steve, how can you take care of me?
Simple. That's all you have to do. Call Steve Moskowitz. Hey, Steve, what can you do for me? 888-TAX-STILL. Give him a call. He's got the answers to your tax issues, whether it's can't pay your taxes, you have unfiled tax returns. He has the answers. Call him right now at 888-TAX-STILL or MoskowitzLLP.com.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Former 49ers tight end Brent Jones, a friend of mine, he joined Tolbert Copes yesterday and gave his thoughts on the 49ers offseason moves. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR social.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Wherever you roam, throughout your home, listen to the sports leader on your smart speaker. We are KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
The Oilers were your pick from the outset. What do you think of them so far?
Well, they played great in game one, but they didn't win. But Bobsky was... Oh, sorry. That's okay. I'm sorry. He was freaking amazing. I apologize to y'all kids at home. He was freaking amazing. But, you know, the Oilers, man, they've been amazing. I picked them from the start of the playoffs. But, you know, Florida, the Panthers are amazing. So I'm looking forward to the third period.
That's drunk hockey analyst Charles Barkley, ladies and gentlemen.
Skinny. He looks skinny in his black shirt.
Amazing was the key word. How's each team? Amazing. How's the hockey playoffs? Amazing. There's Charles. And then the part we didn't play was Steve Levy was on the call. And, of course, Steve Levy went right to the, so you're on ESPN, ABC. Looks like you're coming to the family, and started goading him into coming. And then Charles, of course, went on in the thing about TNT and all this kind of stuff. But, I mean, seriously, they had him on for like 7-8 minutes.
I was amazed. They had him on both segments of the intermission. They had Mark Messier and
unbelievable.
PK Subban on, and they didn't even talk to him. They asked Charles about hockey. So,
and he said amazing a lot. So we'll see. I don't know if that's something to grease the skids, or that was just kind of, look at the coincidence.
He's done that
Disney,
before.
and there's Charles.
He appears on all networks.
Yeah.
He is going to be a hot free agent, whatever. If, in fact, there's no done deal yet. TNT could keep it, TBS, the Turner family. We'll see. And they still will have shows next year.
Yeah.
The contract does go for one more year, so we got a ways to go.
Plus, they also said that they might be the fourth network in, because the NBA is going to take more money, and it's like, you want a secondary schedule? Now, again, my bigger concern is Harlan than inside the NBA, because inside the NBA is going to find a home no matter what. But if Harlan can't call basketball games, we're going to have a problem.
You're tough.
Because, I mean, I'm not going to get in on the finals, but come on, the broadcast. I mean, I don't know if you went back and watched that, but when they had the key block of the game, Mike Breen calls the block, and then there's complete dead air, and then Mike Breen has to come back and analyze whether it's a foul or not. And he's probably looking at the other two going, what are you guys doing, drinking over here? You know, analyze this play?
It's been a surprisingly awkward dance.
Yeah.
Which is surprising because I think they're both individually solid analysts. Right. They have a lot to say. They just don't know who should take the lead, and which leads to, Tom Brady working with Kevin Burkhardt this year and being new. And Doris Burke's done a lot of broadcasting. She's great. And J.J. Redick was strong last year when he first started doing it. It's different when you have a partner and you're trying to fit in and when to get in. And, that's why I think when the 49ers play New Orleans in the preseason, that game's on Fox. They won't put Burkhardt and Tom Brady on that game, but I guarantee you they'll be at Levi's.
You just stick our phone in there.
Fly on the wall. They're not going to let anybody see any of that, but they're going to. He's going to be doing. He'll probably do a practice game, many of them, every single week of the preseason. They're going to get their $137.5 million worth on a 10-year deal for Brady.
But it is a tremendous risk because Burkhardt and Olsen have known each other for a long time. And you can tell by the chemistry of that broadcast, it's a really good broadcast. And I'm not saying that Tom Brady is going to be great, but it's not automatic. You've talked about Bill Walsh before, and remember Montana, by the way, happy 68th birthday, did the studio show on NBC. It was like, whoa.
Ronnie Lott.
Yeah, it's not automatic that you're going to be great. Drew Brees, who recently said, I should be back on games. It's like, dude, we saw you on games. No thanks.
He just did that one playoff game between Cincinnati and Buffalo, or Cincinnati and the Raiders. And, I didn't think it was that bad. I heard him on other games. I thought he was really good in the studio. I think that's where he should be. but he wants back in. But you get one chance to make a first impression. So
people decide.
People are gonna, and you're replacing the guy that won the Sports Emmy this year as far as an analyst in network TV. Greg Olson beat out some good names. He's terrific at what he does. So, but I am surprised. Mike's doing the same solid job as he's always done. But it's just Doris is such a great broadcaster. I love the game she was on when J.J. Redick was on with other, with Richard Jefferson and Ryan Rucco. It's just that mix together on the A show just hasn't translated. So what do? Is ESPN hoping now that J.J. Redick gets the Laker job so they can go hire somebody else?
Well, did you hear the latest on that now is that J.J. Redick doesn't want to be seen publicly as a second choice because
a lot of guys have been
ego.
second choices. Come on.
Yeah, what is the big deal? You get the job, you get the job. But anyway, now they're saying that maybe J.J. Redick doesn't want the job now.
Is he going to turn? If they offer him the same terms, say they won't offer him $70 million for 6 years, nor do they have to. I mean, if he gets $30 million for 6, that's a lot for a guy that's never coached before. But we'll see where it goes. But they got to make some changes there. And Jeff Van Gundy works for the Celtics. He's working for Brad Stevens, so he's never interviewed, never talks at all. I wonder if he signed an NDA.
Yeah, that's a little weird. You wouldn't think that he would get another gig. I don't know. That's a little weird.
Well, he is. He's working. Yeah, he's still. Is he getting paid? Was his contract up at ESPN?
Yeah, he was.
So he's not being paid by them.
But he's doing something with the Celtics, right? Which, by
I
the way,
never thought I'd say miss Mark Jackson. Do we miss? Is it that bad that we actually miss Mark Jackson?
Absolutely.
We miss Jeff Van Gundy.
Both those guys, they had good chemistry with Mike. They were all Knicks guys, and they had a great chemistry. And I'm not ripping Doris, and I'm not ripping JJ. It's just Mike Breen has to ask and answer lots of questions on the broadcast.
That's
and
the problem.
Just weird.
It's too much of an interview.
Yeah, it's just really weird. But that is what it is. All right, Mauricio Dubon's going to join us coming up next. How are his days in Houston going? He has actually been a really good player for them since he was acquired. How does he remember his Giants days? What's his relationship with Gabe Kapler like? By the way, did you see Gabe the other day? The video they got that surfaced when he was like putting on a black suit or something like that, and like to the music and stuff.
No, he no longer manages the Giants. I don't have to follow Cap.
That's a good idea. I need to unfollow. Yeah. So I was like, what?
I do wonder what was the problem that Doobie had with Cap. He was pretty outspoken when he ripped the Giant organization. He said, "I only have a problem with one guy, and that guy's no longer here, and it's Gabe Kapler." What exactly did he have a problem with?
All right, let's talk to him. Remember when Bochy said that when they first acquired him, and he said Doobie or something like that? Didn't he say something like, "Oh, he'll do fine around here" or something like that? What was he?
We gotta spark up Doobie.
We gotta find that. All right, Mauricio Dubon's gonna join us coming up next week. You're ready for game 2 between the Astros and the Giants, which you'll hear right here on the Sports Leader.
Fire and smoke.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream your proud home of Giants baseball 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
2-1. Mike Yastrzemski on deck. Slater at first, 1 out, 1-0 Giants. Here's a swing and a high drive, left center field. Chasing after it, Hampson still going back. He will leap, and it's gone into the Giants bullpen. Maximum damage. That is Mauricio Dubón.
We're going to play that again for him. We are expecting a call from Mauricio Dubón.
He hasn't called yet, Doobie?
I hear you. And I everything's on time. Like 1:30
it was
straight
all
up.
queued up perfect.
That's probably why
now
he's
when he
not
calls,
calling.
we're going to play.
Yeah, we have to play it
and now
again.
batting for the Houston Astros, Mauricio Dubón.
Yeah, they booed him.
I was surprised they booed him.
What, they think he was Altuve or something? The hell, man.
Yeah, they're all over Altuve.
Oh, my God. Why is he the only face?
I don't know.
When
Well,
Bregman
Springer's
comes up-
gone. Correa's gone. They got Bregman there.
Bregman's right behind him, and he was the one who basically went to the mic and lied. But I guess Altuve's the bigger pain or the smaller pain in that case.
Yeah, we kind of knew he'd be booed.
Yeah, but I mean, I
But
thought
why?
Bregman
I mean,
would be-
Mauricio
he was
Dubón,
smug
it's all
about
his fan base does not love Gabe Kapler. Is it just the comments that he, last year about, not treated the right way over there? Giant fans reacted to that. But he had some quotes before the game yesterday. I tell people all the time, the person I didn't like left already. For me, that was the only problem I had. We'll try to figure out exactly what he did like Gabe Kapler. But I think the big difference was, and Cap had his back against the Padres when he stole when he shouldn't have stole, or
even
dropped a bunt down.
You saw in the
Well, you know what really endeared him to? Well, he went to Houston and won a World Series right away. But Jose Altuve got hurt, and Dusty just ran him out there every day, and he played every day at second. And he actually, last year, he won the Gold Glove in the American League, John, but he didn't win it at one specific position. Honestly, I didn't even know they had a Gold Glove at the utility position.
I didn't either.
It's a Super U. Does that look like all the other Gold Gloves? The Gold Glove award is like the nicest trophy
They have like
ever.
the multi-ones because
You have different positions. You don't have a catcher's mitt, but you have a second baseman's glove and a first baseman's glove and an outfielder. But, I mean, and this year he's played every position except pitcher and catcher. So I wonder how many gloves he has in his locker stall in the clubhouse. But I do remember when Crawford would be out and Doobie would go play short, and you were like, damn, is he good?
Play.
You would think he hasn't played shortstop in a long time. He'd go right over, and I'm not saying he was Craw, but, man, he had tremendous range, both going up the middle, going into the hole. His throwing arm off balance. He could win the Gold Glove if they just left him at short, and he became a really good outfielder. But what if as far as a valuable position? And I do wonder why Farhan traded him. I mean, was it the Kapler relationship? Because this would be Farhan's wet dream, isn't it?
Yeah, this guy
that can play all over the field, play a quality
He was
defense
frustrating.
anywhere.
I think that's what happened.
He had the base running errors were frustrating. I know Wody had a little bit of a hard time with it because he would run into outs a lot.
Yeah, I remember that. It just kind of got that way. But
yeah,
he's expected to join us momentarily. Mauricio Dubón. It'll be great to have him back in the Bay. Plus, we got to ask him. Got the treat.
We got Doobie.
All right, there he is. He is Doobie. He is Mauricio Dubón of the Houston Astros, a former Giant. Joins us courtesy of the Uma guest line. How are you? It's great to talk to you.
Yeah, good. Sorry, I was a little late. My dad says, like, where are you? So I'm like, oh, God, the interview. So
I just thought you were out taking infield or taking outfield. How long does it take you to get ready for a major league game, Doobie? You play everywhere besides pitch and catch.
Yeah, I think it's more tired when I don't play just because I got to get ready for every position instead of actually when I'm playing. But, no, it takes me a while.
All right, so it's been a few years. Is it still special when you come back here, or is it just, hey, this is another team?
No, it's very special. It's very special. It's just coming in and going to King Street and just seeing everything, going to the stadium, being on the field. It's pretty special, honestly. I keep telling people all the time. I mean, I think the part that I looked for the most yesterday was just getting heckled in left field.
So did that surprise you that they got on you a little bit?
Not at all. Just because for me it was I used to come to bleachers and heckle people, so like that feels just like home.
So who would you get on when you went to the game as a kid from Sacramento?
So I remember.
Do you remember left fielder you got on? Manny, maybe?
Oh my God! I remember coming in and the thing that reminds me the most is Tony Gwynn Jr. I remember just when he was with the Padres and
What'd you say? You're not your dad.
Yeah, you're your dad.
What'd you say? Come on.
I used to do the bomb chant with
Oh yeah, they love that in the bleachers, don't they?
Yeah. So it was fun. It was really fun. It's still special coming in and just watching everything and the memories. Just actually walking with a Brandon Crawford jersey today.
Yeah.
Oh, very cool.
Nice. How'd that chant go? What's the matter with Gwynn's son? He's a bum. What was that?
Yeah,
That's
just
how
like
it
that.
went.
Is that how it
That's
went?
exactly how it went. 100%.
I never did that. I wouldn't do it.
Of course not. Mauricio Dubón is doing it. I mean, do you laugh when you're out there because you used to do it? Then you're sitting out there and they're just having fun with you. So I mean, I guess certain guys would take it personally, but I mean, you go all around the league, and I've been to many stadiums. I mean, they just yell at outfielders. That's what fans do.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, and I knew it going there, and I just turned around, and started laughing, and they just knew everything was genuine. Like I had some Instagram messages yesterday saying like, "Oh, sorry, we didn't want to say that." I'm like, I reply, I'm like, "No, don't worry about it, man. It was pretty fun."
Yeah, I think the reaction was your comments last year in advance of when the Giants went to Houston, and the quote was not treated the right way over there. And I know you wanted to clarify a little bit of that when you came back. So it wasn't like the Giant organization. You just had situations where you didn't see eye to eye with Gabe Kapler, Doobie. Is that accurate to say?
Yeah, I mean, like I said before, like it was funny just because all the guys knew what I was talking about. All the guys knew what was going on and everything. He had emotion. Everything came out the wrong way, honestly. And I went home and I looked at it. I'm like, I need to clarify that. And yeah, I mean, it was tough. It was tough, and I never had a problem with the organization, with the fans, and even after all the mistakes that I made, base running, fielding, everything, it was, I was treated the right way by some people, just except for the people making the decisions.
That makes sense. Mauricio Dubón is joining us. So how have you turned it around in Houston? Just because you played under Dusty, you played all these different positions, you win a Gold Glove, you win a World Series. I mean, I know it was disappointing to you to leave here, but it really couldn't be better to what now you've experienced in Houston.
It's crazy. Dusty gave me a chance to go out there and go play out there my game and not worry about anything. I mean, he gave me the trust of just going out there and show people what I can do, and I think that was what's lacking here when the guy was making the decisions. And I think just going out there and it's different when you have manager support for people. I mean, it's different. We're seeing that with Elliott right now. Elliott's going out there and going off. You got Matos going on there. It's very important when you have that kind of backup. When you have when the manager has your back and everything. And I think that was the biggest difference me going to Houston. I mean, Dusty gave me that trust, and I think that's that helped me the most.
Yeah, and he just put you out there and let you play, and a lot of it was because of the Altuve injury. So the fans got on you a little bit last night, but it amazes me how much they boo Jose Altuve wherever he goes. I mean, when you watch this every night, Doobie, and watch him play and the quality player he is, both defensively and swinging the bat, what's it like to be Jose Altuve's teammate?
Oh my goodness, it's unreal. Some people realize how good of a person he is, how a gentleman of a person he is. This is a guy that he's a future Hall of Famer. It goes out there every day, still with a chip on his shoulder. He goes out there. He knows he's gonna get booed. He embraces it, and I mean, he goes out there and he's a competitor. I mean, despite what happens, everybody knows what's really going on and everything, and you still gotta look for somebody. And when he goes out there, he's unreal person, an unreal player. I think he's a better person than a player, and we're talking about a future Hall of Famer. But you learn so much from a guy like that.
Mauricio Dubón is joining us. Of course, Game 2 tonight over at Oracle Park between the Astros and the Giants. You mentioned Ramos. You mentioned Matos. I know you're really busy doing what you're doing, but do you stay in touch with some of those guys that you used to be teammates with that you're seeing on the Giants now?
Oh, yeah. I mean, with him, a lot. With Ramos, a lot. I talked to Ramos. I talked to Matos a little bit during, when I was with San Francisco. I think with Ramos the most, just because when I was getting 10 down, it was, I had conversations with him. He was getting 10 down too. So it's something that try to keep him, hungry for what he does and staying mentally, tough despite the situations. And everything is cooking for him right now. I couldn't be more happier for him. I mean, I gave him a big hug in center field when I saw him. I've seen this guy since the day he got drafted all the way, to doing it in the big leagues now.
Yeah, he's on fire. There's no doubt Heliot Ramos is carrying this team. Luis Matos won the Player of the Week award a couple of weeks ago, Doobie. He's back down in AAA, and Marco Luciano's kind of in between, where he lost his job every day at shortstop, but then he went on the IL with a hamstring. And you can play all the positions, but I remember those days when Crawl wasn't in and you went in to play short. It was like, whoa, there's no rust on this guy at all. Up the middle in the hole, the throw-off balance, she just took to it so well. So you have great ability to play short. You know what it takes. A lot of conjecture about Marco Luciano. Have you been around him enough to judge whether or not he can handle? We know his bad plays here, Doobie. Can he handle shortstop defensively at the major league level?
It's tough. I think playing in the big leagues, I think we've been very spoiled. I'm talking as a fan here. We've been very spoiled with having Crawford for so many years and watching him go and do what he does and do what he did, when he was at his prime, and now when he's still doing it, at the age he is, and watching him, go about his business. I think it's unfair sometimes when we compare him to, Crawford or something like that, because I say this before, like there's nobody else going to get close to play like he plays. And sometimes people they get on the fact like, oh well, he's not Crawford. Well, he's a different style. It's a different style how he plays. I think with him, it's just the matter of more games he plays, the more comfortable he'll get, and we'll see what happens from there.
Mauricio Dubón is joining us. Astros and Giants game number 2 over at Oracle Park tonight. You just mentioned, some of the guys here, like a guy like Crawford, and then you've had, we were just mentioning Altuve. The culture of the Astros, where, 7 straight years at least to the ALCS. Why is the organization, you can lose guys. I mean, you lose guys like Garrett Cole or, Verlander's been up and down in terms of injuries. Kyle Tucker is out right now. You guys have had a tough season, but I'm sure you'll bounce back. What is it about the culture in Houston that makes it so successful there?
I think it's just everybody pulls for each other. I think that's what we were talking about a couple nights ago with a couple of teammates. Like everybody pulling for each other. Yeah, we have guys that play similar positions, but we want guys to do good. I remember Michael Brantley telling me, like, he was helping me out to hit, I think at the end of 22, I was having a horrible year. He told me, hey, I want you to do good, because if you do good, we're going to be better. So, I think that's the mindset here. We want to help each other out, because, if everybody does good, we're going to be good. We don't need just one guy to be doing good, because, one guy's not going to help. But if 7 or 8 guys do it right, we're going to be unstoppable. So I think that's their mindset here.
Yeah, I mean, your lineup, and even with the injuries, not having Kyle Tucker, but your lineup is just, you guys grind. You grind at bats. Obviously, the top of the lineup with Altuve and Bregman and Jordan Alvarez is just a great player. But it's kind of the culture of what you guys go the opposite field. You don't try to pull everything. I'm looking at your numbers, and you never were a heavy strikeout guy, but you've punched out 11 times all year, where a lot of organizations don't mind the strikeout, even taking a called strike 3. What's the philosophy of hitting as an Astro, and what's it been like for you to improve? You wear out sinkers down in the zone. And Doobie, 11 strikeouts at 158 plate appearances? That's impressive.
Yeah, sometimes that bites me in the butt. But it's sometimes I think there's not one approach. Alvarez cannot come and try to put the ball in play. He's a guy that he's gonna take his pitches. For me, I gotta pull the ball in play and make things happen. Make the defense play defense. I remember we had this big inning in Oakland. I put the ball in play. They put a ball. Then next thing you know, 3-run home run comes. For me, I gotta get on base with the other guy. So I think, I'm thinking passing the baton. I mean, yeah, there's gonna be times that I ran into balls. There's gonna be times that I'm gonna try to get mine. But most of the time, I'm trying to get on base with the other guy. Try to move runners. Try to bring runners in. Runner from second, runner from third. Trying to bring them in. So make things happen. I think that's the biggest difference from my approach when I was in San Francisco than when I'm here in Houston. Sometimes people fall in love with the long ball, and it's good. It's good, and that's what pays money. But I'm not blessed with being 6'7", 300 pounds. I can flick balls out to left field, center field. I gotta find ways to stay in the big leagues, and I never hit up a player that hits 300 that's a ball player.
That's awesome, man. Hey, it's great to have you back in the Bay Area. We always loved having you on. You're always great to us. We really appreciate it. And no matter who's heckling you, no matter who's booing you at the plate, remember, it's good to have you back. We appreciate it.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Honestly, thank you. No, it's great to be back, honestly.
What's the matter with Doobie? He's a bum.
Hey, thanks, man.
Welcome back, brother.
We appreciate it.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Really appreciate it.
Take care.
I love that chant in the bleachers.
That's funny.
No matter who it is.
We got to find that quote from Boach. I just remember when he said, "Yeah, you're gonna call him Doobie." He looks like he's gonna.
We got to get Doobie at the top of the lineup to spark our offense. We need a spark in Doobie.
He's gonna fit right in.
We didn't ask him about.
Have a beer.
Oh, there you go. We didn't ask him about him coming back. I mean, is it kind of lumped in the organization? Do you have a problem with Farhan, or is it just Cap?
It sounds like one guy.
So. I mean, honestly, if you're looking at shortstops, and you can go out and get Bo Bichette, but it's going to cost you. If the Astros do drop out, Dusty's no longer there. Is he obtainable? Could you go get Mauricio Dubón?
Oh, I think you could. Yeah. I mean, he's a valuable piece, but when they're healthy, I mean, he's excess, right?
So how would that work with Ahmed? He'd play some short, or would you go get him and say, if Ahmed's wrist does not heal, you'd make him your everyday shortstop?
Personally speaking, I like Nick Ahmed. It's nothing against him. I just don't think the lineup is good enough to have a glove-only shortstop. And I know early in the season he had a few hits, but right now his OPS is 546. That's not enough. I just don't think this lineup can have that unless everybody gets hot at once. And then it's like, okay, we can handle that kind of a shortstop, but their offense isn't good enough. Even though I would like him back to add stability for a ground ball pitching staff, I don't think they can do that. I think they're going to upgrade at the deadline if they can. But like you said, Bo Bichette isn't going to be cheap. What's Bichette, 26, 27, young guy. He's good.
What's
I like
his defense? He can hit.
Yeah, he can definitely hit.
He's a hit machine. He's 200 hits a year. Can he defend it short? Is he a good defensive player?
I
got to watch him more.
Not bad. But, you start getting everybody back healthy, and then let's say that, you're looking at Wade, you're looking at Bichette, you start getting some guys up there, you're looking pretty good, but it's not going to be cheap because there's a lot of teams that probably need a shortstop, and there's just not very many that are obtainable. And so you'd look at Dubón as maybe like a backup kind of an option. That wouldn't be bad. I don't think people are against him. He had some base. I just remember the frustration at the end. It was like, man, these base running things.
Yeah,
and he was not a mature baseball player. He didn't seem to have a high baseball IQ. But remember, now the guy's now 29. He's been in Houston for 4 years. He just, you just heard him right there. He sounds like a mature and smart guy.
Keep that in mind. When he first came up and was making all those mistakes, he was 24, 25, 26 years. I know Wody was frustrated with him. He'd run right through stop signs, and he was a wild ride. These guys that you're trying to figure out right now, Ramos is 24, Montos is 22, Luciano's 22. They're not refined, finished products. I mean, right now, he played 132 games last year, Mauricio Dubón.
A good year.
He had 10 home runs. He's making him sound like he's a punch and Judy hitter. He had 10 in that ballpark. Obviously, the ball's going to fly as a right-handed hitter with the Crawford boxes, but still, you get double-digit power from him, and he can play anywhere on the diamond, literally, and play Gold Glove caliber defense. He's a valuable player.
All right, we'll give you a few remnants before the top of the hour. Tolbert Copes coming up, and we'll give you a little guest list, including Austin Slater, by the way, at 2:30. Austin Slater. Always been on the bandwagon for Austin Slater. It's Bob and Ludnall.
I hear Tom's going to be late, John. You got to sit in for the interview with Austin Slater.
Oh, I got something in my throat. It's Bob and Ludnall here on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
The travel was a little bit of like planes, trains, and automobiles. A lot of things went off course. There's some signal that everybody recognized that I didn't recognize because I was the only English speaker on the train, apparently.
Oh, boy. There he is.
We miss him, don't we?
Mauricio Dubón does not miss him. Everyone knew what was going on. Interesting. Anyway, there you go. Do not miss. We're at the ballpark tomorrow, 58 Social. So we arrive at 10. We expect you to put about...
Barbara. Mary Jane.
Ladies need to be there.
And we need Mary, Maria, and who's the other one? Gin Mary or Molly?
Gin Mary.
I like Molly.
I don't know that I've ever heard of it called the Molly, but whatever.
Vodka? Yes, I love vodka.
Are we doing the traditional? Are we going tequila? Are we going gin?
I think all three.
Marys
we should do a blind
Let's
taste
have a
test.
taste test.
Yeah, see what we like.
3 and 3, the shell game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'll be able to tell. Yeah,
we haven't been there in a while.
Yeah, it has been a while. We're having technical difficulties. They've been now fixed.
Please stand by.
Mm-hmm.
And we have invited Prince Harry.
Oh yeah, be nice. See him. Yeah.
Dirty Harry. Harry Balls. Can we? He's not pitching tomorrow. Can the kid from Dela have a cocktail with us? He is 21 now.
Yeah, I don't think so. I still don't think even if you're not pitching.
He's not even going to put his spikes on. He's got the day off.
I mean, I'm sure there's certain guys who've had a nip
Kyle
here
Harrison
and there.
on. So.
But yeah, you know. So anyway, yeah, we'll have a good time.
Is it a bad sign when the guy pitching for the Astros' last name is Blanco?
No. Speaking of Blanco, that's my favorite tequila.
That's your favorite tequila,
like
but is he going to Blanco them and Blanco white?
Gregor Blanco?
I think Kipe's going to be upset with a guy pitching named Blanco with a white baseball, a white outfield wall, and all that.
Like I said, he's out there in like painter overalls right now, repainting, so it doesn't happen again.
So the outfield wall is not Blanco.
Yes, exactly.
Jordan Hicks. John Shea said he wasn't feeling well at his locker stall last night in the clubhouse.
Get that guy some waffle.
Hopefully he's all right. And then we got what a matchup tomorrow when we're out there for the day game. Framber Valdez.
That's gonna be good.
He's like a little tango class, isn't he? Every pitch is like two steps forward.
He needs like 8 seconds left on the clock to do his work.
Who was that wide receiver for the Giants who did the salsa?
Victor Cruz.
Victor Cruz. He's like that.
Yeah.
How does he deal with the pitch clock?
That's tough. You got to start early.
Against Logan Webb.
Let's go.
We got sinker balls
nice.
tomorrow.
I'm going to stay at that game.
Tomorrow's going to be Earth Day.
Yeah, I'm going to hang at the game tomorrow. It'll be a quick one.
Are you staying for the game?
Yeah. Yeah.
I may have to stay a few innings after all the Marys, Marias, and Mollies, and Gin Mary, and
yeah. Yeah, if we do taste testing
if we
tomorrow,
drink rum, will we play gin rummy? Maybe we can do that.
I've ever put rum in a Mary. It's more of a tropical type of thing, but I'm willing to
doubling down. Go gin rummy.
Whatever. like a. You know what's a really good drink, by the way, is if you do one martini style. So in other words, you shake the vodka or whatever you like cold, and then
shake and never stir
in a cold glass, cocktail glass, and then you just kind of put a touch of the mix in there, just like
a splash.
Yeah, and then a couple of olives. So you're basically doing a martini, but just doing a little splash of Bloody Mary mix, and then you're doing the olives and everything. That's a good drink.
Okay.
Yeah. So we can also try that. That's a nice one. That'll get you a little faster. So if we start with that one right out of the gate, the show's going to be extra fun.
You know, it'd be great when we have our giant orange bloody, whether it's a Mary or a Maria or a Molly or whatever the hell we call it. Giants win tonight.
Yeah.
They're back to 500. Now, they were recently when they were hot and they were beating the Phillies. Then they had that 6-game losing streak. So are we going to have a team make the playoffs this year, John, in the National League with a sub-500 record?
That is the case right now because the Giants are the third wild card right now.
I know, but will it last that way the whole year?
No. Somebody's going to get hot. I mean, last year, Arizona made with 84. I mean, that's a pretty low number, but then they won the National League. But, I mean, think about that. That's only 3 over 500. I mean, so last year was pretty close.
And when did the Phillies win the year before? 87?
87, yeah. So I got to believe that somebody's going to get hot. That's what I mean. It's like, and I'm sure that Farhan is basically selling that to the higher-ups. Hey, man, we get our pitching healthy. Look at what we could do in a short series. And they could. But they need one more bat, at least. And then some people like Banana Shoes over here needs to start going. Let's go. Stop swinging at the damn slider. Jeez. Maybe they need to have a seance. Remember that? Major
Joe
League?
Boo?
Yeah, they had a seance.
I said that. I'd light his back elephant ear.
Remember they had the rum.
And the left.
They did have rum in that, actually. Remember the drunk
light
pitcher?
him on fire.
I think he was like Charlie Huff or something, the knuckleballer, the old guy. And he drank the rum or something like that. Something.
Was Charlie Huff actually in that movie?
No.
No, it looked like him.
Yeah, the guy looked like
the old
Charlie
guy.
Huff.
Looked like the old guy.
Yeah, anyway. All right. All right, thanks to Rich Aurelia, Mauricio Dubón, who was a lot of fun just a short while ago. Check out KNBR.com, and you can hear any and all podcasts throughout all of the shows.
Cam Inman, a late cameo from Cam.
The 11 o'clock hour. I apologize. Yeah, he was great. Talking about his book and Christian McCaffrey.
CMC.
On the cover of Madden.
Running away from Raiders again.
Derek, you know he did that. You know he did that, right?
I didn't even notice it till it was brought up. I had no knowledge of this at all. Zero.
Sure. All right, they are now into Tolbert and Copes on KVR AM and FM San Francisco, the Sports Leader, a Cumulus media station.
Off the wall!
The NBA brought him to the Bay. While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. Today on our show, we are going to have, in honor of Kuiper. No, actually, it's a
nice.
It's usually a different thread, but Tim's not here today. Greg Silver, spawn of Mike Silver, is with us today. So it was a different thread, but Austin Slater is going to join us at 2:30. That's cool. Had a big hit last night. Jay Billis, 250. We'll get his thoughts on Dan Hurley turning down the job. Caitlin Clark not being invited to the Olympics. Oh, heaven forbid. Man, Peter Hartlaub will join us at 3:50. And we'll talk about drive-in theaters and Survivor and breaking down Survivor almost a quarter of a century ago.
I was probably listening to it.
You might have been.
I probably was.
You might have been.
Hartlaub just, he just hit 25 years at the Chronicle. He posted that yesterday. I was like, as soon as that happened, I was like, we get Derek. Get him on the line now.
Yes.
Derek said, now? Okay, how about tomorrow?
Now? Hartlaub's great.
Yeah,
Peter's
fantastic. Great. Talked some summer movies with him, too.
Yep, absolutely. See what we got out there. I saw Fall Guy. Boom. I'm giving Fall Guy a strong recommendation.
How many times? You give it
I'll give it
4 out of 5 times?
Standing up and cheering. Not only because I like Ryan Gosling, I like Emily Blunt. I thought the movie was cool. I thought the action was cool. The acting was solid, and Lee Majors made a cameo, the original Fall Guy, and I used to watch the original Fall Guy when I was growing up. So that was a very cool cameo sighting. He was a $6 Million Man.
Yep.
Married to
Steve Austin.
Married to Farrah Fawcett. They were like the power couple in Hollywood, and then I think the Fall Guy was after the $6 Million Man. But I love the $6 Million Man. Never missed that one. So to see him pop up in there, that was cool. But no, I liked it. I would absolutely 100% recommend that one. I haven't seen the Monkey movie yet.
Planet of the Apes.
Yeah, Weston said it was just. He goes, nah. He goes, it's okay.
I gotta say, I'm into the new Planet of the Apes though. Like I
like them.
I didn't see them all in theaters when they came. No, we're not talking Mark Wahlberg's Planet of the Apes. We're talking.
No, we're talking like Caesar.
Yeah, we're talking Caesar and like James Franco. He screwed everybody. He made that thing that made Caesar.
Caesar, like humans.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, and now he's leading armies. You know what I mean? Now he's
Caesar's gone.
He's gone. It's his kid now, right? We've gone generations down.
Weston said it was like 300 years after.
Oh, so this one's a little bit further on.
Yeah, I have no idea. Like
maybe we're getting to like the Heston point now.
Yeah, exactly. How many lines of Caesars we've had to go through to get to this?
Yeah, just to get to Heston.
This movie. Yeah, exactly.
Just to get to the Statue of Liberty on the beach.
Dude, that was my favorite. Even my mom brought it up yesterday. My mom's in town for the week, and she brought it up yesterday because I asked her, I go, have you seen Planet of the Apes? Because I was going to take her to a movie. And she'd seen all the movies, which sucks. She goes sees all these movies, so, trying to find stuff for mom to do. And go, we go see a movie for the show. And she goes, no, I've seen that. Seen Fall Guy. Didn't love it. I go, how dare you? So they settled.
So you gave it 4 out of 5 toms, but she gave it like 1 out of 5 moms.
Maybe, exactly.
Yeah,
maybe 1.5. She was not thrilled with it, but whatever. So they all went. Lori, Weston, my mom, and Camila went to go see Garfield, and I go, God, I hope it's better. Hope it's better than the Bill Murray one. I go, just if it's better than Bill Murray one, at least you have a chance. If it's not, you have no chance whatsoever.
Derek says in my ear, A Tale of Two Kitties.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Two kitties.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, Derek.
So, so I had the Planet of the Apes treehouse growing up. I got it for Christmas one year. Love that thing. Love the Planet of the Apes.
What is the Planet of the Apes treehouse?
It's just a treehouse. Look at the treehouse. I don't know. There may have been some assembly required, as they used to say. And just like Planet of the Apes figurines. And I was probably like 6, 7, 8, stuff like that. You had the kind of the war ape, the silverback, and then you had Cornelius, who was like the chimpanzee, and then you had the doctor,
Dr. Zayas,
who was the orangutan, and then there's like 4 or 5 different action figures that I used to have. That was one of my 3 favorite toys. That one, the Super Toe you saw yesterday on the T-shirt. That was in the Evil Knievel.
You're always big on the Super Toe.
Oh, love the Super Toe. Love the Evil Knievel.
So it wasn't an actual tree house itself. It was like an action
No.
figure.
No. It was a toy tree house.
It was their toy tree house. I got you.
Yes, exactly.
They lived among
the
the trees.
figurines. Like, I couldn't live in that tree house.
Right.
It wasn't like the tree house in Step Brothers, unfortunately.
Oh,
that would have been an amazing step. Can you imagine having that tree house growing up?
Yeah.
That'd be killer.
Well, dude, you remember the gray line, dude? He's like, masturbating in a time machine,
which
dude.
one? Which one?
It might also be when Derek rolls up there and he's like, I haven't had a carb since 2004. And he lifts up his shirt, dude, to catch his abs. It's pretty good.
I love when Will Ferrell goes, this was my biggest summer. This is my biggest summer for...
Okay, so now I've got to...
I won't go down that road, but the outtakes from that are just hilarious. Okay. Kill me.
So we got to ask Hartlob where he came down on some of these, because we've done this before. We've had Peter Hartlob on. And we just brought up. You asked him. Remember you asked him about the movie Dirty Work at one point because we were talking about it.
Yeah.
And I think he reviewed it, and he did it on a day where he reviewed it alongside something else, and he did like a double feature, and they were 2 totally random movies. And we read the reviews. It's pretty funny. So he's been there 25 years. We probably got a bunch of good ones, but I'm sure he's done the Planet of the Apes.
Oh,
like the new ones, like reviewed them.
I like the new ones. The new ones are very cool.
It shouldn't be sending LaSalle to do those. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The
one with Mark Wahlberg was ass. I mean, that was terrible.
Yeah. You know, it's funny.
That was terrible.
I'm pretty sure that I saw that in a theater at Bayfair Cinemas with my dad and brother and sister.
Did you really?
As part of a double. I think we saw that, and then we went and got lunch at Bayfair, and then came on back and saw something else.
Yeah,
it wasn't good.
It wasn't good.
No, Mark Wahlberg
It wasn't good. So there was a little trepidation going to see the new one, right?
Yeah.
The one with James Franco, I believe he was.
I didn't see it in
first
theaters because of that, and so I saw. But then I saw it like at home after like maybe the second one had come out, and then the third one I was like chomping at the bit. I'm like, I want to get to the trilogy.
Yeah,
and now they're doing the thing like Pirates of the Caribbean where they've got a fourth, and now I just think we're probably going forever.
Yeah, we might be, because Pirates of the Caribbean hit a wall quick.
Yeah,
that one hit a wall quick, and really kind of hit a wall after the first one. The first one, and then it went, okay.
Two's got a good cliffhanger. Two's got a good cliffhanger.
We'll give you 2. Don't do 3.
Three's tough, dude. That whole thing on that beach, and he's running. I'm like, what are we doing?
What are we doing?
I haven't touched
money
4.
off of it.
I think they're 5 now, isn't there?
Is there really?
They got 5 Caribbeans.
No way.
I mean, what else is Johnny Depp going to do after she pooped in his bed? Like, there's nothing else he can do that's going to get him. He is Jack Sparrow. That is, he just kind of walks around like Jack Sparrow.
Mate.
Anyway, Tolbert Copes with you Tuesday afternoon. Off to a roaring start here on a Tuesday. You did give us the guess.
I did give you the guess. Austin Slater in about a half an hour, Jay Billis, and Peter Hartlob.
Did Derek tell you about our guest that's coming on Friday?
No.
So we should tell the listeners.
I'm excited.
Yeah, well, Derek said
I don't even know.
This is how Derek said. He sends me a text this morning and goes, you want some good news that'll make you get on your knees and thank me?
Jeez. My gosh.
Well, it is funny because I actually said that to him about 40 minutes earlier. And then he came back and threw it in my face. I said, what's the good news? He says, on Friday, we'll be joined by none other. Do you have it? Are we ready? Do we have it?
It's better
have the sound? It's going to be worth it, dude. I promise you. I promise you it's worth it.
Okay.
So I should tell everybody, because of this, we're not going to be at the ballpark on Friday. How about that? We're not going to be at the ballpark for the Giants game. But our next guest is right here. Or on Friday. He's going to join the show.
Yo, what's cracking? This your homeboy Ice Cube, and you're listening to the Tolbert and Copes show. You know how I go.
Ice Cube in studio on Friday.
Is he really?
Ice Cube will be in studio on the Tolbert and Copes show on Friday afternoon. How about that?
Cube.
Set your timer, set your watches. He's joining Tolbert and Copes on Friday.
Cube.
Should we even tell him, or should we just redo all of our imaging so we don't make him feel bad? Just change all the imaging for the show. So Ice Cube will join us on Friday afternoon right here in studio on Tolbert and Copes. Pretty cool. John, don't you dare throw... John won. He's going to give me a curse on air almost, dude. All right, when we come on back, let's get a little bit deeper. Actually, I should just tell you the reason. You see John Lynn's throws, dude? Come on,
What is he doing?
His three throws like he's, I don't know, man. It was a bad throw. He's trying to throw crap at me. I'm trying to work, John. Go home. All right, go home.
Don't you have a home and a wife to go to?
Well, one of them. Ice Cube. At least one of the two. Ice Cube is going to join us in studio on Friday because Big 3 basketball opens its 2024 season with 6 games at Oakland's Arena on Father's Day weekend. That's this Saturday, June 15th. While you're there, Big 3 is going to randomly pick people from the audience to participate in a free throw competition with Bay Area legend Rick Barry. The contest will happen in between games. That'll be a fun event. So Ice Cube's going to join us He owns it, right? He's like the head of the big three, so he's going to join us in studio on Friday. We are streaming, twitch.tv/thesportsleader. We're always on there. You can check it out, KNBR.com, the KNBR app, but always on the YouTube chat. We're always chatting with you guys, checking in, seeing what you guys are talking about. We love having that chat open on our YouTube at KNBR, where you can check that out. All right, when we come on back, how about the guy who we've been saying, all right, I don't know about this guy right now. Coming off the IL, they're sending down Matos. Austin Slater has looked pretty good. Not only pretty good, walked him off last night. Giants with a really, really fun 10th inning after a hellacious top half of the 10th. It was just as bad, if not worse. Actually, was worse for the Astros in the bottom half as the Giants walk it off. We got Kuip's call from last night, Austin Slater's walk-off victory, and then he's going to join us at 2:30. Tolbert and Copes, only here on the Sports Leader.
The Tolbert and Copes Show. You know how I go.
American Canyon, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, American Canyon's sports leader.
Christian McCaffrey is this year's Madden cover athlete. Great honor, but are you still a little concerned with the Madden curse? Let us know, 415-808-KNBR, or on our socials at KNBR.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
High drive to left. It is off the wall.
Tolbert and Copes with you Tuesday afternoon. That's Austin Slater's walk-off. I guess it's a walk-off single off the wall. It's just one run comes in to score there to win the game for the Giants in the bottom of the 10th inning. They go down 3-1 in the top of the 10th. Kuip's call, I guess he was on with Murph and Marcus, as he is every Tuesday morning throughout the year, and he was talking to them about how he couldn't see with the whatever the advertisement is there that's white, meshing in with the ball there, and so he's trying to figure it out. It is, and you can't really tell. Guys are running out on the field. There's mayhem. You're trying to make sense of what's happening. But 6 seconds in between when he held it to when he said off the wall. So there's a bunch of funny tweets out there. Grant Brisbee's was my favorite. It said, sounds like when you get put on the spot by somebody asking your favorite Michael Jackson album.
Off the wall.
Yeah, there it is. Great one by Brisbee, dude. It is thrower. That was pretty good. What'd you think about Kuip's call?
Oh, man. I thought I had a glitch. I thought it froze. I thought my TV froze, except everybody was running and doing stuff. It almost had me as confused as Elliot Ramos at third base.
Yeah, what was that about? Like ground ball to first? Yeah.
I got confused. Like, what the hell's going on out here? What are we doing? Why is everybody just kind of standing around? Is he running? No, why is he? Oh, man. Yeah, but the call was classic. I knew he was trying to figure out whether it left the yard or not, so they could drop it is out of here and they go home and all that stuff. But he couldn't catch it because it was white on white, and it didn't really matter. That was the thing. It didn't matter if it was off the wall or over the wall, or even if he caught it. Like, none of it mattered. It was going to be game over. As soon as he hit it, we all knew it was game over. But yeah, it was like we're all kind of waiting. It's like, oh yeah. Can we celebrate now? Have they won? Have they won? Oh yeah, they won. It's off the wall. We're good. So, I mean, when the white meshes in with the white man, you're trying to figure out where the hell that thing is, and there's no, the player's not running after it. So he's not going to pick it up, so you don't even know where the hell.
He doesn't care. It's over either way, right? He just doesn't know what happened.
Trying to track the outfielder, see where he's at. He doesn't care. He's left the building. He's like, I'm out. I don't care. So yeah, that seemingly a fitting end to a crazy game.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty fun. It's a wild ending. I guess they triple in their only run earlier in the game by Mike Yastrzemski, right? And then they go down 3-1. Hell of a rally that they posed too. The hit by Wisely, great base hit and a bat by Wisely. Doesn't he? By the way, he's kind of got a little Corbin Carroll in his stance, doesn't he?
A little bit.
The way he stands with the bat kind of flat back on his shoulder. Anyway, thinking about that last night. So he gets the hit. Patrick Bailey's a bat I loved. Got a couple of pitches outside, and he's just right now. He's one of the most calm hitters. It feels like at the plate. Like he's not Buster Posey at the plate. He's not going to provide that kind of power, but he's clutch. He's hit a walk-off home run. He might have 2 already in his career, but he can hit for some power. He's got the gap to gap. He's hitting for great average. His eye at the plate is fantastic right now. He's got a great command of the strike zone. He worked 3 walks last night before he gets that hit later in the ballgame in the bottom of the 10th inning. He had 3 walks coming into that AB. So He's putting together really good at-bats. They're a dangerous team late. They, at least at one point, I know going into the weekend, I don't have to look now after the weekend of games in Texas, but going into the weekend, the Giants were leading Major League Baseball in runs scored after the 7th inning. Which is, isn't that an impressive stat?
Wow.
That was the note going into Texas. And so coming out of that, they're at least still near the top because they scored runs late in a couple of those, or at least in one of them. And then yesterday put up a few more. So they're a dangerous team against some of these bullpens. Thoughts on Austin Slater's walk-off win? And you think fans are over it for at least a day with Austin Slater? I think he's playing pretty well, I think.
Well, here's the thing. Just because, and we said we wanted Matos in the lineup, we wanted Matos to stay. It doesn't mean because you want one guy to stay, you don't like the other guy. Like I was happy for him last night. That had to feel great because he struggled, and to get that game-winning hit and hear the crowd go crazy, especially the way it came about, extra innings. Yeah, I was super happy for him. Like if you're a loser that's saying, "Oh, now he's getting a couple hits, now he's going to stay," well, then you're just a loser. All right, don't be that person. Like if they're playing and you're a Giants fan, you're rooting for him. And just because you like one guy doesn't mean you don't like the other guy. Like both those thoughts can coexist in your head. You can like both guys, but you could say, "I'd like to see one guy play," because we've seen the other guy play a lot. Like even we mentioned that. But it's not that many plate appearances. That's why I kept asking the question, at what point does the baseball card become irrelevant? And obviously it hasn't to this point, and he has taken better at-bats. He had some good at-bats in Texas. That was a fantastic at-bat last night against a righty. So, yeah. I mean, I never understood that people are like, "Oh, yeah, I hope this guy sucks so their guy can play." It's like, well, that makes no sense whatsoever. You're like rooting for the team wearing Giants uniforms, right? It doesn't matter who wears them. You're just going to be rooting for them. So yeah, I was really happy for him that he got that moment, and who knows where it goes from here. Maybe 3 weeks from now we look back and go, "Well, there you go. That's why you look at the back of the baseball card, because that's what they do." And it could all end that way. It could all trend that way, and that's fine by me. I mean, like, I've never had anything against Austin Slater. I think I've said it a million times, seemingly. I felt like I always have to okay, here's my disclaimer. Even though I'd like to see Matos play, I think Slater's a great guy, and I'd like to see him have success. He just wasn't. But if he does, then I don't care. I mean, as much as I'd like to see Matos back in the lineup, if Slater's doing his thing and Yaz is doing his thing, that's cool. I mean, I really don't care. It's just you'd like to see the team play well and hit. And they haven't for the better part of the first third of the year. But if you're going to continue to do what you're doing, yeah, that's cool. I mean, absolutely. But if he continues to struggle, then, yeah, I would like to see Matos up here. But, yeah, that's how I felt. I was happy for him. I've been in situations like that where you struggle, and it's nice to have a moment and just kind of breathe a little bit and take that in and enjoy it driving home and enjoy it in the clubhouse. And as soon as you wake up the next day, though, it's over. You got to, whatever you do, you got to do it again. So,
but it breeds confidence.
Cool.
Baseball breeds. I mean, like that kind of success in baseball breeds confidence for sure. Austin Slater has a hit in all 3 games that he's played in since returning from the injured list, and he joins us next after a walk-off win last night. Giants over the Astros 4-3. The hero of the game, Austin Slater, next on Tolbert and Copes, only here on the Sports Leader.
Catch KNBR at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, what a treat.
1-0. Slater drives one to left, and that's going to win it. It will hit off the wall. Austin Slater comes through. Bailey's in to score. A booming walk-off line drive, wall ball single for Austin Slater. And the Giants pour out of the dugout, celebrate on the field.
There's Dave Fleming's call, the radio call from last night. Austin Slater's walk-off win, the hit off the wall to beat the Astros in the bottom of the 10th inning, and he joined us courtesy of the Uma guest line. What's up? How's it going, Austin? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert here on the Giants flagship KNBR in San Francisco. What's going on, man?
Not a whole lot, man. Just driving into the park.
That had to feel pretty good last night, huh?
It did, yeah. Pretty big weight lifted. Obviously, anytime you can come up big for the team, it feels good, and just kind of how the season was going so far for me, definitely a big moment.
Well, and for as hot as you guys have been late in games to this point, I mean, it was nice for you to get involved in that. You've had a hit in all three of the games you've played in since coming off of the injured list. But something about this team has, at least in the last, 3-4 weeks or so, seems like you guys have late game or late inning heroics, and it's working on the road and it's working at home.
Yeah, I mean, it comes down to we're just getting a lot of contributions from a bunch of different guys, and it seems like it's a different guy every night, and it helps. Our bullpen's been absolutely nails, over the last month after a little bit of a rocky start, and that's going to keep you in ball games late, and we've been able to scratch out just enough on offense to get it done.
We got rid of the Wyatt Earp mustache. That thing had no hits in it.
Yeah, mustache had nothing in it. Neither did the beard, so both had to go.
Although I gotta say though, the Wyatt Earp, if you would have put on like one of those trench coats and a badge, I mean, you would have fit right in like the 1870s. You'd have been like sheriff of the town. I mean, that was an incredible mustache, by the way.
Yeah, Pricey was saying I should have been cast for Tombstone.
Absolutely.
Mustache, so.
You could have been walking down with the shotgun, you and Doc Holliday and Wyatt Earp. Oh, that'd have been a great look. Well, it was a great look. Anyway, we're talking to Austin Slater here on KNBR. How tough is it when you're going through a slump like you were going through, but you're not getting consistent at bats? Like it's 39 at bats and it's 4 here and 1 here and then wait around and 3 more here. How tough is that to come out of something when it's not consistent?
Yeah, luckily I've had a decent amount of experience, in this role, and I've definitely gone through stretches similar to that. Maybe not quite as long, but it's 30 at bats can take a whole month, a month and a half sometimes. So, it definitely feels worse than it actually is when you think about the big picture, and it helps to remind yourself that it's a long season, and you can have a 30 batted stretch over the next couple weeks and you'd be right back in it. But it definitely hits a little harder sometimes being in that platoon role or just getting inconsistent at bat.
Yeah.
Talking to Austin Slater here on the UMA guest line. In terms of, I don't want to say approach, but you've been around long enough now where there's been a few different coaching staffs that you've been under, and it's a different coaching staff this year in terms of the hitting. We saw a lot of guys start off slow. I know Wilmer Flores was off to a slow start, then he got going, and it seems like some guys have picked it up. Some guys have been a little bit more consistent throughout the year. But is that an adjustment on both sides of things for both the hitting coaches and for you guys? I mean, you've been around for a while, but you're now having to work on this stuff with a different group of coaches.
Yeah, we've had some consistency. JV has been here for our head hitting coach has been there for over 4 years, and PD was there last year, and then I guess the last two years, and then we added Pat Burrell this year. So I'm not so sure it's as much about the coaching and adjustments there as more just that's kind of how baseball goes sometimes. We have a pretty veteran, group for the most part. Obviously, we've been calling up some younger guys that have had some great contributions so far, and but that's just sometimes how it goes. And it definitely felt worse than it was just because everyone was kind of slumping at the same time. But you don't see that typically a whole lot in baseball. And luckily we've had some guys start picking it up, and I'm sure the guys that are struggling now, will at some point carry the lineup. So it's just how it goes, kind of comes and goes in waves.
You don't face a lot of righties. Anything change for you when you do?
Not really. So, a lot of times it's just not being used to the, the arm angle, and maybe I haven't seen a slider in a couple weeks, and so sometimes it's harder to lock in the approach and pick up the ball. But for the most part, I try not to change too much, and go in with a game plan that I feel like I can succeed if I stick to it.
What's impressed you about Elliot Ramos in the way not only he's hitting, but his approach and the way he's playing the outfield too? Yeah,
it's been great that he's fast. I think he's pretty underrated when it comes to his speed tool, and so it's been a huge help in the outfield. And obviously, he's got a great arm, as he showcased. His first week up. But I've been really impressed with his approach. He's been able to lay off a lot of tough pitches that I know, in the last couple of years, he would offer at and put himself into tough counts. And so I've been really impressed with his change of his approach, and his plate discipline has been way better this year, and it's been helping him to get into great counts, drive the ball, and he's obviously got unbelievable power and raw tools. So it's been cool to see him showcase those.
Talking to Austin Slater here on the UMA guest line. Giants and the Astros, game 2 of the 3-game series at 6:45 tonight. We'll have pregame for you right here at 5:45. In talking about some of the younger players, and we've seen even guys like Brett Wisely good at bat last night, and he gets the base hit to get the rally going in the bottom of the 10th inning. I've been really impressed with him. When you see, and you've seen a lot of them come up over the last few years, when young guys come up, what is it that you look at, or when you see a trait in a guy, when is it that you kind of know, okay, that's staying power? When a guy like Elliot Ramos is doing what he's doing, we talk approach, but what do you look for? What kind of traits let you know a guy is here to stay?
Yeah, I think it's hard to describe, but there's a different aura of confidence. I think last year a lot of guys that came up, it was either their first time or they were thrust into the middle of the lineup right away, and the pressure kind of got to them. A lot of the guys this year, I haven't really seen that as much, and a little more confidence, maybe some more experience from them. And, I talked about play discipline for Ramos, and I think as for hitters, I can speak on that side of the ball. When guys are taking quality at bats consistently, I think that's a huge tell, if they're ready to continually contribute to the lineup.
So I'm fascinated by how you guys are able to pick up where the pitch is going to be, what pitch it is, as quickly as you do. And I understand this is your job, you're professionals, you do it over and over and over again. You're going to get used to it. But still, what are you looking for? Because that's got to be the biggest key to hitting is pitch recognition. Like, you got to know what you're trying to hit before you can hit it, because you got to know what it's going to do. I mean, what are you looking for? Is it the spin? Is it release point? Is it how his hand is around the ball? Because you only have about 5 feet of ball movement before you got to make up your mind, which is insane. But what are you looking for that lets you know, okay, this is a slider, this is a split, this is a change? How do you figure that out in such a short amount of time?
I think a lot of repetition that helps. And then there's a lot of times you just don't see it. Obviously the best pitchers in the game, deception's a huge part of what makes them successful, and they call it tunneling. That all of their pitches come out of the same tunnel, out of the hand. So as a hitter, it's guys have different approaches on how they handle that, and some guys it's trying to make sure that the pitch is in the location or zone that they want, and read and react to that, or they're looking for spin, or looking up or down or wherever it might be. But if you can kind of hone in on 1 or 2 things you're looking for, it helps to put your A swing on the pitch that you're looking for.
Go ahead, Tom.
I was just going to ask him, Copes, because there's one thing I've seen more, probably in the last 10 years, Austin. We're talking to Austin Slater, nice enough to join us here. Is that guys taking called third strikes, and it's something that you didn't used to see back in the day. I know approaches are much different nowadays, but is that if you take something where we're sitting at home going, well, come on, how do you not swing at that? Like it's right down the middle. Is it something that you didn't recognize out of his hand? Or is it just, look, I wasn't looking in that area. I wasn't looking for that pitch in that area, because that's one that I'm sure, I mean, you guys are probably thinking to yourselves too, like, I probably should have swung at that. That was right down the middle. But I'm curious, what would be a reason for someone to do that?
I think if you're not going good, like a lot of times you're guessing more than you probably should be. And a lot of times it could just be the pitcher has electric stuff. If he's throwing, 95 plus, and, he dots a fastball down the middle, but he just had you swing on 2 sliders away, off the plate, you're probably going to be looking for that slider to make sure that it starts closer to you. And then next thing you know, surprise you with a fastball right down the middle. So,
got it.
A lot of it is depends on how you're going, and a lot of it is just how disgusting the pitcher is. And I think to your point I think there's just more quality arms than there ever have been in the big leagues, and so as hitters, you can't expand the zone as much as maybe you used to hit that 90 mile an hour fastball a couple inches off the plate. Now it's 95 to 100, and you got to be a little more selective.
Awesome. Before we let you go, I always wonder, and I know we played Dave Fleming's call coming in from your walk-off hit yesterday. Do you, if you get a big hit like that, you ever go back and listen to the calls?
I usually don't. I usually just I like to look at the swing, like quality swings, and if I was doing what I was trying to do. I did hear the call on the intro, and sounded pretty good.
Have you heard Kuiper's call? Because this is the one that's making news.
Oh yeah, I did hear that one
because he couldn't tell whether or not it was gone or off the wall.
He couldn't tell, and it was funny because I hit it and I was like, oh, that's a homer, and then it hit off the wall, and Mark Hallberg, our first base coach, was pointing to the bag, yelling at me to go touch first. And it was slightly disappointing that I don't think I have an extra base hit on the year, so being a walkout turned out to still be a single. So, still searching for first extra base hit, but hey, I'll take it. I'll take it all day.
Absolutely. Real quick before I let you go, I don't know if you even know the reason for this. When Ramos stood at third base on the Solair doink to first, did he not think the bases were loaded at the time? Was that the confusion? Because I couldn't tell.
I'm not quite sure. I didn't ask him after the game, but that's.
I wouldn't think you would.
Yeah.
Tell him Tom was wondering.
We just won.
Tell him Tom asked,
what the hell were you doing over there? I don't know what you were doing.
Right. I assume he forgot or just kind of blanked on it. I don't think it really mattered at the end of the day.
No, it really didn't.
Neither do I, man. Neither do I. You took care of it.
As long as Solair was running to first and we didn't have double play, I think we were good there.
Yeah. That was all good. Austin, appreciate the time, man. Very cool to see you get the walk-off hit last night. Hopefully they start coming in bunches, man. I know you've gotten hot in the past, and you're a streaky guy sometimes when that happens. So looks to see maybe you figured something out, and thanks so much for the time, bro.
Appreciate it. Guys, have a good
Thanks,
one.
Austin.
Great stuff there from Austin Slater. Walk-off hit last night. Giants over the Astros 4-3, bottom of the 10th inning. We'll jump from Austin Slater, by the way, to our next guest. Jay Billis is going to join us. We'll jump from baseball into some NBA talk. You mentioned the Caitlin Clark Olympic situation. Yep. We can talk to Jay about the Dan Hurley spurring of the Lakers and their offer to him for $70 million to stay at UConn. Also, we've got Game 3 of the NBA Finals tomorrow night. Jay Billis is going to join us next. It's only here on the Sports Leader.
Off the wall!
The Giants got a walk-off win last night thanks to Austin Slater's game-winning RBI in the bottom of the 10th inning. How do you feel about Austin Slater now, Giants fans? Let us know. 415-808-KNBR.
Enjoy KNBR in FM at 104.5 FM. Now back to Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on the Sports Leader.
Always a pleasure to welcome our next guest to the proceedings. We'll talk a little WNBA, some Dan Hurley, some NBA Finals. You can do it all. Jay Billis, ESPN. Hello, Jay. How are you?
What's up, man?
Tom, how you doing? Hope you guys are well.
We are good. How was your camp last week?
It was great. We've been doing that camp for 12 years now, and I think it was the best one we've ever had. It was fantastic. Thank you.
Is it do you teach them how to box out, or have you given up on that?
No, we work on it, but it's a lot of pick and roll stuff now, and we're teaching them progressions and reads and all that stuff. But there is some sort of interesting offensive rebounding stuff about trying to go high side more often so you don't give up transition.
Yeah, I know it's an interesting thing. I talked to Steve Kerr about, and he was saying that they're emphasizing, and I'm sure a lot of teams are now too, offensive rebounds in that it's more efficient than getting back on defense and making sure that they don't. I guess going for offensive rebounds obviously gets you extra possessions, but they don't get out in transition as quick as you might think because they got to keep more bodies back to keep you off the boards. I mean, 3 years from now, Jay, analytics will say the exact opposite. They'll go, we're wrong on that. Just get back on defense.
Yeah, I could be, but I mean, to Steve's point, if you are sending everybody back, your goal is to maintain flat. Take away all transition, but you're not getting any offensive rebounds. But if there's a perimeter shot to the point of the 3-point line, it takes about 2.3 seconds for there to be a rebound after the shot's released. And most of those rebounds come out to about 9 feet. And go over the top.
Did we lose Jay?
I think we lost.
I think we lost Jay. That's what happens when you talk
start boxing
rebounds.
out, dude. Yeah, you start talking boxing out.
You start talking boxing out and offensive rebounds, and everything just goes to hell. Because nobody, even technology, doesn't want to hear about me talking about boxing out. So maybe I won't talk about boxing out.
I think we got him back.
Anymore.
We got him back? No, not yet. Not yet. We don't have him back.
Because nobody wants to hear it.
Technology's like, cut this crap out.
Even the machines don't want to hear it.
Well, you were sort of asking facetiously even, and then he was breaking down.
Don't talk about boxing out.
All right, but we got him back. We got him back.
See what happens, Jay? You start talking about boxing out and things just go to hell.
Yeah, I'm sure the guy that's working your board just fell asleep from boredom listening to that crap.
All right, let's get to Dan Hurley staying at UConn. It was interesting, Jay, because I was kind of 50-50. I didn't know if he'd take it or not. It's a Lakers marquee franchise, not in great shape in terms of where they're at now and where they're going because of the lack of assets, but that job may only come around once. You may have one crack at that job. And he decided he wanted to stay at UConn, go for the three-peat. I mean, he's got things kind of rolling there. What did you think of his decision? Did you have any thoughts one way or the other about which way he might go?
Anytime you got NBA opportunity and NBA money involved, you can certainly understand why someone would take that.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure that at Dan's age, the changes in college basketball are that big of a deal to him. I think some of the older coaches, the guys that were approaching their 70s, they get their undies in a bunch thinking about, players being entitled and all that crap. They're not, the coaches aren't entitled making $10 million. It's the players making anything that makes them entitled. So I wasn't really sure. I just thought it was kind of, anytime this happens, Tom, as you know, as well as I do, most of the NBA talks with college coaches are done back channel and privately.
Yeah.
Usually when they're public, you're going to see a pretty hefty raise for the coach to stay. So he makes money whether he stays, and he makes money when he goes, and then he makes money when he stays. And I thought Danny Hurley played it very well. I'm sure it was something he really wrestled over because why not consider any offer? But I wasn't surprised when he stayed.
Yeah, and it wasn't like it was the Lakers, right? It's the Lakers and the Celtics are the two marquee franchises in the league. I wanted to ask you about something because I think you and I are kind of in alignment on this, but I'm wondering, I think with NIL and transfer portal, they can't straight be the Wild West. I think there's got to be something, I don't know if it's contracts or something. My whole thing is with transfer portal is if the coach leaves, you leave, and you get one freebie. You don't get a chance. You're not transferring every year, just kind of bouncing around the landscape. And then as far as guys getting paid, I'm cool with that. Like, whatever the market bears, I'm totally fine with that. And if the colleges are going to kick in something too because they're making tons of money off of you, fine with that too. I guess the transfer portal is the one thing that I wish there would be some kind of limitation where guys would start bouncing around everywhere. I don't know. How do you see it?
Well, there will be as soon as the NCAA, and by that I mean all the schools that band together to call themselves the NCAA.
Yeah.
As soon as they give up on the idea that they shouldn't be allowed to pay the players directly. I mean, they're trying to hold on to this fiction that this money is coming in from outside the university in this NIL space, and it's not. Like, whether it's, you call it pay for play, call it whatever you want, but it's pretty clear that these schools want to pay the best players to procure their services. They're not shying away from that in the least bit. And in the real world, if you're gonna give somebody money, you sign them to a contract.
Yeah.
As you mentioned, and in that contract, you can have contract conditions, including a buyout. You put a buyout in these contracts, these players aren't going anywhere.
Yeah.
And they're also it's just like in a coaching contract. So NIL would essentially, I don't want to say go away, but it would be diminished because if you're going to sign a player to a contract, just like in a coaching contract, the schools aren't letting the coaches do whatever ads they want. They buy their rights from them, and then they have to okay anything that the coach brings to them. So it's not like Coach K or Lute Olson could do a Hooters ad if they wanted to. The school would have to approve that. No disrespect to Hooters, best wings in the world. But you know what? It's really simple, and I don't know why they want to make it so hard.
That makes me laugh. I mean, I don't know how you feel. You played for Coach K. I don't know what would be running through your body if you saw him on TV doing a Hooters commercial. If I saw, I mean, Lute's passed, but when he was living, if I saw him doing a Hooters commercial, I don't even know how I would feel. Like, that would be the most awkward thing I think I would have ever seen in my entire life, because that is so not Lute. I don't know if it's so not Coach K. I don't know him that well, but if I saw Lute pop up in a Hooters commercial, I might just pass out. I mean, that would be amazing.
I don't think either one of them would have done it, but that's sort of what the NCAA brings up all the time. Let's say that they think that, if you allow players to do ads, they're just going to go out and do ads for their local CBD store and dispensary. And you're like, come on, man, like, stop it.
See, that's what you need to get into, Jay. I think we just hit on something. You need to go through all the college coaches, and you need to have like a top 10 most likely to do Hooters commercials. That'd be an amazing list.
Oof.
I think I did that back when NIL first came in. I was actually in Palm Springs when the rule was passed, and I found all these weird businesses and did phony NIL commercials in front of the businesses.
Yeah.
And it was pretty funny.
So who would be like a top 2 or 3 coaches, college coaches, that you could see doing a Hooters commercial?
Oh God, Bob Huggins.
Behind the scenes, I just said that to the guys in the other room. I said, it's gotta be. I said, Huggy Bear's got to be number one. I said, that's number one. It blew my doors.
I think the list of guys that might do it is longer than the list of guys that would. Because in Vegas, when they're going from game to game, they're probably stopped because the wings are spectacular.
The sauce could use a little spicing up, but they're not bad. I wanted to ask you about Caitlin Clark, but before we do, Calipari goes from Kentucky to Arkansas. Like, Kentucky, that's like the bluest of blue bloods. Like, that is, you can't find a list that talks about the history of college basketball without heavy mentions of Kentucky basketball. Did it get too much at some point? I thought he had some sort of connection with Arkansas and maybe an AD or something, but how much did that surprise you? Because that was like, whoa. Kentucky to Arkansas. You go from Arkansas to Kentucky, not the other way around.
Yeah, I mean, it surprised me, but it didn't shock me that he would get out after, 13 or 14 years, whatever it was. He got there in 09, 10, I think it was. So it's in the 14-year range. And, you know, when the media was following him around in his neighborhood walking his dog, you figure, okay, something's up. Something's going on. I mean, you remember back when Tubby Smith was there, he kind of negotiated his way out in the middle of the season from Kentucky. And you've been there a long time. That's a really, even when you're winning, it feels like you're on the hot seat. And so it's probably smart to get out before it gets toxic. That just means we're all going to be spending a lot more time in Fayetteville, Arkansas, which is actually a very nice place. It's got a great graduate hotel. And the barbecue is great. I don't know if there's a Hooters. I can investigate it.
Fayetteville? You know there's a Hooters.
There's got to be one there.
Got to be a Hooters in Fayetteville. I wanted to ask you your thoughts.
I found one, by the way. It's got 4.5 stars on
Did you?
Yelp
Of course
reviews,
it
too.
does.
It's like a good one. It's like a good Hooters, too.
Of course it does.
Yeah, I mean, in that area of the country, that's probably a Michelin star restaurant.
Yeah, tasting menu and all that, right?
Maybe even more than a star.
A sommelier.
That would be amazing. A sommelier at Hooters. Oh my gosh.
In Fayetteville, it would be a sty. That's pig territory. So it would be 4 sties.
Oh, you know you're getting some 2015 Ripple or maybe some Mad Dog 2020. That would be the orange flavor. God, that stuff's horrific. The former player, I wanted to ask you your thoughts on this whole Caitlin Clark Olympic thing, because I could see two sides of it. One, great for the WNBA, great for women's basketball. They should have Caitlin Clark on the team because it draws more eyeballs to the team, and that is good for the league. As a former player, though, I think, does she deserve it? Is she one of the best 15 players in that league? And if they think she is, she should be on the team. If they think she isn't, then they shouldn't. Then she shouldn't be on the team. And there'd be resentment if somebody was put on the team that they didn't think earned it. How do you see that? I mean, do you want more eyeballs, or do you say, look, if you earn it, you earn it. If you don't, you don't?
I'm sympathetic to both theories there, but I think you can sort of do both. I mean, you know, when you've got a program like USA Basketball, and I don't know, I think the women's side is a little bit different than the men's with the way they run it and the way the calendars work. But my sense is that you would certainly want to have. I look at kind of like the Ryder Cup. You have the ones that you say, quote unquote, earn their way onto the team, but you'd certainly want to, I'd want to get, this is just my preference, and I'm not complaining about it, but I want to have some of the younger players in the system so that they can gain experience by being there. It doesn't mean you have to play someone like Caitlin Clark, but she is a supernova, and she is different. And by that, I mean, and you've identified it, you know, you have her on the team, and then you ride that wave of interest that's going to go toward her. And as a result, there's going to be a greater spotlight shining on everyone else. And you hope that people see how great all these other players are that have toiled in relative anonymity over the years. You know, you remember this, Tom, back in 92, after the U.S. lost in 88, in the Olympics, you know, we'd had enough. So we're going the NBA route. But that wasn't good enough for us. We had to have like a token amateur on the team. So they put Christian Laettner on the team. You know, so that wasn't quote unquote earned, but it was a nod to the amateur side. And you know, it's like, look, if you're going pro, you don't need another amateur. Like, what are you doing? You know, it's so dumb. But I don't know. There's no right answer to this. But you know, even leaving her off the team got a lot of talk about the team. So maybe more people watch as a result of her not being there. Who knows?
Yeah, that could be. And I always thought they screwed that up too on the USA team in '92. They go instead of a token. As soon as they heard token, they thought, well, it's got to be a white guy, right? So I thought they kind of screwed that up. I could be wrong on that though. They just put Laettner on there. But you're right. They could have put anybody on the. They didn't need that spot. They could have left that spot empty clearly, and they would have had just as much success as they had. Let me ask you. I want to switch to the NBA for a second. We were talking about this yesterday. I don't think Luka and Kyrie are the best backcourt in the history of the NBA. I think that's Steph and Clay. But I think they're the most skilled backcourt in the history of the NBA. I was going through like, okay, you have West, you have Goodrich, you have Isaiah and Joe, you got Steph and Clay. You know, there's a couple others in there. But that backcourt has got to be the most skilled backcourt I've ever seen in my life. And the rules have changed, but would you go with that they're the most skilled back, maybe not the best, but the most skilled backcourt?
I mean, I can't think of any I'd put above them. So they'd be top tier for sure. I tend to think that Kyrie is maybe the best ball handler I've ever seen. And that's certainly a difference from going back, decades and decades ago, is the players handle the ball so much better.
Yeah.
Their shot making, shot creating is better than it's ever been. I will listen to the old timers talk about basketball IQ. That's fair, but not the other stuff. The players today are better than they've ever been in those areas. I think Dallas's biggest problem is defensively. They just get beat off the dribble too much, and you know how it is playing in that league.
Yeah.
You get put into rotation, you're done.
I wanted to ask you before we go, because you brought this up, and I just thought about it. Because we kind of split eras. We're not part of the new era, but we're not part of the old school 60s and 70s era. And it always bothers me when those, they fire back and forth at each other. It's like, just stop, okay? It's just two different eras. Great players are going to be great players no matter what. But I certainly didn't agree with your Duke cohort, J.J. Redick, when he said, he called them plumbers and electricians and this and that. I'm like, look, one of the worst arguments you can make is saying a guy back then couldn't play today, or a guy today would dominate back then, because it's totally different, right? The guy back then would now have better nutrition. He'd work out harder. He wouldn't have to have two jobs. He can concentrate on basketball. In the guy today, you can't take a guy from 2024 and just drop him into 64, because obviously he would dominate, but he wouldn't have all the advantages he had leading up to his career nowadays. How do you look at that? Because I've always said you can't just take a player from an era and drop him into a different era, because of course the guys of today are going to be better.
Yeah, I'm of the belief that the best players in any era would be great. The truly great players in any era would be great any time that they played. But for some reason, I think look, it's the province and the right of old timers to say that their era was the best when they're all sitting around the bar after having played golf all day. That's when we can all talk about how great our era was. But if we're out in public, we got to be realistic. The players today generally are better than they've ever been. Generally. That doesn't mean that Michael Jordan wasn't the best all time, or Jerry West wouldn't be first team All NBA right now. But overall, the players are better than they've ever been. Because I really believe this, Tom. If the stopwatch were never invented, people who were in their prime in the 70s would say that Mark Spitz swam faster than Michael Phelps, and he didn't. That old stopwatch is a pretty pesky thing.
Yeah.
Now we can argue that if Spitz had the same training methods and all that stuff, but some of these guys now are freaks, and you didn't see some of the wingspans you saw. There was nobody like Giannis Antetokounmpo in the 70s. And so when I hear people from our age group saying, "Oh, back in the 90s, there's no way that these guys could have played back in the 90s when it was physical," they acted like the games were MMA fights. And yeah, it was more physical, but there were no court fouls back then. That was part of the issue. And I'm sure Steve Kerr would have something to say about it, saying, "Wait a minute, I played in the 90s and I survived it." So I think Steph Curry could handle it. That's just my view. But I don't understand why everybody gets so bent out of shape, because I think I heard Chris Webber one time say that the guys today could, when he played, they were playing against older players and all that stuff when they was with the Fab Five in college, and the players today are playing against nothing but young guys. And I'm like, come on, man. Look, no player in the 80s or 90s would have admitted that the players in the 60s were better. One, I don't think they were, but none of us would have admitted it. And what do you expect the players today to say? "Geez, I don't even know why we're out there, because the players in the 90s were just better." That's just not true. The game's changed, and the players today are more skilled than they've ever been.
Okay, last thing. We're talking to Jay Billis, ESPN, nice enough to join us. You grew up in Southern California. I'm assuming you were a Lakers fan growing up?
I was a front runner. I was a Lakers fan. I was a Dodger fan. I was a UCLA fan in basketball, and I was a USC fan in football.
Well, I always said those were the worst people. Those were the worst people in Southern California. Jump back
and love Pepperdine swimming.
See, and you say, get out of here. That's enough. I have two buddies that are exactly like you. Oh yeah, SC football, UCLA battle. Okay, go away. Pick one. Get a lane. Let me ask you, not better, but what did you enjoy more from a aesthetic standpoint? Today's basketball or 80s basketball? And maybe I'd have to cherry pick some of the top teams, because I make the point that today's basketball players are better. They're more skilled, but the game has a sameness to it. Everyone, because of analytics, everyone's looking to get as efficient as possible. So they want layups, they want free throws, they want corner threes. And if it's a wide open three, you can take that too. But in the 80s, three-pointers weren't a part of the game, so it was post-ups, it was mid-range, it was pull-up jump shots, it was hook shots, it was scoop shots, it was, there was a diversity in the offensive attack that you don't see as much today. And for my money, I still like today's game, but I like that diversity. I like the hook shot. I like the mid-range jump shot. I like the up and unders. I liked all the different stuff they had to do, because they had to get inventive to score, because there really wasn't as much room on the court as there is today. How do you look at that just from an aesthetic standpoint? Has efficiency gone almost too far now where, we're saying, okay, shoot like the Celtics, they're good. But I don't know if watching a team shoot 45 threes a game is I don't know. There's something I lose, Jay, with them, and then everybody tries to copy it because, well, that's what the machines say. This is the efficient way to go about basketball.
I think, Tom, it's probably a function of our age. Like, I agree. I'm very nostalgic about the game back in the 70s and 80s that I grew up with. But I think if we really went back and look at it, we'd probably say there was a sameness to the way that game was played. The big guy was down the low block, and every team ran the same kind of thing. You'd have a low block to wing, pick and roll, things like that, run out ball screens, and there was more clogging of the lane. Now it's a little bit more wide open. It's similar in baseball to when you're a kid. Everybody played first and third offense, and you had bunts and moving the runner over and sacrifices. Now it's now they're all swinging for the fence because analytically it's the best thing to do. And we can argue that I used to love to watch, whether it was Don Sutton or you name the pitcher that threw a complete game. And now, your favorite pitcher finishes 5 innings, and that's the last time you see a starting pitcher. Nobody goes a complete game anymore unless they're going to throw a perfect game or a no-hitter and they leave them in there. So everything's changed, but I don't see how we can expect that they're not going to do – these teams and franchises, they're going to do what wins. And if playing the old-style game won, everybody do it. And, maybe if Shaquille O'Neal were coming out now, people would start playing out of the low post. But, the game's totally changed. And I think it's more diverse now with some of the stuff they're running. Like if you watch these European teams, and there are more passes per possession now in an NBA game than there were in the 80s and 90s. They move the ball a lot more, and I think it's infinitely interesting to me. Just because it results in a three doesn't mean it's not really good action. And they're now smaller guys are playing. They don't have as many 7-footers that are playing unless they can really shoot it and spread a defense out. But I hear what you're saying, but I think it's probably a function of our age. I'll give you an example, though, how this goes to every sport. This is probably 13, 14 years ago. I spoke at the USGA's U.S. Junior Amateur at Shoal Creek in Alabama, and at the dinner that I was speaking at, I sat next to Hubert Green, who won the U.S. Open and just happened to be a member of that club. And what am I going to say to a U.S. Open winner at dinner? So I asked him, we were out watching those kids play, and Jordan Spieth was in that field, oddly enough. But I asked him, what do you think watching these kids play? And his answer was, none of them know how to play. And he says, all they do is bomb a drive down there and wedge it up on the green and putt. And I'm thinking to myself, yeah, and half of them shot in the 60s. Like, what would you do if you were them? You know, like you want to spoon a persimmon driver out there and hit a 4-iron, feather a 4-iron in over a tree and
feather it out there.
Yeah, like you'd bomb it down there and wedge it up too. They shot better. They shot better scores than guys did in the 70s. But it's that's the old man yelling at clouds thing. I'm the same way.
Yeah, let me carve one down there about 270 and use my
take my mashie out and hopefully my metal spikes don't make too much noise on the concrete.
See, that's what we love about Jay. He's living in the future sports wise, but don't let him fool you. He longs for Bert Hooten knuckle curve in the 8th inning to close it out. That's what he longs for.
Yeah, I'm still scarred by Bert Hooten and Elias Sosa and Charlie Huff giving up home run balls on one pitch to Reggie Jackson in the '77 World Series in Game 6.
Trust me, that hurt too, and that made Reggie Jackson one of my biggest villains ever growing up because Reggie, you know it, we all know it, you threw your ass at that ball, okay? It wasn't an accident, you did it on purpose, and you should have been called out for obstruction, if that's exactly what the rule is. It could be the other way. It could be
but those three
but...
pitchers got him a candy bar. If they would have done their job, we would have been eating Huff bars.
I don't need a damn Reggie bar.
Yeah, like that.
Oh, my goodness gracious. Jay, always a pleasure having you on. Thanks so much. I always appreciate it. Have a good rest of the summer. We'll talk to you next year.
All right, brother. Thank you.
Thanks, Jay.
Great stuff from Jay Billis. Fun, wide-ranging conversation. All available, KNBR.com and the KNBR app. When we come on back, Tom, a huge injustice. Joey Chestnut has been banned from the Nathan's hot dog eating contest.
What?
You just found this out?
Yeah.
I'll tell you more about it next on the Sports Leader.
No.
Yeah, I'm sure the guy that's working your board just fell asleep from boredom listening to that crap.
Bay hero and 16-time mustard belt champion Joey Chestnut has been banned from participating in this year's Nathan's hot dog eating contest. Is this the biggest injustice in the history of sports? Certainly the biggest in the history of MLE. Let us know. 415-808-KNBR.
Hayward, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Hayward's sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tolbert and Copes
with 62 hot dogs and buns in 10 minutes for his 16th win, I give you the #1 ranked eater in the world, Joey Chestnut.
What a roller coaster emotionally. They told us it was canceled. We weren't sure if we were going to eat today. And I'm just happy. It's 4th of July, and I got to eat some hot dogs and get a win. I feel great. I got leftover room, so I'll be having some beers later.
What are you going to eat tonight?
It's a liquid diet tonight.
Gonna be a liquid diet and a liquid exit, probably. Tolbert and Copes with you on a Tuesday afternoon. Tom, that's the news of the day. The 16-time mustard belt champion, Joey Chestnut, the Bay Area's own, the pride of San Jose, and the face of Major League Eating, has been banned today from this year's competition in the Nathan's Famous Hot Dog Eating Contest on the 4th of July on Coney Island. He's the greatest eater in the history of eating. He was banned, Tom, due to his decision to represent a vegan brand, Impossible Foods, over Nathan's.
Ooh. Wow.
He signed, ready for this? He signed a 4-year, $1.2 million deal with Impossible Foods. Chestnut was paid $200,000 for his appearance in last year's contest.
Well, I think he made the right decision.
I think so, too. Major League Eating Commissioner Joe
would dictate.
Yeah.
What'd you say, 4 for 1.2?
4 for 1.2.
Yeah.
So he'd only get $800K for 4 more contests, and that's at least like 300 hot dogs. You know what I mean? Like somewhere in that window for 4 contests. So Major League Eating Commissioner George Shea, who also MCs the event, you heard him coming in there, he's been known to challenge his eaters if they go against the brand. The former famous competitive eater Kobayashi felt betrayed by the league and saw favoritism towards Joey Chestnut. This is unrelated, but did you see that Kobayashi officially retired from professional eating like last week or 2 weeks ago?
Oh, I thought he retired like years ago.
No, he like officially retired from competitive eating over. What do you think? Over health concerns.
Shocking.
Dude, I don't know if you read that. You should find the quotes. Anybody out there should find the quotes. They're like really sad.
Really?
Yeah, he's like, he said he's lost the sensation of being full.
Oh, that's got to be the worst.
He also said he doesn't. Food is no longer appealing to him. I was like, well, yeah. What did you think was going to happen? You know what I mean? So
is that it? Like, I wonder if Joey Chestnut's done as far as competitive eating. He's just.
I'll tell you when I'm done with the contest. I mean, what am I watching for? What do I care for?
Yeah, but look, you could probably get better odds now because you don't know who's going to win.
Yeah.
Back then, it was guaranteed. You couldn't even bet it. I mean, you could bet the over/under, but you couldn't bet who was going to win. That was already a given who was going to win. So this year, who knows? if somebody has any info on the next up-and-coming competitive eater, let us know. Maybe there's a little Joey Chestnut before, because Joey Chestnut probably got good odds his first time he won, but not so much after. But good for him. Maybe he doesn't have to eat as much. Maybe he doesn't have to be in any more competitions. Maybe he can just kind of hawk the impossible meat.
Impossible vegan hot dogs.
Impossible.
Is he going vegan then, or is it just an ad?
I don't know. I heard those things give you impossible gas. That's just what I've heard. I'm not positive, though.
So he set the record for most hot dogs eaten.
77?
76 in 2021.
76.
He topped his own record of 75 that he set in 2020. In 2018, he consumed 74. So I think the guy was averaging 70 plus per round for 3 years. And don't forget, Kobayashi was setting records at like 46. Right, like 45. Like Chestnut's he's doubling them up, which is pretty incredible. It's like when Babe Ruth was hitting more home runs than Home Run Baker, who he led the league with 11. And they nicknamed him Home Run Baker.
Yeah.
Right? He wasn't hitting nearly as many home runs. But Joey's got tons of different food eating records. But yeah, this could be the end. You thought Caitlin Clark being left off the Olympic team was a big deal.
How many hot dogs do you think you eat in a year?
69.
Well done by Greg
I don't eat
Silver.
that many.
No, I don't. Definitely not 69. Hot dogs in a year. Like, how many do I think I've eaten this year at this point?
I mean, how many? He
About halfway through the year, no?
77 was the most hot dogs ever eaten.
76.
How many years would it take you to eat 77 hot dogs?
Probably is 7 hot dogs a year a good number?
I don't know.
I mean,
I don't know what a good number is.
Do you eat hot dogs though? Like as a normal,
No,
you're
never
normal. So
eat
you don't
hot
need them.
dogs.
You don't need them anyway.
It would take me 10 years. Now,
That's 7 a year.
Yeah, if we include
11. Yeah.
You know what? It might take more than that because I don't have a hot dog a month, or even a hot dog every other month. But if you include sausages, then it's probably like maybe 2 years. Because I do like sausages. I get sausages from this company that are awesome. They're
called Awesome Sausage.
No, it's called the bacon cheese bratwurst. Or a bacon cheeseburger bratwurst. It tastes like a damn cheeseburger. It's like that dog you get at Olympic Club.
Oh, the burger dog.
Silverado.
Oh, dude, the burger dog.
Yeah, but it's different than that. It's not like that type of deal. It's more like a bratwurst. But man, you cut that thing open, and you could just the bacon and the cheese just kind of oozing out of it. I mean, it almost feels like literally you're dying of cholesterol just looking at it. And
it's kind of like those cheese dogs you wrapped up and took with you to the Angels game that one time.
Yes,
and you ate
the
4 of them.
botulism dogs.
Oh, and then
those things were incredible.
They'd gone
though.
bad. Yeah,
they'd gone bad, but they tasted so good.
You got what was coming to you.
I did absolutely because I was selfish. I deserved all the pain I got. I could have shared. I didn't share.
Derek went to 2 baseball games this weekend. He said he had 2 hot dogs.
Eat shit, Derek.
I saw me one at the Ballers game. He did have a dog. Yeah.
Did he?
Yeah,
Nice.
he did. I had a hamburger, or a cheeseburger, but he had a dog. So
I'll have a hot dog. I'll have a hamburger. I'll have a cheeseburger. What do you order? And you'll like it. You'll get nothing. And like
nothing. And like it.
And like it. I want a hot dog. I want a hamburger. Now I want a cheeseburger.
You'll get nothing and like it.
Spalding.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Tuesday afternoon. We caught up earlier with Austin Slater of the Giants and Jay Billis. They both just stopped by. You can check it out, KNBR.com, and the KNBR app. This will be fun. In about 15 minutes, we're going to talk to Peter Hartlaub, who just hit his 25th year anniversary at the Chronicle. We'll talk to him about some fun pop culture stuff. But when we come on back, Christian McCaffrey makes the Madden cover and our history with the game of Madden. I know you were a Madden player for some portion of your life. Apparently,
I'll give you a
Greg,
fun story about when I played as a warrior.
Ooh, we'll talk about that, as well as Greg Papa's addiction to Madden. He's not all that good. I'll tell you about it next on the Sports Leader.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys.
Play KNBR at your pad on your Apple HomePod. Tolbert and Copes now continue on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Stretch run coming left to McCaffrey. Stays play side, breaks a tackle, 45. Blocked from Aiyuk down the sideline, 30. Cuts back inside 20. Still inbounds down the sideline. Diving for the end zone. Touchdown! CMC!
And the dynamite explodes on his first run in the third quarter.
It was announced today that Christian McCaffrey will be on the cover of Madden 25. That'll be released on August 16th, so just over 2 months away to the release of Madden 25. He is the first 49er ever to be on the cover of the game. How about that? Garrison Hurst was on the cover of the European edition of Madden in 1999. Remember when they used to have the Euro teams in there? Like the Claymores and stuff? You know, pot him up there, Greg. Oh, man, Greg Silver.
Scottish Claymores?
Yeah, the Scottish Claymores. You think some funny teams in there. And they'd all be like, the overalls would be like 55s relative to the overalls of the NFL teams. So he's the first 49er to be on the U.S. cover. I guess Garrison Hurst still holds the record as the first ever on any Madden cover as a 49er. Some Bay Area controversy, though, if you'd call anything related to the Raiders still Bay Area. Christian McCaffrey on the cover. Have you seen the photo yet, Tom?
No.
So he's like running towards the camera, right? Like he's running at you, like on the box. He's like running towards the viewer. Okay. And he's clearly being tackled or trying to be tackled by several Raider players. He's like running past Raiders, right? The issue people are taking exception with is he's wearing a red 49er jersey in the photo. It's not from an actual game. Since the 2022 New Year's Day game that Christian McCaffrey played against the Raiders as a 49er, he was wearing his road whites. So Derek's looking at it like just an absolute slap in the face to the Las Vegas Raiders that they decided to do this nameless, faceless Raiders and just fabricate a situation that never happened. But I think we can all see it's a reality. You know what I mean? I think we can all see it would be a very realistic thing to have happen, right, Derek? You can admit that? Yeah, he nods. He nods in a little bit of shame maybe there. What's your history playing Madden you were talking about?
So I bought the first one, and it was, God, I'm not even sure. Was it Sega, the console it was on, I think?
Was it not on Super Nintendo first? I could be wrong.
The first one I got was Sega. This one you stuck in there. You had to blow on it, like... Okay, good. Okay, to stick it in there again, and okay, we're good to go. So we got the first one. You couldn't run. You just literally could not run in the first couple editions of Madden because they're kind of like block players, like blocky players. And what you had to do, like the best play was the quick hitter to the receiver and then hit the spin button. And hopefully you spun off the cornerback and you could pick up some yards. You might even take it the distance. You can complete some passes, but anything over like a step and a half drop, you're toast. If you're going against a player that had a good linebacker, you're just done. You go in the gap, he's in the backfield, you're screwed, you can't get off the pass. And again, running the play was virtually impossible. So there was like about 5 plays that worked. You just had to hope to get those ones off in time and hit the sticks in the right order. Now back then, it wasn't hit this, hit this, hit that, hit that, hit this. It was like, this one spins. This one stiff arms. This one does nothing. You got like a couple buttons. That's it. Which I like, to be honest with you. It's not as realistic, but I can't keep track of the XYZ stick, click, hit, black, ooh, it's like, oh my gosh, I can't do all that. Like, what did he just do? That, I mean, it looks great when you can pull it off. It looks like you're playing a game. I decided
you need one button to play. Yeah, you want
I
pass,
can't remember
shoot,
that.
dribble. Right. That's
yeah, give me like 3 buttons, and I'm good. So
you're right. I think it was Sega. It says my 1990 Sega Genesis had the game of the same name.
Yeah,
and it went on.
And it was great. We loved it. It was old school. It was awesome. Again, there were some issues with it as far as like performance, in that you just couldn't run certain plays because defenses would just eat that crap up. So it was me, Jim Peterson, my buddy Craig Bergman. Judd Bushler was there, I think, for a year. I don't know if him and Jim were on the same. It might have been different years, but I'm not positive. Anyway, there was like 6 of us. And I went to, I forgot if I went to CVS or wherever. I got a huge poster board, right? A huge poster board. And the poster board had the schedule for everybody, who you played. We played on a Tuesday night, I think it was. Barring a Warrior game, of course. And then it moved to like a Wednesday night.
Because you guys had to actually go play a professional basketball
game. Yeah, we actually had to go play a real game.
A real sporting event. Yeah, okay, I got you. I'm with you.
So we had the schedule up. Then we had I had another poster board for brackets. Like we had brackets, who you're going to play, what days you're going to play. And no one will be surprised by this. This is before Lori was living there, so I was able to get away with all this crap, poster boards on the walls. And then there was another poster board for results, like scores of past games, stuff like that. So what we would do is it'd be 2 games. So everybody'd play 2 games on a Tuesday night. So we'd get some beer, get some snacks, come out, and everybody just hang out on the couch, BS, talk about whatever, and then you'd watch 2 guys play. Then you would play. Then you'd play again. It took about 2.5 hours. So there was a bunch of us that would sit around, drink beer, watch Sega Madden, and play against one another. And then, see you next Tuesday. Come back next Tuesday.
Whoa, you can't say that.
Next Tuesday?
I'm kidding. Go ahead. Just keep moving. Forget it. He's rolling. Never mind. Some people got it. Some people out there got it. I know they
Next
did.
Tuesday. What did I say?
No, you're fine. You're fine. I made a joke. You didn't get it. Just keep moving. You're good.
Oh, my bad. My bad. I should have got it. I was too far in my own story.
I'll text it to you. I'll text it to you.
So it lasted about 3 months. I would say 3 months, and then we were done with it. So yeah, it was good times. Beer, Madden, couch, good deal. And barring a Warrior game, like I said, of course.
Okay, sorry, I'm texting you the joke.
Oh, okay. I thought you were pulling a Kuip on me.
No, I was texting you the joke. Okay, you got it. When you see the joke, you'll get it.
Okay.
You'll get it. Tolbert Copes with you. Do you still buy Madden, by the way?
No.
You don't play anymore? Derek was telling me, because, over the pandemic, like when everybody was at home for a while, I guess Greg Papa got really into playing Madden.
Stop.
Yeah, so you got the joke now?
Yeah, I've
Oh, come on, bro. Come on. Everybody got it.
I would have never caught that. I would have never caught that.
I said it to Tom, and I just capitalized the first letter. I was like, he'll get it. He'll catch up.
Oh, brother.
Tom will get it. That's why I made a joke.
I
So
get
just
it.
keep going.
I get it.
Yeah, that's an Aussie joke, I think, out there. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Oh,
You usually
my
look at your
gosh.
first name. Anyway,
hilarious.
so during the pandemic, I guess Greg Papa was at home, and he decided he was going to start playing Madden. And Derek, didn't you say, like, every day he'd hit you up at, like, 10 a.m., and Greg would be like, come on, let's go, we're playing. I've got Madden to play. So he was, like harassing Derek to play. Then I remember him talking about it on the air. He started a franchise with the Niners. But do you remember in the games, dude, where you can, like, you start a franchise mode, you can, like, go through practice for the week and, like, insert your game plan and all that?
Yep.
Dude, Greg Papa was taking, like, a month to finish a week because he was playing through every practice, dude. He's
Was he
like, got to instill my Wednesday game plan here before. I'm like, bro, I've played hundreds of seasons of franchise mode in Madden. Never once have I gone to a practice. You know what I mean? Like, I'll do back in the day, like 04, 05, they used to have, like, the fun mini games. Like, you'd have the coffin corner. Remember, you'd have, like, the coffins there. You'd have, like, punted in. Like, there were some fun mini games and stuff like that. But throw the ball through the rings and things like that when you're playing quarterback. But I'm never going to, like, the walkthrough.
You know the
what I mean?
walkthrough?
By the way, Derek goes, all that practice didn't help him. He showed me a screenshot of a game score, dude. It's Derek's little brother. Went up against their dad, Greg Papa. Final score 71-6.
Oh, ouch.
Greg had the 6. Which is funny. I was like, what was he down 42-0 and went for 2? Just take the point and get out of there, bro. Oh, it's hysterical.
This kid gave him the pity touchdown.
Oh, man. We had the wrong game plan.
Take one with you. I stopped
funny.
playing about the time the kids started playing, and I just couldn't compete. Again, I couldn't do it because there's just too much going on.
Well, the college game's coming back this year.
I love the college game.
The NCAA game is coming back.
I used to do that one. I used to go through the recruiting.
Oh, that one I will do.
The recruiting's very cool.
Yep.
And
you get all the
worst,
songs in it, all the pageantry. Oh, I cannot wait for NCAA to be back.
The worst was when you recruit and a kid goes somewhere else, and you just couldn't get him.
You had to build your program to get like higher stars so that you were a more attractive person.
Exactly. So it took a while.
Yeah.
So I did what everybody else did. Everybody that's listening to this right now did it. Everybody who's watching did it. You just create your own player and make him badass. And you go out there. No, I didn't do it. You did. I didn't make 4 of the same player and put them on the same team.
Well, I did that of you. I made 5 of you, and I put them all on one team. But you also didn't do what I did with the old college basketball game. I like that even more. ESPN college basketball was a blast, and that one went out at the same time. But you could do the same thing. And so the best is I would always pick like a school that got go to a mid-major or somewhere that got a single tournament bid for their conference champion. Frequently, and I think I told you this, I would take over the Howard Bison, and I would be the head coach at Howard. Regardless of race, you were coming to my school if you could play ball, dude. We were winning natties with kids of all races at Howard, dude. It was great. But that was the most fun. Then schools like Duke are coming to make you a contract offer. It's like, no, man, I'm loyal.
No, I'm good.
I'm staying here at Howard. I'm building something here, dude. So, it's pretty good, dude. That Madden back out. Christian McCaffrey's on the cover, and Derek also notes here, you can just play an older version of the game now and download the roster. You don't have to get the new game every year and save money. But then you won't have that great, sweet photo of Christian McCaffrey running through the Oakland Raiders, or the Las Vegas Raiders, excuse me. All right, we will take a quick break. Peter Hartlaub of the San Francisco Chronicle, good friend of the show, one of the Bay Area's favorite pop culture writers. It's awesome to get him on periodically. We'll talk some summer movies. He said you and Ralph. He used to come on with you and Ralph and talk Survivor week to week, which I was dialed into. We'll talk about a bunch of that with Peter Hartlaub, and then we'll get you a little bit more on the Madden curse. Plus, we got a Giants pregame coming your way at 5:45 for a 6:45 first pitch. Hartlaub next on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland back here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. Steve, what do you do if you have unfiled tax returns?
You call us, and a lot of people don't realize they're making their own problem. Sometimes people don't file returns because they don't have the money to pay the taxes, and they feel like they're just drowning in 1,000 feet of water. It doesn't have to be. There's so many good options, whether you just pay part and they forgive the rest if you qualify, or pay in monthly installments, or get the penalties forgiven. Sometimes the penalties and interest are more than the taxes, or they leave you alone till you're back on your feet financially. But we want to make a deal for you. Another reason they don't have the records. No problem. We'll get all the records the IRS and the state has on you. The bottom line is, so many of your listeners are amazed when they've had a problem they really suffered with for years, and then we're able to so easily fix it for them. Folks, the bottom line is the only thing you have to do is pick up your phone. We have a free consultation. You have nothing to lose. We'll talk to you. We'll explain all your options, what we want to do. If you say do it, we'll do it. And then you can put your tax problem behind you and go out and enjoy your life.
Let Steve Moskowitz take care of it for you. 1-888-TAX-STEALER. Find him online, MoskowitzLLP.com. Dwayne Kuiper joined Murph and Marcus this morning and discussed his off-the-wall call last night for the Giants' walk-off win. Listen to that podcast. It's up now, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Wherever you are, we're streaming 24/7 at KNBR.com. This is Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Two of my favorite things, the Survivor theme song, and our next guest who joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line, the pop culture writer for the San Francisco Chronicle. It's Peter Hartlaub. And Peter, congratulations, man, on 25 years at the Chronicle, dude. I made me really happy to see yesterday on Twitter. That's pretty cool, dude.
Yeah, I was filling out my time card on Sunday and saw that my start date was June 10th, 1999. So I put it on social media hoping they'd give me the day off or give me a watch or something. They didn't, but I'm on your show. That's my prize.
Yeah, that's more of a demerit than anything. Come on, Tolbert and Copes. So when you think back, what stands out? I mean, I want to get into some of the Survivor stuff and some of the cool things you've done on KNBR, and we'll talk video games and movies and all that stuff. But when you think back on your 25 years, what's one of the coolest? I mean, I can think of a few things of yours that I've read and really enjoyed and gotten behind, but what comes to mind?
Just that I survived it. I mean, when I was hired, the Chronicle and Examiner were merging, and they told me, you're low on seniority. You're probably going to last a couple months. It was like in Princess Bride with Dread Pirate Roberts, where they're like, I'll let you survive another day, So just 25 years later being here, I love that I got to review movies for 17 years. I'm kind of glad it's over and like what I'm doing now, just kind of discovering the Bay Area. But that was pretty fun. When I grew up, I was watching Siskel and Ebert and wanted to be a movie critic. So getting an opportunity to do that was pretty cool.
Isn't being a movie critic, though, like being a scout? Like you can't just sit back and enjoy the movie. You got to look for certain things. You actually got to your brain has to be working, and not just from a movie sense, from like, okay, what am I going to write? What do I think about this? How's that acting? Is it good acting? I don't really know acting, but I think it sucked personally. But I mean, like, is it more fun when you're not reviewing movies than when you are reviewing movies?
Yes, but I mean, I was a sports writer for 2 years, and I stopped being a sports writer because I stopped liking sports. I had to cover the games and the curtains raised, and I just couldn't enjoy it. With movies, if it's a really good movie I want to see, I don't want to review it. But if it's a movie I don't care about, and frankly, that's a lot of what they were sending me to, because I got all the horror films. I reviewed all 4 Alvin and the Chipmunks films.
That's right.
Put that in my obituary. Second line in my obituary. I want that there. So, like, movies like that, first of all, they're kind of shorter, so they don't take as long. And you can kind of take your revenge on them. So, like, seeing Smurfs 2, you know, if I took my kid to see that, I paid the money, and I'm kind of bummed out. But if I go to a screening, it's a critic screening, I get to walk out and just, you know, unload on it. And in that way, I enjoyed it. I always loved it when they sent me to horror movies, and I really don't watch them on my own, but they were fun to write. It was always enjoyable to write. Hardest thing is comedies, because what do you say about a good comedy? You don't repeat the jokes. It's funny. I mean, what do you say about it? Like, drilling down into the, you know, deep filmmaking of a good comedy is like the most boring thing to write. So I always kind of liked the B action movies and horror films.
I just had to look real quick at just one of your 2015 December 17th. The headline is "Chipmunks have exceeded their life expectancy." That's the headline on
was that Alvin and the Chipmunks the Squeakquel, or was that
Squeakquel?
Yeah, Alvin and the Chipmunks. This is the Road Chip.
No, the Road Chip. Yeah. That was a rough one. That was a rough. What was it? 87 minutes. I don't know what it was.
Yeah, probably something like that, dude. Yeah. You said I'm just scanning through. I'm seeing ineptitude. I'm seeing all sorts of good words here describing what kind of movie Alvin and the Chipmunks Road Chip was. So Derek said you were listening to the show a little while ago. We were just talking Christian McCaffrey on the cover of Madden and the Madden curse.
Yeah.
What's your history with Madden?
Yeah, well, first of all, I don't believe in any superstitions except the Madden cover. I don't believe in any other superstition, but that one's real, and I'm really stressed about this. I covered video games really early in my career. I was a courtroom reporter. I had covered some of OJ and came to the Chronicle, but I'd covered like Death Row Records stuff, so they figured I had an entertainment background. That's how I got there. And they didn't have a video game critic, and no one wanted to do it because all the critics were like 60, and, you know, unless Pong's coming out, it wasn't going to happen. So I got to do a lot of video games, and I got to interview John Madden a couple times. I interviewed Tolbert. NBA 2K3, was it? That you were
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I did one of those NBA 2Ks.
Yeah, I interviewed you. I interviewed Crook and Kuiper about voiceovers, and then I did a lot of motion capture, which my favorite one was Jason Giambi was doing a motion capture for a football video game, and after he left, or a baseball video game, and after he left, they told me that they couldn't find a motion capture suit big enough for him, including the one that Brian Urlacher had just worn, the linebacker from the Chicago Bears.
Yeah. Wow.
But, yeah, that's a big man, Jason Giambi. But anyway, yeah, I did a lot of video game stuff. And Madden was great because I got to talk to Madden, and he had, you know, just really great stories about how that came out of nowhere. And I think it was a Wendy's parking lot where he made the deal, and he's diagramming things at the Amtrak Starlighter and stuff because, you know, he's not taking a plane. And so, yeah, that was fun.
I would say him and Bill Walton are the two guys who people remember more for them outside of their given profession that were actually Hall of Famers. Like, right, if you're not a great player, people could not remember your playing career and then remember what you do afterwards, sure. But when you're a Hall of Fame coach and a Hall of Fame player, it's hard to leave that behind by what you do after that. And I mean, there's a generation upon generations of people that don't even remember Madden as a basketball coach. And there's a ton of people that when you think Bill Walton nowadays, you think of, was he the guy that got hurt all the time, right? Played basketball. Yeah, I mean, I kind of remember, but man, he's incredible behind the mic and his Grateful Dead stuff and all this stuff. Like, it's pretty amazing because when Bill passed away, I thought about that people remember him more for what he's done since his playing career. And Madden was the other guy put in that category that they didn't even think about Madden's coaching career.
But, you know, both of those guys, Walton and Madden, even when they were doing the thing, you know, the football or basketball, they had other interests and could talk about other things.
Sure.
When Walton passed, I looked in the Chronicle archives through his file, and I mean, there's social justice things and protests and Grateful Dead and assorted wackiness,
Yep.
and Madden was that way too. I mean, when you talk to him as a journalist, he would ask questions about you and find out, other things to talk about. Walton was a little different. Walton, you came with 2 questions if you had 20 minutes, and you might get them both.
Well, we know.
I don't know. I don't think you would. I think you maybe not. Let's say hi.
Fire on the mountain. Yeah.
We did fire on the mountain. Thank you very much. We definitely know that all too well, and that's the beauty of Bill Walton. I'm talking to Peter Hartloff here, nice enough to join us. 25 years at the Chronicle. So early on in your career, at some point, I don't know if it was year 1, year 2, year 3, whatever, you started coming on with us, and we were doing Survivor, not reviewing Survivor. It was after we'd go on after, on a Tuesday. I think it used to come on a Monday, if I'm not mistaken, and then they kind of moved it around a little bit, but we'd come on and kind of recap Survivor. What do you remember about that? Because I remember a little bit of it. I remember Ralph was insane when it came to Survivor, but that's a given.
Ralph had most of the questions. One thing I remember is I was a big KNBR fan. So I had grown up listening to KNBR, and then I was a Warriors fan, the Run TMC era, and then I started hearing you on Jim Rome, and then heard you got on KNBR when I was in LA. So I would if I had an assignment in Santa Clarita, I'd be excited because I could listen to you guys. So I loved the show. So when I came on, it was I found a lawsuit. I had no reason to come on your show. I didn't talk about sports. But I found this lawsuit where Stacey Stillman in the very first season of Survivor sued the people from Survivor. And I was like, this is my chance to get on with Tom and Ralph. So I think I cold called. Whoever the producer was, Derek was probably 6 or 4, but whoever the producer was, I cold called and said, hey, I got this lawsuit, and then got on. And I told you and Ralph that story about how, I'm listening in Santa Clarita. And then we talked about Survivor and the lawsuit, and I had watched it too. But I remember my mom had been listening to the show, and then as soon as I got off the phone, she called me and said, you really kissed butt to Tom and Ralph. You took it too far.
You took it too far.
I told. I mean, you got to understand. If you grow up listening to KNBR, people who come on. If you come on every week, if you're Bruce Jenkins coming on every week, it's a different thing. But for me, it was fantasy camp. I mean, I was going on. So anyway, I apologize for taking it too far.
25 years. 25 years too late.
You didn't take it far enough.
By the way, go ahead, Tom.
All I remember from that season is Richard Hatch and just running around naked.
On his birthday.
Everybody. That's it. That's all I. Oh, and then I think Sue, when she told somebody that if they were burning on the side of the road, she wouldn't stop to pee on them. I do remember that.
Yeah.
Oh, the good old Survivor
That was
days.
Kelly. Kelly
was it Kelly that said that?
No, she says it to Kelly at the final tribal council. Where she says, it's a snake and the rat speech. It's a famous speech, Peter. Am I right? It's one of the most famous final tribal speeches to this day. Because even now, as the game has gone on, the final tribals they're much nicer now. It's more open, but still, you end every once in a while you end up, and maybe not since season 40, or 41, since they kind of evolved the game and it's changed a little bit. Maybe it's not long enough now at 26 days instead of 40, but you used to end up with some juries would be very appreciative of the way you played, and some would be like, you were a snake and you screwed everybody and we don't like the way it happened. But that's the beauty of the game. It's not an America votes game.
Well, it was when that came out, it was such a revelation because so much of reality TV was really cheap. I mean, put a few cameras in a condemned house and put some teenagers in there, 20-year-olds, and see what happens. Real world. Yeah, but like Survivor had a budget. It kind of reminds me of what Mr. Beast is doing now on YouTube, where you put a lot of money into it and it looks great. And so they put all this money into this thing. And those first few seasons, it was fantastic. But then there were copycats, and even now Survivor, they're just kind of looking for the next gimmick like everybody else. But those first few years, I did not with the computer, with my hand. I did I had a fantasy league, and I had Lex from one of the first seasons was in it. Anna Lamott,
season 2, yeah.
The author Anna Lamott was in my Survivor fantasy league because everybody loved that. It wasn't it was just reality show heads. I mean, wide appeal.
Where is that was kind of the start, Real World and Survivor. There were a few kind of reality stuff going on back then, but then it just exploded, right? And literally everything from cooking to gardening to house project. I mean, everything you could think of has some sort of reality show attached to it. Even the NFL has their reality show, Hard Knocks. I mean, everybody has it. Where do you see reality right now? Because that was really one of the first ones, Survivor, and it was really cool. It was new.
It was a game show, too. It was a reality game show. Right.
The idea, just everything about it was great. Now you watch and you're like, man, no. It's hard to come across one that's kind of fun to watch, because I don't know if everybody feels the way I do, Peter, and maybe you guys do too. You feel like it's all scripted anyway. Like, even though it's not scripted, it is scripted by the way they edit it. And now Jeff Probst asks questions of the jury, or not just the jury, but when they're a tribal, he'll ask them questions where he's seen footage so he can lead them like in that direction. And I feel like we've gone away from like actual reality, and that's probably a long time ago.
Yeah, I think what they used to do, and I think this is way more interesting, is they'd put 9 normal people in a room and then have someone who's totally insane come in, and that was the element. Like Puck on the season 3 of The Real World.
His scabs.
Or
come on.
I mean, now it's like the opposite. They put like one person who you can kind of relate to in the room, and then have like 8 psychopaths. And then, I mean, I just can't watch that. It's too negative, whereas I kind of walked away with Survivor. I mean, it was salacious and it was fun, but the early seasons, I didn't lose faith in humanity. Yeah. Now I'm just like, God, I can't. I don't have the emotional energy to watch what's on Bravo these days or whatever. So
there's too many housewives.
I'll watch Guy Fieri doing grocery games. That's just much healthier for me. I'll live longer.
Let me tell you, I was talking to Peter Hartlaub, a pop culture writer for the Chronicle here on the UMA guest line. I found, by the way, the article that you did on NBA 2K3 where you interviewed Tom. And there's a great question in here where you asked Tom about some other video games he likes. And it's a Q&A, and the answer from Tom is, I don't have a game that I've played. I would say this year I definitely play World Series Baseball 2K3. As far as role-playing games, Resident Evil is one of my favorites. It's so damn spooky, man. You're sitting there and you expect Doberman to come right through the window, and now here's where it turns. Tom then says, Tomb Raider was always one of my favorites, although they made her breast too big in the new one. Peter responds, yeah, it's getting out of control. Tom follows up and says, she's going to be able to use her breast to hang onto ledges in the next one. I mean, come on. At least make her use her hands, for crying out loud. End of article. That's where it ends, September 2nd, 2003. That's how he ended the piece. That's how you just wrapped it up.
I mean, that's kind of how we ended all articles in 2003,
For crying out loud. That's the last line, yeah.
I go back and I read 2003 movie reviews I wrote, and it's not kosher. I'm commenting way too much on the beauty of the women and stuff like that.
Well,
yeah.
Different time.
Well, let's be honest. They did go a little too far.
They're still going too far.
I mean, no. They went back.
Did they come back? They took them back
at some point. Yeah, she got a reduction.
Yeah. Slapping God in the face. They say
it's it's more real. Like, she's more athletic now. It's like she was a bombshell. I'm like, what's a bombshell doing out in the jungle?
What's she doing?
I mean, come on. She's gonna be more athletic. She's gonna be toned and so.
It's like
I think that's actually let's think about this. I mean, even in 2003, I think you could defend that as a feminist take.
Yeah, sure.
I mean,
Okay, yeah. I don't think that's the angle he was going for when he said that answer to you, but sure. Yeah.
I'll take it.
I'll defend it as one right now.
I'll take it. Thank you. Oh my goodness! Since we were talking about this, we're talking about Madden and kind of the iterations of Madden and all that, and we're video game. It's gone, and I don't play much anymore. Every once in a while, one of the reasons I don't play, and I've heard this from my kids, I've heard it from Copes, I've heard it from pretty much everybody. Like, I got to play Red Dead. Like, Red Dead is like an incredible game, and at some point I will get to it. But once I start, I can't stop. Like, I stay up till 3 in the morning, 3:30, and I can't put it down. It's the way I was with God of War until I finished it. What's the one video game that you couldn't put down? The one that you just like, this is like, I need to finish this game so I can stop playing video games for a while.
Grand Theft Auto Vice City. And that was kind of the last one because my kids were born not long after that. But that was a sandbox game, but you could complete it, complete the main missions in 20 to 30 hours. And then I had kids, and I couldn't take that much time, and I had to watch what I was showing them and stuff. And then the thing that really turned it was I'm reviewing video games, and I'm in my 30s, so I wasn't super old. And I'd go to like a children's hospital or something and bring my video games and play with the kids, and they were kicking my ass so badly. Something about like 10 and 12-year-old kids, they just know how to kind of multitask with all the buttons, and I'm still playing like Hubert, like 2 buttons and a joystick is like my limit. So today I loved Red Dead. I like the Grand Theft games, but I'm more likely, I own a Super Nintendo. I have all the old school stuff. I have a GameCube. I pull out the Dreamcast a lot.
Love a Dreamcast.
I play Tecmo Bowl probably more than any other video game right now.
I love
Bo Jackson.
Bo Jackson, Lawrence Taylor.
Invincible in that game.
You can't stop him. By the way, I played a little Grand Theft Auto. I don't know that I played a ton of it. I do know one thing. In the Grand Theft Auto that I played, not a lot of feminist takes in there.
No.
That did not happen in Grand Theft Auto.
No, but there were a lot of politicians who, and this goes back to, every generation of music, there were a lot of politicians who were saying that it was, something that shouldn't exist. And that's my one contribution from the early 2000s to anything, is that I was defending that as art, and I was attacking those people because, that was a revolution in art. You drill down into it, there's some topics there that are going to be controversial, but that changed the way we looked at art. And you look at a game like Red Dead Revolver. That's that the open space and the writing in that. A lot of the games are better than movies now.
Yeah, Red Dead Redemption's incredible. I just restarted playing it again, and I've beaten GTA 5 numerous times. I think GTA 6 comes out next year.
Yeah,
I think we're due next year. So.
The Last of Us.
Great game.
That was a great game.
That's a great one too.
Love that one.
In a game like that, it's as good as any scripted movie. And you got to remember, just in the early 2000s, there were politicians who were saying it was smut and should be banned. So.
Well, it's smut. We just
you know what? If they were in Grand Theft Auto, I'd run them over.
Yeah, exactly. And then I'd probably back up again, and then I'd take off.
You kidding me?
Yeah,
absolutely.
I'd make sure I picked up whatever cash they had first.
I'd get 4 stars on that one.
Dude, I'll easily go down for that.
You know what? I will say this. I know we got to run, but I will say, could you mention Last of Us? Really, I love that game. Last of Us and Fallout are 2 games that I really enjoyed playing. That I'm always hesitant to watch shows based on video games because most of them suck. Those 2 were the best. Those 2 were the best that I've seen so far. I thought they were both really good. I think Last of Us was on HBO, and I know Fallout's on Prime. But I don't know if you saw either of those or both of those. But those were really good. Really good. I thought Fallout was fantastic, and so was Last of Us.
I have a theory that that when the early video game movies were being made, that the people who were making them did not grow up with the video games. The directors were too young, and the filmmakers and the scriptwriters were too young. So they were like, oh, I got to get another job. I can't make the movie I want to make, so I'll do a Halo, Mm-hmm. And I think now, Last of Us, I was listening to the podcast every week, and everybody involved with that was totally drilled into the game and saw it as high art. So they were really trying to honor the game as opposed to, oh, well, this is a job I have to do, so I'm going to take this video game and try to make something else, and it's going to be a mess. So I think we're going to see more of that. I think, it's not a mistake. It's just that the filmmakers who are making those games now care about them and, grew up with them or played them in a space where they respected them as opposed to it being a hired gun kind of thing.
And then you'll review those movies, and we'll read about them after you play the game and the shows and the movies. Peter Harlob, 25 years at the Chronicle. Dude, so much fun to have you. We got to do it more often, man. Thanks so much.
All right, thank you.
Congratulations.
Thanks, Peter.
Great stuff. Man. Peter Harlob, fun, wide-ranging chat with him. Love going down any road. You can talk about anything with Peter. If you miss any of that, check it out, KNBR.com and the KNBR app. We got some stuff we have to get to before we get to Giants pregame coming up at 5:45. And the most important thing is next. It's the NBA grab bag, only here on the Sports Center.
NBA grab bag!
I reviewed all 4 Alvin and the Chipmunks films. Was that Alvin and the Chipmunks the squeakquel, or was that...
The squeakquel.
San Rafael. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Rafael's sports leader.
Christian McCaffrey is this year's Madden cover athlete. Great honor, but are you still a little concerned with the Madden curse? Let us know, 415-808-KNBR, or on our socials at KNBR.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for the fine people over at Kugelman Law, Tax, Crypto, and Estate Planning Law Firm with a helpful tip. Don't be swayed by advertisements or advertisements. You go either way, doesn't matter to me. That guarantees you taxes done for pennies on the dollar. Like, we'll get this done, it'll almost be free is what it'll be. There are certain things, I would include surgery in one of those, that you want the best people doing it. You want it done right. You want it done the first time. You don't want to mess around. You don't want to go the cheap route. And when it comes to Uncle Sammy, you don't need Uncle Sammy knocking at the door, sending you letters, calling you. You don't need that. You want the taxes done. You want it done right. And let's say you did go that way, and now you're like, okay, how do I get out of this mess? Alex Kugelman and his team over there can help you with that. That's what they do. They help with those problems, whether they're crypto filing, late filing, even criminal stuff. They can help you out with that. I've always found the best method is to stay out of those type of issues, and you won't have to worry about it. And to do that, you go to Alex Kugelman, set up a consultation. They'll let you know what they're going to do, how they're going to do it, what it'll cost, and then you decide which route you want to take. That's the route I take. Uncle Sammy stays away. So if you want to choose Alex Kugelman, do yourself a favor, set up a consultation at sftaxteam.com. That's sftaxteam.com. Kugelman Law, your tax, crypto, and estate planning attorney. Alex Kugelman, managing attorney, 21 Tamil Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, California, 94925. This paid endorsement does not constitute a guarantee or prediction of results.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tolbert and Copes back here. We're getting ready to open up an NBA grab bag. Are we not, Greg Silver? Go ahead and open up that bag, dude. Go ahead. Almost got wackier than even possible, dude. We have like hip-hop and whatever this music is that we play in the NBA grab bag. For those who don't know, the NBA grab bag's like this big mail bag gets sent here each and every week. It's got
NBA grab
big
bag.
stencil on it. That's what it says. We dig right into the NBA grab bag, and we pull out of it an NBA story. How about this? NBA Finals Game 3 tomorrow night. Boston Celtics leading 2-0. One of the biggest storylines coming into the series was the return of Kristaps Porzingis in Game 1. With Game 3 looming, Kristaps Porzingis has suffered what they're calling, Tom, you never like to see this any time of the year, but especially in the finals with a key player, a rare leg injury. Kristaps Porzingis dealing with another injury. They're calling it a torn medial retinaculum, allowing dislocation of the posterior tibialis tendon, which in short means he's hurt, Tom.
Retinaculum?
Yeah. Retinaculum. Unless it stays in his body, unlike the colon of that guy from yesterday.
What the hell?
He will be day-to-day for the rest of the finals. He says he plans to play on Wednesday. The Celtics are not so sure. And it's unrelated to his previous calf strain. He is optimistic that he will play for tomorrow. This is a major development, is it not?
Yes, absolutely. He's played really well for him. They go in without him, right? I mean, they don't have to have him, but he makes it a hell of a lot easier. And he's just been playing really well defensively as well as offensively. I'm just trying to digest what the hell it is, like, and how significant it is, how severe it is. Now, he will be helped after Friday. Somebody explain this to me. Is there is this weekend like a holiday weekend of some sort?
It is Father's Day on Sunday.
Well, screw that. I mean, not that though.
Yeah, not a fake holiday. You mean?
Yeah,
yeah.
Because they go from
sorry,
Friday.
dads.
Why is there not a hockey game or a basketball game on Sunday? They skip the whole weekend.
What do they go Wednesday and then what? Wednesday, Friday.
They go Wednesday, Friday, Monday.
So that they can end a Game 7 potentially on a Sunday. That's why they line all this up.
I mean, they still could have done that. I mean, they're so screwed up. I mean, what do they try to get every single day? Wednesday, Friday, Monday, Thursday, Sunday. If they need, I mean, their schedule's such a joke.
It's bad. Playoff schedule's bad.
There's plenty of days off, is what I'm saying, for Porzingis. So I'm not sure if this is something that, I mean, it sounds horrible. It really does, but I don't know exactly. Does rest help it? Is he going to have to get surgery when the season's over? I don't know. But, yeah, it's a loss. But, look, they've already won 2. All they need is 2 more. I think they'll be fine. With or without him, I think they'll be fine. I think they can close it out in 4 or 5. I thought before the season or before the series started they'd win in 5. It could be 4. But I still think 5 is possible with or without, because I think they're going to get 1. They haven't lost a game on the road all playoffs. So, yeah. I think they're good either way, but yeah, it's a loss, no doubt.
If you're Dallas, you got to get 3. Got to get Game 3.
Got to get 3. If you don't get Game 3,
it's
yeah.
Without Porzingis at 100%, might be more likely, but still going to be an uphill battle for the Dallas Mavericks. Moving on here in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
Darren Waller, who we heard from after his divorce from Kelsey Plum, and his amazing song and music video about it. He's decided to call it a career at 31 years old from the NFL.
Who? Oh, Waller. Yeah. I was like, who? Waller? I'd forgotten, like, Waller was a guy. Yeah.
You forgot he was a guy.
I read that a couple days ago. Well, who'd we talk? I can't remember who we talked to, but they said this is kind of trending this direction, that he was leaving the door open a little bit, but he just didn't feel like he had the commitment level he needed to play football. And he hasn't been great in New York. He really hasn't. So I guess he's doing his music. We get to hear a little. I'm hoping it's better than that.
Oh, that was bad.
I'm hoping the album is better.
I kind of thought that was going to send him back to the league. You know what I mean? Like, once that came out, I was sort of leaning like, oh, he's not retiring now. This was not received. This didn't go well. Because everything lined up. Like, had it gone off like gangbusters, I'd be like, hell yeah, man. Hit the road. Start touring. Start your post-football career. But now it's back to the drawing board for Darren Waller. Back to the drawing board. Moving on here in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
How about this, Tom? I got pretty stoked when I saw this. We all got hyped last year when ESPN released the 30 for 30, ESPN and Netflix, the 30 for 30, the American Gladiators documentary, Muscles and Mayhem, an unauthorized story of American Gladiators. Well, Tom, would you be surprised to hear that Amazon has ordered a reboot of the classic competition series for its Prime Video service? The series is produced by MGM, gets better, and Amazon MGM Studios for Prime Video, the production company, and American Gladiator series creator Johnny C. Ferraro will be the executive producer. The guy who looked like Elvis, that wacko dude from the documentary. Remember, he was like, I'm telling you, it's coming back. It's coming back. And we were all like, screw you, bro. We don't want anything to do with you. So the new series, they already say, is going to include classic competitions such as the Gauntlet, Hang Tough, and, of course, the Eliminator. That's all going to be part of the new American Gladiators. The move comes as the format has been rejuvenated, they're saying, across the pond, where British broadcaster BBC has found success with a new generation of gladiators. Their version has become the biggest entertainment series launch in nearly a decade, and they just renewed it for a second season. So they're already doing something like this over in England. American Gladiators originally launched in 89 and then in 96. It was created by Johnny C. Ferraro and Dan Carr, Apache Dan Carr. Was the other guy. Apache. Remember that? He came up with the original concept for the event. The show was rebooted in 2008 during that year's writer's strike, and Hulk Hogan and Layla Ali were the hosts of it. Anyway, it's coming on back, and the executive producer is going to be that wacko, Johnny C. Ferraro. So
yeah, the first time they rebooted it, it just nosedived, didn't it?
Yeah.
Like now, I wonder if part of the allure of that show was kind of its campiness and the way it was produced back in the day. I don't know if it's going to work. I mean, I'll give it a shot. I'll watch like the first episode.
They're doing nationwide auditions for the Gladiators role.
But here's the thing, though. I want my Gladiators juiced up. Like, if you're not going to get juiced up and you're not going to be out of your head a little bit, then like I don't want the safe and sane Gladiator show. Like, I don't want, he's all natural. Well, beat it. I don't need you all natural.
I want him to say he's all natural when clearly he is not.
Yeah.
That's what I want. Yeah.
I need the vein in your bicep to look like a garter steak. That's what I need. I need it to look like our small, like twine that goes through your upper bicep. Like I that's what I need, and I need him to look like a kind of like that psychotic look in your face, kind of like God. What's the wrestler I'm thinking of? God, who was the wrestler? Had the face paint, long hair. Ultimate Warrior. Yeah, Ultimate Warrior was like whacked out of his head. I mean, most of them were. But that's kind of the look. That's what I'm going for. Like, I don't need some dude to come out there like, 6'1", 185, really good athlete, but clearly not on the juice. If you're not getting on the juice, don't apply to my American Gladiator.
There you go. Don't try out. No workout for you if you're not juicing. Final story here in the NBA grab bag for today.
NBA grab bag.
How about this? The U.S. Open starts on Thursday. Exciting.
That's right, Pinehurst.
And by the way, again, she likes to do this. For those who don't know, we're going to have Ice Cube in studio on Friday. Ice Cube will be in studio here on Tolbert and Copes, or Talbert and Copes, as he calls it, on Friday. He'll be joining us talking some Big Three. I'm hearing from our resident Connect to Harmony that she's thinking about stopping by, just giving some quick picks on Friday, like she does once the tournament starts, as part of her U.S. wide open picks. That's what she's calling it.
Hey, I want to reach out to the females out there tonight.
Thank you, Bill. Appreciate that. That was nice. Craig Silver working hard on the board today. But the U.S. Open starts on Thursday. How about this? It's Tiger Woods' first U.S. Open since 2020. Tiger Woods coming back to the U.S. Open for the first time since 2020. It's his first start since he missed the cut at Winged Foot back in 2020. He last made the cut at the U.S. Open in 2019, and he said Tuesday he likes this week's tournament. It's going to be played in Florida-like heat. He thinks that's going to give him a better shot, similar to the weather he plays in back at home in Florida. It'll be his third start at Pinehurst, number 2. He tied for third there in 99 and finished there in 2005. He finished 47th and 60th in the Masters in 22 and this past April, and he missed the cut or withdrew from 4 other starts across the Masters, the PGA Championship, and the Open. He's mostly just playing majors at this point. But the bigger piece of news today is that 2-time major champion Jon Rahm has withdrawn from the U.S. Open at Pinehurst.
Wow.
Here's the details. Due to a foot infection. It's an infected sore Dude, these details are too much. It's an infected sore located between the little toe and the next toe on his left foot. Sources close to Rahm are saying they're told the infection is healing with antibiotic treatment, but Rahm remains in pain and does not want to compete in a tournament in which he does not believe he's capable of winning.
Ow.
Yeah.
Sounds like John Sterling. Ow. Ow.
Ow, my foot.
Ow.
My foot's sore.
I've played Pinehurst before.
Have you? Number 1 or 2?
Number 7.
Thank you.
No, I did. I played 7. There was like 9 different courses there. I wanted to play 2, but we couldn't. It was all booked up. So we go, oh hell, just give us a 7. But it's super cool. The place we stayed at. I know we're running into grab bag time, but this place we stayed at was like on the premises, little bar, like right when you walk in, and you sit down with a drink, and the fireplace isn't lit. But what they have is like a cutout, like a piece of wood with a hole in it. And you get like a 7-iron and a ball, and people are in the bar chipping, trying to chip a hit in the hole. They'll bet drinks, so put $20 on the table. So, it was really cool. We only stayed one night, but it was a really cool little place. Like, I'd go back to Pinehurst again, stay for like 4 or 5 days, play a bunch of different courses. But get used to hitting off pine straw. Not fun at all.
Oof. Yeah, neither is that sore between Rahm's 2 toes. That's going to do it for your NBA Grab Bag Tuesday, June 11th, 2024. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come on back, how about this? The new cover of Madden is Christian McCaffrey. You will hear from Christian McCaffrey when we return, only here on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. Underdog is the fan-favorite way to play fantasy sports, and while we're waiting for the NBA Finals to continue tomorrow night, you can still get in on the action with Underdog Fantasy and their Pick'em game. It's good for the NBA, but you can use it for Major League Baseball. That's what I'll tell you about in just a minute. The Pick'em game is where they give you a series of player stats. You select between 2 and 5 players to build a Pick'em entry. They'll give you the stats. You select higher or lower on the stats, and if your picks hit, you can win up to 100 times your money. You customize it. Endless projections for you to choose from. I'm looking at some games tonight. I know the Rangers are playing a little bit later this evening. I was looking at some of the numbers on some of the Rangers, but first, why don't we start with the A's at the Padres tonight? I'm going to go with the A's J.J. Bleday, half a home run. I don't like that one. 1.5 total bases. I'm going to go higher on J.J. Bleday's 1.5 total bases. Then I mentioned the Rangers to you. I saw a good Marcus Semien number down here that I was looking at. Let me get that to you here as the Rangers are taking on the L.A. Dodgers tonight. So for Marcus Semien, why don't we roll with Marcus Semien's total fantasy points? I'm going to go higher than 7 points tonight for Marcus Semien. You pair those together, you can make some money. It's easy to use, easy to start. Go to UnderdogFantasy.com or the app and sign up with promo code KNBR, and Underdog will give you a mystery special pick to use with your first pick-em entry plus a deposit offer. Again, Underdog Fantasy, promo code KNBR to claim your new customer special of a mystery player pick and your deposit offer. You must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Follow KNBR on Facebook. Now back to Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Copes with you Tuesday afternoon, evening here as we got Giants pregame coming up at 5:45. Game 2 against the Houston Astros. Can win the series tonight and get back to 500 with a win. But we had news, a little bit of news as it related to the 49ers today. Christian McCaffrey announced as the Madden 25 cover athlete for this season. That game comes out on, August 16th, so a little over 2 months away. He met with the media, I guess, a little while ago. And what is this, Derek? It's the NFL Network. Okay, he was with the NFL Network, and they asked him just your thoughts on being on the cover of Madden. He's a video game age guy, probably played Madden as a kid growing up. Your thoughts on making the cover, McCaffrey?
Yeah, it's a huge honor, man. I mean, this is something that, I think about all the times where me and my 3 brothers would be in the basement playing Madden 2001, going all the way back to them, and just having such a blast on the Nintendo 64. And we would throw it to my dad on every play. And then, fast forward to now, being able to be on the cover is a massive honor.
There you go, real honor.
Damn, how old is Christian McCaffrey?
27? Is that right? 26? You got it for me, Greg? Greg Silver's going to do some digging for us. I forget exactly the age.
What was he, 4 when he was playing?
Series says 28.
Series is 28. He asked
28?
28, there you go.
So
2001. I mean, he's pretty young. Played 01.
I don't remember playing video games when I was 5. Well, there wasn't video games when I was 5. There was Pong.
I remember that. Yeah, one of my earliest memories is my dad sitting, because my dad had a Nintendo, and I was I was younger than kindergarten age, and I would sit on the floor with my dad, and he would play Super Mario, and I would get to be Luigi, and I had to wait a long time before I got to play. You know what I mean? When you're like 4, you're like 3, you're waiting, because it was back to back, right? He'd get to be Mario, then when he loses a life, you get to play as Luigi. And then I would just, two in, I'd just get snapped by like one of the fly traps coming up or something, trying to jump over one little tube. So I remember doing that, but I don't remember. And then my dad getting a Sega for Christmas probably when I was probably 5 or 6. I remember that. We played a lot of Sonic the Hedgehog together when I was a kid. But I was probably like 8 or 9 before I really, really got into it with my first PlayStation.
Sonic was big.
Sonic and Tails. I'm sure Peter Hartleb has reviewed those movies as well.
Has anybody gone over the Madden curse and seen how many guys actually succeeded?
We're gonna go through that. We'll do that.
Oh, I can't wait.
We'll do that momentarily here after one more on Christian McCaffrey on the curse. So everybody knows about the Madden. I wonder if everybody still knows about the Madden curse, because it seems like it's gone away.
Yeah, it does.
For those who don't know, there was it was like year after year after year after year. If you were on the cover, you weren't finishing that season, bro. That season was not necessarily going to go well for you. Christian McCaffrey, Madden. You said you remember playing it since 2001. What are your thoughts on the Madden curse?
No, I'm not superstitious at all about it. I was so excited, man. I mean, this was such an honor to be able to, when I first got the call, I was in shock. It's something that I just never thought would happen to me. I never thought that somebody would call and tell me I'm on the cover of Madden. So when I got the call, I wasn't thinking about any curse. I was just excited. And I think that stuff is kind of myth, and whatever happens. But I'm excited to be on the cover.
Yes, there you go. He's excited. He's like, no curses.
He should have played along with it. He should have said, I burned some sage last night when I found out.
Scared to death.
There was a couple other things that that I did, some home remedies and stuff like that. But I don't really believe in it per se. But why not? Yeah, you might as well do everything you can to eliminate to avoid the curse, if there is one. I don't believe in it, but if there is one, that's where the sage comes in. Helps me out.
Yeah, if it helps. I don't know if it helped Kyrie out in Boston, but
I don't know.
Anyway, Christian McCaffrey not believing in curses whatsoever. He says, "I'm going to get you this list up here in just a minute." But where do you come down in general? You believe in sports curses?
No.
I mean, you played pro sports. I didn't think you did.
No. I think sometimes curses can get inside your head. I don't believe in them per se, like the Cubs curse, the Red Sox, the most famous one, the Babe Ruth trade. But, when people are talking about it all the time, sometimes it can seep in, and you expect bad stuff to happen, or you just can't get away from it because that's all everybody wants to talk about. Because it's funny, And I always say this, you inherit. When you go to a different team, you inherit that team's past. You just do. You might not want to. You weren't alive. Nobody cares. You put on the Red Sox uniform until they won. It was all about playoff gags and the curse of Babe Ruth and all that kind of stuff. And until the Cubs won, that's what it was. You could say all you want, like, I wasn't even born, this is a new team, I wasn't part of that, blah, 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 blah. But you own, like, you have to, like, well, you don't got to own it, but you are going to own it to some extent. Like, it's just part of the past is now yours. So I don't believe in it per se, like, oh, there's an evil spirit out there, there's a curse, a curse on. No, I don't believe in that. But I believe sometimes it can affect you mentally. But the Madden curse, no, I don't believe in stuff like that.
If something happens to McCaffrey, 49er fans are going to start believing in curses real hard.
Oh, you better believe they will. They probably still do. They probably do right now.
808 KNBR. One, 49er fans and sports fans in general, those of you listening now, do you believe in a sports curse? I mean, I never thought the Giants were cursed, just because I was like, yeah, Red Sox are cursed. The Cubs are cursed. Like the Giants, it's tough to buy into that. You got to go for a long time. But 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. Do you believe in the Madden curse? Do you believe in sports curses in general? What was the biggest one? And we'll go through this list. I've got a big list of the Madden curse having come to fruition. Could it rear its ugly head this year? We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader. Bay Hero and 16-time mustard belt champion Joey Chestnut has been banned from participating in this year's Nathan's Hot Dog Eating Contest. Is this the biggest injustice in the history of sports? Certainly the biggest in the history of MLE. Let us know. 415-808-KNBR.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. Want to save on some of the biggest names in streaming on the network made for streaming? X marks the spot. Now through September 21st, get 150 megabit Xfinity Internet for 12 months with a one-year contract for just $15 a month. You add the new Stream Saver that includes Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix. That's Xfinity Internet and Stream Saver for just $35 a month. All your favorites, all in one place, only from Xfinity. So go ahead, binge some shows, stream some movies, save some money, all at the same time. That's nice. For more watching and less spending, X marks the spot. Switch to Xfinity, the network made for streaming, and bring on the good stuff. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or if you're out and about, visit an Xfinity store today. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Equipment taxes, fees extra for promo. Regular rates apply. Currently $54 a month. Actual speeds vary. Stream Saver requires Xfinity Internet or TV, and price subject to change. Love sports. You love high def. You love the Stream Saver. You love all the streaming you can handle. You love binging. Oh, you're going to love Xfinity.
Now back to Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Copes. Download the KNBR app and listen anywhere, anytime. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Do you believe in sports curses? 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. If I were to run down some of the biggest curses, I mean, you said Red Sox for sure. Curse of the Bambino's a big one. I guess the Cubs Billy Goat curse lasted even longer.
Yep. The Billy Goat curse.
I was trying to figure out earlier, like, do the Cleveland Guardians have one? Like, they're not the longest. Was it just because they had the name Indians forever? I was like, they're still winning before.
Maybe that was their curse.
Before that.
I don't remember, like, a big Indians curse, though. I don't remember that one.
They're just in Cleveland. That's all. That's their curse. They're like on the shores of Lake Erie. It's their biggest curse. We asked this because of the Madden curse, which in my mind has kind of gone away in recent years. We'll run through some of the players here.
Yeah.
It's believed to have started in the year. This is a little eerie. In the year Christian McCaffrey mentioned. 2000,
Really?
The 2001. He specifically, when he was on NFL Network just a little while ago, said it was an honor to be on there. He remembers being in the basement with his brothers and playing N64, playing Madden 2001. Oh, then he went on to say, "No, I don't believe in curses. No. Whatever happens, happens, but no extra cosmic powers making it happen." 2001, Eddie George, stage actor now. Eddie George, by the way.
Yep.
Eddie George went on to rush for more than 1,500 yards in his cover season. So this is where they start to say sometimes it can happen in that year. Then they're like, well, it can bleed into other things. So 1,500 yards in the season that he was on the cover. He also lost a career-high number of fumbles. He coughed up the ball in the Titans' season-ending playoff game and never averaged more than 3.4 yards a carry for the rest of his career. It's not that bad.
Yeah, I didn't think it was that bad.
Then they say, this is a CBS Sports article. Then they give you a verdict on it. They go, verdict, cursed. I like they do that. The verdict on this one, he's cursed. All right, ready? 2002? Dante Culpepper. Dante Culpepper was fun, man.
Oh,
I liked Culpepper a lot when I was a kid, man. He's one of my favorites.
Yep.
Threw 33 touchdowns.
Okay.
And went 11-5 as a first-time starter in 2000.
Okay.
Then he took a nosedive on the year that he had his cover season, 2002. Okay. Injuries cost him 6 games. Oh, dude, he fumbled 16 times. And he threw just 14 touchdowns down from his 33 compared to 13 picks. And he went 4-7 in his starts. Tom, your verdict?
It's real.
Now you're coming around. See, Eddie George, just the fumbles and career high and the 3.4 yards per carry. That wasn't that big. Yeah. The verdict from CBS also? Cursed. Yeah, that's where it goes down, okay? Jump to 2003. This was actually the first version of Madden that I owned. And if we're going to go to, it's Marshall Faulk on the cover. And if we're going to go back to some reality TV / video game stuff with Peter Hartlub, the reason I got this game was, video games were like $40, $50 and stuff, right? Like my parents were just buying me video games because I wanted one. Like I had to wait for a birthday or I was always stoked my birthday in April fell around the time of the new baseball game coming out, so I could always get the new baseball game. But if you have to wait for Madden at Christmas time, like season's almost over then, right? Like my buddy's been playing this thing since August. I want to play some Madden. So I'd have to save for it or try to negotiate something throughout the year. My mom and I used to watch the first season of The Bachelorette. I would come home from middle school basketball practice, and I would sit with her and we would bet each other, and she would bet me chores and different items on who was going to get voted. Dude, maybe my first foray into gambling was on The Bachelorette season 1. Shout out Trista and Ryan, still together to this day. Don't you know? And my mom didn't. My mom thought no. Don't. So I raised the stakes for the finale because I'd been beating her for a while, and she was so sure. So sure. She was very skeptical that Trista was going to pick Ryan. I was like, absolutely not. It's going down. She's picking him. I ended up winning 2 video games over this ridiculous and I was supposed to end up having to do some ridiculous yard work in the backyard for a whole Saturday. Didn't go down. I got a couple of video games instead, including Madden 2003. Marshall Faulk on the cover. The Hall of Famer entered his cover season having logged 5 straight 1,000-yard seasons and 3 straight 1,300-yard campaigns. Pretty good.
Yep.
But in 2002, he broke down. He missed almost a half dozen starts, which probably just means he missed 5 starts. Right? Almost a half dozen. That was 5. He never topped 1,000 yards again in his career. Verdict? Cursed. That's what they're putting down. So there you go. Moving on. 2004, Michael Vick. Maybe next to Bo Jackson, probably the most dominant single video game athlete in any game ever. Bo Jackson, Tecmo Bowl. Michael Vick, 2004 Madden. He's faster than he gets out of the pocket, dude. There's no way you can stop Mike Vick in that game. In the game, people they right here, he was unstoppable thanks to his unmatched speed on the field, despite exploding onto the scene as the number 1 pick. A fractured fibula less than a week after the game's release. Sidelined him for all but 5 games. No. And then it says 4 years later he was in jail. Cursed. I like the feeling of the curse being things that aren't just football related. Like, oh yeah, and then he got scammed for $6,000. So cursed, He opened up a fly fishing business and lost all his money. Cursed. That's pretty good. So Mike Vick there, 2004. So we're up to, I don't know about the Eddie George one. I'm iffy on the Eddie George. 03 Falk, 04 Vick, 02 Culpepper. I think I'll give you to this point. 2005 Ray Lewis. His interception total dropped from 6 to 0 in 2004 in his cover year. And the Ravens also missed the playoffs. But that's nitpicking, isn't it? He still logged 147 tackles. If we were talking about the following year, there might be a case made. He missed 10 games. Now, this one, they don't bleed it into the next year. He missed 10 games the following season. But the other guys, some of them they are kind of nitpicking. This one is the first one they label not cursed. 147 tackles, still pretty damn good for Ray Lewis. Not putting it on him that the Ravens didn't make the playoffs.
Yeah.
Right? 2006, McNabb, Philadelphia Eagles. He hit his peak in 2004. He threw 31 touchdowns, led the Eagles to the Super Bowl. But in 2005 was rock bottom. He scuffled with Terrell Owens. He missed almost half of the 6-10 season. He went on to miss 8 games over the next 2 years. Cursed. 2007, Sean Alexander, like Marshall Faulk, had the 5 straight 1,000-yard seasons. He was dominant in 2006 at that touchdown record. But his numbers in his cover season dropped from 1,880 to 896. He had 1,000 fewer rushing yards in the season he was on the cover. 2 years later, he was out of the NFL. It says 2 years later, Sean Alexander was out of the NFL. A Washington Redskins washout. Pretty funny way to phrase that. Cursed. 2008 Vince Young. 2008 Vince Young. Offensive Rookie of the Year in 2006. For his cover year, though, he threw just 9 touchdowns to 17 picks, missed a game, and earned a seat on the bench for 2008, never fully regaining Jeff Fisher's trust. There's more to that story, but they would probably tell you that the more to that story means that Vince Young cursed. 2009, Packers/Jets, Brett Favre. Wasn't he in the Packer uni on the cover, and then he ends up playing for the Jets? Tough deal. What do you got, Derek? They ended up changing the cover. EA began making Favre on the cover athlete as a tribute to his Packers career, which had just ended. But then Favre forced his way back into New York, and all he did there was throw 22 picks and hurt his shoulder before moving to Minnesota. Cursed. Right? These little blurbs are cutthroat, dude. 2010, Larry Fitzgerald. And remember, it was a split cover. Steelers, Troy Polamalu. Fitzgerald had a standard Pro Bowl season, 1,000 yards. Polamalu missed a career-high 11 games. Thanks to an MCL injury, and recorded a career-low 20 tackles. The verdict? Half cursed. That's what they wrote here. The Saints, Drew Brees, throwing 33 touchdowns and earning a Pro Bowl selection. That was the year before, but then he threw the record 22 picks. Saints also missed the playoffs, 7-9 for the season. They say he's cursed. Then 2012 is the weird year. We did the Peyton Hillis. Peyton Hillis was a fan vote. Remember him, the Cleveland Brown running back? The white guy?
Yes.
He's a Madden cult hero. Ran for 1,000 yards as a surprise back in 2010. 3.6 yards a carry, journeyman backup. He's cursed. 2013, Calvin Johnson, not cursed. He put up 1964 in yardage.
Okay.
Pretty damn good. And then Adrian Peterson, 2014. They say half cursed. He came down from his 2,000-yard campaign, but he still ran for 1,000 for a 6th straight year. Richard Sherman, not cursed in 2015. Odell Beckham Jr., not cursed. 17, they're saying Gronkowski. I forgot he was even on the cover of a game. They're saying he was cursed. Tom Brady, not cursed in 2018 or in his life. Antonio Brown, cursed in 19. Mahomes, not cursed in 20. Lamar Jackson, 21, not cursed. Tom Brady and Mahomes. There's a whole bunch of them. Basically, in the last 8 years, not as many curses is what they're saying.
A lot more not cursed.
Yeah.
I was just reading some of these dumb curses that are... Have you ever heard of the Kirk Cousins curse?
No, I'm intrigued.
It says Kirk Cousins curse refers to a curse in which an NFL team who has lost to quarterback Kirk Cousins has failed to win a Super Bowl that year since 2012.
So if you lose, not only is he not going to win the Super Bowl or a playoff game, but if you lose to him that season, You will not win the bowl.
So if you lose to the Falcons this year, out. You're not winning the Super Bowl.
Did the Niners lose to the Vikes?
You're done. They did.
That play before half.
They did.
That Jordan Addison touchdown before halftime, man. That was a
We should have known right there. You can't win.
How about that? Greg Silver knew all about this. He's like, oh, yeah, I know about this curse. I was like, damn, I don't even know. People are getting really into the weeds with these curses now. So are you looking up different curses?
I was looking at different curses. I got the Cubs one. There was actually, well, here it is for the Cleveland Guardians, the Rocky Calvito. The curse supposedly prevents the Indians, now the Guardians, from competing in a pennant race, reaching postseason play or winning the American League pennant or World Series. Well, that's not true.
They still haven't won a World Series.
We've actually seen them play in a World Series a couple times.
We also saw them blow a 3-1 lead.
Yes, we did.
In the LCS, right.
The origin of this curse dates back to 1960 when then Cleveland Indians traded outfielder Rocky Calvito to the Detroit Tigers for outfielder Harvey Kuhn. Cleveland played and lost in the World Series in 1995, 97, 2016, blowing a through-in series lead in the latter. The last time they emerged victorious in the World Series was 1948. That one didn't make what, you traded one guy and you have a curse.
Was Calavito for Kuhn?
Yeah,
That was it?
for Harvey Kuhn. I think Kuhn was pretty good too.
I think so too.
I mean, Babe, I understand. You want to name it after Babe? Like, I get it. Like the curse of Babe Ruth. Like, you guys gave away Babe Ruth because
for $100,000 to fund a Broadway show, No Known to Net, which closed quickly. I believe it tanked.
It's wild. Oh, did you know that San Francisco Giants have a curse? Or had a curse? I've never heard of this. The curse is an alleged hex placed on the Giants following their move from New York City and refers to Coogan's Bluff, which is a cliff that overlooked the former site of the Polo Grounds, which was a Giants' home in New York. In 1921, the Giants honored Eddie Grant, the first Major League Baseball player killed in World War I, with the plaque in center field. But the plaque was lost during the field invasion by fans that followed the Giants' final game at the Polo Grounds. Since then, the Giants, who had won 5 World Series titles, all but the first with the Eddie Grant plaque in center field, lost the next 3 World Series appearances. Obviously, they've won 3 now, so
curse broken.
But I'd never even heard of that one. Had you heard? I'd never even
Curse of Coogan's Bluff. Yeah, I'd heard of it.
You heard of that one? Okay, I'd never heard of the.
I didn't really buy into it because, again, as a kid, I thought the Giants weren't even the longest drought. That was my thought.
Okay.
If there were curses out there, I was like, you want to hand one to the team that gave away Babe Ruth before he became like the Babe Ruth? Sure. And it's a fun story. Like, baseball curses are the most fun because when you're a kid, that to me, that was like, there's something sort of nostalgic to me about watching. I hated that Aaron Boone hit that walk-off home run against Tim Wakefield, but I remember watching that and thinking, how as a Red Sox fan could you not feel cursed? How could that not be the case? And for them to break it still as the only team to come back down 3-0 to this day, 20 years ago, right? That's pretty cool. I'm superstitious to an extent, just because if you're playing a game of beer pong and you realize like your little pocket's out and you've been making shots, like, yeah, keep it, stay hot.
Yep.
But in the course of my life, I don't think I'm that superstitious, right? I'm not gonna wear things or do things the same way every day, like to be neurotic just to make things happen. I also do like the energy of sports cosmos, right? Of the baseball gods and the basketball gods. Oh, you pissed them off, the baseball gods. Like, for me, one of the prime things ever for a team to become cursed would have been like the Washington Nationals, the year that Davey Johnson decided we are not going to allow Strasburg to pitch in the playoffs. You remember that?
Yep.
They were one of the best teams in baseball. He was one of the best pitchers in baseball. And he thought, he might break down. We want to make sure he's getting. I thought, so you don't want to compete for a World Series this year because you might have this guy for another decade? My thought is there's teams who haven't won it in 100 years. You might never go back. The Mariners have never been to a World Series. Padres have been to, what, 2? And lost them both? 84 and 98? Is that right? I think that's it.
Yes. Yeah, you're right. Yep.
I think those 2. So it's like there are teams that have never even gone. The Tampa Bay Rays have been twice and lost both of them, and it took them forever to get there. The D-backs have been twice and won one and lost one, right? Like, you can go, the Giants went from 89 until 2002, and then again they get the 3, but who knows? Like, it's sports to me are. I thought that would be a great spot for the baseball gods to look down at the Nationals and go, no shot. You can't do that. You can't sit down your best pitcher and hope you're going to, and then they went out and they got one. So if, like, to me, there's probably no curses for real, but I do like it as a sports narrative. It's a lot of nostalgia, I think, for me, and specific to baseball. I don't know about, I like the old, remember the old Yankee Stadium thing was the ghosts come out late?
Yes.
Where that was a cool thing. That was like,
No,
I
how about
hated
the
it.
Leprechauns?
The Leprechauns in Boston, same
Garden.
thing. Yeah.
Yeah. But
They
like,
get so lucky. Well,
can you tell me that if you're not a Red, like I kind of like them. Like, I don't believe in them, but they're kind of fun. But if you're a Red Sox fan and you at that point you had been a Red Sox fan for decades, you can't tell me when the ball goes through Buckner's legs, you're thinking, what?
That's incredible.
Like, there's no way that just happened.
Well, you know the note on the Red Sox having during the curse of the 86 years, I think they'd been to 3 World Series. Maybe it was 2. They'd lost them all.
They lost to the Reds.
The Reds?
Lost to the Mets.
Yep. Maybe it was just 2. Bottom line is, whatever ones
one?
they'd gone to, they'd all lost in 7 games. So not only did they lose, but they were all like just absolute backbreakers.
Just heart-wrenching.
Because Fisk waved it fair in Game 6, right? I think it was
Correct.
Game 6.
Yep.
Carlton Fisk waves it fair. Buckner's in Game 6. That's the other thing too is there's and it's funny too because it's the easy way to go about the curse thing is when you're already the loser, right? The Cubs in the Bartman situation, same thing.
Yep.
It's a foul ball. Nobody ever talks about Alex Gonzalez having the ball go through his legs, like a batter later or whatever it is that extended the inning. Like the players got to make the plays, but you allow yourself to become victim. And I think it even they talk about it in that documentary Catching Hell about Bartman, where you sort of become victim to the curse and the mentality of the curse because people go, oh, of course, here we go. Here it is. It's happening again. And so then you sort of start to buy into it being a reality. And so unless you're born into that or entrenched into that, it's a lot of fun, but I don't really buy it.
Well, I'm not. I'm almost positive, but I wouldn't bet a significant amount of money on this. But I'm pretty sure the Red Sox had a lead in the later stages of the game against the Mets in Game 7. Like, then no one ever talks about game. It may have been earlier in the game, but no one ever talks about Game 7 of that series.
No.
Like, Game 6 is so famous.
What, of 1986?
Yeah, 1986. I'm pretty sure they led in Game 7. And they coughed that one up, too.
But it was over after Game 6 to them.
Yeah, exactly. But it wasn't like the Giants losing to the Angels in Game 6. Like, they never led in Game 7.
No, they did. They led 1-0 in the top of the second or something, and then they went down 4-1 or whatever right after that.
I remember the Garrett Anderson bases loaded triple.
So I think maybe it was 1 and then 3 or 3 and then 1.
Is that what it was?
I think it was something like that. The Giants scored in the top half and then immediately gave it away and then never let it again.
That was it.
Yeah.
That was it. And I don't even remember the score of Game 7 Mets Red Sox. But I'm pretty sure
8-5. Red Sox were up 3-0 in the second.
Yeah.
They put up 3 in the second and they were up 3-0 till the bottom of the 6th. They gave up 3 in the 6th, 3 in the 7th. They scored 2 in the top of the 8th to make it 6-5. And then they give it 2 more in the bottom of the 8th, and they go down and they lose. Brutal loss for the Sox.
You're up 3-0 in the bottom of the 6th. That's one. I mean, I don't know what you are in the win probability. It's
got to
be
have
in
that
the high
game.
70s, low 80s. Yeah, and you lose. But no one ever talks about that one. It's just because the Game 6 is so famous, and the Buckner play, everyone knows that. Anybody that follows baseball even a little bit knows the Buckner play. Everyone. And then it was
who hit it? Mookie Wilson.
Mookie Wilson. I'm sorry. I couldn't get Betts out of my head. I go, it's not damn Betts. Mookie
Behind the bag against the Buckner.
Exactly.
Here comes 9 of the Mets to win it.
Ray Knight streaming around third base. Like, we remember all that stuff. But Game 7, I could not tell you one highlight. Like, I know I watched it, but I can't tell you one thing that happened during that
Dwight
game.
Evans hit a tank.
Yeah, I can't. I don't remember that.
Off of Ron Darling.
I don't remember that. I don't remember any of it. I guarantee you Red Sox fans remember it, though. They remember being up 3-0.
And nervous as hell.
Bottom 6, clank. Thanks for coming.
Wade
and
Boggs
at that
drove
point,
one
you're
in.
thinking, come on, man. Just leave us alone. Just please. Yeah, we got to be cursed, don't we? We lost 2 games in the latter stages of the game. Game 6, Game 7. See ya.
How sick are the 86 Mets, though, dude?
I know. That was...
Ray Knight hit a home run in Game 7. Darryl Strawberry hit one off of Al Nipper in the 8th inning.
Yep.
Pretty cool. Keith Hernandez drove one in there. Yeah, this is. But you're right. I mean, to me, it's more about the fan base falling victim because it has to go on for years and years and years and years. Like one of our digital guys here, Jack, one of our dudes today said we were talking about this before the show. He goes, "Oh, I think there's a Niner curse." I said, shut up, dude. So they were fun because they haven't won one in my life. And I said, but they won one in mine. And I'm like, not that much older than you are. Like I said, you got to go generations without any kind of success like that. Or there's different ways to have it. It can be absolute nothing, or it can be crazy heartbreak like the Red Sox had. Because the Cubs were more like the doormats of the National League for like 100 years, right?
Yeah.
They hadn't even gone to the World Series since 44, I think it was. When did World War II end? 45? I think it was 44 they last went to a World Series prior to winning it in 20, was that 16? Yeah, 16, when they eliminated the Giants on their way. Anyway, that's where we are on curses. We ain't having them.
Here we go.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Tuesday afternoon. Giants pregame coming your way at 5:45. We'll get you out to Oracle Park for Game 2 of the series, a 6:45 first pitch. But before we do that, a sound soiree, some of the best sounds from across sports that you might have missed. Dwayne Kuiper was on Murph and Marcus this morning, gave his explanation for what happened on his delayed call off the wall in Austin Slater's game winner last night. Greg's dad, Mike Silver, this is on my sheet here. Greg's dad, Mike Silver, on the Up and Adams podcast on Kyle Shanahan needing to get over the hump. It's a nice Nepo show today. Me, Greg Silver, and Derek Papa. It's Tolbert and Copes right here on the Sports Leader.
St. Helena. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR. St. Helena's Sports Leader.
Dwayne Kuiper joined Murph and Marcus this morning and discussed his off-the-wall call last night for the Giants' walk-off win. Listen to that podcast. It's up now, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for NorCal Honda. Looking for a great road trip car? We all love road trips. We're taking one in a couple months. End of July, going to Tahoe. I don't know if that's a road trip per se. But if you're looking for a road trip or a great road trip car, Honda's got you covered. Civic and Accord sedans, fun to drive, stylish, dependable, mile after mile. And of course, the rugged, versatile, roomy SUV, CRV, Passport, and my favorite, the Pilot. CRV and Accord hybrids, great range, great miles per gallon, no plugs, no charging, no worries, just head out on the road and you're good to go. Like I love heading up to Tahoe. Now for me, gotta have room. I'm 6'8", 260, 270-ish. Gotta have room for the gear, the beer, the clubs, and the fellas. Plenty of room to head up to Tahoe. But just taking off on a weekend driving, again, it has everything you want. All the bells and whistles, from the safety features to the music, whatever you want, navigational, it's all there for you. And I certainly appreciate all the safety features, because when you have kids that can drive and they want to borrow the car, you want to make sure they're as safe as possible, and the Honda Pilot certainly does that. See your NorCal Honda dealer now for great deals on every road trip ready Honda. For more info, ask anyone who owns a Honda like me, or visit NorCalHondaDealers.com.
It's Tolbert Copes Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
What? Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the Sports Leader.
Tolbert Copes back with you Tuesday, June 11th, 2024. We're 26 minutes from Giants pregame here between the Giants and the Astros. We'll get you out to Oracle Park to get you set up for that at 5:45, and then first pitch at 6:45. We are streaming always twitch.tv/thesportsleader, YouTube, KNBR.com, the KNBR app, all that good stuff. Let's get to some Sound Soiree. Austin Slater walks it off last night with a game-winning hit that we all thought was going to leave the park. Actually, Slater told us earlier. He joined us. You can check that out on KNBR.com and the app as well, up on the podcast page. He said, I thought it was a home run. He said, I couldn't really see. He's like, I thought, I hit it, and I thought, oh, boy, that's a home run. And then he sort of joked with us, Tom, that he doesn't have an extra base hit all season, and even that one that ends up not being a walk-off home run, it's a walk-off single. So he still sits there, but still said it felt good, and it felt like he got the monkey off his back a little bit. Good for Austin Slater. Here's what Dwayne Kuiper said, because he couldn't tell it was gone. He waited about 6 seconds before he said, it is off the wall. On with Murph and Marcus this morning. What happened, Dwayne?
High drive to left. It is off the wall.
I got caught bad on the call because I got a white wall and a white ball, and I couldn't tell if it went out or not. Mike's over there trying to give me hand signals on what's going on, and I can't tell if he's telling me that it went over the wall or off the wall. So it's going to happen every once in a while, but I hate the white walls. I do.
There you go. It was like a white ad up there. It was like a gray and kind of white ad that it didn't really matter to me. As a viewer, I was like, it's gone. It doesn't matter. He won the game.
We're all good.
I didn't really care watching it. Yeah.
The only way it mattered to you is if you had the over.
Exactly. I actually thought the same thing going extras. It's funny because I was playing I had a doubleheader softball opening night. So we finished up and I walked into the bar Connecticut Yankee over in Potrero Hill, like right as the ninth inning was ending. So they were going to extras. So we got in there just in time to see 1-1, and the Astros put up their 2 runs. I'm like, well, damn it all. What a terrible top of the 10th inning. It just didn't feel. See, that's the kind of curse feeling too, right? Is things just aren't going well, and you're like, this doesn't feel good. They're not going to win this game now after the way the top half went. And then as the Giants start putting up runs, I thought, oh boy, if you're on the over/under on this game, you are sweating it on either side of this thing right now. Giants win it. What was it last night? Was it 8, 8.5?
I think it was 7.5.
Ooh, there you go.
I want to say
7.5 sounds good. 7.5 sounds good.
Yeah, I think it was 7.5. I won one in Coors Field. That's one of I always remember the worst beats, bad beats. What call bad beats? They don't call it great wins. I think it was 1-1 going into extras, and that was before the ghost runner at second base. But it was Coors. I thought, well, maybe I have a chance. I think the final was like 6-4.
You're on the under?
Or 7-5. No, I was on the over.
Wow.
I finally got one that I didn't deserve to win. And you know how I remember that game was another Kuip call.
Is it
I won a
Spielborgs?
game that had the over. That was this is not good, folks.
You won the Spielborgs Grand Slam game?
Yes, I did. Because I was like, oh, yes, it is good. I love that game. One of my favorite games of all time.
Oh, get out of here, dude. August 24th, August 24th, 2009. Ryan Spielborgs walk-off Grand Slam.
Yep.
Seals it against the Giants. This is not good, folks. Yeah, tough deal there. Pre-Giants World Series, too. They won 88 games that year. Moving into another piece of sound here on the Sound Soiree. Our board op today, Greg Silver. His dad, Mike Silver, was on the Up and Adams podcast with Kay Adams, talking about Kyle Shanahan and getting over the hump. We've talked a lot about this and related to Andy Reid frequently. Once Kyle gets over the hump, then he'll be one of the best, right? Everybody will say he's one of the best coaches in football. But until he gets it, he just is at the doorstep. Here's Mike Silver.
Kyle Shanahan wants the game to be played on his terms. We see that time and time again. When the game is played on his terms, it works out well. And so the question is, what happens when it isn't? And we've seen some coaches on the fly be able to adjust just brilliantly under adverse conditions. With Kyle, that's still open to question. Now, that said, the game was playing out at his terms this last Super Bowl late in the game. If they hit that third down coming out of the 2-minute warning, they probably bleed the clock down, kick a field goal at the end, and that narrative is blown up. It's a game of inches. They weren't ready for the blitz. It led to an incompletion, and Mahomes. So, Kyle Shanahan is a brilliant coach. You'll see in this book, with access to all these guys, they all talk about it. They all talk about the journey. We learn a lot about what makes him tick. But for all his dominance over McVay in their rivalry, the one game that mattered most, McVay won and then won a Super Bowl, and that is all that matters.
He's right. I mean, you think about the I don't know if every sport, I guess every sport is like that. Basketball's a little bit different to me, but football, to me, the sliding doors of it are easy to go through. The butterfly effects of what happened, play to play to play, because he's right. If they do convert that first down on the third down out of the 2-minute warning, the entire complexion of the game changes. Baseball's different, because just because a guy gets a hit or doesn't do this doesn't mean the next guy's doing the same thing. Football is easier to sort of project how the game plan would go with a clock based on what the time and situation is, but I just like hearing him go, Mahomes. And the rest is history. Was he plugging a book there, by the way, Greg? Does he have a Kyle Shanahan book? What's up? Greg Silver, pop on. What's the book?
The book is The Why is Everything, a story of football, rivalry, and revolution. You can pre-order today.
Why the hell would I do that? Give me a copy.
Yeah, give me a press copy. What the hell's that? Mike Silver, where's my press copy, bro?
You're here for what you think we'll put you in that seat because you're good at it? Yeah. No, get us a book.
Come on, dude. Give me a book. What have you done for me today?
You kidding
Screw
me?
You, Greg. Yeah.
And by the way, it seems like it started off with baseball, like being a game of inches. And when you think about it, isn't every game a game of inches? Like literally everything's a game of inches. Like every game, hockey. Oh, we rang off the post, inch more that way. That's a goal, baby. Or you say like whoever came up with that, because it was like understood for years and years and years. It was baseball. If somebody said game of inches, you'd go baseball.
Baseball.
Of course it's baseball. That's what everybody always says, baseball. And then I started thinking about it. I go, well, you could say that about anything. Life's a game of inches. Oh, bro, you almost walked in the street there. You almost got hit and run over. No. And then the driver, and you didn't get hit. The driver,
and
you didn't get hit and get run over. But every
Sean McVay wins the Super Bowl.
every sport's a game. Exactly. Everything should end with that. And then McVay wins the Super Bowl.
McVay wins the Super Bowl.
Yes,
like Mike Silver. In my ear, by the way, Greg Silver goes, yeah, a game of inches, like Kevin Durant size 18 shoe. Yeah, game of inches. Thank you.
Game of inches. There you go.
That ain't millimeters we're talking.
There, absolutely. There you go.
Moving on.
Well, except when Durant played for the Warriors, and it was a game of like blowouts.
It was a game of blowouts.
There was no inches involved in that.
It was a game of titles is what it was.
Exactly.
It was printing MVPs, finals MVPs. How about this one? I loved this last night. I think Tim sent it. Maybe it was Derek, but I thought Tim sent this one. It's Cal Raleigh, the catcher for the Seattle Mariners. He was 0 for 3 in the game. He hits a walk-off grand slam last night. Do you know his nickname, Tom?
Cal Raleigh. I do not.
Well, you'll hear it here as Cal Raleigh hits a walk-off grand slam.
Here we go.
There it is right there. He crushes it, and the Mariners have gone home a winner. A 3-run jackpot and big dumper, Cal Raleigh. It's a 7-4 Mariners victory.
His nickname is the Big Dumper.
Big Dumper.
So when they do that Players Weekend every year and they get to put their custom nicknames on their back, his back every year says Big Dumper on it.
Big Dumper.
Give me one more time. 1-3 run for the Big Dumper.
There it is right there. He crushes it, and the Mariners have gone home a winner. A 3-run jackpot and big dumper, Cal Raleigh. It's a 7-4 Mariners victory.
I love the way he just says it like matter of fact.
By the Big Dumper.
The Big Dumper. Oh,
you gotta be shaving me.
That's pretty amazing.
Derek is right. He said that pretty quickly. He knew it was a grand slam. Dude, it's a tank of a home run. Like as soon as he hit it, like this thing's over. It was an absolute bomb. When a guy's got a Big Dumper nickname like that, you know
good.
it. I
gotta give somebody credit on the chat too. Somebody said I never played this game, but somebody. It was pretty good. Somebody said spin the bottle, game of inches. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Oh, damn. No, not you. Not you. It reminded me when I read that, it reminded me of the Borat scene. You know, he goes, no, not you. Not you.
Not you, yeah.
Not you. I was like, I can't believe you just did that. That was just brutal.
Not you, no.
No, not you.
Too good.
Not you.
That's Spin the Bottle.
Funny,
also
though.
a game of inches. Good call.
Definitely a game of inches. Absolutely.
Last one here in the Sound Soiree. Charles Barkley, dude. He was at the Stanley Cup Final last night. How about that game, too?
I know I saw him.
Yeah.
I saw him there.
Did you hear him?
Talk hockey at all.
Did you hear him give some analysis? Because he did.
I'm just a fan.
You got action on this thing, Chuck. That's what you got.
Although he said Mark Messier owed him $5,000. Because he got fined $5,000 for going over, I think it was during the game or something, went and said hi to Mark Messier, and he goes, look, that's Mark Messier. I'm going to go say hi to Mark Messier. You can find me what you want to find me. So I guess they fined him $5,000, so Charles wants his money back now.
Yeah, well, I don't know if he's getting it. Depends on who he was on last night, too. Here's Charles. A little hockey analysis on Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Final.
The Oilers were your pick from the outset. What do you think of them so far?
Well, they played great in Game 1, but they didn't win. Bobrovsky was... Oh, sorry. That's okay. I'm sorry. He was freaking amazing. I apologize, y'all kids at home. He was freaking amazing. But, you know, the Oilers, man, they've been amazing. I picked them from the start of the playoffs. But, you know, Florida, the Panthers are amazing. So I'm looking forward to the third period.
Everybody's amazing.
Drops an F-bomb and everybody's amazing.
They're amazing.
They were F'd. Oh, sorry. Man, they're amazing.
They're amazing.
That's pretty funny.
Florida's amazing. I will say this, because I don't watch enough hockey. I watch it kind of at the end of the season a little bit, and then watch it when the playoffs start. For no one, if you've never watched hockey, just turn on a game, and you won't know anybody. But there's going to be one guy that looks like he's skating 5 times faster than everybody else. That's Connor McDavid.
That's okay.
Like, watching him skate is still stunning. Like, I've never seen anybody skate quite like him. And he's like worth the price of admission just to watch him skate. He's like when they're on a power play, he's like a one-man entry. He just whoop 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 whoop. Okay, let's set it up and get going. But no, the games have been really good. They've been fun. And if Edmonton doesn't get a few more or any, I shouldn't say a few more, any power play goals, they have no chance. They got to score in the power play.
I don't know, man. I think they're all amazing.
They are all amazing. They are all amazing. There's no doubt about that.
Tolbert Copes is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Watch your money grow with a high-yield savings certificate at Redwood Credit Union. See how much you can earn at redwoodcu.org. Giants and the Astros Game 2 coming your way in about 15 minutes. The pregame starts 6:45 first pitch, and we'll have a soup du jour coming your way next on the Sports Leader.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. Want to save on some of the biggest names in streaming on the network made for streaming? X marks the spot. Now through September 21st, get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for 12 months with a 1-year contract for just $15 a month. You add the new Stream Saver that includes Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix. That's Xfinity internet and Stream Saver for just $35 a month. All your favorites all in one place, only from Xfinity. So go ahead, binge some shows, stream some movies, save some money, all at the same time. That's nice. For more watching and less spending, X marks the spot. Switch to Xfinity, the network made for streaming, and bring on the good stuff. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or if you're out and about, Visit an Xfinity store today. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Equipment taxes, fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Currently $54 a month. Actual speeds vary. Stream Saver requires Xfinity Internet or TV and price subject to change. Love sports. You love high def. You love the Stream Saver. You love all the streaming you can handle. You love binging. Oh, you're going to love Xfinity. All right, we got a little time for some soup, I believe. Derek sent us a few stories. I thought this one was kind of interesting.
What you got?
This lady quit her boring job. To be a sex toy tester. Okay. And I thought, what? And then the more I thought about it, I thought, well, damn. That's actually not bad, right? I mean, you're testing sex toys, and you're getting paid to do it. I mean, she's like the Peter Hartlaub of testing sex toys. I think.
Harlaub's like, I get to watch these movies and play video games, dude.
It's amazing. So she uses them and then reviews them.
That's pretty good.
And then she's kind of turned it into a little bit of a cottage business. She said the only thing she loves more than sleep was sex. So, hey, like, if you can, what's the saying? If you can do what you love, you never work a day in your life. Yeah. Obviously, she's doing what she loves, and she's not working a day in her life. Well, she has worked a day in her life, but she said she's tested 150 different toys in her career and is particularly fond of the grinding toys she has recently reviewed. Can't say I'm familiar with that. I've never. Yeah. We don't get grinding toys.
She's a tester or a reviewer? She reviews them.
Well, I'm getting to that. Because it's a business now. It's not just. It's not just testing sex toys. It's. She said when the business first started, we had our ups and downs, and at one point we thought, should we just go back? I love this. Should we just go back to work for the man? Look, never work for the man, okay? The man's going to screw you over. I don't care what job you have.
So these toys are screwing her over, too.
Yeah, do not listen to the man. I'd rather get screwed by one of the toys than the man. I'm not letting the man have a say. But she did. She had another great line in here.
Like the ups and downs is funny too.
So now it's not just about texting. It's not just about testing the toys. A typical day in her life involves writing articles about sex education, testing toys, filming reviews, offering tips. I was like, hey, wait, that's my job.
Yeah,
okay?
well,
that's not your job.
Tips and picks.
Don't be infringing on our stuff over here.
Come on,
okay?
dude. Give me still our content.
That's the dudes, okay? Tips and tutorials for different techniques, blah, blah, blah. So, yeah, she's turned this into a little bit of a cottage industry. She said sex positivity gets a little warped on the internet. You don't say. But it doesn't mean you shouldn't spit everywhere. Is that what we're getting at here? Like I learned that in your tutorial that the is it's just everywhere all over the place. I think that's a bad thing. It doesn't mean that you should be game to try anything. It just means you're erasing shame from the situation. I like her. She's found like a nice little business. She can help people. She enjoys doing it. She's not beholden to the man anymore. I think your man can go to hell.
Sounds like she's filled the void in her life. Yeah.
I bet she has.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Maybe a few of them.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Frequently.
Yeah, she goes, you get a very, so yeah. Yeah, there you go. So I was a little more, that's about it. I just, nothing crazy about that story. I just thought it was kind of a cool story. Yeah. When I read it at first, I thought, oh, man, this is going to be amazing. It's going to be a really good story. And then I was like, she's just doing,
Just doing her thing.
Just having fun and turn it into a little bit of a
business, a career. Yeah.
Nudists worry as interest in naked public displays plummet. What does that even mean? Like, what, we don't care anymore? Like, you're running around naked. Who cares?
Hold on.
Beat it.
These guys, I love that there's a community of them that have gotten together enough to have stated that they're all concerned. Like, what's happening? That, like, a local chapter decided to run some tests and some numbers. Like, local interest isn't what it used to be.
It's funny you say that. The German Association for Free Body Culture, it's concerned that people aren't bearing it all as membership has declined and people seem to be losing interest in going, oh, natural. So, and look, they're showing the bodies right now. They show them from the backside, of course, rolling into the lake. Bro, that's why. I mean, look at that. I don't want to be a part of that.
Yeah, dude. I mean,
I always tell people, like, you think, like, oh, it's a nudist beach. Let's go. Like, you're not rolling into the grotto, okay? This isn't the Playboy Mansion. It's like that. It's just not. Okay? It just, you're gonna roll in there and be very, 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 very disappointed. Okay? It was so funny because remember those Warrior sleeved uniforms?
Yeah.
That were just garbage, hot garbage.
Yep.
And I told people, I go, you know who can wear those? Athletes. And I remember Krug put it on one time.
Oh, dude, bad look.
Don't take a picture with that.
Bad look, man.
Don't smile. It makes it even worse. Like, don't do that.
Yeah, it's still on a back. It's definitely still on a screensaver.
It's just like, oh, bro. It's like, because I put it on myself. I'm like, you do not have my permission to take a picture of me with. And no, I don't even know if I would have wanted to wear it when I was playing. I sure as hell don't want to wear it 30 years after I'm playing. But you think like, oh, this is great. I can wear this sleeves looking good. And you don't realize like actually how good you got to look to pull something like that off. And they're basketball players, so of course they can pull it off. It's not that big a deal. It's like, so you have an unrealistic expectation. You go into a nude beach, you're thinking, oh, everybody's the people that can wear those shirts. Nobody's the people that can wear those shirts.
No.
They're all the people that shouldn't wear those shirts. Like, it's instead of a nudist colony, it should be a colony that bans Lycra. Like that's the ban Lycra colony, the ban Lycra association. Like, you don't wear Lycra? Look at my rig. You kidding me? No, I don't wear Lycra. But hey, if you want to go on natural, no problem whatsoever. Hey, just go. Oh, we have nudist.
No,
news?
It's actually not related to nudist. It's breaking news as it relates to Joey Chestnut's ban in the Nathan's Famous Hot Dog Eating Contest, which we found out about earlier today because he's now going to support and be a sponsor for a vegan food line. Richard Shea, the commissioner of Major League Eating, has checked in. We've got audio. Here's Commissioner of Major League Eating on the situation of Joey Chestnut's ban from the Hot Dog Eating Contest.
We actually don't force narratives like that. You could hand to my heart. This is an actual thing that's happened, and it's breaking my heart. I want him in Coney. George wants him in Coney. Major League Eating wants him in Coney. Importantly, all the fans that gather out there in Coney Island, 35,000 plus fans, want him in Coney. I hope he changes course. I just can't force his hand to do that. It's a choice.
Okay, and then we got a little bit more sun here because a lot of people think it's a PR move. Like, oh, he's going to roll out like Stone Cold's just going to kick some glass in and show up and go win that thing again. Here it is on whether or not this is a PR move, Richard Shea.
The key qualification as of right now. I still hope that he will change course and join us at Nathan's on July 4 in Coney Island. You know, we were in good shape with Joey. Everything's great. We love Joey, by the way. I love Joey. Great champion, great friend, great Major League eater. He has chosen to work with a veggie-based hot dog, branded hot dog. And so the one stipulation for our sponsor is that the competitors can't compete and promote rival brands of hot dogs.
So, I mean, they're saying this thing's real. They're like, no way.
Is that even a rival brand when it's a veggie hot dog? Like,
yeah, how long have they been your rival? You know what I mean?
Yeah, like who goes to the store and goes, I don't know, do you want a Nathan's or a veggie dog? I'm pretty similar. I'm like, I don't know that the customer base is all that similar, to be honest with you. So, whatever. It won't be. You've already said, look, he's not there. I'm not watching.
No,
I don't care anymore.
Figure it out, Shay.
Yeah, exactly. So they'll find out what their viewership is. But again, it could make for a good betting opportunity.
I
Good underdog.
Yeah, that'd be good underdog betting, dude.
With a loose esophagus.
Well, I wonder if we're gonna get some hot dog picks from Harmony this year. We gotta get some Nathan's picks from
we
Harmony
have
this
to.
year. Harmony's
Absolutely
hot dog picks.
Oh, I mean, you kidding me? We don't even. That like writes itself right there. It literally writes itself. So we're definitely down.
She's coming on Friday, by the way. Yeah.
This is neither here nor there, but just back to the nudie thing real quick. There's a picture of them on here. I told you about the picture of them running into the lake, and it's like, oof. And there's another picture of them running. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them. You know, ass cheeks out, just laying there, reading the magazines or doing it, whatever. There's a lady laid right in the middle of them, wearing like a skirt and a bra. I'm like, wait a minute.
Come on.
How'd you sneak in there? Like, seriously. Like, if you're going to be in the picture, I mean, come on. And shoes. Shoes, skirt, bra, and looks like even a scarf.
I think nudists will wear shoes. I mean, you got to protect the bottom of the feet.
Okay, but what about the skirt, the bra, and the scarf?
I got nothing for you.
Hey, come on. Okay, we're out of time.
You know we got to go. Yeah.
We're out of time. All right, thanks to all our guests. Thanks to Greg for filling in. Well done today, young man. Thank you, Derek. Time to get you ready for the Astros and the Giants here on the Sports Leader. Take it away, Derek.
Oh, my God!